A little bit more interesting, but yeah, this looks like it's going to be a session brought to you by Oracle, basically, and we'll watch the data a little bit later on. Does PPI really change the narrative? Anyway, here we go. European market session is upon us. It is time for the opening trade. FTSE 100 is out of the gate. Wait and see exactly how names like AB Foods trade this morning. Tough day for the G's over at the Western family. We'll watch what happens there with that narrative. Stock 600 up by 0.2%. We'll see how Tech performs. The IBEX is up by 9/10%. Strong performance coming out of Spain. We'll look for what's driving that in just a moment. CAC 40 will wait. Obviously, we've got a new Prime Minister taking over today. I'm not sure that's going to have much of an effect. We've also got demonstrations. I'm not sure that's going to have much of an effect either. The DAX and the SMI. There's plenty of names in the DAX that could be affected by the Oracle story. So look for names like SAP to be directly impacted by that. We'll see how that trades in just a moment. But at the moment, feels like a very front foot session, particularly, it seems, for the Spanish market. Lizzie, what's going on?
Well, let's break it down by sector, okay? So we've got half in positive territory, just under. Basic resources and energy leading the gain. So here you can see the geopolitical story feeding through. We've got oil higher, energy as a sector at 1.2%. But just diving into some of those individual names that you'd flagged, look, Novo shares down more than 1%. Inditex off to a flying start, up 5.8% off the back of those earnings. Louise was talking about this pickup at the start of the third quarter when it comes to Zara's sales. You had flagged as well that we needed to watch the tech names. You've got the likes of SAP, actually, we're waiting for S&P, but Temenos up 0.6%, Sage Group up 0.4%, so catching a bit of the mood music from the Oracle earnings as well. But look, when you look across the continent, as you say, it is a pretty tepid start, but green across the screen.
Yeah, I mean, most sectors in positive territory, though. Oh, well, that's how we started. Now some of them more fading into the red. But let's just linger on retail, because that's real outperformance from Inditex. And I apologise to everybody watching for not making more of this earlier on. But at first glance, some of the numbers looked kind of, you know, they were in line with estimates. They didn't look terribly exciting. But the guidance around August, and this is part post-results, the guidance around August, the like-for-like pickup in sales that they've seen there, seems to have ignited the market, and that stock is up really strongly this morning. So we'll certainly keep an eye on that one.
So that's why the Spanish market's outperforming.
Yes.
Again, I'm remiss in not noticing that too. But if you look at the points gains this morning, Schneider, what does Schneider do? It basically provides a lot of the kit that goes into data centers. What is Oracle talking about? Data centers. What does ASML do? ASML provides the lithography equipment, but builds a lot of the chips that go into data centers. It's up pretty strongly this morning. Those are the two biggest points gainers, eclipsing Inditex, which is the third biggest point gainer. So Inditex is up by 6%, but is the third biggest points gainer. It just tells you that the tech story, in terms of just the weight that it is adding this morning to the upside, is there. ABB is a similar story as well. Then you get into the banks, but then you get into some of the defense names, actually, which is interesting as well, which are also trading high. I wonder whether there's a defense narrative on the back of the Poland story this morning. That's where the gains are this morning. But SAP has just opened. It is now the biggest points gainer. So it is tech that is adding the weight to the upside. There are some idiosyncratic stories around Europe, like Inditex, that are doing well, but it is the Oracle story that is driving European performance this morning.
Yeah, and something like SAP, which, you know, is so attached to that cloud narrative, not perhaps up as much as one might have thought, up by 1.4% this morning, but it is, as you say, broadly the tech space leading us higher. And in points terms, that is a big business, so it matters. Let's talk to Maria Manici, multi-asset fund manager at M&G Investment Management. Maria, thank you so much for joining us. Let's start with the tech theme, because we've got plenty of geopolitics geopolitics to talk about. We can get into that or leave it to one side. But let's talk about what's going on in the global economy around AI. Such enthusiasm. Oracle out with numbers last night that stunned analysts on the call, it seems. This structural change, how far through this structural change? How are you playing this structural change in the global economy?
I think what we're seeing happening in AI has really been the soundtrack of the last couple of years, really. There's a very important level of capital investment into AI that's really driven some of the sentiment around overall equity markets. And I think this is one of the reasons why we have seen markets remaining very resilient, even in the face of some very important challenges, both from a macroeconomic standpoint, as we see some of the labor market data in the US, for example, weakening, as well as political and geopolitical standpoint. But there is certainly this part of the market that is AI focused, that is continuing to be a source of good news, a source of relief for investors, and a reason to continue to believe that markets can continue to go up.
Yes.
However, I think at this stage, especially in some areas of the market, we need to start being a little bit cautious.
Yeah. Do you start questioning the gains that we're seeing in some areas of US tech?
Well, I think in US tech you have a story that is around capital investment and the potential that might lead to in terms of future earnings. And some of the valuations are not too stretched, but there are some other parts of US market outside the tech space that have been having a good time because of what's happening in the tech space and the good news coming from that.
So like energy, those kind of businesses.
And the Russell 2000 in general. But if you look down at the earnings and earnings trends and earnings expectations, they're not actually that great. So you have a danger there that if those companies outside the tech space, outside the big investors, don't realize a pickup in earnings, you might have some disappointment.
So you're shifting towards non-US equities. It sounds like you're expecting a maybe correction in the S&P. We were talking about whether it's too big to fail. When does it come? How big could it be? How long could it last?
Well, I think you have an important distinction between the S&P and the Russell 2000, for example. You have some very different companies represented in these two indices, and therefore the outcome you're going to get is very different. You look at the S&P 500 today, earnings expectations have picked up much higher again, while in the Russell 2000 you have a very different picture. So I think it's about really looking under the bonnet and trying to identify for those companies that still have some very strong potential ahead, and the others that maybe have just jumped on the bandwagon and leverage on this positive sentiment around tech and investment and what AI can bring. But then when reality kicks in, you really have to look at what the earnings are doing. And so far on some of those companies, the earnings expectations not match the valuation and the price you're seeing on some of those companies. So we're cautious on that area, and we find better opportunities elsewhere within equities.
But also, you're looking outside the US, right? And it was interesting that you moved some of your exposure from the UK to Japan. That was at the end of July.
Yes.
That's before what we saw with the Prime Minister. Does that change your outlook for Japan when it comes to equities?
Well, I think when we look at Japan, there is a very long-term story there of change in corporates and the way they look at providing for shareholders. And that is a long-term story. In particular, throughout this year, Japan had lagged also from a price performance relatively to the other markets. And so we did see an opportunity earlier this summer to switch some of the capital back into Japan. And that proved to be quite an interesting call, because then since then we've seen actually Japan performing very, very well. So it's a long-term story that we like in terms of the earnings expectation we see for, again, some of the companies in Japan. We're selective and in this exposure, but the price performance this year have provided us with some opportunities in summer.
Isn't there an argument that says that the more worried you get about the US market, the less worried you should be? And the logic here is that this is too big to fail, to Lizzie's point. And if there's a problem with the stock market, the Fed's going to be there. And the Fed's got some room to cut right now. And whether or not the Fed should be cutting right now is is a question that we should maybe be addressing. But if you assume that the stock market can't go down a long way because of the wealth effect that it will create for the US economy, can you just assume that the stock market is just going to continue to rise? We're up at the moment on the idea that the Fed's going to cut. Now, if the stock market dropped by 30%, 20%, 10%, I'm assuming that the Fed would be there as well. As an investment case, does that hold water?
I think it's a very fair point, and it's one of the reasons why I think today in multi-asset portfolios you could potentially allow yourself to take a little bit more risk, because you might have this extra cushion coming from government bonds, which at this moment they're trading at quite elevated yields, and where you might get some benefits and decorrelation at some point when you enter, if you enter a real risk-off environment. But for the time being, I think the point is also that investors are not exuberant about their views in U.S. markets, but at the same time, you're still seeing some investors.
What would exuberant look like? What would do we need to go up another 10%, another 20%? Kind of, if the earnings don't match, at the moment, the multiples on tech look okay.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I think you're still seeing some very strong earnings. And, that makes the valuation not excessive and make the argument for remaining invested quite strong. But elsewhere, outside these large caps, then the picture is a little bit different in the US.
Okay.
So this is where, to me, it's important to be a little bit more cautious, while at the same time, being very adamant about what are the inputs we're having from the macro data. I think the labor market shift that we're seeing right now and the data we're getting from the labor market are quite important, because they're telling us quite a lot about what's been happening in the US, potentially outside the large tech companies.
Yes. And what bearing does that have on the Fed? What bearing should it have on the conversations next week then, Maria? Do you think that this changes the narrative substantially around jobs, or it tells us more about what we already knew, that the labour market is weakening? I mean, what's the story that matters, do you think, to markets?
Well, I think for the Fed, it's still very much a balancing act. They are observing the labour market weakening, but at the same time, they have a very keen eye on inflation. So the data coming out later this week will be very important for markets, and I think there will be quite a lot of eyes focused on that, because there is still a risk that, despite tariffs are not seen as a long-term inflationary force, the potential impact of pass-through of costs to the consumer might be there. And although it's normally a one-step increase in prices, it's not all going to come at the same time. So you might be seeing that diluted over several CPI readings. And that's something that the Fed is still worried about. And, Jerome Powell has said it quite clearly in one of his last statements. And so the balancing act, that data dependency is still going to be there. But obviously now we know that the potential is more for interest rate cuts coming up, and the market is pricing this in.
So is there a CPI print that gives the Fed cover for 50? Is there a CPI print that derails a cut altogether? And we were discussing this before. Would 50 basis points completely panic the market?
Well, I think, we've heard from the Fed before that, and especially some people within the Fed, that they will favor bigger cuts and bigger increases over time, because that will be more impactful for markets and for the real economy as well. While, 25 bips, you need to really go on a trend in order to see some effect from that. So I think, it remains very much in the table towards the rest of the year and beginning of next year, what the path will be. Certainly what we're seeing in markets has been very, very interesting, because we have seen a very strong steepening in the US curve and also elsewhere. And that trend to us is appealing, because it makes the long end of the curve even more attractive in this phase, because the shorter end is already starting to price in some of those cuts, while the longer end has remained pretty much unchanged for quite a few months now.
Quick question on Europe. Just seen Ursula von der Leyen doing the rounds in the European Parliament. She's about to speak, giving a State of Union for Europe. What is the investment case in Europe right now? I look at what is happening in the United States. The tech story is driving everything. The defense story has been a big theme of the landscape. The banks have been a big theme of the landscape. We've just seen an incursion into Poland from Russia overnight. What is is there a sort of geopolitical narrative that I can take and turn into an investment case in Europe right now? Is it the defence story? Is that what I should be watching? Where else should I be looking? Novo's down pretty hard this morning. Is that an opportunity? Where do I look in Europe to get some excitement?
Well, I think European stocks have been very interesting this year, and we started the year with a significant overweight position in European stocks on the basis of attractive valuation and potential for re-rating. One of the areas that we really liked has been the banking sector in Europe, and we believe that there continue to be some opportunities there. Yes, valuations are not as attractive as they were, and even if you look at a longer time period relatively to its own sector, European banks might not look as cheap, but they are still cheap in an absolute basis, and so we do continue to see that sector as attractive. In other areas, I think there is a little bit more difficulty of finding value, although healthcare is definitely flagging, but I think you have to go down single name opportunities there.
Great to see you. Thanks for stopping by to see us. Maria Manucci, multi-asset fund manager at M&G Investment Management. We'll come back and show you what is happening in Strasbourg in just a moment. We're about to hear from Ursula von der Leyen. The President of the European Parliament is currently giving an introduction as we watch what is happening there. We also watch what is happening with the markets. This is what the Core 6 looks like this morning. A couple of standout stories in Europe this morning, one of which is Novo Nordisk, but now looks like it is positive on the news, but tech is the standout story, as you can see. ASML up nicely, Schneider up on the data center story as well. But a lot of green out there this morning. Let's talk about some of the individual names that we are watching. Retail front and center as well. Louise Moon has the details.
Exactly, retail front and centre. First up, we're looking at Inditex, the owner of Zara. Shares up over 6%, almost 7% into the green. That's after their first half earnings. But the key focus really is a pickup in sales for the third quarter. So pointing at a bit of resilience in the retail sector for Inditex there. Next up, we're looking at tech. A host of companies. We're looking at SAP, ST Micro, Infineon. That's after Oracle's blowout outlook that's fueling AI hopes. A surprise Wall Street had an impact in Asia and really playing through into Europe now, all into the green this morning. So good news on that front for them this morning. Next up, we're looking at Vistry Group, the UK-listed home builder. So their shares are falling after their first half, failed to impress, down almost 3% into the red this morning. That's after their first half update this morning. Next up, ABF, also listed in the UK, owner of Primark, also got a huge sugar unit that they've really been struggling with, and their shares are down almost 10%. That's after they say they see a bit of profitability uptick for their sugar unit, but things are still very negative, taking about a £200 million hit on a closure of a factory to do with their sugar unit as well. And then finally, we're looking at Pug. See how they're looking. They're down over 8% into the red. That's after they're seeing revenue growth at the bottom end of expectations, so failing to impress the market at open.
Louise, thank you. Louise Moon from our equities team. We are keeping a close eye on politics. Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the European Commission, has started speaking at the European Parliament in Strasbourg. Let us take a listen to what she has to say.
Because our union is fundamentally a peace project. But the truth is that the world of today is unforgiving. And we cannot varnish over the difficulties that Europeans feel every day. They can feel the ground shift beneath them. They can feel things getting harder, just as they are working harder. They can feel the impact of the global crisis, of the higher cost of living. They feel the speed of change affecting their lives and their careers. And they worry about the endless spiral of events they see on the news, from the devastating scenes in Gaza to the relentless Russian barrage on Ukraine. We simply cannot wait for this storm to pass. This summer showed us that there is simply no room or no time for nostalgia. Battle lines for a new world order based on power are being drawn right now. So yes, Europe must fight for its place in the world, in which many major powers are either ambivalent or openly hostile to Europe, a world of imperial ambitions and imperial wars, a world in which dependencies are ruthlessly weaponized. And it is for all these reasons that a new Europe must emerge. And honourable members, this must be Europe's independence moment. I believe this is our union's mission, to be able to take care of our own defence and security, to take control over the technologies and energies that will fuel our own economies, to decide what kind of society and democracy we want to live in, to be open to the world and choose partnerships with allies, old and new, ultimately, it is about having the freedom and the power to determine our own destiny. And we know we can do it, because together we have shown what is possible when we have the same ambition, unity and urgency. I must say I've lost count of the number of times that I was told that Europe could not do this and could not do that, in the pandemic, on the recovery plan, on defense, on supporting Ukraine, on energy security, and the list goes on. Every time Europe stood united and made it. And we need to do the same now. So, honourable members, the central question for us today is a simple one. Does Europe have the stomach to fight? Do we have the unity and the sense of urgency, the political will and the political skill to compromise? Or do we just want to fight between ourselves, be paralyzed by our divisions? That is what all of us have to answer. Every member state, every member of this House, every commissioner, all of us. And in my eyes, the choice is very clear. So my pitch today is a pitch for unity. Unity between member states. Unity between European institutions. Unity between the pro-European democratic forces of this House. I'm here, and the entire college is here, ready to make this happen with you, ready to strengthen the pro-European democratic majority, because it is the only one that can deliver for Europe. Honourable members, freedom and independence are what the people of Ukraine are fighting for every day. People like Sasha and his grandmother. Sasha was only 11 years old when the Russians attacked. He and his mother sought refuge in a basement in their town in Mariupol. One morning they went out to get some food, and that's when all hell broke loose. A rain of Russian bombs on a civilian neighborhood. All became dark and Sasha felt his face burning. He had shrapnel just below his eyes. In a matter of days, Russian soldiers stormed the city. They took Sasha and his mom to what the Russians called a filtration camp. Then Sasha was taken away. They told him he didn't need his mom. He would go to Russia and have another Russian mother, a Russian passport, a Russian name. They sent him to occupy Donetsk. But Sasha did not give up. On a stop on the way, he asked them to borrow a stranger's phone. And he called his grandma, Ludmila, who was living in free Ukraine. Baba, just take me home. She didn't hesitate a second. Her friends told her she was crazy to go, but Ludmila moved mountains to get to him. And with the help of the Ukrainian government, she traveled to Poland, to Lithuania, to Latvia, Russia, and finally into occupied Ukraine. She got Sasha back, and through the same long journey brought him to safety. But their hearts are still broken. Every single day they keep fighting to find Sasha's mom, stuck somewhere by Russia's brutal war. I would like to thank Sasha and Ludmila for allowing me to share their story. I'm honoured that
we're listening to Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the European Commission, talking in Strasbourg, addressing the European Parliament with her State of the Union address, talking about a new world order based on power and saying that in that context, Europe must fight. Those words perhaps designed to land eastwards, perhaps designed to land westwards, talking about dependencies in this new order being ruthlessly weaponized. So certainly a host of sound bites in the early part of that address by Ursula von der Leyen, and saying the key question question, does Europe have the strength to fight? So there's the geopolitics, Guy. There's plenty of it this morning.
Let's turn to some of the corporate news we are watching so carefully as well this morning. Novo Nordisk shares are now gaining. This after the Danish pharma giant said it will cut 11% of its workforce by the end of next year. That's around 9,000 jobs. A lot of those will be going in Denmark. We've got a new CEO certainly making a mark on this company. Sam Fazeli, Director of Research for Global Industries and Senior Pharmaceutical Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us around the table. Sam, good morning. New CEO, new plan. Is this what we should have expected? Is this enough from the new CEO at Novo to right the ship?
Morning, guys. So just the first thing to say is this is the first time that I've ever seen Novo Nordisk do anything like this in terms of job cuts. It's always been the opposite. Breakneck growth, trying to hire, hitting labor laws to the limits, right? So what we've ended up with is, if you look at the press release, there's a few things in there that are quite interesting. They want to spend more money on R&D and innovation, etc., and commercializing their drugs in a dynamic market. I think it's telling us that they're having some revisiting of what it is that they need to be doing and the cash they need to spend at the time where growth has slowed for them. They were, I think, budgeted or staffed for a massive 10, 20, 30% growth per year in an obesity market, which is still there, but not at the same pace. And the dynamics against them have been quite tough. The compounding is something that they've not been able to stop in the US. The FDA is not doing what it needs to do. It's illegal at the end of the day. And they've also got a very strong competitor in Eli Lilly with a drug that's arguably better. So we're here. What was interesting in it, though, I found also, is the comment about we need to move to a performance-based culture. But what was it before? I thought most companies work on a performance-based culture. I think that's a result of having needed to grow so fast. You didn't need to think about performance because the growth was just coming in.
So is this enough then to turn the tide? They're down 61% in the past 12 months. Is it enough to take on the competition?
Yeah, but if you think about what he's trying to do is trying to right the ship in terms of investing more. That will take time to come through. So there probably will be some value to gain by redirecting some of the saved cash to the way they're commercializing the drugs, more direct to consumer. That's a very different model where you had one buyer essentially dealing with you. You now have a system where you need to fulfill a very different channel. So that might be more costly, but also R&D. The R&D part will take time to come through.
Sam, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for the analysis and the updates. Sam Fazeli working his way through carefully what is being said this morning, Director of Research for Global Industries and Senior Pharmaceutical Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. I want to take you back to the live shot that is in Strasbourg right now. As you can see, you have an ongoing speech by Ursula von der Leyen. Has she just finished? It looks like there's a standing ovation currently for that speech within the Parliament. We'll continue our analysis of what has been said. You are watching the opening trade. This is Bloomberg.
I'm Alex Rodriguez.
And I'm Jason Kelly.
And we're back with more episodes of our show, The Deal.
The theme of this season, On the Road. We're bringing you more behind-the-scenes conversations with the biggest names in sports, business, and culture, like Melody Hobson.
I started to study women's sports like an 11-year-old studies baseball statistics, and I got dangerous in seeing up arrows.
Susie Wolf.
When you're competing, you're not thinking about any fear or any worries of what could happen.
Josh Harris.
You can't do a good deal with a bad person.
Jay Batt.
At the end of the day, there's never been a better time to be a student athlete.
And more. Stay tuned.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. Bloomberg The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China.
We need to do more to engage the market more. We're risk on. I think we caught a little sweet spot.
Massive savings right now.
It's already a different game.
Bloomberg The China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
This is the opening trade. We're 30 minutes into today's session, and we've got an avalanche of news for you this morning, whether it's on the geopolitics, whether it's on tech, whether it's on the single stock stories. You've got the Inditex outlook driving gains for the Spanish IBEX this morning. It is green across the screen. Those Oracle results really powering tech. And really, it looks like we're looking through what has happened in Poland when it comes to geopolitics, Guy.
Absolutely. It does seem as if that tech narrative, plus a few corporate pieces of information out of Europe this morning, are the main narrative. You can certainly see that the internals look quite positive. 423 stocks higher, lower 155. Volumes a little on the light side. There's a bunch of 52-week highs out there that are quite interesting as well. Airbus tracking at a 52-week high this morning. I think that's interesting. The stock is up by 1.2%. That's a positive kind of story, narrative for the global economy, European economy, the French economy, the European economy, I should probably say more broadly. IAG hit a 52-week high. Now just looks like it's rolling off that this morning, but is it a 52-week high? Has hit a 52-week high this morning. And the banking sector seems to be on the front foot once again in Europe, which is also, I think, quite positive as well. Santander up by 0.3%, tracking to a 52-week high, Anna.
Let's talk about some of the other stories that we need to get up to date on this morning and keep under our radar. President Emmanuel Macron has named longtime ally Sébastien Lecornu as France's new Prime Minister. Lecornu, a former defense minister in a previous cabinet, is set to become the country's 5th Prime Minister in just 2 years. The US President Donald Trump has publicly criticized Israel's decision to launch an attack on Hamas in Qatar. Trump said the strike, quote, does not advance Israel or America's goals. Qatar says it reserves the right to respond to the attack. And staying with response from the US President, Bloomberg has learned that President Trump told European officials he's willing to impose new tariffs on India and on China. This in a bid to push Vladimir Putin to the negotiating table on Ukraine. Trump added he'd only introduce the tariffs if EU member states do so as well. And that is interesting. We're still listening to Ursula von der Leyen speaking in Strasbourg with her State of the Union address, Lizzie, and she's talking about tariffs, but she's talking about further tariffs, another package on Russia. They're working on that behind the scenes, it seems, but a little bit less mention so far, at least, of the relationships with China and India.
Indeed, she says Europe must fight. She's called for a new Europe. She's called for this to be Europe's independence moment, Anna. A real standout speech, this from VDL. It is her first State of the Union speech of her second mandate. She's saying that Europe must take care of its own defence and security. Oliver Crook has been listening for us in Berlin. Let's go to him now. Ollie, what have you taken away as the key lines from this speech so far?
actual news value and kind of the incremental news that we've gotten from Ursula von der Leyen over the last few minutes, she's now confirmed that it was actually more than 10 drones that crossed into Polish airspace. This is something that's a late addition to the speech, obviously, because this only happened fairly recently. She's also announced a new program to help build out the Ukrainian military. This is probably in part the fruit of the conversations we had the other week in the Coalition of the Willing talks in Paris. But she also said that there will not be any touching of the Russian frozen assets. So this is a speech that really has begun and sort of framing the full conversation. But in terms of the first sort of policy issue, the first policy item that von der Leyen is front-loading is this question of defense. So in order to sort of draw the broader picture, and this is actually, I think, the key here, the most powerful lines that we got from Ursula von der Leyen, she said that the battle lines for a new world order based on power are being drawn right now. So yes, Europe must fight for its place in the world in which many powers are either ambivalent or openly hostile to Europe, and that a new Europe must be born, and that the question in this sort of new world is Europe, does it have the power to remain relevant? And the question she posed to lawmakers in Strasbourg today is, do you have the stomach to fight? Do we have the unity to support the sense of urgency? And do we have the political will, critically, the political skill to compromise, or will we just fight between ourselves? And that is, of course, the critical question. Take no other example as France, that can't even get its own government in order. Are they willing to relinquish some degree of sovereignty in order to contribute more to the big European project in order to keep the bloc relevant? That is the difficult line that von der Leyen has to walk, not just today, but for the rest of her commission, which is trying to bring a much more federated Europe into being in order to compete on the global stage.
Yes, she chose to start her speech, as no doubt she'd planned to do, with these big questions around security, around defence, Ollie, which was interesting. And then she did get to Poland, and she got a standing ovation from the room when she said that Europe stands in full solidarity with Poland. Tell us a little bit more about these developments overnight and how they shape our thinking around what's taking place in Ukraine right now.
Yeah, so Anna, the sort of most relevant and most recent piece of information we got from Ursula von der Leyen herself, as I just mentioned, more than 10 drones, apparently, Iranian-made drones, at least those models, cross into Polish territory. The reason that it's significant, Anna, we've had these sorts of incursions in the past. Generally, they were considered to be accidental. You'll remember in the early stages of the war, a missile hit that overshot in Ukraine, and there were some really uncomfortable, very worrying conversations about Article 5, whether or not this was triggered. Fast forward now a couple of years, the reason this is relevant is because it is the first time NATO forces have engaged with Russian military hardware, shooting this out of the skies over the Polish airspace. Polish airspace had closed for a prolonged period of time. As a consequence of this, the question is, what will the European response be? What will the American response be? What will Donald Trump's response be? We've heard from a few of the more hawkish pro-Ukrainian lawmakers in the United States saying that this is just basically a provocation, Putin trying to test NATO. That will have to wait for the appraisal of the President of the United States. Is this a test of NATO? Is this a mistake? The question is sort of irrelevant, because at this point it is clear that Putin is much more emboldened than he was even a few weeks ago.
Oliver, great stuff. Thank you very much indeed for the update and for continuing to listen to the speech and taking the key points away from it. Oliver Crook joining us from Berlin. Ali Redison, Associate Director at SEC Newgate and former advisor to the UK Business and Trade Secretary, joining us around the table this morning. Good morning.
Morning.
Ursula von der Leyen posing lots of questions. Does Europe have any answers?
I think there's a reason that she's stressing the foreign policy consideration, and part of that is because in terms of what she wants the EU to be able to do to respond, there are some sovereignty issues. There are a lot of member states that do not want to give some of that power away, whether it comes to sort of a joint sort of defence lending, sort of sovereign debt being sort of pooled and collectivized. And I think that her argument here is basically saying this is on our borders, we need to deal with it, but you need to actually work with us member states, not just members of European Parliament. Now, on the answers part, it's interesting that she will focus on foreign policy, because I think if you look at the things that she'd committed to doing, even in the sort of hangover from her last term, domestically, integrating the single market, private sort of capital markets union, those things are going very slowly.
They are going very slowly. What has happened in Poland overnight? As we start to see maybe events pushing into European sovereign space, does that solve some of the problems she faces, though? There's nothing greater to unify than a foreign adversary. So far, Putin has not provided enough of an adversarial element to provide unity within Europe. But do you think we're getting to that point? Like, if we see more and more incursions, is that the catalyst for cohesion?
Yeah, and I think that, even though they're announcing more sort of sanctions package, we've had some Hungarian opposition, but I think her argument is really to Germany, for example, which is saying, well, we're going to stop short maybe of sort of giving you all the money that you want to do some of this joint defense sort of lending program. I do think it definitely helps make the case, and also in terms of trying to get the Americans on side, because one of the problems for Europe has been that, President Trump really wants to sort of get to this sort of peace arrangement, and is starting to see Europe as a sort of an obstacle to that. I think the more incursions you have like this, the more you can justify, if you're Ursula von der Leyen, why you need to carry on sort of doing this defense pooling, and also have American support.
Ali, let me ask you about something that's come onto our news agenda because of some of our reporting, and this is the suggestion that President Trump has told European leaders that, yes, he will impose some kind of secondary sanction on China and India aimed at those who buy Russian energy, and in the view of many in the Republican Party in the United States, therefore, fuel what Putin is doing in Ukraine. Where does that idea go in Europe? Does it just sort of, does it come to anything? I mean, is there any willingness in Europe to widen the sanction conversation from not just Russia, but those that are buying energy from Russia?
Yeah, I think it's a huge challenge for the EU, because one of the things that the EU is trying to do right now is, A, kind of balance its relationship between Washington and Beijing. There was a report a year ago from Mario Draghi sort of saying we needed to take a tougher line with China. The EU's done some of that, for example, on sort of levies on solar panels. But really, I think the India question is a huge one, because they are trying to conclude a trade deal by the end of this year. That does not sit well with trying to take a tougher line on tariffs. And I think, if you're a cynic, you're looking at that and saying, definitely there's a lot of push from Republicans in Congress to encourage sort of secondary sanctions. But we also know that Trump has a big problem with India because of the level of its tariffs. So there's a two-pronged game going on here.
Yes, there is. And Europe, it's at least Ursula von der Leyen choosing to focus instead on further sanctions being placed on Russia, that kind of package. I mean, Correct. Is there anything that can be done that has not been done yet?
I think that you could start looking at the secondary sanctions. I mean, there are some in terms of looking at how you engage with China and India. You could take a tougher line, I think, on China in particular, if you're Europe. There's been there were a lot of calls to actually open sort of trade defense investigations against what China is doing. Those have not materialized. So that doesn't mean that you can't talk to China about investment, but I think the EU could be taking a tougher line on where it sees China dumping on its market, particularly in response to being effectively shut out by the US.
Ali, given your former role advising the UK Business and Trade Secretary, let me just look ahead to the UK hosting Donald Trump next week. I wonder how VDL will be looking upon that, and also what Keir Starmer should be angling for when he's already got this trade deal in the bag.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that the same issues that the EU is facing from the Trump administration the UK has, and that's namely around this kind of free speech argument, that basically the way in which your digital economy, your online space, the way you are regulating the internet. For the EU, it's the Digital Services Act. For the UK, it's the Online Safety Act. Trump and the Trump administration, particularly Vice President Vance, sees that as a sort of incursion against human rights, against free speech, and wants this sort of implementation of that by regulators both in Europe and the UK to sort of basically back down. And I think what Brussels will be watching very carefully is to see, does Keir Starmer make any concessions that actually the way in which our regulator, Ofcom, is implementing that, is that unfair to American companies, and does he try and pull them back?
Well, it's interesting that Starmer's just changed his Business and Trade Secretary to the former Tech Secretary, Peter Kyle. Do you think that that reflects on the shortcomings of the former Business Secretary, Johnny Reynolds? Do you think it signals a change on tech policy, trade policy, when it comes to the Starmer administration?
I think it's more of a reflection of the increasing intersection for the UK and for Europe and US trading partners, how much the U.S. administration cares about the intersection of tech and trade policy. We have to remember that actually when this kind of framework deal outline was announced as an ambition between Starmer and Trump back in February, it was supposed to have technology at its heart, and I think this is just shoring up that position.
Ali, great to see you. Thanks for stopping by to see us. We always appreciate it. Ali Redison, Associate Director at SEC Newgate and former advisor, as we've just heard, to the UK Business and Trade Secretary. I want to take you back to what is happening in Strasbourg right now. As you can see, we had the ongoing speech of Ursula von der Leyen, talking tough but posing questions that Europe will find difficult to answer. She is currently talking about Poland. Let's take a listen to what she has to say.
But in the longer term, the only realistic peace plan is based on two states, living side by side in peace and security, with a secure Israel, a viable Palestinian Authority, and the scourge of Hamas removed. That is what Europe has always stood for, and it is time to come together and help make this happen. Honourable members, the transition is now hard. I want to speak about competitiveness. I know, but this is a State of the Union, and competitiveness is a central piece of our European Union. Europe's independence will depend on its ability to compete in today's turbulent times. We have everything it takes to thrive here in Europe, from our single market to our social market economy. But we know the economic and geopolitical headwinds are strong, and I just talked about it. And we have seen how dependency can be used against us. And this is why we will massively invest in digital and clean tech. With more to come in our Future Competitiveness Fund and a doubled horizon, our research and innovation program. And we are tackling the key bottlenecks identified by the Draghi report. That's from energy to capital, from investment to simplification. We have held strategic dialogues with key industries.
Ursula von der Leyen's State of the Union in Strasbourg. If you want to continue to monitor that, you can do on your Bloomberg terminal. We'll come back to the other news that we're monitoring, and there is plenty of it this morning. That will be next. This is Bloomberg.
There is a nice confluence between the long-term investor and what we're trying to do. We have an operating principle that's in our handbook, take the long view. When we went public, we put a timeline up on the screen for the whole company in an all-hands meeting. And that timeline went from founding to 100 years out. And the IPO was one dot in 1 year on that timeline. And we tried to orient the employees to, this is a wonderful event, this IPO, but it's a moment in time on a very long journey.
This is a company that you want to exist in 100 years.
We do.
Wall Street doesn't think in...
No, they think in like hours. Yeah. And what I've learned of Wall Street, and particularly Wall Street investors, when they say they are long-term investors, that means they'll keep your stock for like a month. There has been one instance where I did something that was just for short-term stock, and I felt so bad about it that I don't think I'll do it again.
What was that?
There was one quarter, a few quarters ago, we were not going to beat the quarter. We were going to probably just hit it. And so far, we beat every quarter. So we were all like, wait, what? Our perfect record. We're like a 4.0 student that is going to get a B for the first time. This is not good. And I decided that for a short period of time, at the end of a lesson in our app, we would show 2 ads instead of 1. Turns out that that by itself was good enough to beat the quarter, but it's bad for the product. It's not good. After that, I never doing that again.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Onen, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, and this is Bloomberg.
Welcome back to the opening trade. 47 minutes into a session that tells an interesting story around what the market is really focused on and what it isn't. But for the European picture, for the main markets, the biggest markets around Europe, this is a story of positivity. The Oracle numbers overnight pushed tech stocks higher. That continues to be a theme here that we're seeing in Europe. Also, retail doing really well. The Inditex numbers pushing the market higher in Spain also. So we see strength, certainly, in many of the larger markets around Europe. That's not the case for Polish assets, though. We see Polish energy names and other companies listed in Poland really under pressure today, and that's very nicely represented by the red on this map to the right-hand side of Europe, as you can see there. We've also heard from the Polish president, and it's interesting to think about the Polish president saying things that you wouldn't be surprised to hear from the Polish prime minister, and remember, they come from different political traditions. So here we are hearing from the Polish president, Nawrocki, talking about how Poland will have full information within 48 hours about what has happened overnight. This incursion of Russian drones into Polish territory, says the drone attack is unprecedented in NATO history, and Poland discussed the possibility of NATO Article 4. And so as a result of that, we wait to hear what the United States has to say about what has happened in Poland overnight.
So we await the latest on the geopolitical situation in Poland. We also monitored the geopolitical situation in the Middle East. Israel conducting an unprecedented strike against senior Hamas officials in the Qatari capital, Doha. Now, it's a move that's widely seen as escalating an already tense standoff between the country and Arab nations over the war in Gaza. So we can get more with Jemana Besetchi now, Horizons Middle East and Africa anchor out of Dubai. Jemana, welcome back. Is Donald Trump lost control of Benjamin Netanyahu here? Is Turkey next on Netanyahu's list?
Well, I think you're referring to the fact that another red line in the region has been crossed. And the first red line that we spoke of a couple of weeks ago was those very pointed statements put out by the UAE Ministry of Foreign Affairs stating that the potential annexation of West Bank would be deemed a red line. This takes it one step further, and you only have to look at the reaction that we got out of the Qatari Prime Minister yesterday, visibly angry, calling this an act of state terror, a violation of international law, of sovereignty, and going one step further and saying that it's also a violation of moral standards as well, because there is an implicit diplomatic understanding that you don't go after negotiating teams and you don't go after the host countries that are involved in these mediation attempts. So very strong response out of Qatar. However, they did say that they are inclined to continue with their diplomatic efforts, but have also reached out to the U.S. to ensure that an attack like this doesn't happen again. And that is key here, because Israel were targeting key Hamas negotiators. They were unsuccessful in their attempt to kill Khalil al-Hayya, who is the chief Hamas negotiator. What stops them from attempting this once again? And indeed, this morning, the Israel Defense Minister, Israel Katz, also said that there is nowhere to hide for their enemies in Hamas. Anyone who was directly or indirectly involved with October 7 has become a target. So this is a time of extreme alert for countries in the region, questions about what this all means for a potential ceasefire breakthrough. But I think it's fair to say that this has set back the diplomatic efforts substantially, and we're waiting to hear a full statement out of the U.S. later this afternoon. President Trump said that he wasn't thrilled with what happened, but at the same time, he's not against the goal, the ultimate goal of eliminating Hamas. But yet, stronger statement from the U.S. and perhaps what the GCC countries would like to hear is something more to the effect that U.S. security guarantees will still hold in case something like this pops up again.
It's interesting, you think back to the recent tour of the US president to the GCC and the impact that that had. Jemana, thank you very much indeed. Horizons Middle East and Africa anchor Jemana Besetchi joining us on the latest out of the Gulf. Let's turn our attention to European politics. And the French President Emmanuel Macron has named longtime ally Sébastien Lecornu as the country's new Prime Minister. Lecornu will become the country's 5th Prime Minister in just 2 years and will be tasked, of course, with steering a budget through a divided parliament. Will he succeed? What happens next if he doesn't? Bloomberg's Caroline Conan is in Paris with the latest. The former Defence Minister, longtime ally. We've got big protests coming up in Paris today. What has been the reaction thus far to his nomination?
He's one of the closest allies to Emmanuel Macron. In fact, he's been in every single government since Macron's first election in 2017. And in fact, Macron wanted to name him prime minister already back in December to succeed Michel Barnier until François Bayrou convinced him to choose him instead. Now, of course, this may seem like a provocation for the opposition parties. The socialists were quick to react last night, saying that none of their lawmakers will join this government. One socialist, Philippe Brun, even saying this was a slap in the face for the parliament and for voters. Of course, the Republicans, however, are pretty happy with that choice. We'll see how Le Cornu manages to pass a budget. Of course, he will still face a fragmented parliament, but he's considered a very good listener and negotiator. He's even had dinner with Marine Le Pen and Jordan Bardella, reportedly back in spring, even though that doesn't mean that Marine Le Pen will necessarily support him. She's still calling for new snap elections. Today, of course, a first big challenge for Le Cornu. There are some kind of disorganized protests planned across the country, perhaps some acts of sabotage, some roads already blocked in some regions around Lyon, Montpellier, around Normandy. Nothing too spectacular at the moment, but of course the situation may evolve in the afternoon with some radical left groups taking the streets. And of course then the next challenge for Sébastien Lecornu will be a more structured strike next week, next Thursday on September 18, and then he'll have to pass a budget before the end of the year.
Okay, Caroline, we thank you so much. Out of Paris, Bloomberg's Caroline Gonan. As we look at the CAC 40, up to a flying start this morning, up about 0.8%. But as we look to what else is on the agenda for today, at 12:45 p.m. we hear from the S&B's Martin Schlegel. We're going to hear at 1:30 p.m. From the US's latest data. That's the US PPI numbers. And then at 6 p.m. we get that US 10-year note auction. But I know that someone is very excited about this inflation data, and that is Bloomberg's Valerie Teitel. Val, how much does the PPI matter? It's unusual that it's coming before CPI. Really, though, could it change anything for the Fed?
Well, last time around, remember, PPI came in exceptionally hot, hotter than CPI has done in the last few months. And I think there is a narrative starting to build that PPI inflation could in some way creep into consumer price inflation via goods inflation. So we might get another reading that would boost that kind of argument today. And that's why some have said, I know Mark Cudmore was on here saying that he thinks all this pricing of a 50 basis point rate cut next week by the Federal Reserve is a bit exuberant, given we're likely to get some hot data prints today, starting with PPI, and then again CPI tomorrow, likely to show that core inflation is at 3.1% for a second month in a row. Above a 3% handle is something perhaps maybe the Fed isn't comfortable with. But remember, the Fed looks at forward-looking data. It's not just spot data they take into account. They also think about what's going to happen moving forward. And Jerome Powell has called this tariff-induced goods inflation just a blip in the road of the broader deflation trend.
Do the Oracle numbers tell me that I need a rate cut from the Federal Reserve?
Look, they did stun Wall Street by a huge amount. Oracle up 28% after hours. But I think it does show, again, that what the U.S. equity market is telling us could be very different from what's going on the ground of the U.S. economy. We know the AI trade has not been hampered by higher rates, and we're seeing more and more evidence of that, and with the S&P notching yet another record high yesterday ahead of this inflation numbers.
Okay, Val, we thank you so much. As we look ahead to those PPI numbers out later on today, Valerie Teitel. Well, we are continuing to monitor this speech from Ursula von der Leyen, the European Commission President, in Strasbourg. She says that they need a trade instrument to succeed the steel safeguards. That speech continuing as she says that they need to have an independent Europe in the face of the defence and security challenges facing the continent right now. That's it for the opening trade. The Pulse with Francine Lacroix is coming up next. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
Okay, ready?
David, what initially sparked your interest in this topic of longevity?
15 years ago, I turned 60, and I began to wonder how much longer I'm likely to live and what I could do to extend my life. On longevity, I talked with the leading experts in science and medicine to educate people about how they might be able to change their conduct so that they can live a happier and healthier life. I'm David Rubenstein. Join me on a 4-part journey as I explore the great quest for longevity. Only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Francine Lacqua in Sintra, Portugal, and this is Bloomberg.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets? We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade. Watch Bloomberg Tech. This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
In case you missed it, on Bloomberg Open Interest.
When we look at our portfolio, we see an IPO pipeline that's the biggest since it's been in 2021.
In M&A and IPOs, we've actually had close to record performances in that space. We're going to have an interesting year.
We're having a lot more conversations around putting dates on calendars. I think we could see a very active second half of the year.
Don't miss Open Interest live weekdays.
Russian escalation. Poland shoots down drones that crossed into its territory during another massive Russian airstrike on neighboring Ukraine, calling it an act of aggression. President Trump says he's unhappy with Israel after it carried out airstrikes on Hamas leaders in the Qatari capital Doha. Plus, AI optimism, Oracle stuns Wall Street with an aggressive outlook for cloud revenues. Now, first thing is first, let's check on the markets. Of course, geopolitics playing at the margins into a little bit of this, but actually U.S. stocks set to notch fresh highs. Again, traders bet that actually a pair of inflation reports will not derail expectations on what the Fed will do this month. So the picture is S&P futures getting 0.3%, always a U.S. 10-year yield. The first thing we look at when we wake up in the morning, if you're in the markets, 407.98, and then gold 3,644. Let's also take a look at the European markets map. Now, there is a lot of defense ministers actually here in the UK. We look at defense stocks and then the DAX and the CAC 40 in France with a new prime minister getting some 0.8%. Oracle shares surging pre-market. This is after the company posted a major increase in bookings and gave an aggressive outlook for its cloud infrastructure business. And you can see pre-market gaining almost 30%. So for the conversations that matter and the insights you need, let's get started.
Newsmakers and market movers. This is The Pulse with Francine Lacqua.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to The Pulse. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. It's been a pretty dramatic 24 hours in global geopolitics. Israel's war against Hamas comes to the Gulf. A surprise attack in the Qatari capital draws widespread condemnation. Here in Europe, a major escalation in Russia's war with Ukraine as Poland shoots down Russian drones in its territory as defense ministers meet here in London. Plus, France also has a new prime minister who faces the daunting task of pushing through unpopular budget reforms. We'll have, of course, expert coverage from reporters and analysts in Europe and the Middle East on the ground. And then in the U.S., a judge rules that the Fed's Lisa Cook cannot be fired for now. All of that global stock rallying powering ahead. So a lot to discuss with Mark Haefele, Chief Investment Officer at UBS Global Wealth Management. Mark, as always, thank you so much for giving us a little bit of your busy schedule. It's just a lot. It's a lot of news to process, right? And so if you're on a trading floor or if you're an investor, Oracle getting 30%, does that translate into Fed expectations?
Well, I think that, one particular company, of course, doesn't. I think that the markets have kind of said how the Fed is going to go, and I don't think at this point they're going to contradict the market. So, we're expecting a cut, probably 2 this year and then more into next year.
Mark, geopolitics are on edge, right? So you wake up and you don't really know what you're going to read about at the moment, and we had 2 big pieces of news overnight. The markets seemingly ignore it. Is it right because they don't really know how to price it in, or does it show up in data at some point?
Well, we've talked about this many times over the years, and I think there is this issue of the market having really this inability to price in some of these geopolitical. For us as investors, while the human tragedy is real, I think it's an exciting time as an investor because it plays to our strength, across asset classes, because you do get these different moves now. It's not just an equity story.
So let's maybe start with the Fed rate cut. It's fully priced in. Is there any world where we have some kind of CPI number that actually derails it?
I don't think so at this point. I think that, the Fed with the dual mandate, looking at this labor market situation, they can do a cut and pay heed to that, and then maybe they do pause depending on what happens.
What are you expecting, 25 or 50?
We're expecting 25.
25 because and then they wait and see. Would it make more sense to go 50, go big, go bold, and then go home?
I don't think so.
How do you see the labor market, changing? And again, what does that mean for where you want to be invested in?
Well, I think that, there has been for a very long time these questions about how the labor market numbers are going to improve or not improve. But for us, we're more focused on tech. We have been and we remain that way, where these topics are probably less of an issue.
How do you, first of all, look at central bank independence? There was a judge, ruling on Lisa Cook. Again, the market at the moment is watching it, but also largely ignoring it.
Well, watching it, I think, makes sense. There's always been questions about how much can any agency move away from the political situation. But I think the Fed has been very well designed, given that it has a committee. And so that we don't think that that's an issue that is going to be topmost on investors' mind in a few months.
So, Mark, going back to tech, this is the big play probably supporting the U.S. economy almost on its own. Or, valuations, it's priced to perfections. Are valuations starting to get expensive, or can they go much higher?
Well, I think that we would expect that the growth of revenues and earnings is going to continue to power ahead. As we look through the stack of the investments, as we talk to our entrepreneurs who continue to find use cases for AI, see the savings, that gives us some confidence that there's some durability. Now, as we get into the fall and September can be a volatile month, can we get some more hiccups? Absolutely. But I think the longer-term trend remains intact.
We also see the Trump administration doing something, for example, with Intel, that 10%. There's, talk about revenue sharing. Is that noise, or does it matter to the bottom line?
Well, I think that how that all plays out, we still don't know. But I think if you take a step back and you say, what are the big problems that governments are trying to solve? And they tend to throw big money at big problems. And we tend to do well if we're kind of buying what the government's buying. That all feeds into the tech story because the president has said he will do whatever it takes to make sure America wins in the AI race. And I think investors would ignore that at their peril.
Do you prefer U.S. stocks to the rest of the world?
I think that, we like the tech stack globally. So obviously a lot of that is in the United States. But China tech remains undervalued, and there's considerable investment in China going in that direction. And then selectively in Europe, there are ways of playing tech.
So how do you play, stocks in general in Europe, also given some of the political turmoil?
Yeah, for us, Europe is not, as a whole, is not an overweight. We're very selective in Europe. So maybe Swiss dividend stocks and then high cash flow companies where we feel they have quality that can kind of endure some of the headwinds that remain.
What do you worry about, Mark? Well, when you look at, so for example, the Prime Minister in France, I mean, this goes back to fiscal, right? Yeah. It could go back basically to the debt issuance in certain countries, including the U.S. Is that a worry longer term? Like, do you push that back to 2027, or do you start taking action now?
Well, I think what we've done over, say, the past 5 years is leaned more towards equities and away from long-dated bonds because, to your point, over the longer term, a lot of these situations are unsustainable. But if you look at France, for example, right now, France doesn't have any problem paying its shorter-term debt. So to the extent that the politics really starts to drive interest rates higher, we would probably see that as an opportunity.
Opportunity to buy what?
Well, to buy short-term debt, say, versus other European nations.
Is there anything that actually you've changed your mind on in the last 5-6 months that you don't want to buy anymore?
Well, I think that, getting a little more cautious, maybe a little more selective on the tech because it has run up so much. I think that, we spend a lot of time debating kind of across asset classes what to do, in FX and commodities. And I think for now, given some of these geopolitical tensions, there just continues to be this central bank push towards gold. So that's something we continue to think about.
I mean, gold is I don't know whether it's expensive. It's certainly at record highs. Is it expensive yet?
I think that, we don't see tremendous upside from here, but, it comes in the context of as these events continue to unfold and as sanctions talk continues, there are investors who say, hey, with major currencies weaponized, what are the alternatives that I can go to?
But overall, you feel quite sanguine. I mean, you're pretty positive still about the markets.
Yeah, I think that, this core concern is, do we start to get people who are not getting the return on investment in the tech spend that they're doing? Or are investors really starting to question some of these massive CapEx infusions? But we haven't seen that yet.
So interesting. Mark, as always, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Mark Heffler, their Chief Investment Officer at UBS Global Wealth Management. Now, coming up, Russian drones breach Polish airspace. Israel targets Hamas in Qatar, and France has a new prime minister in waiting. It's a huge day for geopolitics, so we'll have the latest next on the ground. This is Bloomberg.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg. Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
Listen carefully. Can you hear the rhythm in the markets? Not just in the syncopations triggered by inflation, but in the preludes leading to global elections, in the dissonance that moves the Nikkei, and the rising course conducted by AI. There's music in the markets, and if you want to learn to listen for it, we'll show you how.
Astonishing day for US technology.
shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Well, let's dive deeper into the major geopolitical stories dominating the agenda this morning. For the latest on the Middle East, we'll speak to our Joanna Berseche. We'll also have expert analysis on France's political crisis with EY's Femke Krummüller, and covering developments here in Europe is our Oliver Crook. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen told lawmakers in Strasbourg, France, that, quote, Europe must fight to establish a place in a new global order that's become antagonistic to its values and approach to democracy. Well, her comments come after Poland shot down 10 Russian drones that violated airspace.
This must be Europe's independence moment. I believe this is our union's mission, to be able to take care of our own defense and security, to take control over the technologies and energies that will fuel our own economies, to decide what kind of society and democracy we want to live in.
Ollie, I mean, Poland shooting down drones that crossed into, territory from Russia is big. It's big news. Is this, an escalation, or is it a provocation?
Well, that's the big question, Francine, and how it's going to be interpreted by Europeans and Donald Trump alike will be sort of very relevant in figuring out what the correct response to this is going to be. We should say, Francine, that the significance of this, there have been missiles that have landed in Poland before and drones that have incurred into airspace. You'll remember, Francine, in the early days of the war in Ukraine, there was a missile that overshot Ukraine, landed in Poland, and there was a huge amount of anxiety around Europe and, the rest of the world saying, does this actually trigger Article 5? Is this actually the beginning of a full-scale war? That sort of calmed down quite a bit, but now go forward a couple of years later, now you have these sort of drones on a much higher scale going into Polish airspace, demanding that Polish airspace closes, that airports close, and what we understood, we heard from Ursula von der Leyen saying that more than 10 drones crossed over, and the reason that it's relevant, Francine, and why it's important and why it's different from every other time is this will mark the first time that there is direct engagement between NATO forces and Russian hardware. So the question is, what will the response be from Donald Trump? We have not heard from the administration yet. We've heard from a few lawmakers overnight from the United States, including Senator Dick Durbin, who says that this is basically the Russians trying to figure out whether or not NATO is going to be serious about whether or not it's going to sort of basically defend its eastern flank. We heard from another lawmaker in the United States saying that basically this is an act of war. I mean, regardless of whether or not by Putin this was a deliberate act or it's just relative indifference to kind of the threat of Article 5, this is a significant development for Russia, which has been upping its bombing campaign over the last couple of weeks to the highest level of any point in the war, and it will demand a response of some kind from the United States and from Europe.
Yeah, I mean, we know that, of course, President Tusk briefed the NATO Secretary General about the current situation. Do we know about any ongoing talks between them? Von der Leyen, the Commission President, also taking a pretty strong tone in the State of the Opening address.
Yeah, well, there was a cabinet meeting convened in Poland, and you can bet there's going to be meetings between defense ministers, foreign ministers all across Europe. There will be calls with Donald Trump. I mean, you'll also remember a sort of significant piece of context here. Donald Tusk, the prime minister, may not see as eye to eye with President Trump, but the newly elected president of Poland, was just at the Oval Office very recently, and he got an assurance from President Trump, who is basically Trump, who is trying to sort of detract from the number of troops within Europe. Trump said that basically he's willing to commit more troops to Poland if they want them. Remember, there are about 10,000 U.S. troops stationed in Poland as a sort of deterrence factor as part of the sort of NATO architecture, and he said that he's willing to send more if the Poles would be in favor of that. So again, the key here is going to be how the United States responds. Does this now put more pressure on this initiative that we heard from overnight, that Trump apparently wants the EU first to sanction China and India over their buying of Russian crude oil, and then the U.S. would follow? This will all sort of fold into the broader geopolitical discussions. We've got to say, Francine, over the last 48 hours, to say nothing of the last 2 weeks, where we see, Vladimir Putin being sort of invited out of the cold by Modi and Xi Jinping. It's a big sort of geopolitical calculus for the Europeans and the U.S. to make now.
Yeah, the Prime Minister Tusk, I need to correct myself. Prime Minister Tusk also, I think, speaking to reporters, saying that Poland shot down 3, possibly 4 drones. He says some drones that came to Poland from Belarus. Ollie, thanks so much. Oliver Crook there with the very latest on the situation. Now to the Middle East and Israel's unprecedented attack against Hamas leaders in the Qatari capital, Doha. The strike has drawn rare public criticism from President Donald Trump and underscored the risk that the war in Gaza could get worse before it gets better. Well, the U.S. President Donald Trump said he learned of the attack too late to stop it.
I'm not thrilled about the whole situation. It's not a good situation. But I will say this, we want the hostages back, but we are not thrilled about the way that went down today.
Did Israel tell you in advance?
No.
So you were caught by surprise, sir?
I'm never surprised by anything, especially when it comes to the Middle East.
Let's bring in Jumana Brzezinski in Dubai. Jumana, how did the attack unfold?
Yeah, well, President Trump says that he's not surprised by anything, especially when it comes to the Middle East. I will tell you, this was a major surprise for the region, particularly for Qatar. Yesterday, around 4 p.m. in the afternoon, smoke was seen rising from a residential neighborhood close to schools and embassies. Unclear what had happened, what the cause of the explosion was, but shortly afterwards, the IDF put out a statement saying that they had conducted a military strike targeting senior Hamas officials, senior negotiators. It was not till a couple of hours later that Hamas then put out a statement saying that 5 party members had been killed, but that the chief negotiators had actually been spared. So perhaps perceived to be an unsuccessful assassination attempt. Now, the response from the Qataris has been very angry. We heard from Sheikh Mohammed, the Prime Minister, late last night, and he did not mince his words. He likened this to an attack of a state terror. He said that it was a violation of their sovereignty, their airspace, also of moral standards, because it is unheard of for a nation to be attacked as both a host and a mediator for negotiations, in addition for a negotiating team to be attacked. Condemnation has come through from Arab states as well, yet to get a full statement from the U.S., but President Trump said he was not thrilled with what happened, though, and this is a quote, eliminating Hamas is a worthy goal in his eyes.
Jumana, Qatar, of course, has been working with the U.S. to broker a ceasefire between Israel and Gaza. So where does this leave the talks now?
Well, this is a huge diplomatic setback, and not least because from the Qataris' perspective, they want to be guaranteed that an attack like this will not happen again, particularly in light of it being actually unsuccessful. And so the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Dr. Majid Al-Ansari, he also put out a statement yesterday saying that they're engaging with the U.S. now to get guarantees that an attack, a repeated attack, will not happen again. But at the same time, you have to square that up against the comments coming through from the Israeli Defense Minister, Israel Katz, this morning, saying that Israel's security policy is clear. They will act against enemies everywhere. There is no place where they can hide. So real concern here about the diplomatic efforts and whether there actually can be a chance of a breakthrough on this ceasefire proposal that the U.S. had put forward to both sides in the last week. And by the way, just the irony of all of this is the Hamas negotiators were actually conducting a discussion vis-a-vis the U.S. ceasefire proposal when the attack took place. So unclear at this point whether there can be or will be a breakthrough, and indeed whether the key mediator, Qatar, has the momentum to continue.
Joanna, thanks so much. Joanna Brzezinski there joining us from Dubai. Now, the French President Emmanuel Macron has also named longtime ally Sébastien Lecornu to be the country's new prime minister. Lecornu's minority government will need tacit support to pass a 2026 budget. Well, joining us now is Femke Kronmüller, EMEA leader in the geostrategic business group at EA Parthenon. Femke, as always, thank you for joining us. I mean, geostrategics feels like the main thing that we're covering today. First of all, how difficult will it be for Sébastien Lecornu? He starts today. It's his first day in office. There are mass protests to push through some of these budget reforms that have been very unpopular.
Yeah, morning, Francine. So, I think the bottom line is that ultimately nothing has changed in France. Lecornu is facing the exact same situation that his predecessors have faced. So same parliament, same tensions, same challenges. And so that leads to the conclusion that he will face the exact same difficulty finding majorities, let alone passing a budget or even, and we're not even talking about that, any type of a tiny bit more of ambitious reforms.
So what happens next?
So he will try and find majorities. The reason that how President Macron justifies that he has been appointed is that he is close to the existing coalitions between the center and the center-right, but the socialists, etc., are already saying, and the RN, the far right, are saying that they're already not happy with this. So that's why I'm pointing to the fact that we're in the same situation as before. Majority is difficult to find, and then they will have to. The main challenge and the main focus will be passing a budget. To be clear, there is no government shutdown in France as we know it, as we can know it from other countries. So they can roll over last year's budget to next year's, but they will try and pass a budget, and that will be the focus over the next couple of months.
Famke, as you rightly put it, it's very clear, it seems very clear for the moment, certainly day one, that rival parties show little willingness for concessions. But if there's nothing, I mean, is it prime minister after prime minister, or will there be, elections called by President Macron? Could he even resign?
Well, that's a great question, Francine. So he could, at this stage, call for early legislative elections again. The challenge is, and I think everybody does see this in France right now, is that there is no expectation that this will yield a different result or any type of result that would solve the situation. So I think it's unlikely at this stage that he will again call early legislative elections. And then the other options, and some parties are calling for this, is for his resignation and early presidential elections. I feel like that's even less likely. So the expectation right now is that we would continue in the current situation until the next presidential elections, which are in 2027.
Famke, if we look at security in Europe in general, we just had a terrific briefing from our Oliver Crook on the fact that Poland shot down drones that crossed into its territory during a Russian airstrike on Ukraine. I mean, this feels like a big incursion of European airspace, probably one of the most serious violations since the war began. What do you think happens next? Is there a will to de-escalate, or could it be ramped up very quickly?
I do think, and like in the first time that this happened, as was mentioned at the very beginning of the war, it's in nobody's interest to further escalate, even though, of course, the Europeans need to clearly send the signal that they will defend their space, which is something that von der Leyen has already said this morning. I think just allow me to tie it back to France. It's a really good example of how problematic it is that France, as the biggest foreign policy power in the European Union, and one of the biggest in Europe, is so preoccupied with the domestic situation. The president is weakened, and there's not really a government. So it just shows how problematic this is.
I mean, do we know if it was intentional or accidental, and is that really the deciding factor on what happens next?
I don't think at this stage we know, and even if security services at some stage will find out, it's not necessarily going to be made public, I believe. I think it will be a political decision how much this will get escalated or not. And again, it's in nobody's interest to escalate this significantly, I would think, at this stage.
Famke, I mean, I know you're a great student of also U.S.-European relations. How does that change what Donald Trump will be doing towards Russia?
That is a very difficult question, Francine, because as we know, Donald Trump has been trying to work on a ceasefire from all different perspectives, sometimes to the big surprise of the Europeans, he came into his presidency promising that he would end the war in Ukraine. Clearly that has proved much more difficult. I think some observers thought that he was going to lose patience a little earlier. He has not yet. I think there's many different ways that this can go, and I find it incredibly difficult to predict. The one thing that I will say, and that I think is important, is that even if there is a ceasefire in Ukraine, and we're obviously even far away from that, then that will not equal the end of the war. And I think that's just very important to keep in mind.
Famke, thanks so much. Famke Krummüller there from the Geostrategic Business Group at EY Parthenon. Coming up, Klarna prepares to go public. We'll speak to one of the early investors in the Buy Now, Pay Later company. We'll be speaking to Matthias Lugman. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
You've said 25% last year, I believe, of Google's code is AI generated. You have over 180,000 employees right now. Is it half that in the future?
I expect we will grow from our current engineering base even into next year, right? Because it allows us to do more, right? I think the opportunity space is also increasing. I just view this as making engineers dramatically more productive, getting a lot of the mundane aspects out of what they do, allowing them to spend on higher value-added tasks. But that means it's an accelerator. People will be able to do more, which means maybe we'll create new products, and hence we will need more people. At least in the near term, to me, it looks like we will expand engineering velocity, and that doesn't mean we're constrained in what we will do. We'll end up doing more as a company as well.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacroix, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate.
More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to The Pulse. I'm Francine Lacroix here in London, and these are your top stories. Russian escalation. Poland shoots down drones that crossed into its territory during another massive Russian airstrike on neighboring Ukraine, calling it an act of aggression. President Trump says he's unhappy with Israel after it carried out airstrikes on Hamas leaders in the Qatari capital, Doha. Plus, AI optimism. Oracle skyrockets pre-market as it stuns Wall Street with an aggressive outlook for cloud revenues. So also looking at Novo Nordisk shares gaining this morning after the Danish pharma giant said it will cut 11% of its global workforce by the end of next year. The company will shed 9,000 jobs and also make its third cut of the year in its profit forecast. The Ozempic and Wegovy manufacturer is fighting to recover ground lost in the obesity drug market to rival Eli Lilly. So back to some of our top stories, and Oracle shares have surged pre-market after the company posted a major increase in bookings and gave an aggressive outlook for its cloud infrastructure business. Known for its database software, the company is on track to add about $190 billion to its market value if its stock gains continue in today's session. Well, for more, let's bring in our global tech editor, Peter Elstrom. Peter, I mean, we woke up and then we looked pre-market like 31 minutes ago, and it was up 30%. I mean, 30% is massive for Oracle.
We did not expect this news to be coming out of Oracle this quarter. Yeah, this morning we're looking at gains that could be as much as 30%. They could gain, if the gains hold at this point during the market trading, could be $200 billion in additional market cap. Larry Ellison is now challenging Elon Musk as perhaps the richest person in the world. And as you say, this is for a database company, the company that we think of as a database company that really hasn't been that sexy over the past few years. But what you're seeing really is they are really capitalizing on the AI boom and this incredible investment in AI infrastructure in particular. They have what the equivalent of their bookings. They talked about $455 billion in bookings at the end of the quarter. That's 4x what it had been just a year before. They're benefiting tremendously from these build-outs, particularly OpenAI is one of their key partners. OpenAI is talking about spending trillions of dollars on infrastructure around the world, $500 billion in the U.S., so they're really capitalizing on that, and it looks like they're going to be benefiting financially for a few years to come.
So, Peter, again, I mean, it sometimes, it blows hot and cold on whether AI will go as fast as we think, and then you have something like Oracle, talking about the cloud business, and you think maybe it's even faster than certainly Wall Street priced in. Where are we on like AI adoption?
Well, the companies that are competing for those AI customers are spending very, very aggressively now. So OpenAI, Google is certainly in that camp. You're seeing many others trying to capitalize. Meta is spending all this money on AI salaries in particular. So those companies are making the investments, and Oracle is one of the big beneficiaries of those investments. It's partnering with OpenAI. It also partners with TikTok and some of the others on the infrastructure that you need to be able to run these services. We still need to see whether demand is on the other end of these trillions of dollars investments. Our customers, our individuals and corporations, are they going to pay that money to be able to justify these kinds of investments? That we don't know yet.
Peter, are we excited about the new Apple? Like iPhone, it's tiny, right? It's like 5.6 millimeters.
You tell me.
I mean, look, as a lady, I have small handbags. Yes, I'm quite excited, but I don't know if it's a game changer for them.
It's their thinnest, it's their lightest. It looks very different. So if you want to see something different, Apple's been criticized for making kind of incremental improvements with the iPhones in recent years. Now we're at the iPhone 17, and you get this Air iPhone. It does look quite different. There are some compromises. The battery life is a little bit shorter. Apple says it's going to last a complete day. We still need to see whether that's in fact the case. Also, there's only one camera on the back of it. It's not quite as powerful in that sense as what we've seen in the past. Now, on the other hand, the iPhone 17 Pro and the iPhone 17 have also made some significant improvements. So Apple is hoping that this is going to be the year that they persuade consumers like you to actually spend the money and buy a new iPhone.
I'm not sure about the camera thing. I'm not sure. I need like full HD.
They have a new selfie mode. Apparently, it's a much easier selfie mode.
Okay,
so you can
we're going to try it, Peter. That's going to be our 2025 thing. Peter Elstrom, our executive editor for Global Technology. Now let's turn to Klarna's market debut with shares in the buy now, pay later company to start trading in New York later today. The Swedish company priced its IPO at $40 a share for an implied market value of just over $15 billion. Well, joining us now, Matthias Lundman, founder and managing partner of venture capital firm Moonfire Ventures. Matthias invested in Klarna in the firm's early growth phase. Matthias, thank you so much for joining us. I mean, this is exciting for you. Congratulations, because you spotted a jewel. A lot of people have been trying to catch up with Klarna, actually. I mean, the payment system, it's unthinkable to think that this is a fairly new company and that we didn't have that option a couple of years ago.
I mean, look, it's a huge moment. And, congratulations to Klarna and the team who's built it up, the founders. You know, these resilient, conviction-driven, super tenacious that are now bringing their company to market. And, they've built a parallel payment rails, ultimately. And if you compare it then to sort of Visa and MasterCard, who are, Visa $660 billion, and you have MasterCard, smaller in size. But they have built that alternative for e-commerce, and they did it 20 years ago, and at that time, we had to, like you said, think back. At that moment, people were still worried about paying for things online. So getting the product first and then paying for it later was actually a super great innovation to build trust and build reputation within the industry.
Matthias, I mean, I guess there's a lot of soul searching in Europe right now.
Yeah.
What do you think does it mean for the European markets, given they decided to list in the U.S.?
For me, this is a moment again for Klarna, thinking about how they can really take advantage of the opportunity in front of them. They're building out, like they're new. They're in early innings, really, in the U.S. And so being in the U.S., IPOing in the U.S. makes a lot of sense for the brand recognition, reputation, and then they can benefit from what is a much, much larger stock market, larger economy, and so allow them to raise more capital in the future and so on. So to me, it's great news, and we should just really celebrate that we have been able to achieve that. And to be honest, there's a whole bunch of other companies that are on its way. We have Revolut, we have Monzo, we have others. So there's a lot to be proud of in Europe in terms of what we've done in the fintech space. Let's not forget also Adyen, and I like to always say that the Stripe founders are actually Irish. Let's not forget that.
Does it depend on where they list?
Sorry?
Does it depend on where they list? I mean, how do you measure success?
To me, it's ultimately how you build a fantastic business. The founders are focused upon what they can do for the consumer. What they also can now, with Klarna, do for the merchants. And for the consumers, they're not just the payment rails. They've added a lot more. It's a bigger experience. You have rewards. You have loyalty that they're adding in. You have discovery, and you have choice. Really at that moment, you say, okay, should I pay for it now? Should I do that later? Should I have something that's interest-bearing? It's really, really powerful. So they're doing something more than just payments. They're taking it a step further.
So, Matthias, what would you concretely like to see from Klarna actually go from now?
Well, I just love the passion and vision of Sebastian. Like, he just keeps going. Like, he is relentless. And so I would always back him. I'd back him again because he is just going to keep fighting. And so the innovation that he's going to see going forward is, again, he's working on that neobank, doing more for the consumer. On the merchant side, he's also innovating, because they can understand in detail the purchasing behavior. They can offer unique deals for those customers, which, and if anything, the main thing that they've been great at is ensuring that cart, the cart that they have, that is not abandoned, that they're actually converting them. And so it's a great ROI tool, and they're taking on the risk, from the merchants.
Matthias, what initially did you see in Klarna that made you want to invest in them? Was it the founder or the business model? And how can you replicate that?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, it's a bit of both. Like the founders are exceptional. Really exciting group of people. Three guys who met at university, super ambitious, wanted to take on the world, and they actually ended up doing it. It's a wonderful story. And Sebastian, he's an immigrant, first generation Swede, so it's a great story of success. So that was really compelling. And Sebastian has proven himself to really have that tenacity and capability and the spike that you need to just keep going. I can't see him stopping, to be honest. But then also it was really exciting to see that business model, how they thought about the payment rails in a very different way, and also thought about the consumer and what they could do for the consumer and the merchants.
Matthias, are there other companies, maybe one company with a similar profile that you'd back right now?
Well, I mean, I think we should be very excited about Revolut and what they're doing. And in some ways, I think, Nick at Revolut and Sebastian, they have a lot in common. They're just, super tenacious people. So that's really exciting on the sort of public market side. But at the other level, today, I'm just so surprised in terms of the growth that we're seeing in companies. There's a whole cohort of companies today that within 4 years are able to achieve 100 million in revenue, in what is a very short period of time. And in that we have, the companies like Lovable. We also have 11 Labs. We have a company within our portfolio, Filigrand, and there's a whole bunch of other ones that are coming through. So that's a whole step change in terms of what's happening in the sort of European ecosystem.
So interesting, Matthias. Thank you so much. As always, so great to have you in the studio. Matthias Lindman, there, founder and managing partner of Moonfire Ventures. Now, of course, we'll have a lot more on tech throughout the week. Don't forget the next episode of Bloomberg Tech Europe this Friday, 6:30 a.m. London time. Tom McKenzie will be looking at how AI is changing the way we fight disease, including an exclusive interview with Demis Hassabis, the chief executive of Isomorphic Labs and Google DeepMind. Coming up, we'll talk to Myron Brilliant, the former head of international affairs at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, about Trump's tariffs. That's next, and this is Bloomberg.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. Bloomberg The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China.
We need to do more to engage the market more. We're risk on. I think we caught a little sweet spot.
Massive savings right now.
It's already a different game.
Bloomberg The China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
What made you go back to politics?
Putin. I'll be very frank with you. Had Russia not attacked Ukraine, I would not have run for president of Finland. This was built in the 1800s later when the Tsar took over the palace. And this is mirroring the Winter Palace in St. Petersburg, but it's called the Hall of Mirrors, so we have the mirrors on the side.
So do you ever get used to it, or do you sometimes just walk in and think, wow, this is...
Every morning, wow, this is...
Have a seat. Talk to me about resilience.
It's something I think we in Finland know something about, actually. It's one of our key words. It's sisu, which is resilience, perseverance, grit, stamina. So you never give up. You just have to keep on pushing and grinding through the tough stuff. And I think a lot of Finns have that ingrained into the system because remember, we're a poor country. You know, first we were under Sweden for 700 years, then under Russia for a little bit over 100. And when we gained independence in 1917, we were basically a poor developing country. And I think then this sort of idea of resilience, let's try to overcome, let's work hard, came very much a part of Finnish DNA. And I think I'm still part of that generation.
And you can watch the full interview with the Finnish president this Friday at 5:30 p.m. in the UK, 7 p.m. Eastern in the US. You can also watch it on Bloomberg, the website, and on the terminal from 9 a.m. London time on Friday. It's the first episode of 6 episodes of season 1 of Leaders with Francine Lacqua and myself, where I sit down with the decision makers shaping our future to explore the personal stories behind their public personas. Now, the Finnish leader spoke to me about living in Russia's shadow. And of course, the threat from Moscow has taken a new turn with a Russian drone incursion in Poland. As European defense ministers gathered here in London, discussions will be dominated by the escalating conflicts in Europe and the Middle East. Our Europe executive editor, Chad Thomas, joins us, also to talk trade, France, but also defense. Myron Brilliant, the former head of international affairs at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and founder of the Brilliant Impact Group. So thank you both for joining us. Chad, this is uncertain. A lot of people will be thinking, like, look, we had this incursion of drones into Poland. The Prime Minister Tusk said there were about 3 or 4. There were, I think, the numbers are quite high that they had to stop. Is this an escalation? Was this done on purpose?
It is an escalation, and you have Poland saying that this is an act of aggression. This is the first time that we've seen them shooting down drones that have gone over their airspace. We had, Francine, just about 30 minutes ago, the Prime Minister Donald Tusk speaking in the Polish Parliament. He said that he is going to invoke Article 4, which most of us speak about Article 5. That's where you're asking for military intervention. It's not that, so it's lower than that, but it is a significant escalation. Article 4 is asking NATO members to have consultations to talk about what's happening. Do they need to cooperate more closely on military matters? There is a NATO meeting that was set for today anyway, so they've already said at that meeting that they're already going to be discussing what happened overnight in Poland.
Will we ever really know if it's intentional or accidental? And what's the White House saying on it?
Well, that's going to be the million-dollar question here. We had Kaja Kallas, the EU foreign policy chief, saying that she believed that it was intentional. Obviously, we are waiting to hear what Russia has to say about it, and the White House, they'll be surely waking up any moment, and we'll hearing more from them.
And Myron, this comes at a tricky time because Europe is, first of all, not always on the same page right now. You have Donald Trump that's much more friendly to Russia, but then also talked, tougher on tariff threats towards Russia. So how does this change the dynamics?
Well, I think Chad's absolutely right, Francine. I think it escalates things for the president. He's dealing with not only the rising tensions in Europe, but also now in the Middle East coming out of yesterday. He was definitely surprised in Qatar. And he's concerned, obviously, about Putin's aggression. And this is the whole fear to begin with, that the conflict in Ukraine would spill over to the rest of Europe. So while we're not there yet, we're certainly moving towards an escalation of the crisis. So I think the president's got a lot on his hands. Yep. Obviously, the EU and the United States have to deal with NATO security, have to deal with Ukraine, and also trade tensions. And it's a lot on the plate.
Does it put the president closer to Europe? Because there were question marks about, he also rolled the red carpet out in Alaska for Vladimir Putin. If Russia's going behind his back to do this, then is he going to give more support to Ukraine?
Well, Europe is trying to stay close to the president. I mean, look at it post the visit in Alaska with Putin. What happens, right? Zelensky comes to town, and Zelensky doesn't come alone. A lot of EU leaders come with him. What's the message? Europe does not want a gap between what the United States is thinking about in the Middle East or in Europe with respect to these issues. So clearly, the United States and Europe have to work together. Transatlantic ties have to be stronger than ever, but they're being tested, and there is tension, and trade is a part of it. I mean, look at the polling in Europe right now about the U.S.-EU trade deal. It's not very favorable.
No, it's not very favorable, and actually you have quite weak heads of state in Europe, right? So we saw a change of prime minister in France. The situation is still quite unstable because of fiscal issues, and other countries just don't feel as strong as they were in the past.
Well, if you look at what's happening in France right now, they're very inward focused. They're focusing on their domestic issues. They have to. They have huge budgetary problems, and they can't get a budget through the parliament. I don't see how the new prime minister is much more successful than the last two before that. I'm, as you know, based in Berlin normally. In Germany, we have a new government with 3 parties in it. They already are fighting with one another after only a couple of months in power. So it's difficult to see how Europe unites around these very difficult topics that they have to deal with.
Yeah, and how can they unite, especially in the threats? Donald Trump asked him yesterday to be much tougher on China.
Well, the one thing I would say to add to Chad's answer here is that certainly Macron's made an effort with the chancellor in Germany. This is the one area, the foreign policy area, is the one area where Macron still has legs, right, to run. He's definitely concerned about the domestic environment. The prime minister will have to deal with the budget, and there's obviously opposition to budget cuts, pension cuts. But in the foreign policy space, I think Macron's been pretty aggressive. The question is, how effective has he been?
Right.
And I would argue his effectiveness in dealing with the president of the United States has been pretty limited as his position's gotten weaker. At the end of the day, Europe and the United States have to stand together. And whether that's dealing with Ukraine and coming to some common alignment on security guarantees, certainly we've seen a lot of talk about defense sovereignty in Europe. That's a direction that's going to have to happen. But the United States can't remove itself from helping support what's needed in Europe at this moment.
Myron, do they have to stand together? If you have a president, even on the tariffs and trade, if you have a president that gives the UK a better deal than the EU as a whole, then is it the New World Order? Does Europe need to, not by choice, but by fact, look for new allies?
Well, I'm no fan of dismantling a global trade system that the United States and Europe put together, right? I've been on record saying that I would not weaponize tariffs, and I certainly wouldn't throw everything into a kitchen cabinet sink and hope that it comes out on the other side. So I am very concerned about what's happened on the trade front. The EU-U.S. deal is a pretty good deal for both Europe and the United States because it brings some stability and predictability. But it's certainly a big question mark about where we go from here. And there are other issues. How are we going to deal with AI and digital taxation? How are we going to deal with the broader issues of China and manage China, which was your earlier question, if we can't get alignment. Now, Germany will be a big part of that because Germany cares about the auto market, and the United States and Germany and France and other countries are going to have to come together to manage the China dynamic, and we are concerned.
I think part of the challenge for someone like Macron, he can talk tough, but he doesn't have the money, the fiscal space to do very much when it comes to helping with security. The country that I watch closely in this space would be Germany, because they actually can afford to spend if they want to. Merz has said he's going to spend what he needs to on defense. They haven't really put numbers behind that yet, but we'll be watching from our perspective very closely, where does that money go and what does that mean for the defense industry in Europe and the European defense as a result of that.
And whether or not Germany is going to buy everything from France in this equation.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, that's what, that would help the defense industry, would help Macron's politics. But I think there's a U.S. defense industry. And by the way, who knows? Maybe Donald Trump has a stake in Lockheed one day and other defense companies, and therefore we're going to be doing.
I mean, France and Germany can't reach an agreement on fighter jets, so it's really difficult to see how ultimately people still think in terms of their countries.
Francine, go ahead.
There are just a little bit of headlines actually coming in from the RIA saying that Russia's top diplomat has been summoned to the Polish Foreign Ministry. Myron, I also wanted to touch on, look, von der Leyen, the Commission President, gave a big speech today, and if you look at some of the key takeaways, it's very aggressive, where delivered, there needs to be support for Europe's eastern flank against Putin, holding Israel to account, talking about frozen Russian assets, and saying there needs to be a pushback against Donald Trump. On those, what can Europe actually deliver, given where they are economically?
Not much without the United States' support, in my view. Both Europe and the United States have to sanction Russian activity, right? And the United States is moving now to sanction India and China with secondary tariffs. They have less capacity. We've already done a number of sanctions on Russia. What we have to do is just stay united in defending Ukraine's rights, making sure that a land for peace deal is one that Ukraine can accept, and we have to provide security guarantees to Ukraine. That's ultimately what has to happen. The one thing I want to watch, though, that we haven't gotten to is the president's authority over trade and tariffs, because we have a court in the United States. We have a U.S. Constitution, Article 1, Section 8 of the U.S. Constitution. Let's see what happens before the Supreme Court. Do they agree with the lower court's decision that the president exceeded his authority over tariffs? If it does, now what happens to the trade deals that the United States has reached? Yeah. And what does that mean for Europe and UK and others? It creates more instability. There's a whole set of questions there, but it might rein in the president's authority.
All right, what does happen? So do they crawl, do country by country, do they show up and say, actually, I want my money back on this and present the Trump administration with a list?
So the president has appealed, the administration has appealed the lower court, the Court of Appeals decision. In November, the Supreme Court will have hearings, and they're expediting. Typically, a Supreme Court case wouldn't show up until June of next year. But there's hundreds of billions of dollars of tariff revenue. There's a big uncertainty. So whether you're the Treasury Secretary or whether you're the White House, you're very worried about the impact of this on the trade agenda for the administration. So I don't know what the Supreme Court's going to do. It could limit the authority. It could support the lower court's decision. It could have a sort of a hybrid decision. It could say widespread utilization of tariffs is not authorized under IEEPA, or it could say that targeted but not widespread. So there's a lot of options here. Yeah. We're going to have to see. But to your point, there's a lot of questions about refunds.
Yeah,
right?
refunds and then fiscal holds, right?
Refunds and fiscal challenges associated with, losing maybe a couple hundred, $400, $500 billion of revenue.
Then how do you fund the beautiful big bill? Myron, thank you so much. Thank you to Myron Brilliant, founder of the Brilliant Impact Group and former head of international, of course, affairs at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, and our very own Chad Thomas. Up next, Bloomberg Brief.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question.
It's a very good question.
Interesting question. Good question. Great question. I so appreciate that question. You certainly ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions.
Let me break down our CapEx into the buckets that we spend. Big part of it is to expand our reach of fiber. You cannot wait until there is certainty to build that. These have long lead times that require you to have conviction about where demand is going. Another bucket is, as more people are on our network, we also have to add more coverage and capacity. It's almost like a variable expense. Third, we are modernizing our wireless network right now. Through the investments we're making, we are driving down our unit costs over time and providing more capacity to serve the demand that we think is coming.
Do you have less confidence in that 3-year plan now than when you first came out with it, given that some people are having trouble deciding how things are going to look in the next 3 days?
No, I really don't. I look at the nature of our business. It doesn't matter the economic cycle. This is a critical goods or service, and we have every confidence demand for it will remain. Will it be harder in a more challenged economic environment if that ends up being the case? Of course, but remember, we are investing at record levels. Slight moderations of that would allow us to deliver a lot more incremental cash to the bottom line. So I have every confidence we're going to be able to deliver our guidance.
Okay, ready?
David, what initially sparked your interest in this topic of longevity?
15 years ago, I turned 60, and I began to wonder how much longer I'm likely to live and what I could do to extend my life. On longevity, I talked with the leading experts in science and medicine to educate people about how they might be able to change their conduct so that they can live a happier and healthier life. I'm David Rubenstein. Join me on a 4-part journey as I explore the great quest for longevity, only on Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
It's 5 a.m. in New York City. Good morning. I'm Bonnie Quinn with your Bloomberg Brief. Here's what you need to know. Ramping up pressure, President Trump warns of sweeping new tariffs on India and China to bring Russia to peace talks with Ukraine. In AI we trust, Oracle surges after giving a blowout outlook for its cloud business. And U.S. equities on track to notch a fresh record as rate cut bets stand firm. PPI is on deck. So all that setting the tone today, and as you can see, it is a positive one. Those Mag 7, well, we may need to broaden it out. Oracle is up almost 30% pre-market. As you can see, S&P Futures looking to post another record today, pointing to a gain of 0.2% at the open. NASDAQ 100 Futures also up at 0.1% right now. We obviously have some geopolitical tension in oil prices. Crude still at $63.30 a barrel, but up 1.1% after Russia's drone incursion into Poland and, of course, Israel's attack on Hamas leadership in Doha. Let's flip it up and look at bonds. It continues to be a fascinating trip in bonds. A little bit of curve flattening today. You can see we have the 2-year yield up to 3.54. That 30-year yield, though, still lower at 4.7372. Full cuts priced in now, and the possibility of a third if you look at money markets. So let's get to some individual stocks to watch now. Over to London and Valerie Teitel. Valerie.
Vonnie, let's start with Oracle. What a blowout quarter for the software company, up 28% in pre-market trade. All came down to their guidance when it came to their cloud infrastructure business. They now have a backlog 4 times that the size of Google, even though they're a way smaller player in the cloud business. The CEO saying they had an astonishing quarter. They signed 4 multi-billion contracts with 3 different customers, and it doesn't end there. The co-founder Larry Ellison could become the world's richest person, coming very close up to Elon Musk after this rally in Oracle shares. We also are seeing the impact on the wider tech market and on the wider supply chain for Oracle. CoreWeave, who is a big partner for Oracle in the cloud infrastructure business, up 7%. NVIDIA, who is a big customer from Oracle as well, up nearly 2% in pre-market trade. But lastly, let's head over to Copenhagen. I want to talk about Novo Nordisk. The new CEO, who just took a seat a month ago, has now announced a round of layoffs, 9,000 jobs he wants to cut by the end of next year. It's around 11% of their workforce. The stock is up 2.6% on this news as Novo Nordisk tries to regain some ground lost to competitor Eli Lilly. Bonnie.
Valerie, thank you so much. Valerie Titel there in London. And in just moments, we're going to be pushing ahead to CPI coming later in the week with Michael Sneed of BNP Paribas. And Keith Lerner of Truist joins us on this equity market later this hour. So, more data coming following those disappointing payrolls revisions. We get PPI today, CPI and jobless claims tomorrow, and the University of Michigan sentiment survey Friday. Michael Sneed of BNP Paribas pushing ahead to the inflation reports, writing, quote, the market impact of a CPI surprise is asymmetric. We think a hotter than expected print will produce likely only a modest reaction, given that labor market warrants cuts. A softer than expected print would provide greater conviction in the Fed easing cycle. Michael joins me now. He's head of cross-asset and macro quantitative strategy at BNP Paribas. So it looks like either way, whether we get a hot or a soft inflation print today and tomorrow, Michael, we're getting a cut. It's just the extent of the dovishness of that cut. Is that correct?
That is correct. And I think that's important for the way that the market is trading. You're seeing equities being stronger, and the backdrop that we're seeing where the Fed is allowing to cut rates without there necessarily being a steep downcline in economic activity, that is a very good outcome for risk assets. And we think it's also a negative outcome for the dollar. In terms of the pricing of rate cuts following the CPI, we see that 25 basis points is already baked into the market for September. We think it'll be interesting about the pricing for December. You know, we do expect 3 rate cuts to be delivered this year, and that's not yet fully priced. It's largely priced, but not yet fully priced into the market.
How would they come? Each at a meeting apiece between now and the end of the year? Or is there a possibility of a jumbo rate hike to kick us off?
So we do think that there's be 25 basis points at each of the 3 meetings for the rest of this year. We had considered that there could be a risk of a 50 basis points, a jumbo cut coming in September. But when you look at market pricing, the market seems to be reluctant to kind of start to price this in. Straight after the non-farm payrolls, you saw the pricing, the probability of a 50 basis point cut increase slightly, but continue to remain very low. Yesterday, I think the data around the payrolls revision was also a bit of a test. We saw a downward revision that was larger than had been anticipated. But again, the market was reluctant to price in a 50 basis point cut. So it seems that the narrative that maybe you could get a jumbo rate cut is probably going to be declining over the next week.
Michael, a judge has temporarily blocked President Trump from removing Fed Governor Lisa Cook. I'm wondering how you're factoring all of the machinations around the Fed and the personnel at the Fed, and then sort of beyond that, how much independence is compromised into your forecasting.
So when it comes to our discussions with clients about how to kind of incorporate some of these kind of Fed independence type rhetoric, I think one thing that's reassuring from a positioning perspective is the trade that you want to put on from an economics perspective and a trade that you want to put on from a Fed independence perspective, at the moment, are reasonably aligned. You want to be positioning for the Fed delivering slightly more cuts than is currently priced into the market, and you want to position for a steeper curve. So at the moment, it becomes a bit of an easier trade for clients to manage. If we would see a different situation on the economic front or a very, very hot CPI print, that could change. But for now, the two kind of trades that come out of the process are similar.
So we are seeing a little flattening today, but just how steep can that curve go, Michael? Everyone seems to be putting on steepeners at the moment. And, where do you see those yields at the end of the year?
So I think if we focus on, say, the 10-year points of the curve, so we think that US 10-year, you could see the yield rise up to 425 by the end of the year. So still very much in the ranges that we've had over the last couple of months, but a bit of a steepening pressure from where we are now. So we think this is a good opportunity. And I think one of the cool things about our economics view that's behind this is that we think that the slowdown that we're having in economic data at the moment, that this is really due to the impact that we had from the turbulence in the market back in Q2. We think in going into Q4, actually some of the underlying trends of the economy do look resilient. And so actually we'll see a bit of a pickup of growth in Q4 versus Q3.
Yeah, it's fascinating. You're pro-risk really across asset classes. I'm curious as to why you think positioning is really not stretched anywhere.
So I think heading into the summer, there was a lot of uncertainty. Summer seasonality gives investors a little bit of a reason to not be too aggressive on putting on positionings. And we think now that we're going into the end of the year, this is a period in which investors want to show that they can generate returns. And so we'll likely see positioning increase. I think this leads to kind of relative regional performance as well. So, for example, in Europe, we see that European stock positions are very light. Our positioning metric is at just 30, and that's a score that goes up to 100. In comparison, the US is at 50, so pretty much median positioning. So still light, but not quite as light as Europe.
Well, speaking of Europe, I was fascinated, you like EU compression trades as well, in particular long OAT versus Bund, long BTP versus Bund. Are you expecting a satisfactory end to the French situation, or are you just very negative on Germany right now? And, I would point to the fact that basically France and Germany, when it comes to bond yields, there's France and Italy, I should say, there's almost no difference now, a couple of basis points between them.
This is, of course, very topical at the moment. So our reflection, particularly of the OATs, is that we think there's already a sizable premium priced in. And our trade is essentially kind of fading that risk premium that's priced into the market. The fiscal situation is likely to continue over the coming weeks. There's likely to be much negotiation. It's very positive that we do have a new PM announced in France. That reduces the tail risk, some of the tail risks that you could have a new election in the coming months. But essentially, we think that the market is pricing in too much of a premium, and that gives an opportunity for investors to move back into OATs. There's portfolio flows moving out of the US. There's still surpluses from Asian countries, Japan, for example, looking to want to diversify into European bonds. And we think that OATs offers an attractive yield at this level.
Michael, such a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you so much. That is Michael Sneed of BNP Paribas. Now, two other top stories trending on the terminal this morning. A judge has temporarily blocked President Trump from firing Fed Governor Lisa Cook over alleged mortgage fraud. The ruling means Cook can likely attend the Fed's meeting next week to vote on whether to lower interest rates. JP Morgan, Fifth Third, and Barclays are among the banks bracing for potentially hundreds of millions of dollars in combined losses from loans tied to subprime auto lender Tricolor. Tricolor focuses on lending to borrowers across the U.S. Southwest who typically have poor or even no credit scores. Representatives for Fifth Third, JP Morgan, and Barclays all declined to comment. Sébastien Lecornu will become France's fifth prime minister in 2 years, despite mass protests. Lecornu's minority government will need tacit support from the left or from the right to pass a 2026 budget and survive a possible confidence motion. Coming up, Poland shoots down Russian drones in its airspace. The country and the continent react. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
To Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg. From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Bring you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news wherever and whenever it happens. I'm Anne Marie Hodern in Buenos Aires, Argentina, and this is Bloomberg.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
This is Bloomberg Brief. I'm Bonnie Quinn in New York. Pressure mounting over Russia. Poland's Prime Minister Donald Tusk calling out Moscow for a, quote, act of aggression after the country's military shot down Russian drones in Polish airspace. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen struck a defiant and defensive tone reacting to the assault.
This must be Europe's independence moment. I believe this is our union's mission. To be able to take care of our own defense and security, to take control over the technologies and energies that will fuel our own economies, to decide what kind of society and democracy we want to live in.
Let's bring in Bloomberg's chief European correspondent, Oliver Crook, now for more. So, Ollie, what details do we know about the actual drone assault and Europe's response?
Yeah, so some of the most recent details we actually got from Ursula von der Leyen. She was there speaking in front of European Parliament as the sort of State of the Union address that she does, and for the first one of her second term. And she told us that there were more than 10 of these drones that crossed into Polish airspace that scrambled the jets of the Polish military. They shot down a number of these. And this is not the first time we've seen incursions into Polish airspace. We saw very early on in the war, there was a missile that overshot Ukraine that landed into Poland that provoked a great deal of anxiety about whether or not that is the sort of event that could provoke, Article 5 within NATO and could actually cause a much larger war. Those anxieties had sort of abated until recently, but the reason, Bonnie, this is significant, this is the first time a NATO country has shot down anything over its airspace that belonged to the Russians since the beginning of the war. And we've heard from Donald Tusk, the Prime Minister of Poland, and he is calling to invoke not Article 5, but Article 4 of NATO, which reads as follows: all the parties will consult together whenever, in the opinion of any of them, the territorial integrity, political independence, or security of any of the parties is threatened. So that is what Donald Tusk is calling for. This is an article, Article 4, that has only ever been invoked 7 times before since 1949. So the Poles obviously taking this very seriously. We've heard from some U.S. lawmakers who are basically suggesting that this is Russia just trying to test the limits of NATO, their determination to defend their eastern flank. We await to hear from obviously the key person, Donald Trump, how he will appraise the situation. We should say this comes a week after he met with the Polish president and told the Polish president that actually the United States is willing to commit more troops, more than the 10,000 they already have in Poland, in order to provide more deterrence against Russia.
Yeah, and then, of course, speaking of President Trump, he also has been speaking with European officials. Ollie said he'd sanction new secondary tariffs on China and India for trading with Russia, but only if EU nationals do so as well. What is he proposing exactly?
Yeah, so Vani, this is really interesting. So there were some high-level policymakers from the European Union in D.C. yesterday. They were meeting among each other to talk about different ways to bring Russia to the negotiating table, to bring them forth to actually bring an end to this war, which has obviously been a large imperative for the Trump administration. Apparently, Trump dialed into that call and said, listen, we are willing to put secondary sanctions on China, on India, to basically get them to stop buying Russian crude oil, because that is the main vehicle that funds the Russian war machine, but only after the EU does the same. And they were saying that basically the EU should impose up to 100% tariffs on China and India, and that the United States would follow. Now, this is a very sort of interesting dilemma to put the Europeans in. On the one hand, this is the sort of activity that they'd like to see from the United States, but a United States that has become extremely unreliable in their point of view. Are they really willing to torch their entire relationship with China, with India, who they're trying to sort of vaguely retain in the Western orbit with, in the name of Donald Trump, who could change his mind very immediately? I don't know that they're willing to go that far, but it's certainly an interesting sort of thing to put on the table. Is there negotiating space around that? Of course, what the Europeans would have said was, if from the beginning you had been on the same page as the G7, we could have coordinated our approach on China because some of our interests are aligned. Doing it this way is certainly an interesting dilemma for the Europeans to work through, and that's what we're going to be chasing over the next couple of weeks when we speak to policymakers.
How do they even work through this, Ollie? I mean, we know that Europe as a whole has to make a decision. The individual countries obviously can't. So is this, going to mean extraordinary meetings by the Council and so on?
Yeah, so it provokes a great many questions. A, there's the question of whether or not the EU is willing to put themselves and their neck out that far. They're already engaged in trade conflict with China. China just recently retaliated against their EV tariffs by putting tariffs on pork. Do they want to escalate that? How at risk are they already in their supply chains and their exposure to China? But as you rightly point out, Vani, there are a lot of people in the room at the European level. You need to have unanimity on a lot of these sort of sanction and tariff issues. The Hungarians, for one, have caused a lot of problems around Russian sanctions. Are they going to be willing to go out further still? Again, the Trump administration has some sway in Hungary. Could they get involved? But again, Vani, this opens up a large litany of different questions. The thing is, with the Europeans, they don't move as fast as the Trump administration, right? And that is something that has often frustrated the Trump administration, but they're not going to one day to the other say, listen, we're going to slap 100% tariffs on China, and that's that.
Yeah, exactly. Ollie, thank you so much. Oliver Cook there with all of the latest out of Europe. Coming up, Novo shed some weight. The drug maker is planning to cut 11% of its workforce. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
Opinion, at least, the reason that the U.S. is so creative and innovative and has so much interesting development and has, most of the largest trillion-dollar businesses is because we have the best capital markets. And capital market development is really what creates the funding in order to pursue ideas. So in America, any idea you have, there's a market for it. Right? So building markets like the securitization markets in the U.S., really allowed for non-financial companies to get into the financial industry business. And that was really a derivative of making the securitization market so competitive. So building securitization markets and continuing to grow markets and figuring out how to continuously fund ideas, I think that's going to be the next stage of growth for these markets.
Astonishing day for US technology.
It's shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets. Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacroix, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Brief. I'm Bonnie Quinn in New York. Time now for your front page news. First up, on the front pages of the New York Times, Wall Street Journal and Washington Post, a judge blocked President Trump from firing Fed Governor Lisa Cook. The judge concluded that the alleged mortgage misconduct likely didn't amount to cause to fire Cook under the Federal Reserve Act. The order allows Cook to remain on the central bank's board for now while her legal challenges proceed. Next up, on the FT, NATO fighter jets shot down Russian drones that came into Polish airspace for the first time. Warsaw described this as, quote, an unprecedented violation of its territory. NATO said it was committed to defending every kilometer of NATO territory, including our airspace. And on Bloomberg, Novo Nordisk will slash 9,000 jobs globally and cut its profit forecast for the third time this year. It's fighting to recover the ground it had lost to rival Eli Lilly in the obesity drug market. They include 5,000 reductions at home in Denmark, where mass layoffs are highly unusual. Joining us now for more on this story from Copenhagen is Bloomberg's Christian Wienberg. So, Christian, what exactly happened? This is a massive layoff and all at once.
Good morning. Yes, and this was, as such, not a big surprise to the market because the new CEO had hinted that there would be job cuts, but it might be a surprise for some of Novo's employees here in the whole market of Denmark because Novo is not known for doing these massive job cuts in Denmark. And there might have been some that would have hoped that they would have been a little bit less aggressive with the cuts, and also maybe have hoped that at least the people we've spoken to had talked about, they were hoping that this would mainly hit consultants and such. But this is a big hit to Novo's operations in Denmark.
What's Novo hoping to do in order to turn things around? Does it give up on its GLP-1s, its weight loss drugs, and try a different pipeline?
No, I mean, for sure, this is still their biggest cash generator. What they're doing is mainly that they're probably going to cut some stuff in their pipeline, some R&D projects, presumably some of the earlier stuff. We will know more next week when Novo will hold an investor call and give an update on the R&D side. But they have today said that they're going to increase their impairments this year because they're going to shelve some projects. So there will be projects that will be shelved, presumably because Novo doesn't see them as profitable enough to progress with.
Yeah, now it's 9,000 jobs, it's 11% of the workforce. What kind of position is Norway in to take these people in and provide employment?
Well, the good news is that here in Denmark, the unemployment rate is quite low. So it won't be a massive hit immediately to the employment situation here in Novo's home country. But if you look at it from another side, then most of the job generation that has occurred in recent years in the private sector has come from Novo. So we won't see a kind of mass unemployment levels in Denmark, but we'll see some of the growth levels that had become the norm. That's going to stop now.
Christian, thank you so much. Christian Wienberg there in Denmark for us. Thank you. Coming up, stocks on track for record highs. More with Keith Lerner of Truist. This is Bloomberg.
much does the geopolitical volatility emanating from the United States perhaps undermine the bull case for Mexico? Is that a scenario you've plotted out?
Structurally speaking, we do still have a very positive view in Mexico. On the macro side, it is a very attractive investment geography for the U.S. Mexico is hugely competitive in terms of costs. The wages in Mexico are much more competitive than the wages in China. So why would the U.S. companies not take advantage of that?
And this structural cost advantage is going to lead Mexico to continue to contribute to the growth of U.S. as well. The value chains, the supply chains are so integrated that Mexico has to play a continuing role in the further development of the U.S. And U.S. is growing very healthily, very nicely. It will benefit Mexico. This way or that way, it will benefit Mexico.
Mexico for BBVA is, a source of resiliency of earnings, and it generates and complements the diversification that we have from the footprint. But there's another topic that is very important, which sometimes we don't focus a lot about, and why we're so convinced that Mexico is going to continue to do well, which is the leverage in the country. Because the leverage in the country is only 33%. And when you've seen Mexico grow and BBVA grow in Mexico, structurally speaking, the leverage is so low that just a little bit of growth in the leverage is going to be able to support that bull case in Mexico. So that's why we're structurally positive in Mexico.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade. Watch Bloomberg Tech.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Matt Miller at the Circuit de la Sart in Le Mans, and this is Bloomberg.
It's 5:30 a.m. in New York City. Good morning. I'm Bonnie Quinn with your Bloomberg Brief, and here's what you need to know. Ramping up pressure. President Trump warns of sweeping new tariffs on India and China to bring Russia to peace talks with Ukraine. In AI, we trust. Oracle surges after giving a blowout outlook for its cloud business. And U.S. equities on track to notch a fresh record as rate cut bets stand firm. PPI on deck. So let's get to those markets now. Futures pointing a very green picture today after a sixth day of gains. Some of this, of course, will be thanks to Oracle, which was up almost 30% post-market and indeed pre-market this morning. So we might have to expand that Mag 7 to Mag 8 or even Mag 9 if you include Broadcom as well in the last few weeks. We also have crude, a little higher, although it's paring those gains now. Of course, geopolitical tensions in the background, what with Israel's attack on Hamas leadership in Qatar, of all places, and, of course, those Russian drones over Polish airspace. Let's look at bonds, because we're seeing a little flattening today, but no doubt at least 2 cuts and possibly even 3 are priced in. 2-year yield at 3.53, down a couple of basis points, actually, just in the last few minutes. 30-year yield at 4.73. Quite the move, a 30 basis point move, basically, just in the last couple of weeks. Let's get to some individual stocks now. Here is Valerie Titel in London. Valerie.
Good morning, Bonnie. Let's start there with Oracle. What a blowout quarter for the database company, all on the back of this cloud guidance, up 29% in pre-market trade. A measure of their future revenue from these cloud contracts surged by over 350%. The company saying it signed 4 different multi-billion-dollar contracts with 3 different customers. The CEO called it an astonishing quarter, and it even puts the co-founder Larry Ellison on the map to overtake Elon Musk as the world's richest person. It is boosting others in its supply chain. CoreWeave is also getting a boost from these Oracle results, up 7%. It does partner with Oracle when it comes to cloud infrastructure. NVIDIA also getting a boost, up just under 2%. NVIDIA chips, Oracle uses a lot of NVIDIA's chips in its processing. So the supply chain definitely being boosted by this blowout news from Oracle. But one side of the market that is not getting any help is Synopsys. This is a company that designs software to test semiconductors. It's down over 20%, nearly 21.5%. They gave some pretty weak guidance and essentially was blaming the trade war with China, the chip restrictions on China, for its drag on Chinese sales. Bonnie.
Valerie, thank you so much. That's Valerie Titel there. Well, Keith Lerner of Truist has some confidence in this equity market as it marches towards a fresh record. He writes, quote, while the path forward is likely to be less smooth than recent months, the bull market still earns the benefit of the doubt. Keith joins me now. He's CIO and Chief Market Strategist at Truist. Keith, our Bloomberg opinion columnist John Author is writing that stocks are living in an alternate reality, but that there are some explanations for it. Give us your explanations for your confidence.
Yeah, well, great. Always great to be with you. I mean, it really is about earnings. I mean, we can talk about all the different shifting narratives this year from, tariffs, the labor market. But at the end of the day, stocks are driven by earnings. And what we've seen not only with the Oracle earnings, but in technology as a whole, we're seeing these new highs confirmed by record highs and forward earning estimates. And what's really important, during this kind of muddled through economy that we've seen the last couple of months, we're actually starting to see a broadening in that earnings theme. So it's going down from the large caps to the mid caps to the small caps as well. So again, in our view, the dominant theme of this bull market remains AI and tech. And with that market almost, and especially in the S&P being almost 50%, if those earning trends continue, which is our expectation, you should still be able to make further new highs as we think about over the next year.
There have been so many promises, though, in the AI space, promises of spending, promises of, needing capacity, promises that the likes of all of us will start using AI in our lives more broadly and that will just increase demand. What if some of those promises don't come true, Keith? Are we in for a big drop?
No, I mean, obviously the risk right now is that there's high expectations, when you in the overall market with a 22 multiple. So that is a risk. But, in our view, it's still somewhat early in this overall adoption phase. I think there certainly will be hiccups, so it won't be a straight line. But, one thing we try to focus on, because we have all these headlines as far as the MIT report talking about, the utilization of AI. Sam Altman's talked about tech being, potentially in a bubble. But we look at the earning trends, and right now, tech earnings momentum is the strongest among the sectors in our work. So until that shifts, we're going to stick with that underlying trend. I think it's hard to bet against it. And you think about even like as we just discussed on Oracle's numbers, where you're having bookings growth over 300%. I mean, where else? What other sectors are you actually seeing that type of growth? So again, we're sticking with the trend until we see more signs of a reversal, which is limited at this point in our work.
Keith, does it matter to the AI trade what happens at the Federal Reserve, how many cuts and when they come exactly?
I think the rate cuts are less important to the AI trade. I think the cuts are much more important for the rotation trade that we were seeing, more recently. So as an example, this year we know the S&P is up about 10%. The small caps have lagged. Last month we had a big month for small caps as the market started to price in those rate cuts. So for our view, that secular trend for AI is the main story. Rates are less important, especially because there's such big balance sheets with cash and less debt. But for the rotation trade, when you think about home builders, small caps, retailers, I think the rate cuts are much more important.
So we do see these pockets of weakness. For example, today we have that tricolor story where several banks are going to lose a lot of money based on subprime auto loans and so on. Do those stories, when they pop up and those pieces of evidence, do they trouble you at all, given that we are slowing to some extent?
Yeah, listen, as a portfolio manager, I'm always worried about the risk. Where could we be wrong? And that is troublesome. But, if you think about yesterday, we just had a big financials conference yesterday. And the rhetoric out of that was actually somewhat constructive, especially with the credit card companies talking about not really seeing much of a change in the consumer still being relatively healthy. And as we look internally at some of our card spend, it's still stable. But listen, the biggest risk is that this kind of slowdown that we see in the labor market, manifests into a more serious downturn, and the Fed is late. So we're open-minded to that risk. But at this point, our baseline is that you just got that one big, beautiful bill passed. You're going to get some rate cuts on the way as well. And by the way, the 10-year Treasury is already down 50 basis points for the year. So we're already seeing in some ways some relief there as well. So that's why we actually think by going to next year, we may see a little bit of an uptick in the economy.
So would you play the same themes then for the coming months, even as you're expecting some volatility, or would you start your rotation?
So we want to stick and just kind of keep our eye on the main driver of this bull market, which is AI and tech. So we're still overweight tech, we're overweight communication services. After being more negative on small caps, last month we actually did upgrade more towards a neutral view. But I do think there's some catch-up potential because you are seeing, unlike last year, you're seeing the earnings for small caps move up. The asset class has underperformed large caps by the most since 2000. You've had a lot of outflows, so you actually have a setup where expectations are still relatively low. So I think on the margin, we would still be with tech, but we would have a little bit more small caps just as a hedge and as a catch-up trade potential. And lastly, that one big beautiful bill had some really good incentives for small caps relative to large caps when you think about depreciation and interest rate expense write-offs.
All right, we'll see the results. Keith, thank you so much. That is Keith Lerner there of Truist. Now to other top stories trending on the terminal this morning. Poland has asked NATO to invoke Article 4 after Russian drones crossed into its territory during an airstrike on neighboring Ukraine. Invoking Article 4 would trigger consultations on a military response. The EU's chief diplomat described the incident as, quote, the most serious European airspace violation by Russia since the war began. Crypto firm Gemini has increased the potential size of its IPO to $433.3 million, pricing shares at $24 to $6 apiece from $17 to $19. At the top of the elevated IPO range, Gemini would have a market value of $3.1 billion. The firm was founded back in 2014 by Cameron and Tyler Winklevoss. Sébastien Lecornu becomes France's 5th prime minister in 2 years. Lecornu's minority government will need tacit support from the left or from the right to pass a 2026 budget and survive a possible confidence motion. Coming up, President Trump proposes more secondary tariffs on China and India to squeeze Russia. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
Listen carefully. Can you hear the rhythm in the markets? Not just in the syncopations triggered by inflation, but in the preludes leading to global elections, in the dissonance that moves the Nikkei, and the rising course conducted by AI. There's music in the markets, and if you want to learn to listen for it, we'll show you how.
We published a story recently about the explosion of robotic companies and innovation in China. I think we said there's something like 50 or 60 robotic startups in China. Are we behind, and should we be concerned about that?
I think as far as the state of innovation, no. Most of those robots aren't built for work, for the things that, which is the entry point for these robots today. They can do some interesting things. A lot of times it's backflips or making coffee or something, but not really useful work. These robots can pick up to 50 pounds on our next generation. So they're great for the education of robotics, getting people interested. But as far as humanoids, they've got to check that safety box before they can come into any of the facilities here. And that's a big bar that we haven't seen much of out of the Chinese robots.
Africa, a region rife with potential for growth and opportunities, but not without its challenges. Bloomberg highlights the biggest stories, interviewing key players, and reporting on the issues impacting the region. Join us as we get to the heart of African business, politics, and economics, and ask the question, what's next? I'm Jennifer Zabasaja, and this is Next Africa. New episodes every month, only on Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Brief. I'm Bonnie Quinn in New York. President Trump ramping up pressure on Russia, telling European officials he's willing to impose sweeping new tariffs on India and China to push President Putin to the negotiating table with Ukraine. This all as attacks continue in the region, with Poland shooting down Russian drones that crossed into its territory. For more, Jonathan Tamari of Bloomberg Government joins us now from Washington. So it's all getting a little ropey once again, Jonathan, but I'm curious about these secondary tariff proposals. It's very curious to tell a whole continent, or basically, you know, a group of countries, I'll do it if you do it. How are they supposed to respond?
So, yeah, the president, we know, sees tariffs as a useful tool, not just for economic policy, but to exert United States influence all over the world. And he wants the EU to impose these tariffs on India and China in order to pressure Russia. And I think we'll see if they'll be able to respond. One of the complications is that it would take a unified vote in the EU to do it. And there's some countries that are not necessarily as hostile to Russia as others. But I think it's something that Trump will press. We know that he's thrown his weight around and tried to use the U.S. economic leverage to force other countries to do what he wants, to make trade deals. And this is kind of the latest step as he tries to look for a deal to end Russia's war there.
In other developments, a judge has ruled that the president cannot fire Governor Lisa Cook for now. What's next from here?
Certainly an appeal. The White House is not going to let it go there. And we have seen many cases in which lower courts have stopped the White House from doing something they want, but higher courts, and often the Supreme Court, says that he ultimately can. So this is certainly not over. We'll see what happens as the case continues moving through the system.
Well, the Senate's banking panel set to vote on the nomination of Stephen Myron to the Fed's board as well. Smooth sailing for Myron?
Looks like it. There haven't been many objections so far. Remember, every Senate Republican voted to confirm him within the last few months to his current position in the White House. It would take 4 Republicans to defect to block his nomination. They don't see that. We haven't seen that number coming forward at this point. Looks like he'll be confirmed.
Elsewhere, the president told reporters he planned to deploy federal troops to another U.S. city, this after cheering the result of deployment in D.C. What more do we know about his plans?
He said that it could be announced as soon as today. He said that he's working with a governor who would welcome them, which seems to imply that it won't be to one of these Democratic states or Democratic cities where the troops have been opposed. But he has not said where that would be exactly. There's been some speculation, maybe New Orleans, where the governor of Louisiana is a Republican. But he hasn't said specifically. We do know Trump sees this as a way to show America that he's fighting crime, and Republicans see this as a really winning political issue, forcing Democrats on the other side of him. So it won't be a surprise if he does it today and if he continues to do it as time goes on.
All right, Jonathan, thank you so much. Jonathan Tamari, Congress reporter for Bloomberg Government. Turning to tech, shares of Oracle soaring in early trading, nearly 30%, after the company stunned Wall Street with an aggressive outlook for its cloud business. Bloomberg Tech Europe host Tom McKenzie joins us now. We've seen some moves pre-market, Tom, but 30% for a company as massive as Oracle is quite the move. What exactly is Oracle telling us?
Yeah, and who would know, based on this move, that they in fact missed on their quarterly earnings. But it was that projection, and it was a measure of the order book for Oracle that is leading to this huge rally pre-market, of course, in shares that could add $200 billion to the market cap of this company, potentially more than $70 billion to the founder, of course, Larry Ellison, in terms of his net worth. It was $455 billion. So just meditate on that for a moment. Almost $500 billion of orders now that they have to deliver on in terms of the outlook. They have signed 4 multi-billion-dollar deals. They've signed deals with the likes of OpenAI. They've signed deals with the likes of NVIDIA and TikTok. And now they have to deliver on that. This is reinforcing the view that the build-out in terms of the AI story is still there because, of course, this is a company that provides the data centers, provides the networking that supports the training of these models and the use and inference and the building on top of those models. So it really reinforces that case. They see the cloud business growing around 77% just in this fiscal year for Oracle, 77% increase to about $18 billion US. Into 2030, say they see that piece of the business growing to around $144 billion US. If there is a fly in the ointment, it's on how they deliver on those orders. The CapEx spend coming in far greater than the estimates. Around $34 billion is now projected by Oracle. That was well above the estimates, but the analysts really like this on the call. You heard from the Deutsche Bank analysts on the call saying there is no better evidence of a seismic shift happening in computing than these results. Evercore ISI's analyst putting out a note saying Oracle is firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, and I want to point out that the stock was already up 45% this year alone before this move today that we're going to see. Meanwhile, it's all good news, apparently, for AI. TSMC's August sales were up 34%.
This is, of course, the foundry based in Taiwan, so actually churning out the chips, the GPUs for likes of NVIDIA, but also, of course, for Apple as well. So salient on the back of the updates that we got from Apple on the hardware front yesterday. But yes, TSMC with their monthly numbers in terms of revenues increasing in the month of August, 34%, sales coming in at about $11.1 billion. And again, suggesting there is no let-up in the demand for those AI accelerators that, of course, are designed by the likes of NVIDIA, but actually produced and manufactured by TSMC.
Well, let's stay with chips, because let's face it, what else is going on in tech at the moment? Synopsys plunging, not quite such a good story here. This is the trade war story. It's weighing on its Chinese sales.
Yeah, the geopolitics taking hit, as you say, to Synopsys, which had seen its stock up about 25% year to date on current metrics. You could see that all but wiped out entirely in the session today. This is because of the outlook and the impact of sales of that software and chip design software into the Chinese market. Export restrictions, they say, have impacted them. Developing some of their own intellectual property has proven challenging. They are cutting headcount by about 10%. It's a challenging picture for at least for the design software business, Synopsys, without impact in terms of the export controls on China.
Tom McKenzie, thank you. Tune in to Tom's show. That is Bloomberg Tech Europe, and it's on this Friday. Turning to financials now, sources telling Bloomberg that JP Morgan, Fifth Third Bancorp and Barclays are among banks facing potential combined losses of hundreds of millions of dollars from loans tied to subprime auto lender Tricolor. For more, Bloomberg's Jennifer Serain joins. This is really a fascinating story, Jenny. I'm curious how it all happened. What was Tricolor doing, or were these banks too vulnerable to this kind of sales pressure, or what happened?
So we're still trying to get to the bottom of it. What we know right now is Fifth Third put out a filing this week saying, you know, they expect to take an impairment charge of up to $200 million. And they actually didn't name the borrower, but basically said that they've discovered alleged fraud with a commercial borrower. And so we understand, based on our sourcing and reporting, that that is Tricolor. You know, I think it's important to remember that this is a subprime auto lender. As you said, it largely caters to undocumented immigrants across the U.S. It's seen huge increase in its business. You know, we understand that it underwrote about $1 billion of loans in a year, and that's up a lot from just 5 years ago. So it's a really fast-growing company. It's clear that these banks were kind of clamoring to get involved, and now we understand that this is, you know, they're facing some sort of fraudulent charges here and alleged fraud.
Yeah, and, you know, Bloomberg can crunch the numbers, and, you know, we found that Tricolor has sold almost $2 billion worth of asset-backed securities since 2022, many of which remain outstanding. Put this into context for us for the big banks. I mean, will it be a big dent or just a little dent?
I think the number that we were reporting yesterday is that you're looking at hundreds of millions of losses across the industry. So definitely something that the industry as a whole can kind of stomach. But what the risk always is with these situations is actually that, you know, does this shine a light on some shoddy risk management practices or issues with underwriting? Regulators will often come asking, you know, why didn't this get caught sooner, and how was this even allowed to happen in the first place? So I think the actual dollar amount, you know, it's definitely something that each of these big banks, JP Morgan, Barclays, and Fifth Third, as you mentioned, could stomach, but it's more about kind of what does this show about their broader practices, and if you look under the hood, is there something more here that regulators might want to kind of take a closer look at?
And then, Jenny, we're looking at the Klarna IPO as well, set to price at $40 a share, which is above the marketed price. Talk to us about whether this IPO is expected to deliver for investors, given that we saw a firm just completely blow things out of the water.
Yeah, I think people are seemingly very excited based on where it priced last night. So that was well above the marketed range at $40 a share. And I think we'll see how things go today. But based on where futures are indicating, it seems like, U.S. stocks in general are likely to rise at the open. So it seems like it'll be a really good day for this company. And it definitely shows, fintech has come a long way in the last 2 years. If you recall, back in 2021, this is a company that actually was valued at, I think, close to $46 billion in a VC fundraising round, only to see in 2022, that valuation dropped to around $6 billion. So we saw a really big seismic change in kind of investor appetite for fintechs. And you've kind of seen that slowly come back. You've seen Klarna really shift its perception. It's not just a buy now, pay later company. It's really trying to push and be a digital bank. So you see them trying to kind of get into these new products. You see investors finally opening back up and getting excited about this story. So it seems like all signs point to a really good day for this IPO.
All right, Jenny, thank you so much. That's Jennifer Surain there for us in London. Coming up, we'll get you set up for your trading day with more data and a treasury auction. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. Bloomberg The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China.
We need to do more to engage the market more. We're risk on. I think we caught a little sweet spot.
Massive savings right now.
It's already a different game.
Bloomberg The China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Haslinda Amin in Bangkok. This is Bloomberg.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Francine Lacqua in Sintra, Portugal, and this is Bloomberg.
Now a look at what's ahead today. First up, the first batch of that inflation data with PPI data dropping at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Then at 10 a.m., the Senate Committee on Banking votes on the confirmation of Stephen Myron to be a member of the Fed Board of Governors. And $39 billion of Treasury 10-year notes go on auction this afternoon. Plus, don't forget, Klarna is set to begin trading today after raising nearly $1.4 billion in its IPO. Some movers, Oracle definitely moving. I think we can say that at the very least. Extending gains after that blowout revenue forecast for its cloud business is lifting other AI infrastructure stocks such as NVIDIA and CoreWeave as well. Synopsys plunging after saying it's taking a more conservative view of the quarter after an earnings miss. And Bill Holdings higher after an FT report that Elliott has built a stake. That's it for Bloomberg Brief. Surveillance continues the conversation. This is Bloomberg.
Break down our CapEx into the buckets that we spend. Big part of it is to expand our reach of fiber. You cannot wait until there is certainty to build that. These have long lead times that require you to have conviction about where demand is going. Another bucket is, as more people are on our network, we also have to add more coverage and capacity. It's almost like a variable expense. Third, we are modernizing our wireless network right now. Through the investments we're making, we are driving down our unit costs over time and providing more capacity to serve the demand that we think is coming.
Do you have less confidence in that three-year plan now than when you first came out with it, given that some people are having trouble deciding how things are going to look in the next 3 days?
No, I really don't. I look at the nature of our business. It doesn't matter the economic cycle. This is a critical goods or service, and we have every confidence demand for it will remain. Will it be harder in a more challenged economic environment if that ends up being the case? Of course, but remember, we are investing at record levels. Slight moderations of that would allow us to deliver a lot more incremental cash to the bottom line. So I have every confidence we're going to be able to deliver our guidance.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Anand, only on Bloomberg.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
There's a huge difference between what's going on Main Street and what's happening on Wall Street.
The general health of the economy, it's broken down.
We're expecting a prolonged period of elevated inflation.
We have an eye on the inflation data, but the one data point is not going to, I think, derail the path.
I don't think inflation is getting away from the Fed, which is why I think they should be focusing more on the growth side of the economy.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Live from New York City this morning. Good morning for our audience worldwide. Bloomberg Surveillance starts right now. Coming into Wednesday at all-time highs as Secretary Bessent is pushing for the Federal Reserve to recalibrate. The White House Fed pick Stephen Myron is facing a key vote on Capitol Hill, and a judge is blocking the president's effort to remove Fed Governor Lisa Cook. That meeting just 1 week away.
Next week's not going to be boring. I think that we can say that fairly, that the Fed meeting on September 17th is going to be one of great interest. First of all,
call. Yes, Lisa Cook will be there. Will she vote? That's going to be something we can get into. Meanwhile, Stephen Myron also may be there, given that he probably will get ushered through Congress. So how much are we going to hear about 50 basis point rate cuts? How much are we going to get dissents across the board? Do we get some bigger numbers put out there? And how much does that affect market pricing of just what this Fed has in store?
The Treasury Secretary's been pretty clear about what he wants to see. His quote, if the Fed is data dependent and the data is bad, makeup cuts are needed.
Well, he's basically said this to you and I, Jonathan, just a few weeks ago, saying given the revisions, and he wanted to wait to see what the latest report was going to say, and after the latest downward revision of basically BLS overstating the jobs, almost nearly 1 million jobs in the United States of America, Treasury Secretary easing towards kind of urging the Fed to cut by 50 basis points. That potentially could be on the table. Definitely already 25 basis point the market has baked in.
He's asking the right question. If we knew at the time that payrolls were 75K less every single month over that year, where would rates be this morning? Isn't that a question the Fed's got to ask themselves at this meeting?
And it's the reason why they cut by 50 basis points last year around the same time. So by the same logic, couldn't you make the same assumption now that actually we may have seen a couple of negative payrolls prints if you take the adjustment into all of the models and take a look at June and July and August, and you start wondering, okay, is the labor market at the behest of Fed policy? And is there something else driving earnings and driving corporate success other than what's hinged to the labor market? This divide I have to keep coming back to, and can Fed rate cuts really support a labor market that has a lot of very idiosyncratic aspects to it?
You say you're data dependent, but in real time, the data isn't that dependable, and that's a big problem. Later on this morning, more data. PPI, 8:30 Eastern Time tomorrow morning. CPI this morning. Equity futures just about positive on the S&P 500. We have got a busy 60 minutes coming up. Peter Chair of Academy Securities as President Donald Trump floats new tariffs to pressure Russia. We'll catch up with Terry Haynes of Pangea as a federal judge blocks the president from firing Fed Governor Lisa Cook, and Greg Dacko of EY on a massive labor market markdown. We begin this hour with our top story. Escalation risk in Europe. Poland striking down Russian drones. With the latest, Bloomberg's Ollie Crook joins us for more. Ollie, what do we know about how deep this went into Polish territory, and also whether this was deliberate or an accident?
So those are the fundamental questions, John. What we know is that there were more than 10 drones that crossed into Polish airspace, and a number of them were shot down by the Russian military. It closed down a huge amount of Polish airspace, including the international flights and the international airport outside of Warsaw. This is not, John, the first time we've ever had shrapnel and other sort of missiles, projectiles reach into Poland. You'll remember in the early days of the war, there was a missile that overshot Ukraine and landed in Poland, and that provoked a great deal of concern and anxiety among Europeans and really globally about whether that sort of event is the kind of thing that triggers Article 5. The reason, John, this is significant is this is the first time a NATO country has shot down anything from Russia over its own skies since the beginning of the war, and it has caused the Prime Minister, Donald Tusk, to invoke Article 4, to call for NATO to invoke Article 4, which is not Article 5, but reads as follows: the parties will consult together whether, in the opinion of any of them, the territorial integrity, political independence, or security of any of the parties is threatened. And we should say it's significant because it's only ever happened 7 times before since 1949. And that is the question before the Europeans today. How big a deal to make of this? Is this a deliberate effort by the Russians to encourage, to test the distance of NATO, or is it just indifference from Vladimir Putin, basically not shaken by the possible threat of either Article 5? Either way, it sends the same signal to the Europeans, and in fact to Donald Trump, who's trying to bring Putin to the negotiating table, that Putin is not really terribly afraid of NATO, and that he's feeling emboldened and not really moving his way towards a ceasefire conversation.
So, Ollie, this is how the president wants to address things. He wants the Europeans to go hard and go after Russia's biggest partners, India and China. He wants the Europeans to ramp up tariffs, and he's essentially telling them, if you do this, we will too. How's the EU and European partners responded to this?
Yeah, Jonathan, this is a really sort of interesting dilemma for the Europeans to find themselves in. So this was after a call in D.C. between EU officials and U.S. officials. Trump gets on the horn. He says, listen, we're willing to go 100% tariffs on China, 100% on India for buying Russian crude to stifle their ability to fund the war in Ukraine, but only if the Europeans go first. The Europeans need to pose themselves a lot of difficult questions. I think what the Europeans would like is for the United States to go at this alone and not really have to get involved, but they need to ask themselves, themselves? Are they really willing to torch their relationships with China, with India, who they're trying to vaguely retain in this sort of Western orbit of influence, just because Donald Trump has put this sort of on the table? Maybe they would if they could rely on Donald Trump, but at the end of the day, they have very little faith that there's going to be necessarily follow-through from the United States. And are they going to charge headfirst into a tariff war with China and India, only to be sort of stood up potentially, or whenever the sort of interest of the United States shifts? But listen, it's a very interesting dilemma for the Europeans to be put in. They need to find another way to put pressure on Russia in order to end this war. Maybe this begins a conversation, though I do not see them, putting in 100% tariffs on China or India. That's just not how the EU works.
Ollie, appreciate the latest. Ollie, live with the latest from Berlin in Germany. Anne-Marie, the Treasury Secretary, sat around this table only a few weeks ago and made this exact point.
He said that he was at the G7 meeting. He brought up the fact that maybe Europe needs to start getting on board, tightening the screws when it comes to China, India, secondary tariffs or sanctions. He said at that point, everyone decided to look at what kind of shoes they were wearing, AKA everyone got silent because the Europeans don't want to do it.
Let's see what their response is in the coming days. For The View on Wall Street, Peter Shea of Academy Securities joins us around the table. Pete, good morning.
Good morning.
It's the great European contradiction. They want the warm blanket of American security, and they want to maintain an economic partnership with a country like China. Is that becoming unsustainable now?
I think even let's take a step back. Let's revisit the sanctions that have always kind of been loosely enforced, not really enforced. Europe has continued to buy Russian, energy products this entire time. So it's a starting point, I think. How about we really crack down on the sanctions in place, make sure that's happening, and then maybe push on the secondary tariffs. I think that would be a good outcome from this, is a real commitment to actually enforce the sanctions on the books and move that direction. I think you can put pressure on Russia that way. And secondary tariffs, I think, are going to be harder for countries to swallow than actually enforcing the sanctions agreed to.
When you say enforce the sanctions, you mean the United States or the European Union?
Primarily the European Union, right? They have continued to buy Russian products. They've, looked, I think, the other way when they buy it from Kazakhstan, knowing that it was probably shipped from Russia into Kazakhstan. So I think really enforcing, hey, isolating Russia as much as possible, where their only counterparties really are China and India, would be a good first step. Can China and India support them? And if there's a talk of secondary tariffs, maybe that slows down China's and India's interest in dealing with Russia, puts the squeeze on them. Maybe Xi calls Putin. Because I think, our view has been, unless we really do something, the stick to Putin, he's not coming to the table. He's fine with the war. He thinks they're winning. And clearly with the, incursion in Poland, he's a little bit, carefree and is going to push the envelope.
Do you think it was deliberate, what we saw overnight?
It's hard to say, but I think it's definitely an indication that he is nowhere close to coming to the table and doing some sort of ceasefire. He believes he's winning. Every step he is taking is to push the West and set up better, boundary lines in Ukraine, so if and when there is a deal, he can claim more land.
It wasn't just this. We also saw overnight Israel attacking a site in Doha to attack Hamas leaders. This comes at the time as we were getting downward revisions to jobs. It felt like a dumpster fire. Stocks reached record highs. Can you explain that?
I think stocks have been very conditioned to like rate cuts equals higher stocks. So I think that's a little bit of the mode we're in. I have to admit, I don't follow Oracle as a company, but their earnings, their projection was really good. So you're seeing that. So I think so long as we continue to spend on the AI, and I do think we are seeing this kind of what we've been calling, national production for national security, whether it's investments in Intel, MP, I think you're going to see more and more efforts by this administration to, produce the things that we need for national security. And I think that's a positive.
Okay, there are positive stories here, but are we conditioned to just ignore geopolitics because it always seems to be overblown at first headline, then calm down? Are we just conditioned to shrug it off and say, if I can't predict it, I'm not going to price it?
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. So I think this will kind of, and again, we've had enough success, right? Where, we've pushed back on people, they've, pulled back, we've, Iran's been very quiet in the last few weeks, so I think you can see some of that. I'm a little bit worried geopolitically. I do think we are going to try and enforce these sanctions. There will be more chat about secondary tariffs. I think the economy is slowing. I think when we look at, I would say garbage in, garbage out. My background was computer science, right? Garbage in, garbage out. So I don't think we spend enough time looking at the data, right? We take the data and put it into models. I think the Fed's been doing that. Like, whoa, let's take a look at this data. We've been complaining about the birth-death model, saying that, right, what this does is take EIN applications, so people looking for new businesses. And traditionally that meant, you were starting a business, you hired a few people. I think now in the gig economy, what it is someone gets worried about their job, says, well, maybe I'll drive Uber on the side or Lyft on the side. They go ahead and get themselves an EIN. So it's not a real job. It's not creating this. The Fed should know this. I think that, or the BLS maybe should know this. That's why we've had that revision. And what really scares me, if you look from April to this year, we've produced 260,000 jobs in non-farm payrolls. We've had 960,000 birth-death model jobs, right? What if those are largely fake? We could be losing jobs in this economy, which is kind of my assessment of where we are. We should be moving aggressively, and I think the Fed and Treasury should combine to do something to control the long end so we don't get a repeat of last September.
Okay, there's a ton to unpack there.
Sorry.
Okay. Let's start with rates, and then we'll get to the balance sheet. Okay, on interest rates. I don't know what's going to happen in the next 24 hours with PPI and CPI, but let's say it's in line. Is 50 basis points on the table?
Yes, I think so. And let's talk about garbage in, garbage out one more time. We still use owner's equivalent rent to track, shelter, one of the biggest components of CPI. There's a huge lag effect on that. First off, go ahead and I dare you to read what OER is. It's painfully confusing. It doesn't reflect reality. And in this day and age, right, the Cleveland Fed has a real-time rent estimate. Zillow has real-time rents. Why aren't we actually tracking that, which is much lower than what the OER is telling us? So I think CPI is overstated. So again, we're kind of garbage in, garbage out, and we've been overstating jobs, making the Fed reluctant, and we've been overstating inflation, making the Fed reluctant. I think both are going to be revised down significantly. If you look at reality, they should have gone 25 already. I think 50 should be on the table.
So that's interest rate policy. Now, I want to give you some credit. You are one of the very few that is really focusing on what could happen with the yield curve. Looking out 12 months when we get a brand new Fed. What are you telling clients about what they should be focused on?
I think that people should be putting flatteners on. I think a lot of people expect kind of a repeat of last year where we lose control over the long end when there were the rate cuts. I think Besson and the Treasury are already doing bond repurchases, so I think they're doing some of this. I think there's a lot of room on the Fed balance sheet to do an Operation Twist. So I know Besson's spoken to you. He does not like QE, but Operation Twist is technically not QE, right? It's balance sheet neutral. It does take duration out of the market, so I think that would be something that you could do, extend there, maybe even switch some of it out of T-bills or short-dated notes into mortgages, right? Because that's been a huge focus of this administration. So I think there are things that Fed could do in conjunction with Treasury that support that long end of the yield curve.
We've been talking about it on this program repeatedly. Listen to what the Treasury Secretary and the administration are telling you. What do they want? It's not just lower rates. What they want, very specifically, is lower borrowing cost and lower mortgage rates. To achieve that, you need more than just an interest rate tool, potentially.
This is the reason why it's so interesting to see the composition of the Fed and just how much the president can get his fingerprints on some of the Fed officials, because they might be more willing participants in Operation Twist or what have you to be creative to get those long end rates down.
Pete, this was very cool. Thank you, sir. Peter Chair there of Academy Securities. Yields down at the front end this morning, lower by a single basis point, the 2-year 3.54. With an update on stories elsewhere this morning with your Bloomberg brief, let's cross over to Vonnie Quinn. Hey, Vonnie.
Hey, John. Poland shot down drones that crossed into its territory during a Russian airstrike on Ukraine. The Polish military calling it a, quote, act of aggression, and said the drones posed a threat to the safety of our citizens. It's the first time Poland has shot down military aircraft that have strayed into its airspace since the start of Russia's war on Ukraine. President Donald Trump told European officials he's willing to impose new tariffs on India and China to push President Putin to negotiate with Ukraine, but only if EU nations do so as well. Other potential measures discussed include further sanctions on Russia's shadow fleet of oil tankers and restrictions on its banks and major oil companies. Oracle shares are surging in the pre-market after the company gave an aggressive outlook for its cloud business. Oracle's cloud infrastructure revenue increased 55% to $3.3 billion, with the company signing 4 multi-billion-dollar contracts with 3 different customers in the quarter. And that's your Bloomberg Brief. John?
Vonnie, thank you. Appreciate it. More from Vonnie in about 30 minutes' time. Up next on the program, Governor Cook stays on the board.
Dr. Cook hasn't said she didn't do it. And as with so many of President Trump's policies, we've seen these activist courts get in the way. Eventually, if this has to go on an expedited basis to the Supreme Court, President Trump is winning.
That conversation up next with Terry Haynes of Pangaea, live from New York City this morning. Good morning.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Right, okay, ready?
David, what initially sparked your interest in this topic of longevity?
15 years ago, I turned 60, and I began to wonder how much longer I'm likely to live and what I could do to extend my life. On longevity, I talked with the leading experts in science and medicine to educate people about how they might be able to change their conduct so that they can live a happier and healthier life. I'm David Rubenstein. Join me on a 4-part journey as I explore the great quest for longevity, only on Bloomberg.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Two-day winning streak on the S&P 500, all-time highs coming into Wednesday. Equity futures add some weight to the rally, up by 0.2% on the S&P. On the Nasdaq 100, up by 0.14. Under surveillance this morning, Governor Cook stays on the board.
Dr. Cook hasn't said she didn't do it. What we've seen is that she's saying, she and her attorney have gone to court and said that President Trump doesn't have the right to fire her for cause. And as with so many of President Trump's policies, we've seen these activist courts get in the way. Eventually, if this has to go on an expedited basis to the Supreme Court, President Trump is winning.
So here's the latest this morning. A district judge siding with Fed Governor Lisa Cook, at least for now, blocking President Trump's attempted firing. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall joins us now with the latest. Tyler, good morning. Reaction from the White House literally just seconds ago.
Right, moments ago, John, good morning. And the White House is really doubling down on its argument that they have sufficient cause to fire Lisa Cook after this decision by this judge that will allow Cook to retain her seat while the broader questioning of her firing does play out in court. And I want to read you some of what we just got from the White House, saying that this ruling will not be the last say on the matter, and the Trump administration will continue to restore accountability and confidence in the Fed, alluding to the fact that they are going to swiftly appeal this decision that came down the other day. Now, the judge said that Cook is highly likely to succeed on her arguments that President Trump did not have sufficient cause to fire her. And it was interesting to read in her decision. She highlighted the fact that these allegations of mortgage fraud had to do with Cook's private conduct, nothing to do with her time as a Federal Reserve governor. And Cook's lawyers have previously suggested that if there were any discrepancies on her mortgage applications, that they were unintentional and likely due to clerical error. Now, as we wait for the Justice Department to officially appeal this ruling, we do know that DOJ lawyers have previously argued that it is within the president's right to determine what is sufficient cause to remove an official. Importantly, also, I wanted to highlight that this judge said that Cook's due process rights were likely violated, but the administration time and time again has said that they gave Cook sufficient time to respond to the allegation, pointing to the 5 days between FHFA Director Bill Pulte posting the allegations on social media and then President Trump posting her termination on social media as well. John, this looks like it's going to head to the Supreme Court, and while the High Court has actually weakened protections for officials at independent agencies in recent rulings, they did signal back in May that the Fed could be a special case.
Tyler Kendall in Washington. Tyler, thank you. Got the full statement right in front of me. Allow me to share it with you. The president lawfully removed Lisa Cook for cause due to credible allegations of mortgage fraud from a highly sensitive position overseeing financial institutions on the Federal Reserve Board of Governors. The statement goes on to read, this ruling will not be the last say on the matter, and the Trump administration will continue to work to restore accountability and confidence in the Federal Reserve.
So basically what you see here is that they're already preparing for their lawyers to once again appeal, and this is likely headed to the Supreme Court. Tyler makes a very good point. We heard from the Supreme Court just months ago that the Fed is considered a quasi-independent private entity, this independence. At the same time, we have seen the Supreme Court be a little bit more lenient to the Trump administration. And I think what comes down to here is what matters for cause. Will the Supreme Court agree with this judge when it comes to for cause for the Federal Reserve Act? Does it mean that something that has to happen while Lisa Cook was on the job.
Terry Haynes standing by. Terry Haynes of Pangea Policy. Terry, welcome to the show, and good morning to you, sir. The Treasury Secretary says ultimately this will go to the Supreme Court. He suggested ultimately the president will win. Do you see it that way too?
Good morning, John. And, well, I agree with Secretary Besson on lots of things, and I'm one of your chorus who always urges people to pay attention to what he says because he's giving markets clues on lots of things. I think this ultimately does go to the Supreme Court. There's an appeals court level in between, so this might take a while. And there's a preliminary injunction now against the president removing Ms. Cook. So I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. So that's number one. Number two, I applaud the secretary's loyalty to the boss, but at the same time, I don't think he wins. And this is a very, very simple case. It's even, with respect to my friend Anne Marie, it's even simpler than most people think because the Federal Reserve is a creature of Congress. It's the Adam's rib it comes from is the Congress. It exercises congressional authority. Ultimately, with the exception of a for-cause clause, the president has no ability to deal with the governors. That's all Congress. So I think the president should get ready for a little disappointment here.
Well, Terry, what happens, though, if Lisa Cook, given that we have this DOJ investigation open, what if she is convicted of mortgage fraud?
Well, then the facts change. And, you know, the easiest way to look at this case is allegations are not cause. Full stop. And, you know, and that's always true, and that's going to be true here. And I've always said two things. One is that. The other thing is that the facts are going to determine whether or not for cause is sufficient. And if she actually committed criminal mortgage fraud, yeah, he's within his rights to remove her, sure. If not, not. The punishment's got to fit the crime here. One of the things I said to markets on Sunday was, you know, there's nobody that's actually defending Fed independence. Forget Trump. Cook herself isn't by politicizing this case. You know, the Congress isn't by not taking up its responsibilities. Even the Fed punditry around it, you know, pushes the thing for its own purposes rather than defending Fed independence. Somebody ought to start defending Fed independence. That probably starts with the Congress, as former banking chairs Graham and Hensarling pointed out last week in the Wall Street Journal.
So who do you think needs to step up and do this in Congress?
Well, the relevant committees in Congress, Senate Banking Committee, certainly. But, you know, the Fed itself isn't defending its own independence. The Fed in the past has run independent investigations of its own governors for conduct. The Fed has an inspector general. The Fed has more than enough ability to deal with this itself. Besant, by the way, pointed that out a couple of weeks ago. The Fed's still not doing anything. I understand they might think it's a poison chalice they don't want. But, you know, the institutional integrity starts with the institution itself. So, you know, my 2 cents is they ought to take it up.
A lot of people are throwing around this word independence and integrity and the idea of maintaining some level of autonomy in the central bank. What does that look like, since we've seen that defined about 15 different ways?
Well, the way it is defined is that in the Federal Reserve Act is that as I say, the Fed isn't an independent fourth branch of government with its own authority. The Fed's power comes solely from Congress. That's it. Under the Federal Reserve Act, Congress gives the Fed kind of the granular authority to make its individual monetary policy decisions free of interference from Congress. Otherwise, it's got the same oversight. The Congress has the same oversight over the Fed as it has over any other agency, including the Federal Trade Commission, the FCC, the SEC, anything else. So, you know, markets have talked themselves into this grand independence, you know, a la the European Central Bank. That's never existed. But what's existed all along is the commitment to letting the Fed do its job independently with respect to monetary policy. Everybody ought to want that to continue, but the way to do that is to hone in on what that is and how to preserve it.
Hey, Terry, appreciate your time as always, sir. Terry Haynes there of Pangea Policy. You know when you've got something on the calendar that you're super anxious about, can you imagine Chairman Powell's feelings about next week's meeting? He must be absolutely dreading what's about to take place next week.
He's just stockpiling Xanax. I have no idea, but I'm just suggesting, you know, maybe that's one way of dealing with it.
Talk about awkward.
I mean, come on. I wonder what the range of potential feelings are going to be on that committee.
That decision a week away. Up next on the program, the former senior U.S. intelligence official Norman Rule as Israel targets Hamas in Doha.
I'm Alex Rodriguez.
And I'm Jason Kelly.
And we're back with more episodes of our show, The Deal.
The theme of this season, On the Road. We're bringing you more behind-the-scenes conversations with the biggest names in sports, business, and culture, like Melody Hobson.
I started to study women's sports like an 11-year-old studies baseball statistics, and I got dangerous in seeing up arrows.
Susie Wolf.
When you're competing, you're not thinking about any fear or any worries of what could happen.
Josh Harris.
You can't do a good deal with a bad person.
Jay Batt.
At the end of the day, there's never been a better time to be a student athlete.
And more. Stay tuned.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
Two-day winning streak on the S&P 500, five-day run on the NASDAQ 100, all-time highs on the S&P, going into more economic data later this morning. That's the equity setup this morning. Futures positive on the S&P, on the NASDAQ, in the bond market, 2-year, 10-year, and 30-year. The 2-year bond yield rising yesterday after dropping for 4 consecutive days. We're back lower again this morning by a basis point, 354.79, following some monster revisions on payrolls and heading into some key inflation data.
Does PPI or CPI even make the needle turn in any which way, or people focus purely on the idea that there was a downside revision that was the greatest number in data going back to 2000 and the greatest on a percentile basis going back to 2009? At this point, the market is betting not really. It would take a pretty hot print, which is why a lot of people are wondering, does it even matter?
Payroll cementing the dovish bias of the Federal Reserve for next week's meeting. That's some of the price action in the bond market. Let's get you some morning movers with Yahara Anand, who has more. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, John. It's the big story this morning. Oracle shares up
30% in the pre-market after it gave a very bullish outlook. The company's booked revenue is up 359% from the same time last year, climbing to $455 billion in the latest quarter. That's thanks to massive cloud deals with the likes of OpenAI, TikTok, and NVIDIA. And the growth not stopping there, with the CEO saying that the cloud infrastructure unit will pull in $18 billion this year, and that number is expected to explode to $144 billion by the end of this decade, underscoring the huge demand for computing power. And that is helping to lift other AI infrastructure plays as well. We are seeing shares of NVIDIA, which, as I said, is a major Oracle customer, up 2%, while CoreWeave, which provides similar cloud services, is up 7%. And we make a hard pivot to the weight loss market, with Novo Nordisk shares up 2% in the pre-market here in the U.S. because the company is slimming down. The drug maker announced that it will slash 9,000 jobs globally, which will help it save $1.3 billion by 2026, money that it plans to spend on research to develop new drugs and on sales, because it has been falling behind Eli Lilly in this booming weight loss market, and it cut its profit forecast for the third time this year. So investors hoping that this will help turn things around under a new CEO who just took the helm last month. John?
Yahara, thanks for the update. Appreciate it. More from Yahara in the next hour. On our radar this morning, some of our top stories. President Donald Trump looking to impose tariffs of up to 100% on India and China if EU members join. Sources telling us here at Bloomberg that Trump made the offer to EU leaders in order to ramp up the pressure on Russia. Elsewhere, Fed Governor Lisa Cook staying on the job for now. A federal judge blocking President Donald Trump's attempt at removing Cook ahead of next week's FOMC meeting. The White House saying this morning this ruling will not be the last say on the matter. And finally, JP Morgan, Barclays, Fifth Third Bank, facing the possibility of hundreds of millions of dollars in combined losses. People familiar with the matter telling us here at Bloomberg the changes are tied to subprime auto lender Tricolor.
This is actually an incredibly interesting story on a number of fronts. On one hand, yes, you could say the losses, hundreds of millions of dollars, not going to really move the needle for the likes of JP Morgan. But when there's one cockroach in the kitchen, how many more are there? This was a company that focused on lending auto loans in particular to poor individuals in the United States, a lot of immigrants. And some of the lenders are looking into allegations that potentially some of those auto loans, the actual receivables, were double pledged to other assets, right? There was this huge layoff from Tricolor staff over the past couple of weeks. And here's my question, right? How much does this indicate the fraying between the economy, which isn't doing so great, and corporate America, which has been going gangbusters, even with layoffs and all these other things? There's so many stories wrapped up in this. It's a mystery to see this coming out at a time supposedly of such strength in corporate America.
Potentially a serious story. I'm just impressed that both of us got through this without saying tricolor.
Well, I really struggled there for a second. And
Didn't you feel that too?
I was waiting for it.
You saw this, right?
You were laughing, so I was
morning,
trying to. Tricolor.
Tricolor.
Yeah, you know, it's like, well, it's, you know, okay, let's move on.
Tricolor.
Yeah,
okay.
You did a great job.
Going to come back to that story a little bit later this morning, a serious one. Let's turn to another serious one in geopolitics in the Middle East. Israel conducting an unprecedented strike in Qatar, targeting Hamas senior leadership. The president showing a rare break from supporting Israel's actions.
I was very unhappy about it, very unhappy about every aspect, and we got to get the hostages back. But I was very unhappy about the way that went down.
Joining us now from the region is Bloomberg's Jemana Basechi. Jemana, welcome to the program. Let's just get into this. How is the region responded to this?
Shock and anger. Condemnation came through straight away, both from Qataris who were irate, I would say. If you listen to the Qatari Prime Minister Sheikh Mohammed's press conference yesterday, visibly angry, likening the attack on Doha to state terror. He said it is a blatant violation of international laws and norms, and also a violation of moral standards, referring to the fact that there is an unwritten rule of diplomacy and that you don't attack chief negotiators, and you certainly don't attack the country that is hosting those mediation talks. Now, what should be noted here is that despite the attack, the chief brass, the chief political brass that Israel had been targeting survived the attempt. Khalil Hayya was the person that they were mostly looking to hit in this attack, and he actually survived. And this morning, the Israel Defense Minister, Israel Katz, said that they will continue to go after their enemies. And why is this relevant? Because if you expect, or if the expectation is that Qatar will continue mediating, they also need to have guarantees that an attack like this will not happen again. And so later in the evening, a call was reportedly a call took place between President Trump and the Emir of Qatar, where President Trump urged Qatar to continue along with their diplomatic efforts. But in exchange, Qatar have said quite explicitly that they need to have a guarantee that incursions like this will not happen again. So the bar is just so much higher now in terms of a diplomatic breakthrough. And of course, the backdrop to all of this is the U.S. had put forward another ceasefire proposal. Yesterday, the Israeli Prime Minister said that they're willing to sign up to the terms of that proposal, but it's up to Hamas now to accept some of the terms that are being put down. No answer, obviously, from Hamas. And at this point, it is unclear whether Qatar will continue with the same momentum and with the same drive as they did before, given the uncertainty around those security guarantees and the assurances that an attack like this won't happen again.
Jumana, great reporting, as always. Jumana Basenchi, leading some of our coverage out of the region, joining us from Dubai this morning. The former senior U.S. intelligence official Norman Rule writing this: in the near term, the attack will put Hamas leadership in a state of crisis as it seeks to survive, maintain command and control, and develop a strategy to sustain the organization. Norm joins us now for more. Norm, welcome to the program, sir. As we know, Israel is at war with Hamas. And as we also know, Hamas isn't just in Gaza, it's elsewhere. Do you consider this a one-off or a new front?
This is neither a one-off nor a new front. Since October 7th, the Israeli military has adopted a strategy where they're using their excellent intelligence, their superb military technology to go after high-value adversary targets throughout the region, to eliminate those targets before the adversaries can develop plans to repeat an October 7th-like event. We've seen the Israeli military operate in Lebanon, Syria, Yemen, Iran, but Qatar is different. Qatar is not an adversary state. It is a member of the Gulf Cooperation Council. In Israel's entire history, it has never conducted military operations against the Gulf Cooperation Council. Israel is also a partner of the United States, a major non-NATO ally. And indeed, Israel has conducted diplomatic engagement in Qatar with Hamas and with the Qatari government. So the Israeli action in Qatar is extraordinary by many measures.
There's also a massive U.S. base there in Doha, Norm. Is this another red line that turned pink, where we just are struggling to now find where the lines in the sands are?
We're in a region where many red lines have turned pink. For many years, the Iranians turned many red lines pink as they broke many diplomatic norms. But now the U.S. has attacked Iran. The Israelis have attacked Iran. Now the Israelis are attacking different places. We're watching a region where issues that everyone believed the rules of the game were understood are no longer understood. And I think this has unsettled many of the region's leaders who have looked for a stable future as they develop economic plans and social plans, as they're trying to stabilize what has been a difficult region for many years, has made them very concerned. And for this reason, Israel is seen by some as a disruptive actor. Now, in Israel's defense, they have made it clear Hamas was responsible for October 7th. Its leaders are dead men walking, and they're going to eradicate the organization. They have not veered from that posture, and they have not gone after other actors, and they're not going after their neighbors. They're just going after individuals we consider to be terrorists. Final point, Hamas is considered to be a terrorist organization by many of the states in the region, to include by many of the states of the Gulf Cooperation Council.
Yeah, you said something very important there, Norm, that increasingly a lot of people in the region, a lot of leaders are viewing Israel as the disruptor or the destabilizer, in some ways even more than Iran. How much does that take off the table, any idea of normalization?
Well, I think normalization is not on the table in the near term. But we also want to be clear as well. If you are a believer in the Indian Middle East corridor to Europe, it's a simple matter of geography. The idea of communications, energy, or other lines going to Europe, you need the geography of the Levant or Israel. Now, when that happens is a different question. And how that happens is a different question. But sooner or later, engagement with Israel is going to be a reality. But in the near term, That's not going to be the case. At the same time, Israel and Iran are in very different categories. Iran is creating militias that kill civilians routinely. Iran has shut down the Red Sea with the Houthis. Iran has proliferated ballistic missiles to terrorist organizations. Israel does none of this. Israel and Iran are in very separate categories.
This also, though, ties the hands a bit of the United States, which is trying to walk this very fine line of maintaining relationships with Qatar and others in the Gulf region, while also being somewhat supportive of Israel. What do you make of the recent break with President Trump in response to Israel and a sort of fraying of the relationship, it seems, at least on the face, between President Trump and Bibi Netanyahu?
Well, we have seen some evidence that the United States will go in a different direction from Israel in other areas in the past. For example, the United States has spoken with Hamas directly at times, and that was not always something that Israel accepted. The United States held talks with Iran longer than Israel may have seen appropriate. Likewise, when the president visited the Middle East in May, he did not visit Israel, which some people saw as unusual. The United States has an independent policy in the Middle East from Israel. That's that. But at the same time, there is no question in my mind the president of the United States is committed to the defense of Israel and standing with the Israeli people when necessary if they're under threat by Iran. But he is clearly not supportive of this action because it disrupts many of the efforts he had underway to work to free hostages.
Norm, thanks for making time for us this morning. We appreciate it. The former senior U.S. intelligence official, Norman Rule. We've had some brief comments from the president in reaction to this story. A full statement coming a little bit later.
Yeah, he was outside yesterday briefing reporters before he went into dinner, and he said he's never surprised, really, by anything that happens in the Middle East. He said he'll be giving a full statement today, but he said this: I was very unhappy about it. So obviously, this White House is seemingly pretty annoyed with how Israel conducted themselves in the region.
We'll look for that statement a little bit later this morning and later on today. Equity futures on the S&P 500. If you are just joining us, positive here by 0.25%. Later this morning, the main event, 8:30 Eastern Time, PPI data. Tomorrow morning, we'll get CPI. Let's get you an update on stories elsewhere with your Bloomberg Brief. Let's cross over to Vonnie Quinn. Hey, Vonnie.
Hey, John. Thank you. The Supreme Court has fast-tracked a challenge to President Donald Trump's tariffs. The court agreed to hear cases brought by businesses hurt by the levies in the first week of November. The tariffs remain in place for now, but a decision striking down the tariffs could cut the U.S. refund amount to tens of billions of dollars, which it will have to pay back. Apple rolled out its next-generation iPhones at an event yesterday. The iPhone 17 lineup includes a new slimmed-down model called the Air, a name it already uses for its sleekest iPads and Mac computers. All 4 new iPhone 17 models will feature better cameras and longer-lasting batteries than last year's lineup and will be available in stores September 19th. South Korea chartered a plane to bring home hundreds of workers being detained in a U.S. immigration crackdown in Georgia. The plane was set to take off today, but South Korea's foreign ministry said the departure has been delayed due to U.S. circumstances. Officials are in talks with their American counterparts to return the detainees as soon as possible. And that is your Bloomberg Brief. John.
Vonnie, thank you. Appreciate it. More from Vonnie in about 30 minutes from now. Up next on the program, a massive jobs revision.
This was one of the biggest revisions in absolute terms in decades. In the benchmark year, March 2024 to 2025, shows that the job growth was vastly weaker during the Biden administration than ever previously reported.
What does it mean for policy from here? Greg Dacker, VY, joins us next, live from New York City. You're watching Bloomberg TV.
Bloomberg Screen Time is back this fall for year 3. We're bringing together the biggest names in business and pop culture, like Netflix co-CEO Greg Peters, Instagram boss Adam Mosseri, and Los Angeles royalty Will Obey. We're going to talk about how sports is eating entertainment, check in on the state of the movie business, and get an update on LA after the fires from Rick Caruso and Irving Azoff. You should expect newsy interviews from industry leaders, meaningful business networking, and of course, great food. We'll feature some of the best chefs and food trucks from my hometown of Los Angeles. Tickets are available now, and you should head to bloomberglive.com/screentime for details. I'll see you in Los Angeles, October 8th and 9th.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Chevrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets?
We're basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
We're getting a double dose of inflation data in the next 24 hours at 8:30 Eastern Time, PPI. Then on to tomorrow, CPI. Next week, a week today, a Federal Reserve decision just around the corner. Coming into that, your scores look like this morning. Equity futures positive by 1/3 on the S&P, up by 0.2 on the Nasdaq 100. Under surveillance this morning, a massive jobs revision.
This was one of the biggest revisions in absolute terms in decades. And the benchmark year, March 2024 to 2025, shows that the job growth was vastly weaker during the Biden administration than ever previously reported. Between this revision and last year's, job growth was actually overstated by approximately 2 million jobs.
So here's the latest this morning. The White House reiterating criticism of the BLS on the heels of disappointing benchmark payrolls revisions. The Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, calling on the Fed to recalibrate its stance, writing this: President Trump inherited a far worse economy than reported, and he's right to say the Fed is choking off growth with high rates. Joining us now to discuss is Greg Decker, the chief economist at EY. Greg, good morning to you, sir.
Good morning.
Let's talk about these revisions. Do they matter going forward for policy from here?
I don't think they matter that much going forward, but they do reflect an economy that was softer than previously anticipated. So what matters, I think, going forward is the momentum that we carry into the rest of the year and into 2026 when it comes to the labor market. And there, we're seeing softness. The latest jobs report indicates that over the last 3 months, we've only been adding about 30,000 jobs a month, and we have a bunch of other economic indicators on the labor market front that are also pointing towards that softness. The flow of labor market activity when it comes to hiring is at a 10-year low. You're seeing a creep up in the number of people that are filing for unemployment benefits. You're seeing long-term unemployment rate measures that are at the highest in the post-pandemic era. So you are seeing more evidence of a softening in labor market conditions. And the very reason why this matters is because this is weighing on income growth momentum and in turn forcing consumers to make difficult decisions when it comes to spending activity. And that is where you're going to see the slowdown coming out of consumer spending activity.
If this Federal Reserve was aware at the time of just how much weaker this labor market was, would rates be lower this morning than they are now?
I think the Fed would have been on an easier trajectory when it comes to monetary policy. If you look back over the last few months, we've had a few policymakers led by Governor Waller arguing that there was room for the Fed to neutralize monetary policy. We're not talking about vast rate cuts to bring rates down close to zero. We're talking about a move that would bring the Fed funds rate from a slightly restrictive stance towards a more neutral stance over the course of the next few months. And now we have greater evidence evidence of this labor market softness. Again, it's not a cliff, but we are seeing increasing evidence of a visible softening in labor market conditions, and that should be a rationale for the Fed to be neutralizing monetary policy with gradual rate cuts, especially in an environment where underlying inflationary forces were moving towards 2%. We don't have the risk of second-round effects from inflation via the wage growth channel in an environment where the labor market is softening.
How much power does the Fed have to juice the labor market right now by cutting rates?
Well, I think the Fed has the power to buffer the shocks that we're seeing right now. We're seeing a number of supply-side shocks that are constraining the economy: the trade and tariff shocks, the immigration shocks, the higher pressure on goods price inflation, and the Fed has essentially the ability to essentially limit the pressure from higher interest rates on the economy. Now, one important caveat here is that what matters perhaps more for the economy is long-term rates. So the Fed does not necessarily have that much ability to control long-term rates, and so the cost of credit may actually remain higher if there are a few factors that keep these long-term rates high. One, the lack of Fed credibility and potential political influence on the Fed. Two, the risk that we see ongoing policy uncertainty, keeping those long rates higher. And three, the risk that there is this anticipation of higher inflation for longer that may also pressure long-term rates.
The reason why I ask, Oracle yesterday came out. They performed amazingly. They said that they have this 77% expected increase in their cloud computing services in particular. Stocks surging, $200 billion of market cap gain. When you look at the details, they're going to spend more money and they're going to cut staff in order to do it. Yeah. And they've continued to cut staff. And you've seen this around the board with a lot of these big tech players that have been fueling a lot of the gains in investment in the economy, reducing staff to do it. Yeah. Doesn't this suggest something bigger than what the Fed can address by cutting interest rates?
I mean, there's only so much the Fed can do in the face of supply shocks. So that's the first thing we have to realize. We're in an economy where we're no longer driven only by demand shocks. We're increasingly driven by supply shocks. And the very type of developments that you're talking to in terms of a potential technological revolution is another sign of this supply shock. It's working the other way than tariffs or immigration shocks because it's actually increasing supply, but it's doing so in a way that is revolutionizing the way we think about labor market activity. And so that's another factor that may limit labor supply and mean that we need less labor demand in this environment and therefore not as much pressure upward on the unemployment rate. So I'm very much in line with that view that we're seeing an economy that is currently being exposed to a number of supply shocks that are distorting the traditional measures that we typically use to measure how healthy an economy is. Notwithstanding that, I do still think that we're seeing a slowdown in labor market demand that is weighing on income and in turn will force consumers to make those difficult decisions to start pulling back in terms of consumer spending activity. And businesses are also feeling the pinch. They're in this uncomfortable environment where the cost of goods, the cost of services is increasing, and their customers have less ability to spend in a higher cost environment. So they're seeing their margins being squeezed. I think we'll see some of that actually reflected in the PPI data, where the markups that were a key factor driving PPI increases last month are actually going to be under pressure over the course of the next few months.
But didn't Chairman Powell tell us all to look through it? It's not really going to matter just yet in terms of the tariff impact on inflation?
Well, I think it's likely to be a one-time shock because of this softness in the labor market. We're not necessarily going to see employees bargaining for greater wages, and employers are constrained by these higher input costs, so they're likely to put downward pressure on wage growth. And so I would anticipate that over the course of the next few months, we're going to see more moderate wage growth pressures, which means that there is less of a risk of essentially inflation becoming more embedded unless, of course, there is ongoing pressure on the Fed to essentially ease monetary policy more than would be required by economic conditions.
One off, but not all at once. Sounds like the new transitory, doesn't it?
Well, that's essentially what it is, right? This idea that you might get the trickle-out effect to compensate for higher tariffs, but it won't lead to a protracted higher inflation rate. Basically justification to look through it.
Greg, appreciate your time.
Thank you.
And congratulations, incoming president of NABE, of course. So we'll hear much more from you in the future, I'm sure. Greg Deco there of EY and the latest in this economy. The latest on this economy we'll see at 8:30 Eastern time. PPI, CPI in the next 24 hours. It's amazing how few people aren't focused on that data relative to what we've seen in payrolls more recently?
Because of exactly what you just said. If they're going to look through any hot prints and you have a labor market that quite clearly is cooling, well, right now, PPI and CPI are all but irrelevant, which raises the question, how offsides would this market be if it sort of muscled its way into being a little more relevant?
Then that's the question for the next 24 hours, isn't it? That decision about a week away for the Federal Reserve. Coming up next on this program, Jim Zelter, the president of Apollo Global Management, Republican Congressman French Hill, and Lofi Karui of Goldman Sachs from New York City. The second hour of Bloomberg Surveillance up next.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacqua, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
Do you know what to tell people about what the tariffs are going to do on the United States economy and the investment environment, or is it not clear yet?
If you look at the impact of the tariffs, they were much more significant and broad than I think the market expected. Looks closer to 19% on balance versus 2 and change last year. So effectively, it's a 20% increase on 10% of household goods that are imported into this country.
And do you think it's going to lead to a recession?
Well, we think that it's going to impact both inflation and the economic growth scenario. So we were coming into yesterday expecting the real economy to grow at 2%. And inflation to be closer to 2.8%. If you just go through the math, it would suggest there's probably 1 to 2 points upward increase on inflation and a similar amount on economic growth. So it could put us in a position where we're teetering.
So the tariffs will likely depress the GDP growth rate and increase inflation. So what's the advantage of tariffs?
From our standpoint, we have a hard time seeing the benefits of tariffs. They do tend to be inflationary in the short term. As you're pointing out, the longer term impact on economies is probably the greater downside.
Listen carefully. Can you hear the rhythm in the markets? Not just in the syncopations triggered by inflation, but in the preludes leading to global elections, in the dissonance that moves the Nikkei, and the rising chorus conducted by AI. There's music in the markets, and if you want to learn to listen for it, we'll show you how.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Africa, a region rife with potential for growth and opportunities, but not without its challenges. Bloomberg highlights the biggest stories, interviewing key players, and reporting on the issues impacting the region. Join us as we get to the heart of African business, politics, and economics, and ask the question, what's next? I'm Jennifer Zabasaja, and this is Next Africa. New episodes every month, only on Bloomberg.
Equity markets are still in this honeymoon phase.
What's the best liquid nominal asset class? It's equities.
We're pretty constructive on risk assets. There's much more benchmark FOMO going up than there has been down.
We're still looking at a bull market that continues to maybe 6,600, 6,800 by the end of the year.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Live from New York City this morning. Good morning, good morning. For our audience worldwide, the second hour of Bloomberg Surveillance starts right now, and your scores look like this. All-time highs coming into Wednesday. Equity futures adding some weight to the rally, up by 0.3%. On the Nasdaq, up by 0.2%. In the bond market, yields very close to the lows for the year. Just about 90 minutes away from economic data, 354.79 on twos. That economic data is just around the corner, 8:30 Eastern Time, PPI. Then on to tomorrow, CPI, a double dose of inflation data coming up.
How high does it have to be before people care about it? That's my ultimate question, because right now everyone's focus is on the labor market and what that means for a Fed that seems poised to cut rates. The debate will be fierce given some of the personnel changes or not on the Fed committee. A question here of how divorced the underlying economy is from some of this corporate development that we see that keeps powering stocks to all-time highs.
So disconnected from what's going on when you look at the numbers from the labor market and the revisions yesterday. A revision on record overstating jobs by nearly 1 million. And this is why the Treasury Secretary has come out and said, basically, the Trump administration inherited a far worse economy than many were expected. Because if you're seeing this underlying weakening in the labor market, this was before Trump was inaugurated earlier this year.
They're not pushing for 25, they're pushing for 50 from this Federal Reserve this time next week. This morning, equity futures positive by 0.3%. The equity market doing better than good recently. Coming up this hour, Jim Zelter of Apollo with investors betting big on a rate cut. Congressman French Hill as a judge blocks President Trump's bid to fire Fed Governor Lisa Cook, and Lofi Karui of Goldman Sachs with the Fed keeping a close eye on inflation. We begin this hour with stocks hitting fresh all-time highs ahead of a double dose of inflation data. Jim Zelter, the president of Apollo Global Management, out with a new report asking the question, what if the world doesn't work the way you think it does? Zelter and the team going on to write, the era of free money is over. Ultra-low interest rates are history. Inflation is structural, not transitory. It's redefining risk, return, and the cost of capital. Jim joins us now for more. Jim, good morning.
I got to hire you at Apollo as a marketing guy. You're doing a good job
I'm going to go one step further.
Thank you.
I woke up the other week, came into the office, handwritten note from you, and it said, public markets power the narrative, private markets power the economy. Just start there. What is the question you're posing for clients at the moment? What do you want to get them to think about?
Well, it's a bigger conversation about market structure and the changing backdrops about how investors think about investing from a 60-40 portfolio historically, and the tools they have to create better outcomes with less volatility. The reality is alternatives have worked for 40 years for institutions, and if we think thoughtfully about the growing need for retirees around the globe, how do we augment what's worked well in the past but may not be the compass for the future? On the other side of the coin, it's for companies. 8,000 companies down to 4,000. The role of private capital is changing. Companies like SpaceX and Stripe can stay private for much longer. And so a little bit, when I hear about your headlines this morning, I feel like many folks that come on talk a little bit about the world in the rearview mirror versus looking through the windshield. And the real aha moment for us came 2-3 years ago when we saw what was going on with rates rising dramatically in this cycle. And universally, we all thought that the economy would hit skids and there would be tightening financial conditions. And that really didn't happen. So that was a very practical situation where we really said maybe our textbook that we've using all along is wrong. But changing market structure, how companies finance, how investors invest. It is a new playbook, a new paradigm.
Redefining public and private markets. Our good friend Mark Rowan would often talk about this and say often the distinction was risk, higher risk in private markets. And now the distinction I think you and the team want to make is liquidity.
Yeah, I mean, the whole idea when we grew up in a marketplace, this is my 40th year in the business, where private was risky and volatile, and public was safe and liquid. And there's many examples right now. I come from the world of credit, and I started out as a high yield / junk bond trader back in the 80s. And it might have been a public security, but trust me, it was volatile and it was risky. And now over 30 years is now junk bonds have become high yield in an asset class. There's still a lot of inherent volatility in that. And again, we would say that across the whole risk reward spectrum. I grew up in Rochester, New York, Kodak, Xerox, Bausch & Lomb, 3 great American icon companies. They didn't get the memo on disruption. They were safe investment-grade companies, and voila, they're not in existence anymore.
Can we talk about how things have changed over the last 40 years? So you and the team would often talk about you are what you originate, you are what you create. The CapEx needs of companies now seem to have changed. I was reading the transcript from your address at a financial markets conference earlier this week, and you talked about the CapEx needs 20, 30, 40 years ago relative to now, and the change in quality, the change in character of things. How important is that, given where we're at?
Well, just to reset that question, you know, in the last 30 years, the high-yield market globally has financed companies that are going through either a regulatory change or technology change. Think cable, think shale, think airlines, think telecommunications. And for the most part, that massive CapEx was on non-investment grade companies. As we sit here in 2025 over the next 10 years, massive CapEx boom between data, AI, sustainability, energy transition, transmission lines, the transaction we did for RWE this week in Germany. And so I don't think people are still thinking that private credit and private capital is small, illiquid, non-investment grade companies. And the reality is 80 to 90% of the private credit market is really investment grade counterparties, investment grade debt. And again, many companies now are afforded the opportunity to stay private much longer because of the breadth and the breadth of the financing markets.
To build on what John is talking about, does private debt have more of a role than private equity at this point?
Well, the debt markets and the capital markets and the credit markets are, as the Congress learned in 07, 09, it's the lifeblood of the economy. When GE could not roll over their commercial paper, it was the aha moment for the Congress to say, wait a second, we need to act here. And so when you think about the scope of private credit and scale, certainly the application with investment grade solutions, it's in the multi-trillions, 10 to 40 trillion, and the PE industry is a 7 to 10 trillion, depending on how you think about the dry powder and the overhang. So I would argue over the next decade, the impact of private credit, investment grade and non-investment grade, will probably have as large an impact, if not larger, than private equity has had in the last decade.
So the peak of private equity is over?
Well, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I think that the private equity industry is going to go through an evolution, and it's going to be a Darwinian evolution. And I think that, you know, the challenges of monetization, the challenges of upfront capital commitments, there will be fewer and fewer firms that are able to go to investors and have that dialogue and have that relationship. We believe we're one of them because of our investment track record. But the reality is I think that many PE firms, that business model is going to change, and how can they adapt?
This is a really important conversation to be having, especially because on surveillance, we keep talking about the divide between public markets and the underlying economy. And it seems like it's growing in an increasingly dramatic fashion. And we keep wondering whether the economy is really struggling right now, at least by virtue of some of these labor market pictures, the same time that you're seeing the Oracles of the world do very well. Are you seeing that? Are you seeing the need for money to be a little more free now in order to juice some of that activity?
You know, we're not seeing it yet, but I do think the question you're really asking is, and it is the same question about, you know, with the amount, public markets used to be a great diversifier for portfolios, and it really was the bellwether of how the U.S. economy and the global economy was doing. But as more companies have stayed private and more companies are funding privately, you really are questioning that barometer and what it's telling you. Torsten has a good piece out this morning talking about the concentration of the CapEx cycle and how it's concentrated in a handful of companies in data, AI, and technology. And while the CapEx is a massive number and it's driving a North Star to growth, you're asking a provocative question, is it really hiding the underlying economy, which is driven by private companies? 90% of the hiring in America is by private companies, and is that a different story today? It could be. We're seeing, if you look at the public numbers in terms of earnings over the second quarter, it beat consensus by 700 basis points, 11 versus 4. And for the most part, the credit portfolios that we oversee, the multi-thousands of counterparty risk, 3 to 4,000, it actually showed quality upgrades 3 to 1 versus downgrades in terms of performance. So in the breadth of our credit portfolios, we're not seeing a weakness. I will tell you, we definitely see more lingering inflation. And I do believe that while this administration is dead set on getting rates lower, I believe that there is a legacy inflation issues in the economy. When's the last time any one of us bought something in the last year and you said, wow, that was cheaper than a year ago? It has not happened. And that's just and I do believe that's going to be the scourge of this rate cycle, because I do believe there's greater inflation, and companies are having a much more challenging time passing that along to consumers. We're seeing it across the board.
There's a lot to unpack there. One of the things I wanted to unpack was the concentration risk and the AI financing that we've seen both in data centers and the energy transition. There's a quote in the last year that's just stuck with me for the last 12 months, and it came from the Alphabet CEO, that the bigger risk is underinvesting and not over-investing. And that just sounded like a commitment to over-investing. Now, I'd want to understand how your industry avoids a massive misallocation of resources at a time when everyone is chasing the same story.
Well, it feels like you have a bug in our investment committee rooms. I mean, I've been talking the last 6 months about the cycles of dark fiber in the late 90s, of shale, in the early teens, 12 to 16, and certainly enterprise software the last 5 years. And you have to be concerned as an investor today, are you taking equity risk for a fixed rate of return? That's the ultimate sort of bubble, if you would. And I don't think that the true economics, certainly consumers, industry, the economy is going to benefit, but not all industries as they evolved was it a great investor to be an investor. The cell phone industry is a great example. Only in the last decade has it become a good investment for companies to invest. So I don't have the answer, though. It's a question we're asking ourselves. Now, we find ourselves both on the debt and the equity side of funding a lot of the data center activity. But there's a tremendous amount needed, and there's a voracious appetite. But I certainly understand what the Alphabet executive was saying.
Do you think there's a bit of a duration mismatch between how long it takes to build a data center and how long it takes to build the energy infrastructure to enable it? And could that be problematic in the future?
There certainly is. We have spent more time. The energy supply issue could be a governor to growth. And that's a challenge that we've not seen yet, but if you pencil out the numbers, that could be a concern. But I think the bigger question is back to the first one we asked is, these are 10, 20, 30-year infrastructure builds. Who really, with our marketplace going towards indexes and ETFs and multi-pod shops that are all thinking about, moment-to-moment liquidity, the era of the long investor, it's a question mark. Who is that long investor? And we would say it's the retirees of tomorrow. Every day, 12,000 folks in the U.S., hit 65. And the West, broadly speaking, and other countries around the world have not done a great job with retirees. And so the ability to thoughtfully introduce long-duration infrastructure, inflation hedge assets into these portfolios. In the UK, they call it matching adjustment for insurance assets. Those are really where the growth of our business is going to go, and that's going to benefit investors.
This makes a lot of sense, particularly if you're investing for retirement. You don't need daily liquidity. That's just logical. I think where the criticism is coming from for your industry at the moment is that family offices are already doing a lot of this. I think you and the team have talked about that a ton. High net worth individuals are doing the same. You're now going after retail. And then people start to feel a little bit uncomfortable with that. Are you looking for a new bag holder? Are we looking for someone else to pick up the pieces? What's the response from you and the team to address that head on?
I think it's all about doing it in a methodical, logical, diverse way. This is all about the proper amounts and the proper diversity. Certainly, we would never advocate for someone taking an outsized portfolio of their retirement and putting it all into alternatives. But clearly, over the last 30 to 40 years, history has shown us that an allocation to alternatives, 10 to 20% of a portfolio, increases returns and brings down volatility. And so from our perspective, there's a variety of areas in the world of credit in particular, the world of infrastructure, the world of secondaries, that are more yield-oriented, compounding type of vehicles. And certainly we have a view that private equity, while a very attractive asset class, even in returns over the next decade, mid to high teens, that should be done in appropriate doses. So it's all about diversity and proper portfolio allocation.
We've got no bugs in the boardroom, don't worry. Jim, it's good to see you. You're going to stay with us. Jim Zelter of Apollo, perhaps. Perhaps not. All right, let's get you an update on stories. We don't. Elsewhere this morning, with your Bloomberg brief, here's Vonnie Quinn. Hey, Vonnie.
Hey, John. Thank you so much. French President Emmanuel Macron has named Sébastien Lecornu to be the country's new prime minister. Lecornu, a defense minister, will become the country's 5th prime minister in 2 years. The last 2 premiers were ousted after trying to pass budgets that would sharply reduce France's deficit, the widest in the euro area. A judge has temporarily blocked President Trump's effort to remove Lisa Cook from her position as a Fed governor. The ruling allows Cook to remain in her post while she challenges the White House's attempt to oust her over allegations of mortgage fraud. The judge found the alleged misconduct likely does not amount to cause for her removal. Top lawmakers are opposing President Trump's proposal to fund the government through January 31st. The pushback increases the risk of an October 1st government shutdown. The White House's plan calls for a series of changes to funding levels and is more than 2 months longer than lawmakers on both sides initially wanted. And that's your Bloomberg brief. John.
Vonnie, thank you. Up next on the program, fast-tracking a tariff review.
I'm confident the Supreme Court's going to go with us. We do have a fallback position. It's more cumbersome, and I think it limits the president's hands to do these great deals.
Up next on the program, we'll have more from Jim Zelter of Apollo, live from New York City this morning. Good morning.
Astonishing day for US technology.
It's shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. Bloomberg The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China.
We need to do more to engage the market more. We're risk on. I think we caught a little sweet spot.
Massive savings right now.
It's already a different game.
Bloomberg The China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade. Watch Bloomberg Tech. This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Live from New York, equity futures positive by a third of 1%. The economic data 1 hour and 11 minutes away. Futures up across the board, on the Nasdaq at least. On the Nasdaq up by 0.2. Small caps, some massive underperformance as we closed out summer. Some underperformance this morning. We're down by about a third of 1%. Summer, by the way, just for the record, continues.
I know, you're going to say that September 21st. It's absolutely ridiculous. And you're wearing black, so I don't see you wearing a white suit.
This is all year. It's not seasonal, okay? Under surveillance this morning, you know that. Fast-tracking a tariff review.
We do have a fallback position. It's more cumbersome, and I think it limits the president's hands to do these great deals. What a tragedy it would be to be overruled on this. I think courts are very reluctant to overrule a president's signature policy.
So here's the latest this morning. The Supreme Court fast-tracking a challenge to President Trump's global tariffs. The court agreeing to hear arguments in the first week of November.
So it's music to the ears of this administration, especially the Treasury Secretary, who has talked about the fact that actually this is infringing on how they are negotiating right now with some partners. As he said, this is one of the president's signature economic policy proposals. And the Supreme Court is going to decide, Jonathan, whether or not they're legal or not. And what they want to see is that they want to know as soon as possible. They don't want to be at the very end of the court's term next summer. So we're going to start that hearing about this at the Supreme Court in November. So it is a very fast track for the administration.
Jim Zauter, the president of Apollo Global Management, still with us. Jim, let's continue this conversation. At the start of the year, you talked about macro paralysis. This story is continuing. It just feels like this market, public markets, have moved on. Have you and the team moved on?
Yes, I think if you landed from Mars today and you had not had the benefit of the last 6 months, the idea of the death of U.S. exceptionalism would not be on your radar screen, and you'd have 4 or 5 things. You'd say massive CapEx cycle in front of us. You'd say administration pro-business and determined to cut rates. You'd say that the last quarter's public numbers in terms of equities and credit have been strong. And you'd say there's a big M&A pipeline, and we're on record to have the second biggest M&A year versus 21. So all those things would point to invest, rates are going lower, spreads are going to stay tight, and I can give butts to all of those, but that's the trend going on right now. And the idea that investors were going to, boycott the U.S., FDI has been massively strong in the last 4 or 5 months, and knock wood, we've had a very strong year across our public and our private businesses. A lot of origination. This week we led a very large transaction for RWE, which is exactly what we're talking about big private solutions, energy transmission, a very exciting business. It's a blockbuster business, one we would never have talked about years ago, but they have billions upon billions of needs to restructure the transmission system in Germany. So the markets are, the animal spirits are back. There are lots of little hiccups out there, and whether it's instability or valuations or other headaches. But yes, active market. We've been active in the U.S. and Europe dramatically this year, and the pipeline is quite strong.
Have you found the need to hedge from the U.S. a little bit more, given the fact that there is this policy uncertainty, but more so this question around the Fed cutting rates, allowing inflation to run hot, and a depreciation of the dollar?
Mm-hmm. Certainly there's been a lot more hedging of investments from overseas investors. And certainly, we typically, because most of our liabilities are into dollars, we will hedge back to the dollar as well. But we certainly want to have exposure to other economies in addition to the U.S. because of the concern about inflation.
Do you think this is a real deal in Europe? I get the feeling you do.
Well, there was an interesting article I read this morning that a year after the Draghi report, like 11% of the proposals have been put in place. So I think companies I see corporate leadership in a variety of sectors, and I see a few government leaders, passionately pursuing this, but I think the overall pace is not what it should be. And the paralysis of the broad government oversight in Europe is holding the progress back. So it's not as fast as we would like it, but it's a train we want to be on.
What would be an easy change to make that train go faster?
They've pushed for a variety of relaxation of some of the securitization rules. Basically a Solvency II balance sheet for an insurer in Europe. You have to own almost 65 to 70% of your assets need to be sovereign bonds. That's just too large an amount, and it's very, very challenging and difficult to purchase and to hold securitized product, asset-based securities, which have proven to be a very good tool for insurance companies and other financial services firms in the U.S. It's good for dispersing risk, and it's good for versus corporate purchases. So I think something like that, securitized products, would be a very easy and important move to make.
I think, sadly, many of us just conditioned by experience, conditioned to be disappointed by Europe.
Are we allowed to be disappointed? I keep thinking about what Howard Marks said after they announced the regime of tariffs, and he said the U.S. is still the best place to invest, but it's less of a best place to invest. And so you start looking at other places and saying, yeah, there's hair on this, they're not going to get their act together, but at least there's some investment, and we might as well diversify. And I wonder how much that's driving people to like what they're seeing, even when there still is a lot of skepticism.
Jim?
I would say they've looked around, they still come back to the U.S. Strongest, largest, deepest market in the world, greatest economy, rule of law, unbelievable banking system, creativity, intellectual capital. It's the place to invest.
That
He's running.
Sounded like a politician's speech, didn't it?
Yeah, maybe for mayor.
Yeah.
He's still diversifying.
Run, Jim. Jim Zelter of Apollo. Jim, thank you, sir. You don't want anything to do with that. Up next, a man who will want to engage on that topic, Congressman French Hill, as Fed Governor Lisa Cook keeps her job for now. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
Middle East and Africa, vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Right, okay, ready?
David, what initially sparked your interest in this topic of longevity?
15 years ago, I turned 60, and I began to wonder how much longer I'm likely to live and what I could do to extend my life. On longevity, I talk with the leading experts in science and medicine to educate people about how they might be able to change their conduct so that they can live a happier and healthier life. I'm David Rubenstein. Join me on a 4-part journey as I explore the great quest for longevity. Only on Bloomberg.
Economic data about 60 minutes away. Equity futures positive here by a third of 1% on the S&P. On the Nasdaq 100 up by a quarter. In the bond market, 2-year, 10-year and 30-year bond yields settling down. We're down about a basis point at the front end to 3.55. But check this out in Europe. Italy versus France. 3.48 on French debt. 3.48 on Italian debt. The convergence. If you go back to the Eurozone debt crisis, this was 4 percentage points. That was the spread between the two, Italy trading over France, and now these two trading right in line with each other. Do you remember that line about hard men making easy times? Hard markets make tough leaders. Tough leaders make easy times. Easy markets make weak leaders. Weak leaders make hard times. That's the situation in Europe over the last 10 years.
That's pure poetry, John. It just rolled off the tongue. I mean, there's this question here of whether France has what it needs to pull its act together at a time when their borrowing costs actually exceeded Italy's for a brief second yesterday, and some people are saying it's because of a roll and these technicalities. Nonetheless, the reality is stark for France, and right now there are protests that are gearing up across Paris to protest some of the cutbacks from Bayrou, who already is out as prime minister. So a very difficult moment to really understand exactly what the political response mechanism is going to be.
Yeah, I think the thing I'd like to emphasize this morning is less of what's going on in France and more of what's happened in Italy, in Greece. They went through the hard times. The leaders had to make the tough decisions. That's why things are so much easier now compared to, say, France. France had problems 10 years ago and the markets gave them a pass, and guess what leaders became? Weak, didn't do enough to address the issues. Where are we 10 years later? Big problems. That's the issue we've got at play now.
So you're going to invest 10 years out in France because you think that they're going to get their act together and take the lessons of Italy and Greece?
I don't know if we're at the point where markets are hard enough to make leaders strong enough to make the kind of decisions we need to make times easier.
You know, it's a good point. It's what a lot of people are wondering. This game of chicken between markets and politicians, and at what point is the pain in bond markets enough to spur some sort of action? And it seems like, based on the protests, some of the ramifications, not there yet.
That was enough of that. It was on the edge of Joe Rogan, wasn't it? Okay. French yields this morning up by a basis point or so to 3.48. 2 hours away from the opening bell. Let's get you some morning movers with Yahara. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, John. With this massive rise in Oracle shares, up more than 30% in the pre-market, it is set to add about $200 billion to its market cap. That would mean it would be the 10th most valuable member of the S&P 500, and that is all thanks to a very bullish outlook from this company. Its booked revenue is up 359% from the same time a year ago, climbing to $455 billion in the latest quarter, and that is thanks to massive cloud deals with the likes of NVIDIA, TikTok, and OpenAI, just underscoring the strong demand for compute power. And we stick with tech, but this stock is moving in the other direction. Synopsys is down 23% as U.S. export restrictions weigh on its China business. No surprise there. That is because this is a company that provides tools to design advanced semiconductors, putting them squarely in the crosshairs of Washington's efforts to curb China's access. And those measures have been on and off again, creating uncertainty for this company and its customers. And we end on the original meme stock, GameStop, up nearly 11% after reporting a big jump in sales, more than 20% compared to the same time last year. And that was thanks to a boom in hardware sales, because during this time was when the Nintendo Switch 2 came out. And as we all know, that flew off the shelves. John?
Yahara, thank you. Thanks for the update. More from Yahara in the next hour. On our radar this morning, some of our top stories. President Donald Trump asking the EU to impose 100% tariffs on China and India in order to push Russia into negotiations with Ukraine. The White House saying it will match any tariffs imposed by the EU on the two countries. Elsewhere, the Senate Banking Committee voting today on Stephen Murren's nomination for Federal Reserve Governor. The move likely setting him up to be confirmed before next week's FOMC meeting. And finally, Apple shares slipping after the unveiling of the new iPhone 17 at its annual event. In a key change, the company swapping out the iPhone Plus for the iPhone Air, which Apple says is its thinnest ever.
Some of the commentary from the likes of Samsung and Google were savage. That's all I can say. The advertising, the counter-advertising, if that's it, that's all you've got. What I thought was the most interesting is that prices didn't go up on any of these products except for the highest end. What this highlights to me is an awareness of a pushing back in price, even as they have their heroin chic phones, their really ultra skinny phones that are the iPhones 17. Some positive reviews, some questions around battery life. The bigger question is, this wasn't a big enough innovation to really turn the dial.
What was the innovation? Cosmic orange iPhone. It's a little bit thinner, has a better battery life, which every single iPhone that comes out should have a better battery life. I mean, does this really make you want to go line up and get a new iPhone?
This is not a moment for hardware, is it? This is meant to be the moment for software. Address the issues, and you're not seeing the incremental developments that people want to see in order for them to upgrade. We'll catch up with Dan Ives later this morning. Dan's been talking about a super cycle of upgrades for years now, and we haven't seen it.
Yeah, and the question is, can they innovate at the WWDC, the developer conference, to really put forward something like a phone or a robot, like we were talking about yesterday? Because is it still the phone that is the device, that is the hardware that's really going to turn the dial? They also were putting out there some Apple Watches that have better tracking devices for your sleep and other things that some of us neglect.
I like the headphones. Do you see what the headphones can do? Real-time translation. You speak back, and then you get the translation on the phone for the person you're talking to when you're abroad. I thought that was pretty cool.
Do you think that we're ever going to learn language, or that our kids are going to learn language in school, or do you think that they're just going to be able to translate it?
I thought about that yesterday. I was looking at this playing out, and I just thought it's slicker if you walk into, I think the video was from a florist. Did you see this video?
Yeah.
I think she walks into a florist. Isn't it slicker and just smoother just to be able to speak the language?
Yeah, very much
Instead of holding up a phone with the text coming up.
Yeah, although I've been in situations where that would...
Unless they have the headphones too.
Oh, and then everyone just...
and we just walk around with those.
Again, we just become robots.
Yeah, with white AirPods in our ears. Okay, let's turn back to Washington. Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook staying on the job after a judge temporarily blocked President Trump from removing her. Congressman French Hill, chairman of the House Financial Committee on Financial Services, joined us now for more. Congressman Hill, welcome to the program, sir. I've got a lot to get through, and I just wanted to start with the independence of the Federal Reserve and the role that your committee's got to play as this spat continues to build down in Washington.
Well, good morning, Jonathan. Great to be with you. As you know, I've spoken out many times about the importance of the independence of the Fed, and so has my colleague across the Capitol, Tim Scott, the chairman of the Senate Banking Committee. But because we fully support Fed independence doesn't mean the Fed's immune from criticism, and every president in my adult life has been very vocal about criticizing the Fed at one time or another. So I don't think Fed independence is in question.
When it comes to what could actually happen in terms of financial stability, we have Fed Governor Lisa Cook's lawyer saying that the president was unlawful in removing Governor Cook and said its vague allegations would endanger the stability of our financial system and undermine the rule of law. Do you agree with that assessment?
Well, I think there's some hyperbole in there. Lisa Cook has been accused of effectively mortgage fraud. Those are significant allegations for someone who is a financial regulator, but I think they need to be adjudicated. I mean, she needs her due process, her day in court to prove that in fact that's not the case, and I think that's underway right now, and that's again something I've said in recent days.
Do you think the president should have waited for the courts to play out in terms of this investigation, for these allegations to actually become charges and a conviction, to then take up this idea to fire her for cause?
Look, the president's entitled to his own opinion. He has access to the facts that probably I don't, so he's made his decision about it. But my judgment is that's a serious allegation, and if true, it's certainly potentially a disqualifying allegation and charge for someone who's involved, very much intimately involved in the federal regulatory process.
Taking a step back, though, do you agree with the Treasury Secretary on resetting the Fed's mission?
Well, you know, I've believed that for a long time. I believe the Fed should have a single mandate, which is price stability. The biggest, most punishing tax on the American people, our citizens, is inflation. And inflation's caused by too much money chasing too few goods, and we've had a dramatic example of that by Fed policy during the pandemic and the Biden administration's fiscal policy in combination. Very punishing, 40-year highs in inflation. So I believe we need fewer mandates, and I think we need that monetary policy focused on price stability. Again, that's why I set up a task force in this Congress to review the Fed's monetary policy since 2008, review the Fed's role in financial regulation and supervision, and to make sure that we're also taking steps to make sure our Treasury security market is resilient. All this work is led by Frank Lucas of Oklahoma, and we're deep in that process. So I think taking a strong look at the Fed's monetary policy and their governance, it's an important factor, and I agree with the Treasury Secretary on that.
Well, inflation has not been below 2% for more than 4 years at this point, and we're still talking about 50 basis point rate cuts, maybe 75 basis points of rate cuts this year. Do you think that that's premature if there should be a single mandate Federal Reserve that looks solely on inflation?
Well, I think this is the tough decision they have coming up, and we've seen a softness in the economy during the whole year in terms of consumers' ability to purchase, the jobs reports that we've gotten. This is why the Fed chairman, I think, consistently has said, let's look at the data, look at our data assessment and the forecasts associated with it, and also make our own judgment about whether we're at the neutral rate for pricing, because we don't want to see the economy stall out and then go into stagflation, particularly when you're right about inflation getting close to 2 but not below 2 and not right at 2. But when you look at inflation expectations, they seem to be more closely anchored at 2, and that should give the Fed some confidence as they entertain their decision in the next few days.
Chair Hill, I know you and your colleagues almost just recently got back from summer recess, but October 1st is fast approaching, and the Trump administration is weighing and pushing for this idea for a stopgap funding measure to keep the government open through January 31st. Would you be on board with that?
Well, we're talking about it among ourselves and obviously with our friends in the Senate. We've each passed 3 appropriations bills in the Senate and the House. I think it would be great to go to conference on those bills and then pursue, get those enacted into law, and then pursue a CR that's a shorter term CR would be my advice for consideration so that we can get this work done. We're very close. Both the House and Senate are processing these bills. We have the Republicans in charge of the House and the Senate and the White House, so we ought to get together, find our top line number, and get our work done this year.
Congressman, before you go, the important stuff, Arkansas football. Razorbacks going to get done this year?
Really enjoyed watching the quarterback come and have his great game against Arkansas State. This was the first time in Arkansas history that Arkansas State played the University of Arkansas in Little Rock at the famous 1949 War Memorial Stadium. It was a fantastic day. He looks pretty good. We play Ole Miss this weekend, so that'll be the first SEC game, and that's where the rubber hits the road.
Saturday, 7 p.m. Looking forward to it, sir. Thanks for being here. Congressman French Hill.
You still need to come to a Razorback game.
I've got to make it happen. I know. This year it's got to happen. Thank you, sir. SEC football.
All the best.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Got to make a game happen this year. Team trip. I'm not going to do like the team cruise we've talked about a million times. I will do a trip down to some kind of SEC football game before the year is out.
So you'll be there. I'll go to Bentonville.
It's got to be Arkansas.
Arkansas or Ole Miss this weekend.
I could see you there. I feel like you have like sort of a southern sort of undertone. I could see that.
Possibly. I think I relate to that. I think it's probably the closest thing in this country to European football.
Oh, because of the small
SEC
kind of natures,
football,
yeah.
totally.
Yeah,
the connection with your team.
Yeah, that's what you do on the weekends.
I can't connect with the NFL at all. Just the idea of franchise can move from city to city, state to state, just doesn't speak to me.
Yeah, the fact that the New York team actually plays in New Jersey bothers you.
Yeah, I just can't get my head around that. All right, let's get you an update on stories elsewhere this morning before I offend someone else. With your Bloomberg brief, here's Vonnie Quinn. Hey, Vonnie.
Hey, John, thank you. President Donald Trump said he is very unhappy about Israel's strike on Hamas targets in Doha. Trump said he learned of the attack too late to stop it. The president spoke with both Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Qatari leaders after the strike and assured Qatar that such an attack would not happen again. JP Morgan and Barclays among banks bracing for potentially hundreds of millions of dollars in combined losses from loans tied to subprime auto lender Tricolor. Sources telling us here at Bloomberg the banks are warehouse lenders for Tricolor and are looking into whether the collateral for the lines was double pledged. Novo Nordisk will cut some 9,000 jobs globally, 11% of its workforce, after slashing its profit forecast for the third time this year. This as it fights to recover lost market share from Eli Lilly in the obesity drug market. The pharma giant plans to save $1.3 billion by the end of next year and to reinvest in new drug development and sales. And that's your Bloomberg Brief. John.
Vonnie, thank you. More from Vonnie in the next hour, about 30 minutes away. Up next, phantom inflation.
They're kind of worried about like the phantom inflation expectation story, or, you know, the threat of potential inflation coming from tariffs. I mean, I think those are really secondary considerations at this point, given what we're seeing in the jobs market.
In just a moment, we'll catch up with Lofi Karui of Goldman Sachs from New York City this morning. Good morning. You're watching Bloomberg TV.
Opinion, at least, the reason that the U.S. is so creative and innovative and has so much interesting development and has, you know, most of the largest trillion-dollar businesses is because we have the best capital markets. And capital market development is really what creates the funding in order to pursue ideas. So in America, any idea you have, there's a market for it. Right? So building markets like the securitization markets in the U.S., you know, really allowed for non-financial companies to get into the financial industry business. And that was really a derivative of making the securitization market so competitive. So building securitization markets and continuing to grow markets and figuring out how to continuously fund ideas, I think that's going to be, you know, the next stage of growth for these markets.
To Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Onen, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news wherever and whenever it happens. I'm Anne-Marie Hordern in Buenos Aires, Argentina, and this is Bloomberg.
Session highs on the S&P 500, up a third of 1%. Likewise on the Nasdaq 100 this morning, coming into Wednesday at record highs. Up a third on the S&P, up a third on the Nasdaq. Under surveillance this morning as we count down to PPI and CPI, phantom inflation.
They're kind of worried about like the phantom inflation expectation story, or, you know, the threat of potential inflation coming from tariffs. I mean, I think those are really secondary considerations at this point, given what we're seeing in the jobs market. So to me, I think the risk is that the Fed ultimately won't deliver as much as they should, and that kind of reinforces the slowing that we've already seen.
So here's the latest this morning. Investors looking ahead to a double dose of inflation data due out in the next 24 hours, with just 1 week to go until the Fed's next decision. Lotfi Karui of Goldman Sachs joins us around the table for more. Lotfi, good morning.
Good morning.
Got a lot to talk about in your world in credit markets and broader fixed income. Let's just start with the Federal Reserve a week away. Neil Dutta of RenMac called the inflation phantom inflation. He wants this Fed to lean into the weakness in the labour market. Where are you and the team at?
Yes, I think that would be our view too, which is that reaction function is definitely more tilted towards the weakness in the labor market as opposed to potential upside, risks from inflation. I think 25 basis points is pretty much a done deal at this point. We expect them to follow suit with another 2 hikes in October and December, and then 2 more in 2026. Now, a lot of that is in the price, and so I would say relative to the last 6 months, the risk-reward in that front end of the curve feels probably the most balanced to me at the moment.
Do you think that what you're seeing in the individual companies that you invest in, the sort of credit aspect of this, verify the weakness that we see in some of the numbers about the labor market, about the underlying economy?
To some extent, yes, but not a lot, to be honest with you. I think whether you talk to investors or corporate issuers, the message that you're getting is that we're happy or we're comfortable with this weak but not too weak equilibrium, so long as it comes with monetary easing, so long as we remain far away from the recession threshold, and then you have some of the offsetting tailwinds kicking in later into the year, and that's really expansionary fiscal policy and deregulation. And so most folks are actually willing to look through the current weakness and sort of, focus on 2026. And I think that's the right approach, because you will see a growth acceleration in 2026.
Does this justify how tight spreads are, how much people are buying credit with the hope of that reacceleration?
Yeah. I mean, look, credit, generically, credit is an anti-recession asset class. When you buy credit, you're owning a put. And so you're a lot more sensitive to downside risk than upside risk. I think the comfort that everyone has is that you're still far away from that recession threshold. And so, yes, to some extent, it is justified in my view.
When you talk about deregulation and the fiscal input coming from Washington, where exactly do you see that?
Well, I mean, on the fiscal side, you got, tax policy is going to turn expansionary.
But is this really an extension of policy, isn't it? What's new?
To a large extent, yes, but you do have a little bit of a growth impulse. And then, look, growth has slowed down this year, too. And so the starting level is actually lower than 2024. I think, we're sort of oscillating around 1.5% here. We will probably, revert back to trend growth in 2026.
Coming into 2025, I still remember your outlook. And you talked about the valuation proposition in credit being some of the worst you've seen for years and years and years. And as we sit here today, spreads just got tighter and tighter and tighter. Are you scratching your head at all about what you've seen so far?
No, I think, look, we've been range bound. The range, if I take the investment grade Bloomberg index as an example, the range has been 75 to 90 basis points. I still think that the risk of a valuation melt up, which is something that you increasingly hear, so spreads going to literally uncharted territory, is very, very low in credit. If anything, you should see some M&A supply kicking in the next, couple months. So from a technical standpoint, it won't feel as imbalanced as it is today. But I still feel pretty good about that. I think, look, as a spread investor, you have to be cognizant that valuations are not great.
So the trajectory of benchmark rates seems to be heading downward. We are going to get some Fed easing. The bigger question for a lot of investors, and Jim Zelter of Apollo was on just earlier, saying he's concerned about inflation. And he thinks over the longer term, if you cut now at a time where there still is enough resilience and potentially some of the impulse that are coming through later this year and early next, you could get a really sticky inflation. How much is that a risk scenario to what you're just putting out there?
It's always a risk. I mean, our baseline view is that tariffs, in the end, are sort of a price level effect. So, think of them as like a VAT, transitory. I know, that's sort of a, but more importantly, we don't think that will translate into structurally higher inflation expectations. But of course, you cannot rule out that risk. I think the Fed has gotten to that same view too. It's really less about spot inflation, which will mechanically increase on the back of tariffs, and more about inflation expectations. And at the moment, those will remain anchored. I think that's the view.
There's also been a big debate about the U.S. versus Europe, and that's something that we were talking about with Jim, the idea that the U.S. is still the cleanest shirt and a dirty laundry bin. I'm rolling my eyes because everybody says these cliches. But at the same time, you might want to increase your exposure to Europe just by virtue of having that additional hedge. Do you think that's gone too far, especially with the political instability?
You're seeing it in the data. I think there's no question that the marginal dollar, and I would emphasize that this is about the marginal dollar, so the new dollar that you're allocating is getting allocated in a more balanced way. And we see it on the private side. If you look at the data, Europe is definitely attracting more capital. Would I go as far as saying that we're on the verge of a massive rotation away from the US back into Europe? Probably not. I'll give you a very concrete example. Look at leveraged finance markets. In the US, it's $4.5 trillion. If you add up high yield bonds, broadly syndicated loans, private credit, in Europe, it barely exceeds $1 trillion. So in terms of size, in terms of depth, in terms of fragmentation, I do think that the US still scores way better than Europe.
Lisa's talking about sources of demand. Can we talk about sources of supply and some of the issuance shifting over to Europe? What are they called, reverse Yankees?
Yeah.
What's going on with that kind of debt issuance?
You know, there's a variety of narratives that you're probably hearing. To me, the biggest driver of that surge in reverse Yankee issuance is really the willingness of large multinational corporations to diversify their currency mix, full stop. I don't think it's about sort of the yield differential between the two. A lot of these companies actually do have a big chunk of their revenues that come from the euro area. You're just looking for ways to diversify a little bit, and I think that's what's happening. But, you know, reverse Yankee issuance is on a record high pace at the moment.
It's unbelievable, the amount of supply we've seen from US issuers over in Europe.
Yeah, and what Latvia is saying is it's more of a currency hedge than it is anything else, which is really interesting. The idea that if you're selling into a continent, you might as well keep the currency the same, especially given the dollar weakening trend.
Seen some serious weakness. Euro dollar back up at 117 this morning.
Are we on 120 watch? That's what I keep wondering.
We've been on 120 watch consistently. The ECB pushed back against that. Have you noticed that? And since then, it's kind of been like this ceiling for that currency pair.
Yeah, whether they continue actually mentioning it. They never mention the currency until it hits close to that 120 mark, and then they start getting yippy. I think that the interesting thing to me is at what point do people stop traveling to Europe because of the currency?
I think that's the interesting thing exclusively to you. I think that feels very, very personal.
I'm just wondering, you know, at what point does that affect the supply-demand dynamic when it comes to tourism?
Serious issues. Let's book a guest. Let's make it happen. Lotfi, it's good to see you. Thank you, sir. Lotfi Karui of Goldman Sachs. I'm right there with you.
Come on, you think about
The
that.
good
Other
stuff.
people do too.
The hard-hitting journalism
100%.
for the summer of 2026. Coming up next, Deepak Puri of Deutsche Bank, Dan Ives of Wedbush, Seth Carpenter of Morgan Stanley, Lisa Hornby of Schroders. The economic data in America, 34 minutes away.
Let's talk about this villa. Very traditional. A lot of things of the past.
I live my very first independent life in the farmhouse. And I built it by the memory of the farmhouse, the philosophy they believe, yin, yang, 5 elements, the concept of the life, of the happiness. They build this kind of roof, like boat, and man and woman, and bowl of rice. Everyone should be happy if have somewhere to live, something to eat, and someone to love.
So you're defined a lot by your past experiences.
Yeah, actually, I'm a lucky man because not everyone should have the experience of the war and peace, poor and rich, technology progress, a change during my life, rich by experience.
There's an appreciation for what you have now.
And therefore, peace is the most important thing for today, for Vietnamese, and I think for human being, for the world.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
We published a story recently about the explosion of robotic companies and innovation in China. I think we said there's something like 50 or 60 robotic startups in China. Are we behind, and should we be concerned about that?
I think as far as the state of innovation, no. Most of those robots aren't built for work
for the things that, which is the entry point for these robots today. They can do some interesting things. A lot of times it's backflips or making coffee or something, but not really useful work. These robots can pick up to 50 pounds on our next generation. So they're great for the education of robotics, getting people interested. But as far as humanoids, they've got to check that safety box before they can come into any of the facilities here. And that's a big bar that we haven't seen much of out of the Chinese robots.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacroix, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute news whenever and wherever it happens, I'm Matt Miller at the Circuit de la Sarthe in Le Mans, and this is Bloomberg.
There's a huge difference between what's going on Main Street and what's happening on Wall Street.
The general health of the economy, it's broken down.
We're expecting a prolonged period of elevated inflation.
We have an eye on the inflation data, but the one data point is not going to, I think, derail the path.
I don't think inflation is getting away from the Fed, which is why I think they should be focusing more on the growth side of the economy.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Live from New York City this morning. Good morning to you all. The third hour of Bloomberg Surveillance starts right now, and your scores look like this. A two-day winning run on the S&P 500, 5 days on the NASDAQ. Futures up again by a third of 1%. In the bond market, 2s, 10s, and 30s. Two-year bond yields very close to the lows of the year. Just north of 350 this morning at 354.79. Yields down a single basis point. We are 30 minutes away from the economic data. The next stop for the big economic debate, PPI at 8:30 Eastern Time.
Does it matter? I think that is the key question. How high does that number have to be for it to matter at a time where there seems to be an inflation independent, to an extent, Federal Reserve that is squarely focused on the labor market? Yesterday's labor market revisions only underscored the sense that there is enough of a weakening in the employment sphere that they really can look past some short-term inflation.
The decision is a week away, a week today, and this is what the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent's got to say about it. If the Fed is data dependent and the data is bad, make-up rate cuts are needed. 25's not going to cut it. The administration wants more than that.
They want more than that because they're looking at these revisions and they're saying if the Fed had this type of data earlier, they would have been cutting sooner. So they should be making up for the lost time. When the facts change, I change my mind. That's what the Treasury Secretary said yesterday on Fox News. All of this, though, is going to be so much more interesting, I think, because of the personnel. We're going to have Stephen Myron potentially today clearing a key Senate hurdle. Lisa Cook, a judge last night, said she could stay at her job. Are they going to be there to vote? And likely they're going to be dubs. So they're going to be voting for a rate cut. But whether or not it's 25 or 50, that remains to be seen.
If we do have a Governor Myron walking into that meeting next week, he can ask a very simple question. If we knew then what we know now about payrolls growth, where would rates be? Would they be lower than they are now? And the answer for a lot of people might well be yes, which raises the question, I think, about 25 or 50. I think some people will be pushing that issue at next week's meeting.
If Stephen Myron is there, he certainly will. Will Chris Waller? That will be an interesting question. Will Mickey Bowman, another potential contender to become the next Fed chair? Will the market start to price this in? And at what point do we worry about inflation once more? I mean, really, again, we're talking about this all ahead of PPI coming out today, a question of how much we have the ability to, or for companies have the ability to pass along price increases, and then CPI, how much consumers are eating it. Tomorrow, these are going to be important linchpins to understand the longer-term trajectory for the Federal Reserve.
Shouldn't change the conversation. Not because I believe it shouldn't change the conversation. Shouldn't change the conversation because of the way the chairman has laid out the reaction function of the Federal Reserve at Jackson Hole. When you come out and say this is basically going to be a one-off but not all at once, you're basically saying even if we get hot prints between now and year end, that's not going to stop me from maintaining a focus on the labor market.
Yeah, and this is a reason why a lot of people are seeing a Fed cutting rates and are believing what the Fed is saying, and they're not necessarily selling long-term treasuries. That's one thing that's given a lot of people confidence. My question is, what is the reaction function next week from the markets to any kind of outsized rate cut or an indication that they're going to continue to cut? Because ultimately, it's fine if Fed Chair Jay Powell says it. Does the market endorse this idea of a one-time kind of price adjustment?
At the moment, just about. 30-year bond yields backing away from 5% over the previous 2 weeks. We're back down to about 4.73. Coming up this hour, Deepak Puri of Deutsche Bank as stocks trade at all-time highs. We'll speak to Dan Ives of Wedbush as Apple falls following its new iPhone unveiling, and Seth Carpenter of Morgan Stanley as we break down the latest inflation data. We begin this hour with stocks steady as traders await a key week of economic data. Deepak Puri of Deutsche Bank writes in the following: given signs of a weakening labour market and a moderating economic outlook, we expect 5 cuts until September 2026. Deepak joins us now for more. Deepak, good morning.
Good morning.
Good to see you, sir. How quickly do we get that kind of move? Do you think it's 5 cuts spread out evenly, or could they just move, say, 50 right now? Let's go.
I think the bar for a 50 right now is pretty high. So I would be more inclined to say it's a bit more spread out, maybe 2 to 3 rate cuts for the rest of the year, and then 1 cut per quarter for 2026. This is going to September 2026. And the reason I say the bar is pretty high for 50 basis point, because we cannot be focused too much on a lagged release on the labor markets, which is a lagging indicator to begin with. So I think the markets are not going to be focused too much. Yes, from a Federal Reserve perspective, maybe it's going to have a lot more discussion, and that'll be, available to us when the minutes are released.
Sure.
But I think in the near term, I still believe, given the inflation backdrop, the fact that the assessment of where the tariff rates are going to hit and really base upon what would be the impact of the pass-through of those tariffs on inflation, it's still a little bit TBD. So I think it'll be pretty much premature to start cutting aggressively at this point.
If we hadn't had Jackson Hole, I think a lot of people would agree with you. But the language that the chairman used with regards to inflation has got a lot of people thinking that he's just going to ignore those hot prints. Is that the wrong interpretation of what we heard in that speech?
I would tend to agree with that. I think what Jay Powell said in Jackson Hole is saying, yes, we are eliminating average inflation target. It's now an inflation target of 2%. Having said that, inflation is still the mechanism for full employment. You have to look at full employment through the prism, through the lens of inflation. So first and foremost, yes, for the time being, if you're looking at, the federal dual policy mandate, maybe labor markets are gaining more credence. But overall, it hasn't really said that inflation is not going to be part of this analysis. I feel the markets may be, overestimating the dovishness of that speech.
If the Fed does cut 5 times by September, does that essentially underwrite risk assets?
To a large extent, yes. But we have been saying that don't fear the pause, fear the cuts. And the reason we are saying that, Lisa, is because when the Fed starts to cut rates, a lot depends on why they are cutting rates. Are they cutting rates to tame inflation, or are they cutting rates because they feel that the labor markets are declining so rapidly that it's going to start having an impact on overall economic activity? And I think that sort of analysis is to be determined in the sense that for the time being, it sees that the labor market is gaining more momentum in their thinking. If that remains somewhat muted, meaning the second half of the year is the economic activity is somewhat of a soft landing, let's say, before it reaccelerates in 2026, I think you'd see a bid up in risky assets. And not only that's one of the reasons, there are 3 or 4 other reasons why I feel, stocks and risky assets could do well. You look at the CapEx spending, you look at the earnings growth, the strength of the balance sheet of both households and corporations, plus the fact that eventually you're going to see this rate cut regime. All these talk about a positive risk scenario. So you don't want to be overly bearish at this point in the cycle.
Based on what you're describing, it raises the question, can you have your cake and eat it too, right? I mean, can you have bonds rallying at the same time that stocks are rallying on the heels of Fed rate cuts, or do you essentially get stocks doing well, sell the long end, and by God, do not hold any dollars?
Yeah, I mean, that has been the case. If you look at the last 15 years, there have been a lot of time frames where both bonds and stocks have rallied. Those correlations that we used to have, there has been a breakdown. And you can also see it in 2022, where both stocks and bonds really fared miserably. So I think the fact that stocks rallying means that the bonds couldn't rally is probably a misnomer at this point. We have seen the evidence to the contrary.
How uncomfortable is it, given the picture Lisa's talking about, with the fact that we are really in a weakening labor market? Going back to May, it's sub 30,000 jobs added to this economy a month on average.
Yeah, I think that's one point of the labor markets that is a bit more, concerning. But if you look at a lot of others, look at the initial claims data, the high frequency data on labor market, that is still not, at least to me, telling that the labor market's in a perpetual decline here. I think we need to take into account that post-pandemic, the data is noisy with regards to labor markets. So I'm not saying labor markets are not they're not as strong as they used to be, but they're definitely not suggesting to me that we are in a recession or in an imminent recession, whereby, to our earlier conversation, the Fed needs to step in aggressively.
So then why is the Fed cutting if inflation is still above their 2% target?
Well, they have to do a preemptive insurance rate cut, because even though what they don't know is the trajectory of what the impact of labor market softness is going to be on consumption. And I think that's the linkage that they're trying to, give the market some sense of relief and comfort that we are there. We don't want, yes, we would like to tame the inflation, but for the timing, our focus is directly on the labor markets.
12-month price target, 6,800 on the S&P?
That's correct.
That's very small upside, with about 125 basis points of rate cuts. Why is that move not sufficient enough to generate more returns in equities?
Well, the sentiment positioning, the fact that we're looking at a valuation level that's above 23 times, so the argument that earnings can only pull the stock market up to a certain level. You also need a PE expansion, and that's difficult to see at these levels. So I think you want to be at least positive. As I said earlier, you don't want to be overly bearish, but I don't think it's also a very high conviction with regards to all chips in place. I think any sort of a pullback makes a big case for the markets to go up, and we'll be a buyer at that point.
You've been in this business a long time. Have you ever been as confused as to how to handle an environment as the one we're in right now?
There were confusing times, obviously, 2009, 2011, right around the pandemic. So there have been times that give you conflicting data signals, right? But I zoom out and look at the way the stock markets react in a longer time frame. And I think we all know stock markets and real economy are two different things. When I look at the money supply, when I look at the financial conditions, when I look at the strength of corporations, to my earlier points, it's really difficult to be overly bearish. Yes, the real economy, one could argue, half of the households are doing great, maybe the other half are not. But I think the momentum with which the markets are going, the drivers are a lot different than the real economy.
Deepak, it's good to see you.
Likewise.
It's been too long. Come back in soon.
Will do.
Appreciate your time. Thank you. Deepak Puri there of Deutsche Bank. Let's get you an update on stories worldwide this morning with your Bloomberg brief. Let's cross over to Vonnie Quinn for more. Hey, Vonnie.
Hey, John. Thank you. President Donald Trump told European officials he's willing to impose new tariffs on India and China to push President Putin to negotiate with Ukraine, but only if EU nations do so as well. Other potential measures discussed include further sanctions on Russia's shadow fleet of oil tankers and restrictions on its banks and major oil companies. Poland shot down drones in its airspace during a Russian airstrike on Ukraine. The Polish military calling it a, quote, active aggression. It's the first time Poland has shot down military aircraft over its airspace since the start of Russia's war on Ukraine. Now, Russia saying just moments ago it is ready for consultation with Poland on the drones. Nepal's prime minister resigned on a second day of violent protests in the South Asian nation. The Press Trust of India says KP Sharma Oli stepped down after hundreds of demonstrators stormed his office. The unrest stemmed from a government ban on social media platforms, which has since been lifted. And that is your Bloomberg Brief. John.
Hey, Vonnie, thank you. Appreciate it. More from Vonnie in about 30 minutes' time. Up next on the programme, the Morning Calls Plus. We'll catch up with Dan Ives of Wedbush as Apple falls following its new iPhone unveiling. That conversation up next, live from New York City this morning. Good morning.
a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Listen carefully. Can you hear the rhythm in the markets? Not just in the syncopations triggered by inflation, but in the preludes leading to global elections, in the dissonance that moves the Nikkei, and the rising course conducted by AI. There's music in the markets, and if you want to learn to listen for it, we'll show you how.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
We definitely see more lingering inflation. When's the last time any one of us bought something in the last year and you said, wow, that was cheaper than a year ago? It has not happened. I do believe there's greater inflation, and companies are having a much more challenging time passing that along.
Just a fantastic exchange with Jim Zelter, the president of Apollo Global Management, a little bit early this morning. Catch that full exchange out on Bloomberg.com. And if you are a terminal subscriber, it will be on the terminal a little bit later this morning. Let's get to some of the price action as we count you down to the economic data. 14 minutes away for PPI. Equity futures positive by 1/3%, up 1/3 also on the Nasdaq 100. That's the price action. Let's get you some morning calls. First up, TD Cowen upgrading Nike to buy, citing market share gains and better management execution. Next up, Bank of America upgrading Oracle to buy, saying it's clearly capturing more AI infrastructure share. That stock is absolutely surging. And finally, Evercore raising its price target on Apple to $260, saying its new design could help reinvigorate its user base. Sticking with Apple, its shares falling after its latest product lineup failed to impress investors. Joining us now, Bloomberg's senior tech editor, Dana Wollman. Dana, welcome back to the program. You gave us the preview. Let's have the review. Is this going to invigorate the user base?
I think just, I'm going to be the voice of the consumer here, and also just speaking for what I know about consumer behavior, but I do think that this will be a compelling lineup for consumers heading into the holiday season. Apple really did an end-to-end refresh across its lineup, not just its phones, but also its smartwatches, and kept prices largely in line with last year's models. And I think none of this is lost on the average consumer. I think consumers these days are savvy enough to know that these are not just iterative chip upgrades or processor upgrades. They can tell when the phone looks different or when the watch looks different. And the fact that the prices are the same as last year, I think, will give a lot of people permission to go ahead and maybe take the plunge on the upgrade that they had perhaps been shying away from or holding off on.
You know what the pushback is from investors, Dana? It's not what it looks like, it's what you can do with it. And why we didn't hear enough yesterday on AI and new features and the future. Were you disappointed by that?
I wasn't expecting anything new on AI. Apple does typically sort of bifurcate its updates on software and hardware into distinct events. June is the developers conference, and the fall is typically all about the hardware. And it's really, it would have been really unusual of Apple to unveil a surprise new feature that it hadn't already been testing publicly in public betas for months now. Now that said, we do expect Apple to reveal more in the coming months, perhaps early next year, about its AI strategy and its AI rollout. But we were not expecting any surprise new features that had not previously been announced. The one that we were on the lookout for and that we did get was live language translation in the new AirPods Pro earbuds. But that was it in terms of expected AI features.
Dana, appreciate the update. Thanks for being here. Dana Wollman there of Bloomberg. The stock in the pre-market down by something like 0.7% so far this morning. Let's get the bullish view on things. Dan Ives of Wedbush, 270 price target, outperform rating on shares of Apple. Dan joins us now for more. Dan, good morning.
Great to be here.
You've sat here so many times in September alongside us and talked about the upgrade super cycle. It hasn't happened. Is it about to happen with this, and why?
No, I mean, this, in those super cycles we've talked about, I mean, they definitely were disappointing, right? I mean, the reality, I think this is one where street expectations going in are, I think, pretty soft relative to next year. So when you think about on a scale 1-10, this is probably going to be an 8.5. Look, you do have over 300 million that haven't upgraded their iPhone. Is there going to be a huge catalyst here? I think a lot of it's just pent-up demand, especially in China. But the reality is the elephant in the room It's AI. And I think that's, when you talk about what's going to truly drive the stock, that's it. And we've talked about it. That right now is front and center.
Before we get there, and we'll find out more, I'm assuming, later this year at the WWDC, there is this signal from the fact that they didn't raise prices on the phone significantly, except for the highest end phone. Does this suggest that they're going to take it more on margin, especially given how much their costs are increasing pretty much across the board?
Yeah, I mean, some small price increase book. I think also the reality, that's why Cook, played nice in the sandbox with Trump, right? Because it's very important in terms of India and China, make sure they do have some exemptions when it comes to the tariffs. But look, the reality is they cannot raise prices significantly at this point, because the last thing you want is churn, other competitive issues. You have a phone that's definitely an improvement, but nothing that's jaw-dropping. And it all leads, the whole reason you own Apple, it's the install base. I mean, it's all about when they monetize the 1.5 billion iPhones for AI.
Can I just jump in? The install base. For a long time, you've seen that as a source of potential growth. Isn't it about time to start seeing it as a source of potential risk? That you've got this massive install base that hasn't upgraded for a long, long time. Don't we have to start questioning whether they ever will? And whether the real risk here is they might actually go and buy a different phone from someone else?
Look, we've talked about that. That's why we've been so, I think, strong in our view. Like, the clock struck midnight in terms of them needing to now, goes back to AI, because when you talk about monetization and what keeps people in the ecosystem and what really is the golden goose for monetization, it comes down to AI. And the reality is, every Apple event the last few years, I feel like Michael J. Fox Back to the Future, and that's been a big part of the problem relative to the rest of tech when it comes to embracing AI.
The install base is sick of waiting. That is sort of a worry that a lot of people have. And Samsung right now and Google are out there trying to troll everybody who's been waiting for something new and saying, ha, 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 look, ours fold. There's a question about, especially if they're getting a heads up or if they're getting a head start on the AI development, of whether the install base starts to leave. Aren't we starting to see signs of that? Doesn't that worry you?
Look, I think it is it's probably the stickiest install base out there, right? In terms of just when you think about Apple and customers that really don't leave. I think the worry is really around the monetization. And that's why we've said, like, okay, Perplexity was really more to see what happened with Google. Once DOJ, once they had that victory, now I think they walked down the aisle from some sort of major partnership from a Gemini perspective. But I think this is a critical time, next 6 to 9 months for Apple, to make sure you have the AI strategy, you don't lose customers, you have an upgrade cycle that, right now in New York City, cab drivers bearish on Apple, so I think that sets up pretty positive relative there. But it comes down to AI innovation. There's a better chance of me playing Ryder Cup Bethpage than that happening inside of Apple. It has to come externally.
Dan, you mentioned Tim Cook playing nice in the sandbox with Donald Trump. Should he go on the state visit next week when Trump's bringing a bunch of tech executives like Jensen Huang?
I think you get on that plane because, I mean, you know it so well. It's like, he obviously got called out in terms of Middle East. To the right, you have really the new trusted advisor wearing the black leather jacket, Jensen. I mean, Cook needs to make sure he's not on the outside looking in. And that's why that, what we saw last week in D.C. was also an important moment, too.
When you say that he's playing nice in the sandbox, when Lisa was asking about pricing of iPhones, he's constrained, do you think, by the White House and audience at one, or do you think he's constrained by where the consumers are right now and has to meet them where they are?
Yeah, I think it's a combo, but I think the reality, too, is that raising prices definitely is not the right thing to do from a consumer perspective. But when it comes to tariffs, that's also where, like, they're essentially doing a dance around, right, when it comes to India and China, tariff exemptions, obviously significantly investing in the U.S., but like we've talked about, like, it's a fairy tale that they'll ever make iPhone Pros in the U.S. Again, it goes back to, like, if you like $3,000 iPhones, we should make them in New Jersey. So I just think that that's going to continue to be something that's in Asia, despite obviously a lot of the investments from an AI perspective in the U.S.
You're a bullish guy. Let's just finish on a really big name this morning, Oracle. $225 billion plus a market cap could be added to this company later on this morning. We're higher by 32% in the pre-market. What do you make of this move?
I mean, it's a drop the mic from Safra and Ellison, right? Because the reality is that it shows this AI revolution, as much as the haters and the skeptic, you look at...
Points to me.
No, I'm saying, dude, you're a big supporter. But I'm saying, like, but Lisa, I think, but I think the reality is that many that are skeptical of maybe, like, some of the growth, you look at these numbers, that ARR number, that's a drop to mic. And I think what that shows, the rest of tech, the rest of AI, that's what we continue to say. It's 10:15 in the AI part, it was 9 p.m., and that party goes to 4 a.m.
It's an outfit worthy of the stock move. It's good to see you. Thanks, Dan.
Great to see you.
Appreciate it, sir. You've got the distance to play Beth Page.
You never know. It's more of a short game. I don't have Pharaoh's long distance.
I wish I had that kind of distance.
Yeah, exactly.
Like McElroy 350 kind of stuff.
Exactly. Beth Page Black. That tests the distance.
I'm very pro-America. That's going to be like the few days that I'm going to be very pro-Europe on this program.
I know.
Oh.
You know,
but I'd expect
you're going to have to let it go.
Of course.
Just give me some space.
But again, the difference is Europe doesn't have a guy named Scotty.
True, but we've got a guy named Rory.
And I love
a pretty
Rory.
deep bench as well.
Oh, and Rory's on a hot streak.
Okay, we'll talk more about this another time when we're not on live TV. Dan, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Coming up in just a moment, some economic data for you. PPI just around the corner. We'll catch up with Seth Carpenter of Morgan Stanley. A lot to break down for this point and the data point we get tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and we keep talking about at what point do we care about inflation once again. PPI, how hot does it have to come in, and how much has to get translated to the consumer?
Got tickets for that.
I will.
Okay, all right, we'll talk.
Basically, you're looking for someone to talk with you because it's not going to be us.
I mean, going to a Ryder Cup with Farah would be a peak moment for me.
We'll make it happen. Okay. All right.
Africa, a region rife with potential for growth and opportunities, but not without its challenges. Bloomberg highlights the biggest stories, interviewing key players, and reporting on the issues impacting the region. Join us as we get to the heart of African business, politics, and economics, and ask the question, what's next? I'm Jennifer Zabasaja, and this is Next Africa. New episodes every month, only on Bloomberg.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets?
We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Haslinda Amin in Bangkok. This is Bloomberg.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. Bloomberg The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China.
We need to do more to engage the market more. We're risk on. I think we caught a little sweet spot.
Massive savings right now.
It's already a different game.
Bloomberg The China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
The first of two inflation prints coming right up. PPI just around the corner, 20 seconds away. CPI tomorrow morning, 24 hours and about 15 seconds away. Equity futures on the S&P 500 positive here by 1/3 of 1%. Up on the Nasdaq by 1/3 of 1% also. In the bond market, these are the scores. 2-year, 10-year and 30-year bond yields a little bit lower at the front end, and the 10-year this morning. We're down about a basis point. The 2-year, 3.55. With your economic data, let's cross over to Mike McKee for more. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, John. We were expecting a little bit of a decline in inflation, and that's what we got. Producer prices headline number on a month-over-month basis down 0.1%, which puts the year-over-year number at 2.6%. It was 3.3% in July. Core down 0.1% as well, so that moves us to 2.8% from 3.7%. And core ex-trade is up 0.3%. That's half of what it was last month on a month-over-month basis, and puts us at 2.8% for the year. So that was as it was the last month. So at this point, it looks like some of the special factors that hit last month, and we'll look into this, didn't quite hit. Most of this was a decline. The August decrease, they say, was a decline in final demand services, down 0.2%. Final demand services was up significantly last month. Final demand goods did rise 0.1%, maybe a little bit less than people anticipated because of tariffs, but we'll have to dig into all of that in just a second.
Yeah, Mike, take your time. I'll run through the price action just briefly. Pretty obvious move off the back of a downside surprise on PPI. Bit into the front end of the curve, yields down by 3 basis points on a 2-year, 3.53. Push that through foreign exchange, a weaker dollar, as you might expect. Elsewhere, if you're looking at the equity market, a lift on the S&P 500 this morning by about 0.5% on the S&P. So session highs here. Likewise on the Russell 2000, a bounce here, higher also by 0.5. We often say this off the back of a data point here in America, that the first move isn't always the right move, and we'll see if this sticks as we go through the details. But the initial take is obviously going to be this allows the Federal Reserve to focus a little bit more on the weakness in the labor market and consider more rate cuts.
Yeah, the takeaway from markets is a 25 basis point rate cut is baked in. That's not the question. The question is how much is there an argument for a 50 basis point rate cut? Right now, there's 27 basis points of cuts getting priced in for next week. That, to me, is the key question. If this was going to be the barrier to hold them back from going big, well, it doesn't seem to be that much of a barrier. We'll wait to see what we get from CPI, but the first read seems to be that is not on the table.
And Mike McKee, details matter. What do you see on a second look?
Well, we see some declines in the things that went up a lot. Food prices were down just a touch this month because last month we saw a rise in fruits and vegetables of 38.9%, but in August they were down by 15.1%. So there's some good news there. Final demand for energy is basically unchanged, down 0.4% as electric power went down by 5.9%. So we're seeing some, that is natural gas, went down by 5.9%. So we are seeing some backing off of some of the things that went up during the month of July that were kind of unusual. The one thing I'm looking for here is consumer, the portfolio management issue. We were up 5.8% in July, 2% this month. So it's still inflation coming from portfolio management, but not as much as it was the month before.
Mike McKee, thank you, sir. Stay close. We'll come back to you in about 5 minutes' time. Just got a provocative message from a Bloomberg Terminal subscriber. 75 is the new 50. Joking, of course, but this will be a conversation in the coming week.
Joking, but not. I mean, essentially, at this point, 50 seems less of a reach when you start talking about the revisions and then not necessarily seeing inflationary pressure. Early days, let's wait till we get CPI, because the connection between producer prices and what consumers are paying don't always correlate to the same kind of degree that people expect.
Joining us around the table, Seth Carpenter of Morgan Stanley. Seth, good morning. It's good to see you.
Great to be here. Thank you.
I want to give you some time before we get into this data point to flesh out how you view the world right now, because I've been following your research. And certainly you and the team consider what took place on April 2nd and the months after that, not as an event, but as a process. and we've got to wait to let this play out in the coming months. Just flesh that out for us. How are you thinking about the world with regards to tariffs and a pass-through to end inflation?
Yeah, no, I think that's a key question, and I do get the sense, talking to lots of investors around the world, that people feel like we've seen tariffs, we've seen sort of how high they could go, we've seen a retracement, we get it, now let's move on and look at what's next. And not sure we can quite move that quickly. Evidence we have from 2018 to 2019, evidence we have now this round, is that it takes 3-4 months before you really start to see the effect of the tariffs show through to consumer prices. The last 2 CPI prints, in fact, we were able to get evidence that in at least the core consumer goods components where we expect to see it, you are starting to see an initial pickup. It's not crazy, it's not the inflation that we saw a few years ago, but it's moving up for sure. I think the tricky part here is going to be the tariffs were much broader than what we saw in 2018, so trade diversion is going to be harder. On the other hand, there's a lot more negotiation back and forth, so how many industries are going to be gaming, absorb it for now, pass it on later, and I think that uncertainty is critical. I think we still have a lot of additional inflation from tariffs in front of us. And then what we can't forget as well is that tariffs hurt economic growth as well. In 2018, the evidence was 6, 7, 8, 9 months of a lag. We're just coming up on that in the fourth quarter and then into next year. Take the imports from China. 2/3 of what we import from China are either capital goods or intermediate goods that go into manufacturing in the U.S. So the tariffs are a tax on domestic CapEx and a tax on domestic manufacturing. The tax provision helped on the CapEx side of things to some degree. Tariffs are going in the opposite direction. Where's the net? How are things going to work out? I think these are the reasons why no one should feel like they have the whole picture already clear in their head.
Yeah, well, what you just described sounds a lot like stagflation, which no one should feel too happy about. It's always kind of the disaster, at least stagflation light, as some people have been describing it as. Do you disagree with Fed Chair Jay Powell, who said that any kind of inflationary pressure from tariffs will be a one-time price adjustment? And that is the reason why this central bank seems to be placing a greater emphasis on the slowdown that you're talking about, or, as we saw yesterday, some of the revisions in just the labor market lack of momentum that we've seen.
Well, I think as a baseline forecast, and we have to make our baseline forecast, the answer to that is, yeah, the most likely outcome is that tariffs will lead to a one-time increase in the price level, which means that the inflationary effect, the percentage change in prices, will be temporary. I think that's a really great place to start a forecast. That's where our forecast is. That's not, though, the only game that the Fed has to play. They also have to ask, well, what if we are wrong about our forecast? What if things turn out differently than our baseline? And in particular, the last time we saw tariffs, and it was temporary, we had the biggest problem for the Fed was too low inflation, not too high inflation. Here we are over 4 years into inflation being above the Fed's target for a long time. Businesses are kind of getting used to inflation being high. Consumers might be getting used to inflation being high. They might be getting sick of it, but they also might put less effort into thinking, oh my God, do I have to go look somewhere else for an additional lower price? Because now everything is just more expensive. So I think there's a risk that the inflationary impulse is longer this time, gets more embedded. And let's not forget, in the services component of things, we have now labor restriction going on because of immigration. We talked about the revisions to the labor market. Job creation was less than people thought. Job creation has come down a great deal. The unemployment rate, 4.3%. I'm old enough to remember when 4.3% was actually pretty good, and it's about unchanged. It's only up a little bit from a year ago. What that to me says is that the labor supply side of things is also come down a lot, and so then the question becomes, how do the services industry, especially the ones who might find themselves constrained for labor, how does that show through in prices?
So that brings us to the data that we get today, which shows that inflation really isn't as big of a concern as some people expected when it comes to producer prices. We'll see what CPI has to say. Some people are calling for the Fed to cut in a more significant way next week, maybe even 50 basis points. Do you think that if they were to do so, or even 75 basis points, let's cater to that Bloomberg subscriber, do you think that that would actually ignite the risk of inflation over the medium term, or do you think that that would be appropriate?
So I think the risk is that it would be premature to cut 75 basis points for sure, and even 50 basis points. I don't know, from my judgment, that it balances the risk between slow growth and inflation. Now, newsflash, I am not the chair of the Fed, so my opinion is much less important.
Yes, I hear that you could be in the running.
So the way I think about it is they've got a dual mandate. Full employment, maximum sustainable employment, i.e., how close is the unemployment rate to what they perceive to be full employment, which they've told us is 4.2%. and stable prices, which they've defined as 2% inflation. Inflation's above target, inflation's rising. It's not skyrocketing, but it's going up. Tomorrow's CPI is going to be really important for the consumer goods side of things. So where is that balance of risks? I think that's really the question. What Chair Powell told us at Jackson Hole was he changed his mind a bit and said, you know what? Now we're going to lean more on the risk of employment getting weaker and accept a little bit more risk on inflation going higher. At the prior FOMC press conference, though, he kind of had said, let's look at the unemployment rate. You know, you could imagine payrolls coming down a lot. As long as the unemployment rate is stable, that's what full employment, maximum sustainable employment is really about. So there has been a little bit of a change in that risk adjustment. There's no black and white. He's clearly wrong. He's clearly right. This is a very, very difficult situation for the Fed. Their two variables that they have mandates for are kind of going in opposite directions. That is the most difficult situation for a central banker.
Well, he went full Waller, basically, at Jackson Hole. But to John's point all morning, if they had had this information in terms of actually where the economy was, the labor market was, do you think they should have been cutting? Would they have been cutting sooner?
I mean, I think there's clearly the argument that they might have been cutting sooner given where Powell is now, given his remarks at Jackson Hole. Given his remarks, though, at the July press conference that the unemployment rate, which is saying how is labor demand doing relative to labor supply, it's much less obvious that they're anywhere near as far behind the curve as you would infer just from a read on the non-farm payrolls print. So this is an extraordinarily difficult, nuanced, tricky situation. It is the time where it's both great to be an economist because we get to go into the details, and it's terrible to be an economist because nobody wants to hear, well, actually, the details here matter a lot.
Didn't we endorse you for a seat on the Federal Reserve 2 years ago? I think we did that on this program before. That's not new. That doesn't feel new.
It's so serious. We can do it again.
Mike McKee's still with us. Mike, you've got more, I know. What have you got?
Well, I've been looking at some of the categories here, and as I mentioned, vegetables were a big decliner, but we also saw wholesaling of machinery down 5.2%, and I know Seth was just talking about that. Air travel, though, up 1%. One of those categories that does feed in to the CPI and to the PCE numbers. Also, we're seeing some changes in as I mentioned, portfolio management down a little bit compared to what it was, up just 2% compared to 5.8%. In general, what we're seeing is durable goods rising some, though. Electronic equipment up 5.1%. So there are some tariff effects, and we'll keep looking for that throughout the day. And I'm sure Seth and his staff will be as well.
No doubt. Mike, thank you, sir. Michael McKee there breaking down the PPI data. If you are just joining us, welcome to the program. Downside surprise on PPI about 12 minutes ago. Unleashing a lift in the equity market. Moving bonds too, yields down at the front end as we start to talk more about this conversation that will take place this time next week at the Federal Reserve. And I think it does open the door just a little bit more to a conversation about 25 versus 50 at next week's meeting.
Well, it certainly is in terms of the market pricing, but I keep thinking about what Seth Carpenter said, which is no one wants to hear, well, if you look at this, you take a look at this. But honestly, that's actually what I'm looking right now at in terms of oil prices going down, some vegetable prices going down. But if you buy a new phone, say, although not an Apple phone, because evidently the prices didn't go up too much, but certain electronics, the prices are going up pretty significantly. It's such a motley and confusing picture that to draw conclusions is a fool's errand.
Everyone wants to have an opinion. Just think you've got to stay super open-minded. You know, I've got one opinion about the situation. I'm kind of with Seth. I've said this for a while. Don't view what's taken place this year as a one-off event. View it as the start of a process. And I think that allows you to stay open-minded about what's about to happen over the next several months. I don't know what will happen, but you have to view it as a process and not a one-off event.
And this is what a lot of corporate executives are doing right now. They're saying, let's wait. Let's not be first movers when it comes to jacking up prices by 10%. We'll wait, but slowly over the next 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, as the inventories have to be replenished, then we will raise prices. And that's when you're going to see it trickle out in that process. So on the flip side, yes, but oil prices are lower.
Seth, it's good to see you.
Great to be here.
Thanks for dropping by. Appreciate it. We like you where you are at Morgan Stanley. Ted picked us too. Seth Carpenter there of Morgan Stanley. Ted, I know you're watching around this time, so good morning. Equity futures on the S&P up by 0.5%. Let's get you an update on stories worldwide with your Bloomberg brief. Here's Vonnie Quinn. Hey, Vonnie.
Hey, John. Thank you. Well, just recapping the data, U.S. wholesale inflation declining in August for the first time in 4 months. The headline producer price index falling 0.1% from a month earlier. It did rise 2.6% from the year before. Tomorrow we'll get consumer price data. Economists expect core CPI to rise as tariffs impact prices. The Supreme Court has fast-tracked a challenge to President Donald Trump's tariffs. The court agreed to hear cases brought by businesses hurt by the levies. That hearing scheduled for the first week of November. The tariffs remain in place for now, but a decision striking them down could force the U.S. to refund tens of billions of dollars. Crypto firm Gemini has increased the potential size of its IPO to $433.3 million, pricing shares at $24 to $26 apiece. At the top of the elevated IPO range, Gemini would have a market value of $3.1 billion. The firm was founded in 2014 by Cameron and Tyler Winklevoss. And that is your Bloomberg Brief. John.
Evony, thank you. Appreciate it. Coming up on the programme, we'll catch up with Lisa Hornby of Schroders as we break down the latest inflation data. Plus, we'll touch base with Yahira to get your morning movers as Chewy falls in the pre-market by more than 8%. From New York, you're watching Bloomberg TV.
I'm Alex Rodriguez.
And I'm Jason Kelly.
And we're back with more episodes of our show, The Deal.
The theme of this season, On the Road. We're bringing you more behind-the-scenes conversations with the biggest names in sports, business, and culture, like Melody Hobson.
I started to study women's sports like an 11-year-old studies baseball statistics, and I got dangerous in seeing up arrows.
Susie Wolf.
When you're competing, you're not thinking about any fear or any worries of what could happen.
Josh Harris.
You can't do a good deal with a bad person.
Jay Batt.
At the end of the day, there's never been a better time to be a student athlete.
And more. Stay tuned.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Francine Lacqua in Sintra, Portugal, and this is Bloomberg.
I believe the Fed should have a single mandate, which is price stability. The biggest, most punishing tax on the American people, our citizens, is inflation. And inflation's caused by too much money chasing too few goods. I believe we need fewer mandates, and I think we need that monetary policy focused on price stability.
So the good news this morning for the congressman from Arkansas is that inflation came in below expectations, a downside surprise on PPI, a rally in equities and in bonds. Equity futures up this morning by about 0.5% on the S&P 500, on the NASDAQ 100, and on the Russell 2000. With about 40 minutes to go until the opening bout, let's get you some morning movers. Let's cross over to Yahara Anand for more. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, John. Oracle blew it out of the water when it comes to its growth projections, stunning Wall Street and helping to lift other AI infrastructure plays. That is because its booked revenue jumped 359% compared to a year ago, jumping to $455 billion in the latest quarter, thanks to massive cloud deals with the likes of OpenAI and NVIDIA, which is why you are seeing those shares rallying 3.25%. Oracle also said that its cloud infrastructure unit will rake in $18 billion this year, and that is expected to grow to $144 billion by the end of this decade. And that is why you're seeing CoreWeave shares up more than 10% because of that strength. Next up, we have regional lender Fifth Third Bancorp. Shares are down nearly 2% after the bank said it uncovered allegedly fraudulent activity by one of its commercial borrowers, forcing it to write off up to $200 million. And sources tell us here at Bloomberg that JP Morgan and Barclays are also exposed, but because those are bigger banks, they are not getting the same level of scrutiny as this regional lender. And we end on Chewy. You mentioned this one. Shares are down nearly 10% now after its Q2 results failed to meet high hopes. Its profit fell in the second quarter, and it did post a sales beat, but it was only slight, so it was just not enough to keep up with the hype after shares had run up 20% from an August low through yesterday, and a number of analysts had raised their price targets. John?
Down almost 10%, Yahara, thank you. Appreciate it. Three of the stock movers to watch going into the opening bell. Heading into the opening bell, this is the trading diary at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. The Senate Banking Panel votes on Fed nominee Stephen Myron. Later on, this takes on additional importance. 11:30 Eastern Time, the President receives his intelligence briefing. Then at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, the President hosts a dinner in the Rose Garden, or the Rose Garden Club now, is that what it's called?
Rose Garden Club,
The Rose Garden Club.
It's basically like Mar-a-Lago.
But not in Washington. I get it. All right. Thursday, CPI data, plus another round of jobless claims and an ECB rate decision. And on Friday, UMich consumer sentiment data. Let's stick with the data. This morning's PPI inflation print coming in colder than expected ahead of CPI tomorrow. Lisa Hornby of Schroders joins us now for more. Lisa, good morning.
Hi.
Does that set us up for 50 next week?
I think the market's definitely going to make a push to try and price that in. Just looking at WIRP a couple seconds ago, I think pricing looks like about 12% probability of 50 basis point hike at this point, and I think the market's probably waiting on CPI tomorrow to see if it confirms what PPI already did. Our base case is still 25, but I can see that going either way.
So if CPI comes in lighter tomorrow, you think the 50 basis point of a rate cut could actually increasingly get priced in? It might be even appropriate.
Yes, I think it will be. I think more will be priced. I don't think the Fed really set us up for 50, so I think we might see some governors, surreptitiously try to guide the market a bit if they want to get, if they're trying to go that route. But ultimately, I think the market pressures the Fed versus the other way around. So if we see the market making an aggressive move push towards 50, I think the Fed might end up delivering that.
As a bond investor, does this make you wary of going into longer-term treasuries, or does it actually encourage that investment, given the slowing that we've seen in some of the labor metrics?
So it's interesting. The curve's a tough one right now. We were biased towards steepeners, but we're more neutral at this point. And the reason for that is, coming into this last few months, we were concerned about the same thing as the rest of the market, right? Fiscal instability, the Fed being politicized, the economy looks relatively resilient, but now we've seen this labor market deterioration in a more meaningful way, which means the Fed's concerns were warranted. So I actually think the long end could do okay for a bit, in part because the steepener has been so consensus. Everybody's hated the long bond for so long. Probably nobody owns any long bonds, and that's why we've seen a 25 basis point rally in the last week and a half. And some of the other reasons is the administration really wants lower rates, not just in the front end. They want lower rates in the long end, right? They want the housing market to be stimulated. They're talking about what emergency measures they can do to stimulate the market. you know, who says that they can't do something a little bit more creative and actually more explicitly target the long end in some way? I mean, buybacks of the 20-year, things like that.
Are you expecting that from this administration?
I wouldn't be shocked. I mean, they've thrown us for a lot of loops, right? And this is clearly a priority for them, is how do they unlock the housing market? You know, they could do something maybe on the agency side, perhaps, but another way is reduce the amount of long issuance in favor of the front end, and I don't think that would be that controversial.
So you're looking for flatteners?
Near term. I think near term we could see a little bit of flattening. And, you know, there's this slowing, right, momentum. You know, people will start to become concerned about a U.S. recession. I don't think we're headed there, but I think that concern will build, especially if we continue to see weakening labor markets. And so that should be supportive of the long
What do you think yields can come down to, 10s and 30s? What kind of numbers are you thinking about?
So we've been long duration, but we've been reducing the magnitude of it.
Okay.
So I think there's still further to go. It's hard to pinpoint a number. Could we get another 25 basis points? Sure. Our view of the economy is that it's actually, we're in a bit of a soft patch, but we might be coming through it in the next few months. So we won't see that maybe till the springtime. But, you know, we had a lot of policy uncertainty with regards to tariffs that probably put companies off from hiring. But look at the amount of CapEx that's being done right now. You know, I saw a stat that the last 3 quarters, something like 35–40% of GDP is actually investment spending. So, I mean, that has a big multiplier effect down the road. It's not immediate, but I do think that that's really important. Plus, we have the tailwinds of fiscal policy that are still influencing the market. Plus, we have supportive monetary policy. It's hard to see where we get a real downturn.
Near-term slowdown risk, medium-term you see reacceleration risk?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right. The trade at the moment in fixed income, as you know, is the position for a steepener. I'm not sure how many positions there are out there for a flattener in the near term, at least.
Which maybe is one reason why it's important, as we were just sort of hearing. What I find fascinating is we started the show with Peter Scheer talking about Operation Twist, with the Fed potentially using the show with Lisa Hornby of Schroders talking about similar types of creativity to create a flatter yield curve, not a steeper yield curve.
Yields are lower. That's the good news this morning. 10s are down by 2 basis points, threatening to break 4%. Lisa, appreciate your time, as always. Thoughtful, as always. Lisa Hornby of Schroders, as we count you down to CPI tomorrow morning, following a downside surprise on PPI this morning. Coming up tomorrow, Steve Chevron of Federated, KBW CEO, Tom Michaud, Tiffany Wilding of PIMCO, and David Kelly of JP Morgan Asset Management. Record highs coming into Wednesday, more record highs in store from New York City. Thank you for choosing Bloomberg TV.
Right, okay, ready?
David, what initially sparked your interest in this topic of longevity?
15 years ago, I turned 60, and I began to wonder how much longer I'm likely to live and what I could do to extend my life. On longevity, I talked with the leading experts in science and medicine to educate people about how they might be able to change their conduct so that they can live a happier and healthier life. I'm David Rubenstein. Join me on a 4-part journey as I explore the great quest for longevity, only on Bloomberg.
How much does the geopolitical volatility emanating from the United States perhaps undermine the bull case for Mexico? Is that a scenario you've plotted out?
Structurally speaking, we do still have a very positive view in Mexico. On the macro side, it is a very attractive investment geography for the U.S. Mexico is hugely competitive in terms of costs. The wages in Mexico are much more competitive than the wages in China. So why would the U.S. companies not take advantage of that?
And this structural cost advantage is going to lead Mexico to continue to contribute to the growth of U.S. as well. The value chains, the supply chains are so integrated that Mexico has to play a continuing role in the further development of the U.S. And U.S. is growing very healthily, very nicely. It will benefit Mexico. This way or that way, it will benefit Mexico.
Mexico for VVA is, a source of resiliency of earnings, and it generates, complements the diversification that we have from the footprint. But there's another topic that is very important, which sometimes we don't focus a lot about, and why we're so convinced that Mexico is going to continue to do well, which is the leverage in the country. Because the leverage in the country is only 33%. And when you've seen Mexico grow and BBVA grow in Mexico, structurally speaking, the leverage is so low that just a little bit of growth in the leverage is going to be able to support that bull case in Mexico. So that's why we're structurally positive in Mexico.
Bloomberg Screen Time is back this fall for year 3. We're bringing together the biggest names in business and pop culture, like Netflix co-CEO Greg Peters, Instagram boss Adam Mosseri, and Los Angeles royalty Will O'Bey. We're going to talk about how sports is eating entertainment, check in on the state of the movie business, and get an update on LA after the fires from Rick Caruso and Irving Azoff. You should expect newsy interviews from industry leaders, meaningful business networking, and of course, great food. We'll feature some of the best chefs and food trucks from my hometown of Los Angeles. Tickets are available now, and you should head to bloomberglive.com/screentime for details. I'll see you in Los Angeles, October 8th and 9th.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
We are off to new highs again. 30 minutes until the start of trading. I'm Matt Miller. Danny Berger is making her way downtown for exclusive interviews with Brookfield's Bruce Flatt and Connor Teskey. She joins us with those later this hour. Bloomberg Open Interest starts right now. As you can see, stocks are set to notch fresh records as PPI surprises to the downside, supporting the case for a rate cut. And it's a great day to be Larry Ellison. A bullish outlook from Oracle, surging in the stock. The AR trade has been supercharged. And all that AI optimism has Wall Street strategists racing to lift their targets on the S&P 500. We have target lifts from Barclays, Deutsche Bank, and Wells Fargo in terms of the majors. Here, take a look at Oracle stock right now, up 32% in the pre-market. That would add more than $200 billion in market cap after Oracle gave an aggressive outlook for its cloud business, with the firm emerging as a key provider of computing capacity in the AI world, challenging those I guess more traditional incumbent hyperscalers that we all know and love. And Novo Nordisk is cutting 9,000 jobs globally. It cut its profit forecast for the 3rd time this year as it fights to recover ground lost in the obesity drug market. And you see those shares just barely treading water right now. But we begin with PPI, unexpectedly falling, boosting Fed rate cut bets and sending stocks higher. Michael McKee's is Bloomberg's international economics and policy correspondent. He joins me now here at the desk. So, Mike, the number looks incredibly dovish for the Fed.
Well, it does suggest that the Fed can go ahead with a 25 basis point cut, but let's not talk about 50 yet, because there's some numbers in this that put a lie to the idea that this is extremely dovish. A headline does come in down 0.1%, and July numbers for headline and core on a month-over-month basis were revised lower. The core comes in at 0.1% drop as well, and 2.6% for headline CPI, 2.8% for core. But look down at the bottom there, 2.8% for core ex-trade on a year-over-year basis. That's the highest since March. And core trade is basically margins for the retailers and wholesalers out there. And what we're seeing is retailers and wholesalers, apparently margins compressed, and they were down, and that is why the overall PPI was lower. Some of the categories that fell, vegetables were up 38% in July, down 15% this month. Cigarettes were a big mover, up 2.4%. We don't really have a reason for that.
Cigarettes?
Apparently they do.
Gross.
And here's the number I was kind of talking about. Wholesaling down 5.2%. Air travel up 1%. That goes into the PCE, so we'll be watching that. But there is some tariff inflation out there. You look at coffee up 6.9%, electric components 5.1%, iron and steel scrap up 2.7%. So we are seeing some feed through, maybe not as fast in as many areas as we thought, but again, it may be because wholesalers and retailers are absorbing some of these costs in their margins, and at some point they're going to have to raise their overall prices. Tomorrow, CPI, that'll be definitive.
Right. Well, I mean, I wonder if we'll see that in the CPI number tomorrow as well, the difficulty pushing through these cost increases to consumers.
Well, we'll be looking at things like apparel, where you have a big retail and wholesale intermediary in between with inventories, and we'll see what kind of prices have been passed through and what have not.
All right, Mike McKee is going to be covering this all day as the market rallies to all new highs. Not hurting that rally, Oracle shares. They are at all-time highs after the company gave an aggressive outlook for its cloud business. Here's what Wedbush analyst Dan Ives had to say on Bloomberg Surveillance earlier.
Many that were skeptical of maybe like some of the growth. You look at these numbers, that ARR number, that's a drop to Mike. And I think what that shows, the rest of tech, the rest of AI, that's what we continue to say. It's 10:15 in the AI part, it was 9 p.m., and that part, it goes to 4 a.m.
That actually works, that jacket sweatshirt combination. There's so much going on with Dan Ives, it's hard to focus really on his tech calls. But look, he's bullish. Pretty much everything that he covers, and Oracle is one of those. And to me, the interesting thing is Oracle looks now like a challenger to these big hyperscalers in the Mag 7.
That's the big story. You know, the change in the environment for cloud computing and the hyperscalers. If you want, I'll try and decipher what Dan Ives was talking about. Basically, Oracle has a backlog of about $455 billion of orders, commits. And it also gave us some growth numbers for the infrastructure business, right? Saying that it would grow to $18 billion this year, representing 77% annualized growth. But this 2030 target, where it would hit almost $145 billion. And I think what they're doing is saying, here is what your backlog looks like, which is astonishing, like $455 billion of business. And here's how we think it will play out in terms of actual revenues booked over the next 5 years. But team in the control room, can we just show the pre-market gain again? Because it's astonishing.
Yeah.
This puts it on track for its biggest jump since 1992, which the year I was born. But that's a serious vote of confidence by the market.
Yeah, it's in the side panel. You can see up 32% right now. I should point out to viewers who aren't glued to a Bloomberg screen all day, you are Ed Ludlow, co-host of Bloomberg Tech. And
thank you.
Let me also ask about your assignment yesterday. You were at Cupertino. Apple came out with some pretty interesting stuff, frankly. We talked about it a lot in terms of the pricing as well as in terms of the consumer product offering, heartbeat sensors in the AirPods. But the stock has not reacted positively at all. What gives with Apple?
Yeah, you know, in the pre-market, we're down 0.6%. So in aggregate over 2 days, down, let's say, more than 2%. We got the iPhone 17 generation. Basically, to every single detail, it was as Bloomberg reported it would be, and full credit to Bloomberg's Mark Gurman for that. The hardware innovation was in the 17 Air, the thinnest ever smartphone, 5.6 millimeters of thickness. Samsung has an ultra-thin smartphone that is 5.8 millimeters of thickness. So that it's becoming a segment, there's a market for it. But you're absolutely right that the focus is that they did not raise prices in a substantive way. We know that there would be pressure to because of tariffs, the higher cost environment that they're in. Now you see some of the carriers, T-Mobile, we spoke to, but Verizon, AT&T, basically say, we'll give you this handset for free. The stock story is very simple. It is almost always in history a sell the news moment. But look at the stock, what happens after that. And often when a handset is successful, the stock will do much better in a short-term 30, 60-day period. Or as you pointed out to me yesterday, like look at the stock on a annualized or 5-year basis after the big moments in hardware, and Apple tends to rebound. Very quick, you know, we're waiting on the AI software piece. But many of the leading experts in this field would look at what they did with their own in-house semiconductors and say that these are phones on the hardware side very capable of performing whatever software innovation Apple brings to us eventually.
All right, Ed, thanks very much for the rundown on Oracle, on Apple. We'll be tuned into your show, Bloomberg Tech, at 11 a.m. this morning. Let's turn now to pharma news. Novo Nordisk is going to slim down cutting 9,000 jobs globally. It has also cut its profit forecast for the third time this year as it tries to compete with rival Eli Lilly in the booming obesity drug market that it pioneered. Bloomberg health reporter Damien Garde joins us now with more, and it's astonishing to me that, Novo at one point seemed like it was going to rule the world with GLP-1s with semaglutides, and now it looks like tirzepatide and Zepbound from Eli Lilly are really stealing its march.
That's absolutely true. And what's jarring about this to me, honestly, is the job cuts were arguably expected. Novo has been signaling that there will be a reset. But this being the third, as you mentioned, clawback of their profit guidance suggests how many resets are we in for exactly? When can we say definitively that the other shoe has dropped as Novo seeks to resize itself and kind of change expectations as it's losing ground to Eli Lilly? It is important to remember they do still lead the market. It's really just the trajectory that I think is driving both the actions that they've taken and the fact that their stock is down about 60% in the past year, which is that Lilly's product is on pace to usurp Novo's, and then looking outward, Lilly's pipeline of follow-on weight loss medicines is just looking more promising. Novo has had some clinical disappointments, and Lilly seems to be a step ahead strategically in terms of making the most of this market.
All right, Damien, we'll continue to follow your reporting. I'm waiting to see when they come out with a successful oral medication for this, as are, I think, millions of other people. Damien Garde there covers healthcare for us. Now let's get to IPOs. Klarna is set to begin trading today. Bloomberg sources say the fintech is telling investors it expects its price to price its initial public offering of as much as $1.2.7 billion above its marketing range. I'm not sure what that means. What does that mean? Let's bring in Bloomberg's Bailey Lipschultz here, who covers IPOs. They're expecting to price, I'm guessing, at the top of the range.
They priced above the range. So the top end of their marketed range was $37. They priced it last night at $40. So ultimately raising for the company and shareholders $1.37 billion. Right now, ahead of the green shoe, top 5 deal so far in the U.S. So all eyes will be on how this deal is received by investors, how we see the market really react when we get those indications and really get trading in a few hours. Obviously, all eyes have been on a number of companies like Klarna that have been held private for quite some time, so over a decade since this company was founded, and now we're finally seeing the IPO after being stalled out back in April.
$1.37 billion.
Correct.
So even more.
Even more.
What are the chances that they left a ton of money on the table? That they left literally 100% on the table?
I was talking to a senior banker at one of the big Wall Street banks yesterday, and I was asking him about that. How do you feel when you see stocks open up 80% or 150%? And the point he made is that part of that is retail, part of that is momentum, but when you look at some of these companies, they've really given back chunks of those gains. So looking just at the terminal, Figma, we all talked about how it opened up, 250% on day one. It's only up 62% now. So these are big swings that are happening in 1, 3, 5 day stretches, but then giving back a bulk of those gains. So while we will write about the opening trade of Klarna, the big question will be, where's the stock a few weeks from now? And more importantly, where is it 6 months from now when those lockups come off and more insiders can sell?
So what you want is for those who got in initially to flip the stock for a profit to the suckers. And then
some people would say that. I mean, everyone's making money on these deals. That's the big thing.
Well, not if you buy it on the first day.
As long as you don't buy it at the top.
Right? Yeah.
As long as you don't buy it at the top, you're making money.
Bloomberg senior stocks reporter Bailey Lipschultz covers the IPOs and the memes and the SPACs for us as well. Don't miss our interview with Klarna's CEO. That's an Ed Ludlow show at 11 a.m. Eastern time. He co-anchors that, of course, with Caroline Hyde, Bloomberg Tech. Definitely want to check that out. Coming up, Fifth Third falls as the bank discovers alleged fraud. It discovered alleged fraud at one of its commercial borrowers. More on the challenges facing that regional lender. And later this hour, my co-host Danny Berger joins us from Brookfield's headquarters in New York ahead of her exclusive interviews with the company's CEO and president. This is Open Interest.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
AI should be for everybody, from leaders to the working on floor. And we can save 90% of time, 50% of workforce. AI is core in centers of change. And therefore, we invest heavily to AI. Actually, we started more than 10 years ago because we think the machine in the past helped our hand and legs. Now the machine helps us in brain.
Are you betting all your money in this right now?
When the OpenAI appear, immediately I asked whole corporations study how will you bring generative AI to their job.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news wherever and whenever it happens. I'm Anne-Marie Hordern in Alberta, Canada, and this is Bloomberg.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Let's get now to high interest. Look what's making headlines around the world. Poland shot down drones that crossed into its territory during Russia's latest airstrike on neighboring Ukraine, calling those drones an act of aggression. Poland's Prime Minister Donald Tusk said he had activated Article 4 of NATO's treaty, under which members can demand consultations with their allies. This is the first time NATO assets have directly engaged with Russian targets since Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022. Robinhood is breaking into social media with Robinhood Social. The platform will allow retail traders to share their positions and post about their investment victories and losses. The company, I should say, will invite a small group of customers to join Robinhood Social early next year, then broaden the availability later. That's a beta testing model. Initially, all posts will be required to include a trade of equities or other assets. The CEO, by the way, Vlad Tenev, joins Bloomberg Television on the close at 3:30 p.m. New York time. And Fifth Third Bancorp says it is the victim of fraud on a loan with a $200 million balance. The bank believes the situation was an isolated incident in the company's warehouse lending business. According to the CEO, Tim Spence, the regional bank is also among the financial institutions bracing for what could be hundreds of millions of dollars in combined losses from loans tied to the subprime auto lender Tricolor Holdings. And joining me now at the desk to talk about that is Herman Chan. He's the regional banks analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. And Herman, what is the story with this loan book? It's subprime auto loans, right? And is it possible, for example, that they made a lot of loans to undocumented immigrants who have since left the country?
I mean, that's possible. The party line from the bank management team is that there was an issue with the underlying collateral. And these loans are really bridge financing, short-term type loans to the borrower. And unfortunately, there was a fraud issue with some issues with the financial statements and the collateral, and that's where we are today.
So what are they going to do about it? I mean, do they need better oversight at their warehouse lending unit? Are there wider implications of the Trump immigration and deportation policies? They're going to hit regional lenders hard?
Well, what they've said, what Fifth Third has said, is they're going to look internally at their policies, making sure their processes are on point, making sure they have a really good idea of what the collaterals that are backing these loans, and maybe even potentially pulling back on the lending related to these warehouse facilities. So there's going to be a lot of inward focus in terms of could they have prevented this and what they can do going forward.
So Tricolor, I guess, will want to refocus its business as well. But I'm I'm also guessing it's going to be subject to a decent lawsuit.
There's going to be a lot of litigation, and given the fact that there's a lot of parties involved, Bloomberg News has reported Barclays and JP Morgan are also ensnared in this issue, so we're going to see a lot of litigation. It's going to play out over a number of years.
What are the bigger banks involved? I mean, how is JP Morgan, for example, dealing with this?
Yeah, so this is the same issue with Fifth Third. They have exposure to the warehouse facility.
But it doesn't hurt as much. We won't see it play through in the shares as hard.
Probably not. And for Fifth Third itself, the loan was pretty sizable for the regional bank of that size. So for a bank like Barclays and JP Morgan, probably more of a blip, but still will affect possibly some of their provision expenses in the third quarter.
All right, Herman, great having you. Back on set here, Herman Chan of Bloomberg Intelligence, made famous during the SVB loan crisis. A check right now on futures ahead of the opening bell. We are going to see green arrows here across the board after the PPI number came in cooler than expected. That gives the Fed cover for at least a 25 basis point rate cut, and that's why you're seeing 0.5% gains on the NASDAQ and the S&P. This after all-time closing highs yesterday. I think we closed at 65.12 on the S&P 500. Coming up, Deutsche Bank and Wells Fargo. Speaking of banks, but bigger ones, see the S&P 500 closing the year above 7,000. We'll discuss those targets with Joanne Feeney of Advisors Capital. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
Okay, ready?
David, what initially sparked your interest in this topic of longevity?
15 years ago, I turned 60, and I began to wonder how much longer I'm likely to live and what I could do to extend my life. On longevity, I talked with the leading experts in science and medicine to educate people about how they might be able to change their conduct so that they can live a happier and healthier life. I'm David Rubenstein. Join me on a 4-part journey as I explore the great quest for longevity. Only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jumana Bersachi in Tehran, and this is Bloomberg. Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Wall Street forecasters are rushing to boost their outlook for the S&P 500. Barclays raised its year-end price target to 64.50, citing interest rate cuts, strong corporate earnings, and AI-centric growth. Of course, we're already far past that. Deutsche Bank raised its target to 7,000, and Wells Fargo raised its year-end target to 7,200, with equity strategist Oh-Sung Kwon writing, quote, "There is froth, but as long as AI CapEx remains intact, the bull market should continue." Let's bring in Joanne Feeney, Advisors Capital Portfolio Manager and Partner. And Joanne, there is froth, but you know, after something like Oracle yesterday, it seems like maybe we've even underestimated the incredible amount of spend that's already priced in on AI.
Yeah, good morning, Matt. There certainly is a recognition that Oracle's news creates a better view of what's actually happening in the demand for the use of AI. The fact that the other hyperscalers look like they are offloading some of the demand for their capacity over to Oracle, and not just temporarily, but for the longer term, tells us, perhaps resolves an outstanding question, which is AI really being used? Is there sufficient demand to keep the infrastructure spend going? So when you think about the economic growth engine, it's clearly AI, and it's clearly something that starts in the Mag 7 and is likely now to be spreading to the other 493.
So does that mean you want to be selling out of those mega tech cap stocks and using mega cap tech stocks and using that money to buy companies that have underperformed thus far?
Well, there's certainly an important reason to look around the market. As you were just saying in your opening remarks, the market is expensive, and we don't play the game of what is the S&P 500 going to do, because we don't invest in the S&P 500 as a whole for clients. We want to be selective. That said, we do still think there's an awful lot of infrastructure spend to come in AI. So you want to continue to be exposed to those key players, whether it's an NVIDIA, a Broadcom, Microsoft, Amazon, or others. We still think those should be core holdings, but don't disregard the value opportunities elsewhere.
So where do you see the biggest value opportunities?
Look across sectors. I mean, industrials is one place to look where AI is being adopted, some in very obvious ways. Companies really point that out. Other companies will use it for their back office to make things more efficient, also to develop new products, whether that's an Emerson, an Eaton, a Honeywell, or a Caterpillar. They're all using AI. And that's not the only reason to own them, obviously. I mean, these are solid companies with strong end market demand. We're seeing a recovery in the industrial space. We think that's likely to continue.
All right, Joanne, you're going to stick with us here for the opening bell. Joanne Feeney is going to tell us what her barbell strategy is. Let's get a check on futures ahead of that open. Right now, we're looking at 0.5% gains after an all-time high yesterday at the close. 65.12 was the level, which is why a 64.50 target doesn't really look that aggressive. The NASDAQ right now at over 24,000, over a 0.5% gain there as well. And interestingly, the small caps not doing quite as well, up only 0.2% at 23.89 on the Russell 2000. Of course, they have been outperforming of late, and they do need a rate cut, maybe more than the bigger cap indexes. We will be back in just 30 seconds with the opening bell on the NASDAQ and the New York Stock Exchange. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
There is a nice confluence between the long-term investor and what we're trying to do. We have an operating principle that's in our handbook, take the long view. When we went public, we put a timeline up on the screen for the whole company in an all-hands meeting. And that timeline went from founding to 100 years out. And the IPO was one dot in 1 year on that timeline. And we tried to orient the employees to, this is a wonderful event, this IPO, but it's a moment in time on a very long journey.
This is a company that you want to exist in 100 years.
We do.
Wall Street doesn't think in...
No, they think in like hours. Yeah. And what I've learned of Wall Street, and particularly Wall Street investors, when they say they are long-term investors, that means they'll keep your stock for like a month. There has been one instance where I did something that was just for short-term stock, and I felt so bad about it that I don't think I'll do it again.
What was that?
There was one quarter, a few quarters ago, we were not going to beat the quarter. We were going to probably just hit it, and so far we beat every quarter. So we were all like, wait, what? Our perfect record. We're like a 4.0 student that is going to get a B for the first time. This is not good. And I decided that for a short period of time, at the end of a lesson in our app, we would show 2 ads instead of 1. Turns out that by itself was good enough to beat the quarter, but it's bad for the product. It's not good. After that, I am never doing that again.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Onen, only on Bloomberg.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
Moments away from the start of trading, moments away from the start of a brand new record high, at least if we were to close at these levels. I'm Matt Miller. This is Bloomberg Open Interest. S&P 500 futures up 0.5%. Futures on the NASDAQ up 0.5%, and that should translate into a gain above the 65.12 closing level of the S&P yesterday, which we just ratchet up higher and higher and higher every couple of sessions here. One of the reasons for that, you see and hear the opening bell on the New York Stock Exchange, Klarna, coming out with one of the most anticipated IPOs of the year. Bailey Lipschultz was talking to us about that, a $1.37 billion raise, and we're going to talk a little bit later about that some more. Take a look down at the NASDAQ. You've got Answer the Call ringing the opening bell. This is New York Police and Fire Widows Benefits Fund there. So not a publicly traded stock, but a noble cause. In terms of the drivers today, Oracle's big gain, and this is the live trade now, 30%, adding more than $200 billion to the market cap. It gave an aggressive outlook for its cloud business when it came out with earnings at the close yesterday. It's a firm that's emerging now as a key provider of compute power and capacity in the AI world, really taking on those hyperscalers. On the downside, Novo Nordisk slashing 9,000 jobs globally. It cut its profit forecast for the 3rd time this year as it fights to recover ground lost in the obesity drug market. Damien Garde saying they still have the biggest slice of the pie, but it's not growing as much as Eli Lilly. Let's bring back Advisors Capital Portfolio Manager and Partner Joanne Feeney. And Joanne, we were talking about this growth value barbell strategy that you're employing. Where do you see the growth side that you don't already own?
Well, Matt, it's going to depend on the strategy, whether it's our growth strategy, our SMID strategy, or some of our balance strategies, the kind of mix we want to hold. The growth right now that is most obvious is in that infrastructure build, most recently displayed by Oracle. Beyond that, you have to look at, I think, a number of factors that can drive growth. It's demographics in addition to AI, right? It's the continued demand for healthcare, whether it's medical devices, whether it's, services, for example. So there's a lot of places one can find growth, but it's essential to recognize that one needs other things in their portfolios, outside of the growth strategy itself. In a balanced strategy, you might want income. And so maybe you don't, emphasize growth as much there. You're looking for value. You're looking for strong dividend yields, well supported by free cash flow.
What about diversification? How key is that, Joanne? And, I guess it's tough if you're not investing at the index level, or do you pick stocks from different regions, different industries? How do you diversify?
Yeah, so we don't invest in the index for clients, but we definitely diversify. And you can get quite a lot of diversification into client portfolios by, owning for them, 40 or so stocks. And so we do look across sectors, and then within sectors, there's a lot of different industries within each sector. In healthcare, for example, medical devices, pharmaceuticals, laboratory equipment, these all offer a way to diversify. And again, then you get that mix of, how can you find value among these companies? And there's really plenty of value to be had out there.
Are there places that you want to stay away from? And we've talked about the concentration risk and the Mag 7, and I'm sure that your clients already own those stocks, but is there something else that you'd like to avoid?
Well, we don't own all of the Mag 7. We are pretty judicious in which stocks we want to hold. Again, different portfolios own different different particular stocks. Things to avoid, I think, are things where you can't assess risk very well. And right now, we certainly face a lot of risk. The tariff situation, while it's understood mathematically that a tariff increase will cause a one-time increase in prices, as Powell said at Jackson Hole, it's a one-time increase, but it doesn't happen all at once. And so the tariff pass-through is going to be slow. We're seeing retail margins come down in the latest PPI report. So there are certain types of retailers we may not want to hold because these tariff increases, those price increases, are going to impinge upon budgets more severely over time. So the low-income consumer, we still see as particularly under threat. And that's an area, their demand is an area to avoid.
So the low-income consumer under threat. I wonder what you think about this GLP-1, not this specific story today about the firings at Novo Nordisk, but the effects of it. For a while, we thought it was sort of the runner-up story to AI in terms of market impact. Has it worked out that way? What do you think about that in healthcare?
Well, I think the opportunities in that particular trade are pretty narrow, right? You only have a few companies to play with, and then there's the monitoring of the potential development of an oral drug that does the same thing. We know, unfortunately, that the oral delivery is far less efficacious in terms of the amount of drug you take to have the same effect. And so the thing to watch there is whether those oral drugs develop in a way that they become more efficacious without having more side effects. So right now it's a very narrow opportunity and one that has a lot of risks. As you can see, whenever you're in a two-horse race, it's just very, it makes you very vulnerable as an investor unless you want to own both of the companies at this point.
Well, what do you think about well, first of all, do you, Joanne? And then what do you think about the rest of healthcare?
Yeah, we don't own those names. The rest of healthcare, we see a lot of opportunities, companies that are far more diversified than those two. Look at Bristol Myers, for example, trading at a very attractive multiple below 7 times forward earnings, or Pfizer. These are companies that have some headwinds because of legacy drugs coming off a full patent protection, but they also have very deep pipelines, and they have the balance sheet to support the growth and development of those new drugs. And we're starting to see some good results. These are two very attractively priced stocks, by the way, with very nice dividend yields, which really help our clients that are looking for income.
All right, Joanne, great to get some time with you this morning. Joanne Feeney there of Advisors Capital Management talking to us about her strategy as we hit all-time highs on the market. Let's get a check right now on the S&P 500, trading at 65.48, so that's an intraday high, and obviously it would be a closing high as well. This is the move screen. You can see that after a strong open, we quickly dropped and are climbing again. The breadth is evenly split. We've got 249 stocks gaining, 248 stocks down right now. But you've got the half of the Mag 7 on the upside, half on the downside. NVIDIA right now up 3.5% after those Oracle earnings. So it can't be overstated how key that is to the gains on the S&P. Oracle itself up 35% this morning. On the downside, you have Apple. We saw it down 0.6% in the pre-market. It's now down almost 2% in the cash trade. So it looks like investors are disappointed with what they got yesterday from the iPhone 17, AirPods, and Apple Watch. Amazon also down 1.7% this morning. In terms of the industry groups that are moving this morning, take a look at the split here. It's also pretty even with IT, with tech stocks the top gainer. Energy, utilities also gaining, which is typically fairly defensive, although energy moving around because of geopolitical moves today. Consumer discretionary, the big loser, and that's what you would buy if you were really bullish this market. So it's interesting to see it on the downside. Comm services and healthcare, as well as consumer staples off as well. Coming up, analysts across Wall Street are raising their targets for Oracle following that blowout earnings report, and we'll bring you the details with Mandeep Singh of Bloomberg Intelligence. This is Open Interest.
definitely in the center of it. And we're looking for how do we spend time and which industries do you invest in? Industries becoming more and more digital or AI enabled that actually adds value to economic growth. And this, we think could be time because you have a strong hardware power and you have a strong software power as we see, and it's accelerating significantly. But a very important, another element, which is changes in demographics. More AI-enabled softwares and applications may improve the people's lives and actually increase productivity in times where demographics are decreasing everywhere around the world. So this, I would say, is a major theme. So digitalization and AI-related technologies. And we think of it technology, but in reality, a lot of the businesses coming up and claiming to be technologies that are actually cannibalizing a lot of traditional businesses.
In case you missed it, on Bloomberg Open Interest.
When we look at our portfolio, we see an IPO pipeline that's the biggest since it's been in 2021.
In M&A and IPOs, we've actually had close to record performances in that space. We're going to have an interesting year.
We're having a lot more conversations around putting dates on calendars. I think we could see a very active second half of the year.
Don't miss Open Interest live weekdays.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, and this is Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Time now for our top calls. Some of the analyst action that's in focus for us this morning. First up, Evercore downgrading HP, Hewlett-Packard to inline, saying shares are now fairly valued in the wake of recent strength, and they are off on an up day. Next up, TD Cowen upgrading Nike to buy from a hold, pointing to strengthening margins and notable market share gains. Maybe it's about time if you're a shareholder. They're up 0.7% today. And finally, Bank America upgrading Oracle to a buy after earnings blew out expectations, highlighting the company's impressive forecast and robust demand for AI-related products. Let's talk about that right now with Mandeep Singh from Bloomberg Intelligence. He runs tech coverage for that unit. He joins me here at the desk. And I thought it was interesting. In the write-up today, BN said Oracle's results stunned Wall Street. I mean, that's pretty strong language. And you can see by the gain, 35%. What an incredible result.
Yeah, and look, the backlog, the number that they gave clearly suggests that when it comes to AI, there is some share shift going on in terms of training versus inferencing workloads. And Oracle is catering to both training and inferencing workloads, whereas the hyperscalers, especially Microsoft and Alphabet, they are focused more on inferencing workloads. So from that perspective, OpenAI will likely go to Oracle for training the next model, even though GPT-5 wasn't that big of a deal, but they will constantly improve their models, and they're going to Oracle for that capacity. And the longer-term deals that they talked about will result in, almost a 14-fold increase in Oracle's infrastructure revenue over the next 4 years, which is huge. So to my mind, the GPU capacity right now is being allocated in a way where Oracle is a big beneficiary, to the extent that we almost always talked about 3 main hyperscalers. Oracle is definitely the 4th big hyperscaler. Probably it will take over one of these 3. Who knows? But that's what the forecast suggests.
So Microsoft, Google, and Amazon were previously the 3 main hyperscalers. Yeah. But in order to grow at this breakneck pace, they need a bigger share of Jensen Huang's
That's
NVIDIA
right.
chips. And if Jensen says, oh no, Larry's going to get more of these right now at Oracle, then those three have to suffer, right? It's a zero-sum game right now.
Well, definitely from an NVIDIA allocation perspective, I would agree with that comment. And also, NVIDIA is allocating a lot more of their GPUs to other neo-cloud providers, which is why we hear about Nubis and CoreWeave and, Lambda, Crusoe. So in the cloud world, we just had 3 hyperscalers dominate everything. In the AI workload world, you will have a more fragmented tail, and that's what it seems like. I mean, Oracle could actually surpass one of these 3, as I said, and it's very much possible with the guide that they gave.
I'm looking at the ANR chart on the Bloomberg terminal, and the yellow line is price. The white line, if we show it again, is the 12-month price target for analysts. And when the white line can't keep up with the yellow line, that's when things get really interesting. That's when it goes parabolic. Is that happening for this now less than a $1 trillion company?
I mean, it feels like that NVIDIA moment, when NVIDIA blew out their numbers for the first time because of the GPU demand. It feels like that for Oracle, and clearly this is recurring revenue. Yes, there is a leasing component and backlog. It's a commitment, so companies can get out of that. But look, I mean, we're talking about a company that dominates the on-prem database world, and that is what they called out, that they will help a lot of those customers move from on-prem to cloud AI workloads through their infrastructure, which is why they have so much runway, because they do dominate that on-prem world.
We were talking about yesterday, Oracle shares like up 40%. Right now they've doubled year to date. They're up 533% if you reinvested your dividends over the past 5 years. They're just crushing it. And I want to shout out also Brody Ford, the Bloomberg News reporter who wrote such a fantastic piece. He says that this forecast galvanizes hopes the post-ChatGPT global AI infrastructure build-out is accelerating. Yeah. It's hard to imagine accelerating from the pace where we're already sitting. All right, let's move on to Apple, because this is a stock that's down today, or at least it was down right at the open, and worse than the pre-market, actually. Yesterday, they had these iPhone 17 releases, including the thinner one for just under $1,000 or at $1,000, and earbuds that can track your heartbeat. Sounded really cool, but analysts and investors really not impressed this morning.
I mean, with Apple, they have great specs with this new version. You have to ask yourself.
They have great specs with every version, dude. I saw, the thinner one that they said has a weaker camera is still 48 megapixels.
Amazing. But then when it comes to AI use cases, I thought they showed a pretty cool demo around AirPods transcription. To me, that feels like, an incentive to upgrade my AirPods. Now, for the phone, even though they have great specs, I don't see what is possible, because right now, all my AI use cases are driven off of apps, and the apps run on cloud. That's what Oracle said. They need more cloud capacity. So if everything is happening on the cloud, why do I need to upgrade my device? And so to me, the real upgrade incentive comes from things that run on device from an AI standpoint. They definitely have the chips and the features, but I just didn't see a cool demo that will make me feel like, oh, I need to upgrade to the new phone because it can run this use case on device. If it's app-based, it's happening on the cloud, which is what Oracle is saying. We need a lot more capacity.
Well, and that's a problem not just for Apple, but for Dell and HP. And when my most used command is like, hey Siri, open ChatGPT, that's a problem, isn't it?
That's a problem, yes. Whereas if I can say, hey Siri, do this on my phone, that's when I will upgrade, instead of just opening ChatGPT.
I wonder why Siri's not listening right now. Maybe I have her muted. All right, Mandeep, great to get you on the program. As usual, Mandeep Singh runs our tech coverage for us at Bloomberg Intelligence, talking about the explosion in Oracle shares today and NVIDIA going up along with it. Coming up, we're going to get to, well, what used to be a commercial real estate story and is now increasingly an insurance story. Brookfield Asset Management preparing to kick off its Investor Day. We're live with Danny Berger at the company's headquarters next. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
bringing you up-to-the-minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Francine Aqua in Sintra, Portugal, and this is Bloomberg.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
I'm David Weston. Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. We go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
We need more transparency. Oil and gas is still important.
They said every citizen should be investing in the market.
Accelerate progress in all fields of science.
Watch Wall Street Week right here on Bloomberg. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
It's a bigger conversation about market structure and the changing backdrops about how investors think about investing from a 60-40 portfolio historically and the tools they have to create better outcomes with less volatility. The reality is alternatives have worked for 40 years for institutions.
That was Apollo President Jim Zelter on what he'd like clients to consider. Sticking in the alternative space, Brookfield, another alternative asset manager with over $1 trillion under management, is set to kick off its investor day this afternoon. Danny Berger is at the company's headquarters early this morning in downtown New York. Danny, take it away.
Yeah, Matt, great to speak with you, and I'm so excited to bring you these interviews into the show. But there's a lot going on at Brookfield, and you could argue that this is an era of the next evolution of Brookfield, a Brookfield 2.0. In their last earnings, there was a letter and a conversation had about how this is increasingly an investment-led insurer. It is the insurance business that is really growing in importance for Brookfield. It is something they started 5 years ago, and Bruce Flatt, the CEO of Brookfield Corp, who I will be speaking to at noon today, said at that time that they see that this is a business in the long run growing between $100 and $150 billion. It's really important to stress the kinds of capital that are put behind this. It's now more individual investors investing in these types of assets because of the insurance model. It's something like an Apollo does, or even a Berkshire Hathaway. So it's a change for the giant, but again, it just means more capital to be put to work behind many of their strategies, and a lot of their growing strategies like AI infrastructure, Matt.
Danny, I think it's really fascinating, not only the turn to insurance, and we're going to talk a little bit later about that as well, but also the idea that even retail investors should be able to benefit, that's the idea at least, from these alternative investments in things like retirement accounts.
Yeah, I mean, that is a huge conversation happening in this industry, Matt, not just at Brookfield, but really wider. You'll recall that President Trump had that executive order opening up, not yet, but at least putting into the process of opening up 401ks to private assets. It's an argument that has been going on for some time, just considering the world is more private. There are less companies IPOing. The amount of public companies has shrunk by half. There are more companies going private, getting taken private. So if you want a slice of the American economy, can you truly just invest in public markets? And that's the argument that a lot of these private capital giants have made. The interesting thing that will happen, Matt, is what happens when more of the assets being invested by these private capital giants, that it's coming from retail investors and not from limited partners, not from institutions. What happens when that switch occurs? What does it mean about the type of investments? What does it mean about relationships with institutional investors? A lot of questions that need to be answered, and a lot of questions that will unfold as this evolution in the industry continues.
All right, so getting back to Brookfield specifically, as far as I can understand it, one of the most exciting things is kind of the transformation to investing in the insurance business and using those proceeds to get even richer. One of the other fascinating storylines with Brookfield for a while now has been its incredible investment in AI infrastructure. And after we heard from Oracle yesterday, we get even a more bullish picture of the AI build-out.
I was going to say just that, Matt. I mean, look at Oracle. it's still, you get this sense that we're in the early innings of this AI infrastructure build out. And Brookfield has made it very clear that they want to be part of this. They launched a new strategy specifically around AI infrastructure. There is so much demand there. And Brookfield has been doing this for some time. You'll recall in 2022, they partnered with Intel around an Arizona plant. It is a huge source of demand at this moment. But it needs things like power, like energy, something that Brookfield is also uniquely positioned to understand. It's a lot of demand resources coming from AI infrastructure, and increasingly more political too. I mentioned Intel, the government now getting a 10% stake in that company. So there are more stakeholders to this business now. But again, it's one of the things in this American economy, if you look at a labor market that is slowing, you get corporates that are more unsure. Where's the certainty right now? It is in AI, in the AI build out. So it's about positioning yourself there to make sure you can take advantage of it.
All right, fascinating stuff. Looking forward to your interviews and the Investor Day, Danny. And we hope you come back soon. Danny Berger, usually sitting right next to me here, obviously on set for Bloomberg Open Interest. Stay tuned for those exclusive interviews. Brookfield President Connor Teskey coming up next hour. Then later she's going to speak with the company's chair and CEO, Bruce Flatt. As we finish up the hour, let's take a look at markets and the fresh all-time highs that we're looking at. 65.41, 65.42 on the S&P 500, about 23,894 on the NASDAQ. Also coming up in the next hour, and I can see her offset right now, Nancy Tangler is going to join me from Laffer Tangler. We love to talk to her about her investments, plus JAB's Chief Investment Officer, Anant Bala, on that company's $3 billion acquisition of Prosperity Life Insurance. This is Bloomberg.
Let's suppose you hire people in this business and they start losing money.
Yeah.
How long before you say, you know, this isn't for you?
When we bring people on, we're looking for a previous record of success. So we don't train people, particularly on the investing side, right out of college. They would have come with already experience. Then there's also the why are they wrong or why are they right? Are they right for the right reasons or are they wrong for the wrong reasons? And then there's also collegiality. How do you work in a team? But I would say that within a 2 to 3 year period, we, usually you get a sense whether, someone's talented.
Do you ever hire English majors or history majors, or you only hire STEM majors?
I encourage my boys to go to liberal arts and to be in whether it was poli-sci, economics, and be fluent in other areas. So I think having a broad perspective can be very helpful.
If somebody is very good at what they do you say to them, you're very good, but go to business school? Or you say, don't go to business school because you're very good at what you do?
So I didn't go to business school, and I think that the markets are a great business school. So it's we don't encourage people to go to business school. We encourage them to take the CFA. That's a good way to get more technical trading. If it was something that they feel they wouldn't be complete without going to business school, there have been people who've done nicely with us who've wanted to go, but that's been more the exception.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets?
We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. Word just in from the White House that President Trump will speak to Poland's president after several Russian drones entered Polish territory overnight before they were shot down with help from NATO allies. The Kremlin denies it targeted Poland.
I'm Vicky Barker at the Foreign Desk in London. Poland's Prime Minister Donald Tusk warning Poles their country is at its closest to open conflict since World War II. This after Poland says it shot down multiple Russian drones over its territory overnight. NATO's regular Wednesday meeting reconfigured at Poland's request to consider what NATO's response should be.
There's concern for the remaining hostages in Gaza after yesterday's Israeli strike in Qatar that targeted top Hamas negotiators. The BBC's Wira Davis is in Jerusalem.
About 20 hostages are still thought to be alive. They were meant to be part of this so-called peace plan being discussed by the Hamas leaders as they sat down in Qatar. The prospects now for them are much less secure.
President Trump has just posted to social media calling for the death penalty for a North Carolina man accused of stabbing a young Ukrainian woman to death on a commuter train in Charlotte. The suspect will be arraigned today on upgraded charges. U.S. Attorney Russ Ferguson.
I'm here today to announce that we're going to supplement those state charges with federal charges. These federal charges will go alongside the murder case in state court, and we hope that they will ensure justice for Erna, for her family, and for the whole Charlotte community.
Officials say the 23-year-old was on her way home from work when she was attacked. Court records show the suspect has been arrested 14 times before. Missouri's Republican-led House has approved a congressional redistricting plan that would give the GOP 7 of the state's 8 congressional seats. The Missouri Senate will vote on the proposed map today. Democrat Emanuel Cleaver's Kansas City district would be split in 3.
The will of the people of Missouri is being substituted for ideology.
He and the Congressional Black Caucus are urging peaceful protests. Today marks the official peak of the Atlantic hurricane season. There were predictions of a busy and potentially destructive year, but so far there's not a single storm in sight. CBS News meteorologist Rob Marciano.
We've got that warm water, but there's atmospheric things happening that are limiting these storms from developing. Very big subtropical high, larger and stronger than usual, a lot of sinking air, very stable area. That coupled with dust coming off the Sahara, and a lot of that's been going on. And we have shear as well. All of this is limiting tropical storm development.
The Dow's down 89 points in early trading. This is CBS News. A victory for California's ancient sequoia trees. The U.S. Forest Service says a big wildfire has spared an isolated grove in the Sierra National Forest.
There's a fire in the top of that tree right there.
That humming noise is from the sprinklers firefighters set up to save the sequoias from the Garnet Fire, which has scorched 90 square miles of the Sierra National Forest. Fire behavior analyst Kevin Montoya says the weather is cooperating.
The big story isn't that the temperatures are cooling, it's the increase in relative humidity and what that does to our fuels on the fire.
In just the last 5 years, wildfires have destroyed up to 20% of the sequoia population. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Forget about looks. A study in the British Journal of Psychology finds it's a mix of shared traits, personal tastes, and, yes, something in the way someone moves, smells, or talks that makes them attractive. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney.
How do you think the Fed is looking at tariffs, the uncertainty of tariffs?
Let's take a look at the sectors and how they performed.
A lot of investors getting whipsawed every day by news events.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Could we see a market disruption, a market event?
Are people just too exuberant out there?
You see some so-called low-quality stocks driving this short-term rally.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Good hump day morning from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in our headquarters in New York City. I'm Scarlett Fu here with Alexis Christoforous. We've got a lot coming up on the next 2 hours of Bloomberg Intelligence. In this first hour, we've got Elliot Stein, our litigation analyst, on a judge ruling that President Trump cannot fire Fed Governor Lisa Cook, at least for now. Emily Rowland, the co-chief investment strategist for Manulife John Hancock Investments, will join us to talk about the U.S. economy and, in particular, the wholesale inflation data, which should put to rest any concerns about inflation, at least for now. And Paige Smith of Bloomberg Consumer Finance will talk to us about Robinhood looking to go social, basically taking on Reddit's Wall Street bets. And Anurag Rana will be talking to us about Oracle, those shares jumping 30% to a record high. But first, let's get things started with John Tucker, who's got our Bloomberg Business Flash. John?
All right, guys, we're brought to you by Interactive Brokers. Trade over 10,000 U.S. stocks and ETFs, U.S. equity index options, U.S. treasuries, and more on your timetable. Learn more at ibkr.com/around-the-clock. Didn't get enough data? Let's give you some more because we're data dependent. Wholesale trade sales, at least on a month-over-month basis, up 1.4%. That's way more than the prediction by economists surveyed by Bloomberg. Also, a revision much higher to the previous reading as well. Another record for the S&P 500, NASDAQ for that matter, too. The other inflation data we got today, wholesale inflation unexpectedly declining in August for the first time in 4 months. So this, of course, adds to the case for a Federal Reserve rate cut for next week. Producer prices decreasing, 0.1% from a month earlier. And then stay tuned because we get the consumer price index at 8:30 Wall Street time. That comes tomorrow. 7 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500 higher right now, being led by information technology. Best performing stock in the S&P 500. Go ahead, you can guess. Oracle.
Yes.
Shares, a record. The company delivering an aggressive outlook for its cloud business. We'll take a deeper dive in just a second. And then you have the worst performer in the S&P 500. We'll do that. The electronic design automation firm Synopsys, badly missing Wall Street's targets for its fiscal third quarter, offering mixed guidance. The performance right now, the stock drop, the worst in 30 years, down just about 34%. J.P. Morgan Chase, Fifth Third Bancorp, Barclays, among banks bracing for potentially hundreds of millions of dollars in combined losses. This comes from loans tied to the subprime auto lender Tricolor Holdings. By the way, if you're keeping score, Larry Ellison is closing in on Elon Musk as the world's richest dude.
He's number 2 right now.
He's number 2. The blowout results from Oracle lifting his fortune to somewhere around 364. Musk is at $384 billion. So different league. Yeah. S&P 500 up 40. The NASDAQ 100 up 88. The Dow right now down 45. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. It's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Scarlett and Alexis.
The day is young. Larry Ellison's one-day change in his net worth, Alexis, up $3.3 billion.
Not bad for a day's work.
Seriously.
Sign me up.
Sign me up as well. All right, let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. I'm Scarlett Fu with Alexis Christoforous, and we're joined right now by Bloomberg's Christina Aquino. And John kind of teased it for us a little bit, but we got to start with Oracle.
Yeah, we got to start with Oracle because that is a hot stock today, ticker ORCL. Those shares are up nearly 40% now, which is astounding. And that is because it did give a bullish outlook for its cloud business. So it's saying that after the fiscal 2026, its cloud infrastructure revenue will increase subsequently over the next 4 years. So we're looking at $32 billion after fiscal 2026, all the way up to $114 billion in just 4 years after that. So very, very bullish. And the company also saying that they signed a bunch of data center deals over the summer, including one with OpenAI. That has increased their remaining performance obligations, which is a key metric, to $455 billion. So
almost half a trillion.
Exactly. And Bloomberg Intelligence citing that as a reason for the bullish outlook on the stock, because they're pointing out that that is almost 4 times the size of a similar measure for Google. And so that really puts Oracle's cloud growth rate on track to surpass Google's.
Now, on the other side of that coin, we've got Synopsys, right? Worst performer in the S&P 500, missed earnings badly, and investors are punishing the stock.
Absolutely, Alexis. The Synopsys, ticker SNPS, doing really quite the opposite of Oracle. Shares down about 33% at the moment. That's set for its biggest drop since 2004. And that is, in fact, because of a weak set of earnings, particularly a weak reading on its revenue from design IP, also weaker than expected earnings outlook. And, of course, the company warning that export restrictions are contributing to a slowdown in China, which is, of course, a key market for the company, a key market for anyone trying to be in the semiconductor space. We've seen a swath of price target cuts. So they've been cut to $550 from $660 at Needham, $550 from $650 as well at Stifel, and Baird analysts downgrading the stock to neutral, saying that there is a lack of forward visibility.
And finally, you're looking at banks. Speaking of visibility, we want to get some visibility on these banks and their exposure to certain losses.
Absolutely. So we're looking at Fifth Third at the moment. And so, yeah, that stock, FITB, currently flat. It was gaining a little bit more earlier. But as this comes as our just investors digesting the news with Fifth Bank saying that it was the victim of a fraud on a loan with a $200 million balance, though they're saying that they believe it was an isolated incident. So, you know, they didn't disclose the borrower, but Bloomberg's own reporting showed that Fifth Third is among the banks bracing for a potentially hundreds of millions of dollars of losses from loans tied to the subprime auto lender Tricolor Holdings. So other banks that are involved in that mess is basically JP Morgan, Barclays. So these are no names that are involved in this. So this seems to be quite a big loss, because $200 million just for Fifth Third in terms of impairment. So imagine how much it's going to be for the other banks.
All right, Christina Aquino, thank you so much. For more conversations like this, subscribe to our Stock Movers Reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen.
All right, Lisa Cook gets to keep her job as Fed governor, at least for now. That's after a district judge in Washington temporarily blocked President Trump from removing Cook over allegations of mortgage fraud. But, folks, this is just the beginning and what's going to be many rounds in a legal fight. We want to bring in Elliot Stein now for more. He's Bloomberg Intelligence litigation analyst here in our New York studio. Elliot, good to have you here to sort of sort through all of this. So just break down what the judge said in terms of whether or not President Trump had cause to remove Cook.
Right. So she essentially blocked President Trump's termination letter from taking effect. She enjoined the Federal Reserve Board essentially from effectuating her removal. And what she said was that, for cause is not defined in the statute, but sort of based on the context with which Congress inserted it into the Federal Reserve Act. She said that it has to be for some sort of event that took place while she was in office, while she's been in office, and that has some sort of bearing on how effective she is in her role as a Fed governor. So the allegations in this case, as you know, predate her confirmation to the Federal Reserve Board because they're from 2021. So the judge said, it didn't meet the for-cause standard due to how early the events were. Mm-hmm. And then also the judge said that Lisa Cook should have had some sort of due process as part of this. She should have had and proper notice and an opportunity to be heard in order to defend herself against the allegations.
And worth noting here that the Federal Reserve has declined to comment on this. It has not taken a side in this legal dispute and says it will respect the court's decision. Right. Having said that, we do expect the DOJ to appeal this ruling.
Absolutely.
How many rounds of appeals will this take before it gets to the Supreme Court?
Yeah, so where it goes now is the D.C. Circuit, which is the appeals court between the trial court and the Supreme Court. It's first going to go to a 3-judge panel, an emergency motions panel. It's a little unclear who's going to be on the panel because they don't always announce that, but based on a recent emergency motions panel in another case, we think it's going to be a favorable panel to Lisa Cook, as was the trial court judge. And then after that, whoever loses at the panel stage can either ask the full D.C. Circuit to review that ruling. The full D.C. Circuit, though, leans towards appointees by Democratic presidents. So assuming the Trump administration loses at the panel stage, I expect them not to ask for an en-banc review, which is the full D.C. Circuit. I expect them to go straight to the Supreme Court because I think that they'll think they have a better shot there.
And no surprise that the White House is coming out and saying, we can lawfully remove Lisa Cook from this position. We should also say that she is going to be part of this Federal Reserve meeting next week. And for as many as looking forward, right, probably for the rest of this year, one would imagine, because these court cases are not going to move quickly.
Well, so this preliminary issue actually can move pretty quickly. As you noted, the next FOMC meeting is September 16th. I do think we could get a ruling by the D.C. Circuit panel by then. It'll be very quick, though. Today's already the 10th, right? So they could have expedited briefing because it's an emergency situation. They could finish the briefing by Friday or Monday, and you could get a ruling by
so it's not a slam
late.
Dunk
It's
that
not
she sits in on that meeting.
In litigation, nothing is a slam dunk. We don't know for sure who the panel is going to be. I do think it's going to be favorable to Lisa Cook, in which case we would get a ruling from them Monday or Tuesday at the earliest, and she would most likely be at the FOMC meeting on the 16th. But there's no guarantee.
So Lisa Cook's lawyer is Abby Lowell, who is kind of a mainstay in Washington politics. He's very well known. He's defended both Republicans and Democrats, Hunter Biden, along with
the Kushner kid,
Jared
Kushner. And Ivanka
so,
Trump.
you know, equal opportunist, I guess you could say. What is his strategy here in arguing for Lisa Cook or defending Lisa Cook?
Well, his argument is that, well, a couple things. The for-cause standard has not been met. And, you know, that President Trump should not be the one who determines whether it's been met, that there has to be some sort of judicial review, which is what the trial court judge also agreed with, and also that there has to be some sort of due process as part of this. You can't just have the FHFA director lob accusations without, you know, some sort of proceeding to actually prove those allegations.
All right. Elliot Stein, thank you so much. Elliot Stein is a Bloomberg Intelligence litigation analyst on, once again, the judge ruling that President Trump cannot fire Fed Governor Lisa Cook, at least for now, certainly not before the September 16th FOMC meeting. It's a 2-day meeting. The decision comes out,
That's always the tricky
on
part.
Wednesday.
The decision is the 17th, but it really kicks off on the 16th.
Right. The deliberations begin on the 16th. In this case, there isn't much drama tied to the deliberations. We're pretty much going to get an interest rate cut. The question is how much, right? And speaking of the Federal Reserve, we do have some breaking news here. The Senate Banking Committee has voted along party lines to back the nomination of Trump advisor Stephen Myron to a short-term post as a Fed governor. Speaking of Fed governors, Republicans, of course, moving swiftly to seat him before that FOMC meeting. So we want to bring in StartupPal right now, U.S. economist with Bloomberg Economics. So, Stuart, this means that vacancy left by Adriana Kugler will be filled by Stephen Myron, and we already pretty much know what Stephen Myron is going to vote for, don't we?
I think the biggest question about what he's going to vote for is whether he's going to vote for 25 or 50, but he is certainly going to be voting for a cut.
So Myron now joins 2 Fed governors that Trump appointed during his first term. So slowly, President Trump is getting more control, I guess we'll call it, over this current Federal Reserve Board.
That's definitely right. I mean, by my count, he has 3 votes on the board now. Stephen Myron just got voted through the Senate Banking Committee. He's then going to get a cloture vote. He's then going to get a floor vote. He's very likely to be confirmed by the full Senate before the meeting next week. So by my count, there are 3 board members who are a mortal lock for voting for a cut. And that's, of course, Bowman, Waller, who's in contention to be the next chairman of the Fed, and Stephen Myron, who's going to be confirmed before the next meeting. We also have probably 3 branch presidents who are a mortal lock to vote for a cut, likely a 25 basis point cut. I guess that they'd be Williams from New York, who has said that he sees monetary policy as especially restrictive, Goolsbee in Chicago, who leans a little bit more dovish, and very likely Susan Collins in Boston. She was relatively hawkish in Jackson Hole, but has since changed her tone. We know that Powell, Barr, and Jefferson are also sort of incrementally rotating towards a more dovish stance, and so now we get to 9 votes. But those are also folks who are going to be a little bit more cautious about taking the elevator down on rates. They don't want to look like they're capitulating to political pressure.
Right.
So we could very easily get 9 votes, like very simple counting, 9 votes in favor of a 25 basis point cut, but probably not 50.
Thank you for the reminder that there are still several steps before Myron is, sitting on the FOMC board. However, it feels like it's a rubber stamp process from here on out. Just give us a reminder, when I said earlier that this is a short-term post, at some point he might get the full 14-year Fed governor seat, right?
That's right. So it's sort of interesting that the terms of governorships last for 14 years, and if somebody leaves their post before the governorship expires, a person is appointed to continue in their seat for the remainder of the governorship. So the Kugler seat, soon to be the Myron seat, expires in January. At the end of January, Myron would have to leave, presumably to go back to the CEA, but a new 14-year governorship will begin. And it's reasonable to expect that he's going to be confirmed by the Senate. If Trump doesn't find somebody that he likes more than Stephen Myron, then he could just reappoint him to the seat. But Trump might also use the opportunity to pick someone who he expects to be the next governor. This 14-year governorship has a lot of option value in that you could put somebody on the board to fill the governorship for 14 years and then effectively promote them to chairman for a 4-year term that runs concurrently with that 14-year governorship. Very complicated under the Federal Reserve Act, but this short-term post that expires in January really just means that there's a new 14-year term that'll be coming up in January.
And of course, the Democrats highlighting the fact that there's a possible conflict of interest here, right? I mean, Myron is part of the White House administration right now. He has said that if he were to see this term through, right, so until January, that if he were then instated for this role for the next 14 years, he would step away from the White House position. What's your take on that?
I think the White House counsel is doing a great and creative job preserving that option value. Yes, so the CEA chairman is a Senate-confirmed position. It would be a huge pain to have Stephen Myron, it would be a huge burden and a huge pain for him to resign from the CEA, requiring a new person to be appointed and then confirmed. And now you're going through 3 different Senate confirmation processes. Myron right now, a new CEA chair, and then whoever fills the 14-year term that begins in January. Instead, White House counsel has said that he could just take an unpaid leave of absence from the CEA. He can fill this Kugler seat for several months, and if he does not stay on the Fed, he can then resume his job at CEA. It's creative, yeah.
Well, they're earning their salaries there, the lawyers over at the White House. Stuart Paul, thank you so much for joining us. Stuart Paul is U.S. economist with Bloomberg Economics. On Stephen Myron, the president's nominee for Fed Reserve Governor, getting the vote, the approval from the Senate Banking Committee. Let's go now to John Tucker for a data check. And John, it looks like record highs for the S&P 500.
Yeah, S&P 500 as well as the NASDAQ. S&P 500, 42 points higher right now, Scarlett, up 0.7%, 65.54 in the index. NASDAQ 108 points higher. That is up 0.5% right now. The Dow Jones Industrial Average 57 points lower. This report brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitments, see if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg, bringing us to the best performing stock in the S&P 500 after their results. Stunning Wall Street. Oracle up 39%. And then after their more than disappointing results, the worst performing stock in the S&P 500, shares of Synopsys, they are down 33%. And we check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alexis and Scarlett.
Oh, John, that 39% jump in Oracle stock has helped Larry Ellison's bottom line, just crossing the Bloomberg terminal now.
I'm so happy for Larry.
Ellison surpassing Elon Musk as the world's richest person. Went from number 2 to number 1. We'll see how long it lasts.
Should we throw confetti?
I think they have enough confetti. We want to talk a little inflation now. Wholesale inflation unexpectedly declining in August for the first time in 4 months. This just adding to the case for the Federal Reserve to go ahead and cut interest rates at its meeting next week. It's also a precursor for tomorrow's consumer price index, going to give us a snapshot of inflation at the consumer level. Let's talk it all over with Emily Rowland now, co-chief investment strategist at Manulife John Hancock Investments, joining us from Boston. Emily, good to have you here. Just your take on this unexpected drop in wholesale inflation last month.
Yeah, it was a pretty big miss, actually seeing a negative reading here. And we have to remember here that this is also a signal that growth is slowing. Inflation slowing means that revenues are coming down and companies are really starting to see this eat into their margins. We're going to learn more about whether companies are able to pass these prices from tariffs on to the end consumer, of course, with the CPI data tomorrow. But what this is telling us today is that this is impacting company margins and it's slowing growth. So when we opened the segment, or you guys did, highlighting that the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ are reaching new all-time highs, to me, that doesn't really square with this environment in which growth is clearly slowing. And we're seeing that in areas like shelter and the labor market as well here. So notable move here across equity markets. Bond yields, I think, are telling you the right message, again, which is that inflation and growth are slowing. But equities like it, as we're still in this sort of honeymoon phase, or bad news is good news for the markets, as it means the Fed is certainly likely to continue cutting and probably does 3 cuts over the course of this year.
And thank you for bringing our attention to the corporate profit margins as, the big takeaway from this PPI data. If profit margins do come under pressure, where would we most likely see that first? Is it going to be in smaller companies? Is it going to be in certain sectors?
Yeah, I think, the smallest companies, which have the least sort of attractive levels of quality or profitability, we think do come under pressure, especially because they have higher debt burdens. Their cost of capital is elevated. So while revenue growth is slowing, some companies can deal with that. Ones that have better balance sheets, more cash on their balance sheets, they don't need to take on debt in order to grow. That becomes a bigger problem on the small cap side. So it is one reason that we're recommending moving up in market cap. Mid and large cap equities for us are the best way to protect against that challenge here. But the other thing to think about as margins shrink is companies that want to defend those margins, they can either raise prices, which we think is harder and harder to do here as the consumer comes under pressure, or they can cut costs. And as we know, the biggest cost that most companies have is labor. So this may actually add insult to injury to the U.S. jobs market, where we are starting to see some pretty significant cracks here. So we think it's an opportune time to think about maybe trimming risk into some of the more speculative pockets of the market, which are doing great. Momentum is still riding this wave. Bitcoin's up on these negative results. China continues to be the technical titan of the globe right now, even amidst weaker data, maybe trimming into some of those riskier areas and redeploying capital into higher quality stocks and bonds across global markets.
But Emily, to bounce off what you were just saying about, cracks in the job market now, we heard from Jamie Dimon yesterday, right, CEO of JP Morgan Chase, saying that the slowdown in the job market could be a sign of a pending recession or not. I like the way he sort of rode the fence on that. But I mean, is it should we be talking about recession at this point?
We think it's potentially going to unfold here as growth slows. And I think, the labor market is quite notably weak. We have now 7.1 million job openings in July. That's near a post-COVID low. We look at more timely data like Challenger layoff tallies. They were up 40% month over month and 13% year over year last month. And companies indicated that they had the least amount of hiring plans since the data started being collected in 2009. Obviously, we've talked a lot about non-farm payrolls coming in at 22,000 with negative revisions to June, and the unemployment rate at 4.3%, which isn't that bad, but it's still a post-COVID high. So we think that those cracks are bigger and bigger. The fact that healthcare is driving all of the gains within jobs is something that's, certainly not great in terms of breadth there. So the idea right now, though, is that the labor market's weak enough that the Fed's going to cut, and it's not so weak that, the Fed can't sort of get us out of it. That's, I think, going to be the challenging part from here. We hope that Fed cuts have the ability to reignite the economy here, but it certainly is going to be a challenge.
Thank you for laying it all out for us, something for investors to sift through as we get the data tomorrow on CPI. Emily Rowland is co-chief investment strategist at Manulife John Hancock Investments. Now, speaking of investing, a lot of individual investors have been making hay with the latest PPI report, indicating that the Fed will likely move ahead with a rate cut. They're also spending a lot of time online on different forums like Reddit's Wall Street Bets. And that is exactly what Robinhood is looking to break into now. There's a story on the Bloomberg, Alexis, about Robinhood breaking into social media with a new platform called Robinhood Social.
Yeah, it's sort of going back to its roots. I think this is what it wanted to do to begin with, right?
Absolutely. So let's bring in Paige Smith, Bloomberg's consumer finance reporter, to tell us a little bit more about this. So, Paige, give us the backdrop here, what Alexis was referring to, going back to its roots, being this forum of discussion for users about their investing ideas.
Certainly. Thanks for having me. If you think of Robinhood, you do think of sort of a generally, as compared with other brokerages, a younger, sort of more digitally active consumer base, right? You do think of those days in, COVID when we were all at home and folks logging online and comparing their trades and investing. So, but it's also important to remember that a lot of those consumers were going elsewhere, right? To engage with social media on other platforms. It's not like they were using Robinhood to compare those trades or investment strategies. They were going on Reddit or Twitter, now known as X. And I think that Robinhood's intention here is to just kind of capture some of that enthusiasm and bring it onto their own platform.
Also, we're going to see profiles for public figures, right? Like Nancy Pelosi, like Bill Ackman. We're going to be able to see that transparency, which I think will sort of be a little bit of voyeurism for some, right? Some individual investors.
It was very interesting. I actually went to Robinhood's offices and they gave me some demos on what it would look like. And the social media platform is fascinating. You scroll through, it looks a lot like X while you're scrolling. But yes, you see these profiles, you see Bill Ackman, you see Nancy Pelosi, you see these public figures that folks follow very closely for investment, just to kind of see what they're doing on a daily basis. Maybe not on a daily basis. There is a little bit of a lag there because it's updated with via publicly required disclosures. But
what else did you notice when you went there and you used a demo?
I noticed it, sort of like a lot of Robinhood products. It's very, very user-friendly, very slick, I would say, to use. And it was, you see a lot of stats that are available. So keep in mind as well that they were very careful to hedge that things could change. This will be rolled out to Robinhood consumers starting early next year to sort of a smaller group and then widen from there. But you could see things like daily profit and loss statements. You could see profit
of other
rates
people.
For other people, yes, other Robinhood consumers. And I believe you have to consent to share some of that information initially.
Okay, that makes sense, because it might be a deterrent for some people.
Of course, certainly. Don't quote me on that, I will say. I have to go back and look at exactly what they're planning, and again, things could change, but that was how I remembered it.
But it's unlikely that Robinhood customers are going to ditch their existing social media to come to this, right? So why Why invest the time, the money, the energy in doing this?
Certainly. I think that some of the Robinhood executives said that they kind of view this as a differentiator from sort of the Reddits and the Twitters of the world, the X's of the world, because the posts are actually taking place on the platform. You have the ability to see live trades that are updated in real time. There's this credibility, I suppose, that is associated with the profiles that are actually posting these social media, that are making these social media posts, because it's actually linked to a Robinhood account. And with that comes requirements like know your customer requirements, and it's not like that's the same on Reddit.
Right, you can't just be anonymous with some strange handle. Paige.
You can change your handle, though.
You can change your handle, but you have an account.
You have an account.
All right, Paige Smith, consumer finance reporter for Bloomberg News, on this news story about Robinhood breaking into social media. Alexis Christoforous and Scarlett Fu here on Bloomberg Intelligence. Keep it right here. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker, the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. S&P 500 hitting another record. The NASDAQ hitting a record. Oracle shares best performing stock right now, the S&P 500 among the most active, gaining the most since 1992. The company giving a pretty aggressive outlook for its cloud business. That's all AI related. It really took Wall Street aback in a great way. Oracle's cloud infrastructure business now expected to expand, get this, 77% to $18 billion for this fiscal year. So the market cap is now around $942 billion, and Oracle stock 39% higher in the early going. And the head of the company, Larry Ellison, as a result of all this, is now richer than Elon Musk as a result. Just a week ahead of the Fed decision, the first drop in producer prices in 4 months, it's kind of soothing worries that elevated inflation is going to cause problems for policymakers at the Fed. The market reaction, again, pretty sharp, with traders almost fully pricing in 3 rate reductions for this year. Of course, the Fed meeting is next week, and pretty much everyone expects at least 0.25% a cut from the policymakers at the meeting next week. And you want more inflation data? We're going to get that tomorrow with the Consumer Price Index. I did want to bring you this headline from the Bloomberg. The Office of the Inspector General initiating review of BLS challenges, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the part of the Labor Department that puts out all the fun facts and figures for us. Right now, the S&P 500, 34 points higher, up 0.5%, 65.47. Again, that's a record. The Dow's actually lower, down 154 points. That's down 0.3%. The NASDAQ 100, record there, 104 points higher. That is up 0.4%. The more policy-reactive 2-year yield, 3 basis points lower at 352. The 10-year 3 basis points lower at 4.05%. And we check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm
Just
John
for
Tucker.
me, John?
You and everybody else, the millions of people out there listening to this program, Alexis and Scarlett.
Love how personalized that was.
You're welcome.
Well,
I do it for you.
Guys, investors are partying like it's 1999. Investors in Oracle, that is. And that's because the last time the stock rallied this much was 1999. Stock is up, as John just said, nearly 40%.
You weren't even alive back then, the two of you.
Oh, go
well,
on.
we remember the
Flatter me.
dot-com bubble days.
Oh, never mind.
So I want to bring in Anurag Rana now, Bloomberg Intelligence Technology Analyst. He was around in 1999, coming to us from our Chicago bureau. Okay, so we know that, it was a blowout quarter, AI just driving things there. But I want to talk a little bit about traditional software, which is what this company is all about, and the fact that that's not really working at Oracle, but it doesn't seem like investors care today, Anurag.
Yeah, see, Oracle's a very unique company because it has your traditional software, but also a few years ago, it started a cloud business called Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, something very similar to what AWS does or Microsoft Azure. And one of the advantages it has is it just rents out its, servers for people to go out and train their AI models or run their applications on it. So this is really a new business for them, just came up last few years, and that's where the biggest growth is, and that's what's driving the stock.
That's what's driving the stock, and that's probably where Oracle is driving its spending as well. What's happening with the rest of the company, its operations, its software business? Is it still cutting costs, for instance, and reducing headcount?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right about it. So the advantage Oracle has compared to, let's say, a company like CoreWeave or Nebius is that it has a very high margin database business and very high margin application business. These businesses have gross margins, let's say north of 90%. Now, when you marry that with a massive AI infrastructure business where you need to spend a lot of money, that's problematic for somebody that doesn't have that. But Oracle has that luxury that it can spend billions of dollars. Before yesterday, we were thinking they're going to spend, somewhere in the low 30 billion range, which was already higher than what they had guided and, even the street was expecting. They came out and said they're going to spend over 35 billion in the next financial year. So that's a lot of money going into expanding data center, buying chips, creating a new infrastructure to fulfill this demand.
Also, we should note that a number of analysts are raising the price target on Oracle. TD Cowen caught my eye, raising the target to $375 from $325 a share. But when you look at the competition here, Microsoft, Amazon, Alphabet, what does Oracle, or how does Oracle differentiate itself, not only for the customer, the client, but for investors?
Yeah, and one of the things I would say is everybody is having a good time in this particular party. It's not just, one company that's gaining it. It's just the size of their business is far smaller than it is for, let's say, AWS or Microsoft. In the last financial year, their revenue was, roughly about 10 billion or so. AWS's run rate is like 125 billion. Microsoft's business is 75 billion. Google's business is 50 billion. So please, you're going to take that with the context of how big Oracle's cloud infrastructure is compared to some of the bigger vendors out there.
Anurag, it feels like Oracle kind of came from out of nowhere with its contributions to the AI space and being such a big player. Certainly the bookings of almost $500 billion caught my eye, and it's more than 4 times what it was the same time last year. Are there any other kind of dark horses out there that you would be keeping your eye on that could be the next Oracle, which already feels like it's the next NVIDIA?
Yeah, I think one of the things you have to think about it is it's not easy to come up with this structure or a business like this, because you need billions of dollars to create a data center or to lease out a data center, then buy equipment like NVIDIA chips and computing equipment. There are a handful of companies like, CoreWeave or Nebius, which are smaller neo-cloud players that specialize in renting NVIDIA GPUs to customers. Now, the bigger vendors have the capital that they are also expanding it. But again, as I said, given the size of the increment that they are seeing, you're not getting that same growth rate.
Do you think there's a little over-exuberance, though, in the market today with Oracle's stock up nearly 40%, especially with so much talk about whether or not we are in an AI bubble and what happens if it starts to deflate?
Yeah, see, one of the things you have to remember is for Oracle, at least, they have this backlog of orders coming in. And it's coming, for example, one of their biggest customers right now is OpenAI. If OpenAI continues to expand revenue at a good pace over the next several years, they are going to be spending a lot of money to train their models in order to stay ahead. So I think there is a lot of relationship over there. If, let's say, you and I don't use ChatGPT as much, that would have an impact on OpenAI's revenue. That would have impact downstream revenue on all the other players, whether that's NVIDIA or Oracle. But frankly speaking, we are not there yet.
I'm looking at the Mag 7 members and how they're performing today. NVIDIA is up almost 5%. Amazon down 1.9%. Alphabet, which is the parent of Google, up marginally, up 0.1%. And Microsoft getting 0.6%. It doesn't feel like this is a situation where it's a zero-sum game. Oracle wins and Microsoft, Google, and Amazon lose. Or is it?
No, so there are a few companies that fall into this bucket, and those include Amazon Web Services, Microsoft, Google Cloud, CoreWeave, Oracle, and Nebius, for example. So these are the ones that are seeing extra spending right now. But when you look at on the application side, whether that's Salesforce or Workday, those guys are not seeing that benefit because they're not in that infrastructure game. So there's a huge difference between the two vendors or between the two category of vendors. Right now, we are more in the build phase of AI, not the implementation phase of AI.
It's hard to believe, Scarlett, but this stock is now worth more than, has a larger market cap than Walmart, Eli Lilly, JP Morgan Chase.
Yeah, that is pretty remarkable. And again, it feels like it kind of came from out of nowhere.
You're right on that.
Very recently.
Which is why I brought up, Amazon, Microsoft, right, Anurag? I mean, the fact that those were the names we were really talking about when it came to AI. And then sort of Oracle comes out of the blue.
Yeah, but that's the whole point. This particular infrastructure, if you're going to run large models, it's very unlikely you're going to do it in-house. I mean, you can do it, but you require a lot of investment going in. You're better off renting out data center capacity or computing capacity from one of the cloud vendors. And Oracle has the money to spend it. And they have the relationship with NVIDIA to get those GPUs. And on top of that, they are offering this to customers and saying, here's my equipment, come and test it out the way you like it. Amazon, on the other hand, for example, sells it as a package. And that's where you're seeing some distinction and also the size, as I mentioned before.
Anurag, always a pleasure. Anurag Rana is Bloomberg Intelligence technology analyst on Oracle. Shares are at a record high, surging after the latest earnings report from that company. This is Bloomberg Intelligence.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
10:53 a.m. here on Wall Street, and we're keeping an eye on shares of Novo Nordisk. The American depository receipts are moving higher right now, but we do see the Danish-listed shares climbing, and that is after the drug maker, remember, they are the company behind Ozempic and Wegovy, has decided to cut 9,000 jobs and also cut its profit forecast as well. So let's bring in Sam Fazeli. He is Bloomberg Intelligence Director of Research for Global Industries and Senior Pharmaceuticals, our go-to guy for all things on global drug makers. And Sam, for Novo Nordisk, this is part of a broader restructuring that the new CEO is undertaking. Can you tell us a little bit more about the changes taking place?
Yeah, sure. And very nice to see you again all. So the story here is that this is not the first time they've lowered guidance for the year. I mean, this time there's an impact on the EPS front from obviously the costs of restructuring, assuming they can get it all done this year. But it's a pretty chunky one, 9,000 people, about 11% of the workforce, and a lot of that coming from Denmark. If you read the essence of the press release that they put out, there's a couple of things that they bring out. They want to invest more on R&D. Well, what I think this is telling you is that the growth that they had planned for the next 5 years, they may be thinking maybe that won't come as fast as we were expecting it because of competition from Lilly, compounders, and other products potentially coming to market to the pace that they were hoping. So if you want to keep investing in R&D, you need to liberate some cash. And also, it looks like that they're also thinking about changing the way that they're doing their marketing because of the different channels that they're getting involved with now, direct to consumer. That is not something that pharma has done very often before. In fact, only Lilly had done it prior to this, also for obesity drugs. So maybe the costs of that are different. And there's an element that they've referred to in there, which is a culture of performance-related reward. And you think to yourself, well, what was it before? So it seems like that they want to make it much harder focus on you've got to deliver because we need the growth. So that's interesting all to watch.
You know, Sam, I think to a lot of casual investors who don't deep dive into, Novo Nordisk the way you might say, would look at this and say, listen, they have the most popular weight loss drugs, right? Wegovy, Ozempic. Why is this company having these problems? When you drill down, or is it just a problem with having to scale too quickly? Is it that the company isn't nimble enough to sort of change with the times?
Well, Novo Nordisk has been a poster child of how you grow from a small company selling to a relatively basic set of products 20, 30 years ago to one that's become essentially one of the innovators in the space. They brought the first GLP-1 to market. So we can't fault them for that. It's just that I think this growth that they had to go through, where the planning was done, we have $100 billion market potential for obesity as a whole, right? So it's just difficult, I think, to judge into this space. And maybe the previous CEO had looked and said, I'm pretty sure we're going to be 50% of that market. We need to plan for that growth. And then two things changed. Competition from Lilly is super intense. They have what I would call a better drug in terms of the efficacy profile that's been shown in head-to-head trials. And then, of course, you've got on top of that compounders that don't seem to be going away. They keep taking cheaper generics, or not generics, manufactured elsewhere and making the drugs. So that's where I think the new area issue is, in that we all expected the FDA to really clamp hard down on that, and they haven't.
Right.
They've made statements, but they're allowing them. They even found areas outside the U.S. where these compounders can get their drugs from, which is counterintuitive. So those are the issues.
Yeah, so it feels like Novo Nordisk gave up its first mover advantage, but has it lost its lead completely in the U.S. obesity market to Eli Lilly permanently, or is this still very much a wide open contest?
No, I can't remember what the latest number is in terms of what percentage of people who would benefit from these drugs, who should be able to get them, are on it, but it's not in the big percentages. I'm pretty sure it's in the single-digit percentages. So there's a lot of room to play for. I think our estimate, and I hope I'm not completely off on this, was about 189 million people could be on these drugs by 2030. That's enormous. There's lots of other people coming with orals, with other things. It's not a matter of having lost the lead. Yes, Lilly surprised with a slightly different mechanism, still the same, but with a better drug. There's still room for innovation here, which is what the company's saying. We need to save to keep investing in that innovation. So that's the area I think that they're highly focused on now.
All right, Sam Fazeli, great stuff. Thank you so much, as always. Sam Fazeli joining us here. He is our go-to guy for all things pharmaceutical, certainly when it comes to Novo Nordisk and this plan to cut jobs, 9,000 jobs, 11% of its workforce. And Alexis, that is including 5,000 in Denmark, where it's really not known for firing staff there.
Yeah, and this is part, as you said earlier, of part of a larger sort of reorganization or overhaul at the company, about a $1.25 billion overhaul. So it's a continuing story at Novo Nordisk.
Yeah, and for anyone who is an investor in Novo Nordisk, the company plans to host an investor event on September 17th to lay out a roadmap for its R&D. So be sure to be on the watch out for that. Novo Nordisk shares moving higher in Copenhagen, but kind of mixed right now in U.S. trading for the ADRs. There is also a headline that just crossed the Bloomberg terminal. NASA is cutting access for Chinese citizens in the U.S. Beijing space dispute. So according to people familiar with the matter, NASA, the space agency, is blocking Chinese citizens with U.S. visas from working on agency programs. And this is, of course, as Washington escalates the anti-China rhetoric, both the nations doing what they can to advance their space program. NASA typically has restrictions for employing Chinese nationals, but this is kind of a new level. All right, for our listeners in the U.S., a reminder that you can listen to us via satellite radio on SiriusXM Channel 121, access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. And Bloomberg Radio on SiriusXM Channel 121 is presented by Oracle. Keep it here on Bloomberg Intelligence.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney.
How do you think the Fed is looking at tariffs, the uncertainty of tariffs?
Let's take a look at the sectors and how they performed.
A lot of investors getting whipsawed every day by news events.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Could we see a market disruption, a market event?
Are people just too exuberant out there?
You see some so-called low-quality stocks driving this short-term rally.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
It is 11 a.m. on Wall Street. I'm Alexis Christoforous along with Scarlett Fu. Paul Sweeney is taking some well-deserved time off. We have got a packed hour coming up for you. Klarna's much-anticipated IPO dropping today. It looks like indications are it's going to open 20% higher when it starts trading on the New York Stock Exchange. Priced above the price target, valuing this company at more than $15 billion. Really a test of Wall Street's appetite for these buy now, pay later lenders. We're going to have an interview with Klarna's CEO, so be sure to stick around for that. One company not participating in today's rally, Synopsys, the worst performer in the S&P 500 after earnings there missed the mark big time. We're going to break it down with Bloomberg Intelligence's senior software analyst, Niraj Patel. And Chewy stock taking it on the chin today despite an uptick in sales and the addition of more customers last quarter. We're going to get a reality check on Chewy with Bloomberg's consumer staples analyst, Diana Rosero Pena. But first, Charlie Pellet is here with your Bloomberg News Flash.
Hi, thank you very much. Here's what's going on. We have got the Dow lower, the S&P, NASDAQ both higher. Do want to begin with that key vote in Washington this morning. Senate Banking Committee did vote along party lines to back the nomination of Donald Trump advisor Stephen Myron to a short-term post as a Fed governor as Republicans move swiftly to seat him before next week's rate-setting meeting. Sources tell Bloomberg the 13-11 vote does put Myron on track for a likely confirmation vote in the full Senate on Monday. We've got the S&P 500 index trading at a record. The Dow lower, as I mentioned, but the S&P pushing higher. NASDAQ also at a record. All of this after Oracle surprised Wall Street with better-than-expected earnings. Right now, we have got Oracle shares up by 41.5%. So Oracle surging now, rushing higher, moving higher by 41.5%. S&P at a record. Tech leading the way. Traders almost fully pricing in 3 rate reductions in 2025. S&P up 32 at a record 65.44, up 0.5%. The Dow lower by 0.5. NASDAQ composite index up 0.5% at a record. We've got our 10-year yield 4.06% with a 2-year 3.53%. Gold now up almost $20 the ounce, 36.46 up 0.5. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 1% right now, 63.25 for a barrel of WTI. Wholesale inflation unexpectedly declined in August for the first time in 4 months, adding to the case for the Fed to cut rates. Emily Rowland is co-chief investment strategist from Manulife John Hancock Investments, and she was a guest last hour right here on Bloomberg Intelligence.
It was a pretty big miss, actually seeing a negative reading here. And we have to remember here that this is also a signal that growth is slowing. Inflation slowing means that revenues are coming down, and companies are really starting to see this eat into their margins. We're going to learn more about whether companies are able to pass these prices from tariffs on to the end consumer, of course, with the CPI data tomorrow. But what this is telling us today is that this is impacting company margins.
And we'll have a whole lot more on the PPI coming up, as well as previewing the PPI, the CPI coming out tomorrow morning. Again, recapping stocks higher, S&P up 0.5%. And for on-demand news, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks so much, Charlie. Time now for a look at some stocks on the move today. We want to bring in Bloomberg's Nora Melinda for that. Synopsis, boy, oh boy, is it getting beaten up today.
Oh, it is a terrible, brutal day for the company right now. Let's take our SNPS. We're seeing shares that are seeing their worst day ever here, down as much as 36%. And of course, we know this is a lot of involved within the trade concerns that we were seeing, of course, with tariffs and everything here. But essentially with this company, the company warned that the U.S. export restrictions are contributing to a slowdown in China. And we know, of course, this is the largest market for semiconductors. This is not what Wall Street wants to hear, of course, not what the company here wants to feel. So you are seeing Wall Street really, taking a beating. The stock is taking a beating here as we're here in trading today. But I mean, if you look at the stock, it's down about 18% year to date here.
And we've seen, of course, the indexes reach their highs and have paired some of their gains, certainly for the S&P and the NASDAQ. So let's stay with the downtrend and take a look at Chewy, because that stock is seeing big losses too.
Also seeing big losses, down as much as 17% in trading today. That's the biggest drop since March of 2022. And this is after another outlook that we're looking at here. They had a high expectations going into the report. Wall Street was really ambitious here, and it seems as though they failed to meet some of those high hopes here. RBC is they're pointing toward the idea that EBITDA outlook was only maintained. They would have liked to see a little bit more strength there, but they're going to be paying attention to whether this is due to conservatism or an inflection in cost or change in the pace of sponsored ads growth. So lots to watch there, but I do want to end in a name in the green, despite the fact that I'm wearing red today. Let's take a look at shares of Oracle. That's ORCL. Of course, this is a story that we can't stop talking about today. Really seeing some strong gains here. Big strength, up as much as 41%. It's just a stellar historic day here. And of course, we know that this is after the company gave an aggressive outlook for its cloud business in particular. This is really putting it in a place where it's able to really be cemented in the race to support the demand for AI computing that we've been discussing so much this year. And it seems like Larry Ellison has pretty much told Musk to scoot over. He's now the richest man right now, surpassing Elon Musk. So great day here for shareholders.
Does it feel like it's like the new NVIDIA? I know that they do different things, but it feels like it's a new NVIDIA. It's like the new darling stock.
Oh, I feel like Wall Street, we love a hot name. Everyone loves to have this new sparkly, shiny thing. And it does seem as though Oracle is definitely in the game when it comes to that.
Larry Ellison.
I knew you were going there.
Because I can't get over it. At least on paper, earning $101 billion in one day.
Insane. I mean, shareholders, I'm sure they're happy right now. Very historic day. This is the biggest intraday gain since 1992 and highest intraday level ever. So,
and he's the richest man, or richest person, I should say, for the first time. He has toppled Elon Musk, who has been holding the #1 spot for almost a year. So
yeah, those two are going to keep battling it out, I think.
Oh, for sure.
Right?
They're going to be duking it out.
But the companies are going in different directions, aren't they?
That I would have to say, yes, they are. Good point. Good point. Normal.
Very true.
Thanks so much. Looking beautiful in red, by the way. Thanks for stopping by. And for more conversations like this, subscribe to our Stock Movers reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. And you know what? Everybody is listening to Klarna today, Scarlett, right?
First day of trading. It's going to happen any minute. And of course, we're awaiting the CEO. But in the meantime, we want to bring in our equity capital markets reporter, Anthony Hughes, for more. Klarna's IPO feels like it's a long time coming because they were supposed to launch earlier this year, but they had to delay because of unfavorable market conditions. Basically, the tariffs messed up everything for them.
Yeah, I think at that time the tariffs were such a distraction for the overall market that it was better for pretty much every IPO to really put their plans on hold. I don't think it was necessarily a Klarna-specific issue. It was just really the situation at that time. But certainly, as we got to the later part of the year here, the IPO market's really opened up, and it's turned out to be great timing in the end.
So we saw a firm in this space go public a couple of years ago now?
21.
Okay, well, more than a couple of years. Time's flying. Do you think, though, that now Klarna is a little bit of a litmus test for Wall Street's appetite for these lenders? Because there are risks for them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think the interesting thing, though, with the IPO market is people are really focused on growth, and this company has good growth, and affirmed in its recent results has shown good growth too. So, I mean, really, Klarna has really rolled out its business in the US, which is, really the big market for them since 2019. So it's still on that, even though it's a company that's been around for a few decades, it's really this growth path, which has really been accelerated in the last 5 or 6 years, and that's where this company looks more interesting from a growth perspective than you might think for a company that's that old.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I'm so glad you bring up Affirm and the buy now, pay later, because that is definitely Klarna's roots, but it's really taken steps to expand beyond that, looking to be kind of a digital bank for folks who've been underserved.
Yeah, so I think there is a little bit of a negative taint to buy now, pay later. So there's a little bit of a eagerness to maybe a little bit de-emphasize the buy now, pay later part of the business.
So you're saying it's marketing?
Well, I think if you look at the prospectus, I think a large portion of their loans are 0%, and they do earn their money through the merchant service fee, merchant fees, and other fees and the like, and some fees on the consumers. And they have this advertising business that they're creating through their app and their website, which is creating this sort of shopping ecosystem around the business. So it's looking a bit more different from a bank, different from a straight lender. But, at its heart, I think it's buy now, pay later is at the heart of the business.
And when you talk about growth, I mean, when you start inking deals with Visa and Walmart, right now Klarna is going to be the exclusive buy now, pay later provider at Walmart. Is that sort of what differentiates Klarna now from others in this space?
Well, Klarna's more global than Affirm, so it has a larger gross merchandise value, on an annual basis, about 100 billion plus, whereas Affirm's a bit smaller and more US-centric. But I think Affirm does larger ticket items, and the average order value for Klarna is around $100. So really, they're doing a lot of fairly small transactions for that consumers are doing to get that sort of zero interest rate loan, the short-term loan. But yeah, I think all of those partnerships are very valuable because this business is really this company is really trying to provide an alternative to the credit card industry, and it's a huge industry. So that to the extent that buy now, pay later becomes more sort of pervasive is a real positive for the company.
All right, Anthony Hughes, a pleasure speaking with you, equity capital markets reporter for Bloomberg News on Klarna. And speaking of which, the CEO, Sebastian Szymanowski, is speaking with our Bloomberg tech anchors Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow right now on Bloomberg Television. Let's join in.
On the price, or I pretend not to hear it, so I don't have to comment on it. We'll find out. Like I'm very much looking forward to welcome new shareholders to the company, and I think there's decades of growth and opportunity ahead of ourselves. So I feel very excited about this today.
We introduced you as a buy now, pay later firm, but increasingly, when you've come on this program, we've talked about Klarna as an everything app. How does this IPO reposition you into that domain?
Well, look, I think that was actually my biggest happy moment from the IPO. There were two from the roadshow. One, I got very few questions about buy now, pay later, and a lot about our card and how it's growing. We've signed up 700,000 new Americans in the last 6 weeks to our card. We have 5 million people on the waiting list. But the best part of the roadshow, I tell you, was when we signed in to the reception at one of our investors. The guy in the reception said, "Oh, you're from Klarna." It's like, "Yes, do you use it?" "I love it. I use it all the time." And I was like, "Oh, but what could we do better?" He's like, "Nothing. Just get me the card." So that was the best moment from the whole roadshow.
Sebastian, it's like a marketing event when one goes public. You get your name in other people's mindset here in the United States. Will you go for a banking license? Talk us through where the growth story is going forward.
Sure. No, look, we have a bank license in Europe, as you're well aware of. We've had it for 10 years. It's fantastic. It gives us access to deposits. It's a very effective way of funding our balance sheet. It allows us actually to do it more cheaply than our competitors. But I think the key thing is, in the US, there's this group. McKinsey showed this in a study already 10 years ago. They're called self-aware avoiders. These are people who've tried the credit card. It actually makes slightly more than your low-income household or medium household income. They try the card, they try revolving. They say it's the product of the devil. They don't want to get in $4,000 of credit card debt with 20, 30% interest. They love buy now, pay later, and they love our card. They love the opportunity to put most things on debit and then occasionally put it on interest-free installments, very cost-effective. So that's the target audience, 20% of the American households. And now we have 26 million users in the US, so we're seeing a lot of pickup.
You're seeing pickup in your shares. You were significantly oversubscribed. As we told you, and you chose not to hear, that you're currently seeing shares being indicated much higher than even they priced at. Did you sell too low? I know you're a man that's had to stomach variations in your market capitalization in history. What does it mean to you to have a valuation out there in public more broadly every day?
Well, look, to be honest, personally, I'm not selling a single share in this IPO. I am, a long-term shareholder. I love this company. Been doing this for 2 decades. It's a long period of time, but fortunately, I was 23 when we started, so I'm not that old yet. And I hope to continue for a few decades. And if you're truly going to disrupt retail banking and, and change this industry that has, amassed so much excess profit because of the lack of competition, the lack of customer focus, and you want to bring that back and you want to create a better service for customers, that's going to take some time, though. This is not something you do overnight. And I just look forward to doing that. And then investors will occasionally lean more into the future and occasionally lean more into profit today and so forth. And that will vary. And, it's up to everyone to take that decision for themselves.
Sebastian, the mechanism in this IPO is really important because you didn't raise like a huge amount of money. And on this program recently, we've done all the reporting on some of your peers like Revolut doing transactions to stay private deliberately. So you faced a choice and you chose to go public. What was the main motivation?
I think, again, to your point, we only raised $200 million, right, in this IPO, because the company is, self-sustainable from a capital perspective, doing really well, so there's no real need. I think that the key thing is we've had 20 years of private investors, employees who bought into the stock, and over time it became quite an effort to keep track of private transaction in Google Sheets, right? So now it's a little bit more efficient to trade the stock on the market, gives people who's been with us for many decades the ability to get some liquidity out, but most people are not selling much. And at the same point of time, fantastic to welcome new shareholders to the cap table who want to join what we're trying to revolutionize in retail banking. So I'm super excited about it.
Sebastian, would you kind of illustrate, outline what the competitive landscape looks like to you, who your competitors are, and also the regulatory headwinds that you're bracing for?
Sure. I mean, people will always mention Affirm, Revolut, and we are very impressed by those companies, very inspired by them. But the truth is, credit card industry is a $1.3 trillion revenue market. So I would say it's mostly the incumbents, the old banks that are, the opportunity and where the competition is and what we can grab tons of market share. And the problem for them is, if you have a credit card program that's running at 30% interest and you're revolving people at $4,000, and you look at Klarna's payment model where our average outstanding balance is $100 and 0% interest, you're not too keen. You don't want to jump into that. You don't want to lose all the profit you're making. But for us, there's just opportunity, just upside. Grab more market share, become larger. It works well for us. We make money out of that. So it's that's what we see as the primary competition. On the regulatory side, look, I think at the core of it, if 10 years from now, less people use credit cards and more people use debit cards and occasionally buy now, pay later, that's a better society. And as we get the chance to sit down and take all the noise away from media and so forth and actually explain and show our losses are 30% lower than credit cards, our consumers are borrowing much less. I had this conversation. I had a conversation with a customer. She was like, yeah, my mom called me and she was like, are you using this dangerous thing called buy now, pay later with Klarna? And she told her mom, was like, Mom, you have a credit card, right? Yeah. How much debt do you have? $4,000. What's your interest? 30%. She's like, Mom, I'm borrowing $100 at 0% interest. Who is financially responsible? And you get that message across, then you realize that regulators actually start embracing and seeing value in that we're bringing competition to a market that has extracted excess profit out of customers by tactics that are not in the customer's best interest.
And your tactic, in many ways, has been to embrace efficiency, adopting generative AI in the workforce in particular within the product. How much more can you focus in on margins? How much more are you going to have to keep hiring to scale and to sell?
Well, the truth is, right, we haven't hired people for 2 years. We've shrank the company from 7,400 to 3,000 people, which is fantastic. But I would say we probably over-index a little bit on efficiency. And now, the last 6-9 months, we've taken much more focus on how do we take all the learnings. We've used ourselves as employees, as guinea pigs for all this AI software, all these tools. We took out all the SaaS software, the Salesforce and all that. And now what we want to do, we want to bring that to our customers. We want to bring that to the merchants. We're very excited in the coming weeks and months to launch AI-powered customer retail banking apps that we believe are going to be tremendously more valuable and create more value, save time, save money for our customers, and make them feel in control of their finances. So it's very exciting to use AI now to create the next generation of financial services.
So Sebastian, you're a public company now, so you will have quarterly earnings. But I want to end by asking what the metric is that you will gauge Klarna's success by. What is the kind of milestone that you are holding your company to from this point?
Well, it's very easy. You mentioned already Revolut and Affirm. Klarna's focus in the last few years has been, let's get as many users as possible. It's a bit like Facebook, right? You want to get as many users as possible. We're now at 111 million. That means, Affirm, I think, is less than 30, Revolut, 50. We're 111 million users, but our revenue per customer is not like as much as there, and that is it. Revenue per customer is the one metric now, because we know that when we start launching things like the card, we see massive pickup from our audience. So now, obviously, we want to reach similar revenue per customer as we're seeing our main competitors, and that has the potential of bringing us from a revenue size company as well to a different level. So that is the key metric right now, revenue per customer.
Sebastian Siemiatkowski, Klarna CEO with a blockbuster hat. We hope that bodes about the IPO rather than the future business model. We so appreciate you being here with us today live.
He did have a very snazzy hat on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Klarna CEO. Do you want to note we are still waiting for that stock to begin trading, priced above the range at $40 a share, giving Klarna a market cap of more than $15 billion. Let's get you all a news flash now with Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much. And here's what's going on. We do have U.S. stocks. They are trading mixed right to the numbers here. And we have got the S&P 500 index up 22, up by about 0.3%. We are looking at a record. This Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Oracle. Attention, growing businesses. Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. S&P, as I mentioned, higher now by 23 points, 65.35. Indeed, a record there, up 0.4%. The Dow, though, slumping 295, down 0.6%. NASDAQ also at a record, up 67, now up by about 0.3%. The 10-year, 4.05%, with a 2-year PPI Wednesday, 3.52%. Gold up $21 the ounce, 36.48, up 0.6%. West Texas Intermediate crude, 63.66 a barrel. WTI up 1.6%, and Bitcoin now up by 2.1%, 113,840 on a Bitcoin. Your next Uber could be a helicopter, perhaps a seaplane. Uber will be able to book, Uber customers will be able to book Blade's helicopter and seaplane services directly within the Uber app as early as next year. Uber down today by 1.4%. Rival Lyft up by 2.7%. The booking shortcut will help Joby Aviation and Blade reach the millions of customers who've already downloaded the Uber app on their phones. Joby, by the way, developing an air taxi service and gets its name from the initials of its founder, Joe B. Again, Joby shares, they are advancing today by 3.5%. Recapping, S&P at a record, up 0.3%. By the way, cannot ignore Oracle, talking about it all day long, with the stock now up by 42% after earnings. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, thank you so much, Charlie. Scarlett Fu and Alexis Christoforous here on Bloomberg Intelligence. And let's stick with Oracle, because that 43% jump in the stock price has led to a year-to-date gain, Alexis, of more than 100%. The stock has now doubled so far this year.
Incredible. And made Larry Ellison now the richest person in the world. And we keep talking about it.
Yeah, after $101 billion gain in market cap, or, in his net fortune, I should say. And this is on paper. He's not cashing out of anything right now, but some pretty monumental moves for Larry Ellison, for Oracle shareholders. Let's bring in our next guest right now. She is Kim Forrest, founder and CIO of Boca Capital Partners, joining us from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Kim, I know that you keep a very close eye on the tech sector, and I'm wondering if this is a massive re-rating of Oracle, whether it should now be considered a Mag 7 name, or as some people have said, we need to expand it to a Mag 10 kind of grouping.
Well, 2 words. We'll see. I think I have used Oracle products back when I was a software engineer and loved them. And then I covered him from 99 till I guess now. So I have a long track record with Larry, and God bless him, he has finally gotten his wish to be the richest man in the world. I mean, I'm sure that was above one of his things, and he's finally gotten there. So if there's a card that you can send him, I would. Totally.
He could check that off his bucket list. World's richest person. Done. Kim, I know we're here to talk about the outlook, right? But I want to talk about the here and now for a moment, because explain to me today's market action. It's like the tale of two markets. You've got the Dow down about 300 right now, and the S&P and NASDAQ off their highs, though still in record territory. We got some really tame inflation numbers. What's going on with the market today?
So I think we've already priced in, at least 50 basis points of Fed movement to the lower, and it looks like we are likely, especially given the day before's adjustment of job numbers down, it certainly makes the economy look a lot weaker and kind of gives the Fed room for an actual lowering cycle. So maybe we are going to get more than 100 basis points here over the next year or so of movement in the Fed. So I think that is already kind of baked in, right? So we're on to today's news that inflation is tame, but that is not moving the markets. That has been moving the markets. The thought that we're going to have a lower interest rate environment. Investors should love that. Asset owners should love that. That gives you the ability to have higher multiples, whatever your multiple is. So that's thing one. Turning to Larry, if we want to do that now, if we want to pivot to that.
Go for it.
It looks like he did the right things right now to support large model AIs, right? The people who he's serving have said, hey, if you can build them, we're going to rent time at them. So that's great. Now, I'm going to rain on everybody's parade where you may not have noticed the underwhelming response that ChatGPT-5 brought, even though it's supposed to be the most trained, wonderful thing. More errors have been introduced. And you can hand wave over that, but at the end of the day, if you want to be productive, you can't use something that's going to make mistakes at all, let alone at the kind of large mistakes percentages that these large language models are currently making. So that's an issue. The other thing is, I really believe in small AI. And what I mean by that is targeted systems that learn a small area and then are able to autonomously tell you, hey, something's going wrong here, or something, you can improve it doing this or whatever, but not these large language models. Larry Ellison's future is built on the assumption that essentially data centers are going to cover the earth and Larry's going to be the provider. It's hyperbole. I don't literally mean that. But that's the issue here that I have, because I don't think large language models are the solution for productivity in the future.
Okay, so if large language models are not the solution and small language models are, which companies are in the best position to capitalize on that?
Right now, I feel most comfortable sticking in the world of semiconductors, because I know that they're going to be used. I like Palantir. I don't own Palantir, but its current valuation is a little too heady for me. I'm a growth at a reasonable price girl, and sorry, Palantir is not a reasonable price, with respect to price to equity, or price to earnings. So, but it's more in that model where solving a specific problem as opposed to having this large monolithic theoretical thinking machine.
And in about the 30 seconds we have left, I'm just wondering if you believe this market rally, because we've got a lot of Wall Street forecasters now raising their targets for the S&P 500 well into next year. Are we going to see a broader based rally? Because we know this has really been concentrated in just a handful of names.
I hope so, first of all, but secondly, I think so. And I think it's largely predicated on the lower interest rate environment. Housing has been absent. Completely absent. Building new houses, the moving in and out of housing has been non-existent. And I think 4% mortgage rates would certainly get that going. That would boost employment. That would boost a whole lot of spending, and it would just get the economy moving. So I think that that's one area to look at. And I think there's a lot of other areas that would move once lower interest rates are available to borrowers.
Kim Forrest, always a pleasure, founder and CIO of Boca Capital Partners. Thanks for your insights. We'll see you next time. All right, taking a look now at the movers on Wall Street. It's a tough day for investors in Synopsys, right? I mean, the stock is down, I think, by record amounts here, Scarlett, off about 35% after the chip design software provider missed Wall Street's estimates, hurt by weakness in its design IP business. I want to bring in Niraj Patel now, Bloomberg Intelligence senior software analyst, for more on this. So give us the larger story behind this disappointment, I think, is an easy word to use for this? I mean, I don't know. I feel like investors, yeah, right? All right. Niraj, what's your take?
Yeah, this is a major shock to the investor community, and I think you see it in the stock price. Specifically, the company's design IP business, that's about 30% of sales. It has been growing 15% annually, and they're a leader in a subcategory called interface IP. This business now is going flat. It was tracking to about 15% growth as of 2Q, and the remaining 2 quarters are a big shock. This quarter it was down 9%. Next quarter it's going to be down some more. And this catalyst came out of the blue, I would say, for a lot of the investor community, because design IP has a lot of tailwinds related to AI, complex chip design, as well as all this advanced architecture that the semiconductor design companies like NVIDIA, Broadcom, Intel are pursuing.
So can we blame, or can the company blame, factors beyond its control? And here I'm referring, of course, to trade war, tariffs, for that? Or is this something that Synopsys just wasn't prepared for?
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting points there, Scarlett. And I think when we're looking at trade war, yes, a little bit of an issue. And the China EDA ban that initiated end of May, that lasted about 6 weeks. That was introduced by the Bureau of Industry and Security in the US. But their major peer, Cadence, and competitor, which is second in market share, they reported several weeks ago they had the same macro issues, and they actually tuned up their guidance. So this may be a little more company specific than macro factors. And I think what's hinting us that they made big investments to catch up Intel Foundry in relative to some of the other competing foundries with their IP. And this hasn't returned any type of scale on the revenue side for them. And this reality really hit them this quarter and for the next several quarters.
So did the CEO, Ghazi, say anything on that post-earnings call to give investors a little light at the end of the tunnel here, an indication of how they're going to turn things around at Synopsys?
Yeah, I think it was a little murky in terms of the numbers. They closed a mega deal with Ansys. That was about $35 billion in mid-July. This should have added about $600 million in total revenue. So the numbers didn't add up to their guidance of $7 billion. So a little light in terms of adding this acquisition that closed. So that's going to be a little bit of a digestion period, we think. And it's going to take several quarters for the investor community to settle in. And I think, we're facing this issue where they have a lot of AI-related tailwinds. You're building more complicated chips. You're using a lot more interface IP for these chips, and they're the market leader in this market. So things aren't adding up, I guess, when we look at, the story and the narrative that they've communicated over the last several quarters, the AI story that we're hearing from NVIDIA and Broadcom, and some of the investments that are occurring across the ecosystem.
So very quickly here, is there any good news in this report at all? Is there anything to hang your hat on if you are a long-term investor and you don't want to give up yet?
Yeah, I think this space is an oligopoly. Cadence and Synopsys, there's no new entrants. Competitive price pressure is very low. There's no substitute for technology. You have to use their tools to design chips, and the more advanced the chips get, the more features you introduce. You introduce a lot of verification and sign-off steps to make sure all the electrical characteristics are working. You're not generating too much heat. You have mechanical structures. So you have to use their IP. You have to use their EDA, electronic design automation tools. They're 35% share. Cadence is at 32% share. And you have Siemens at about 16%. So you don't have a lot of alternatives here. And once you build on any of these platforms, it's very hard to switch because your engineers are used to the type of data and the type of tool sets and the type of bugs that they produce and going through their workflow.
Okay, got it.
So very
Neeraj,
sticky.
really, really appreciate your laying it all out for us. Neeraj Patel, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Software Analyst on Synopsys and the no good, terrible, very bad day that the stock is having, certainly, especially when you compare it to its rival, Cadence Design System, CDNS, which reported not so long ago, as Neeraj reminded us, and seemed to be doing just fine.
Yeah, you seem to feel like Synopsys's problems are unique to Synopsys more than it is an industry issue.
Well said. This is Bloomberg Intelligence. Scarlett Fu and Alexis Christophorous with you here as we see the S&P 500 holding on to a gain of 1/3 of 1%, a record high.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the U.S. stock market moving higher right now with the S&P up 27. That is a gain of 0.4%. S&P, by the way, at a record 65.40. The Dow, however, heading in the other direction, down 226. On the Dow Industrials, a drop right now of 0.5%. The Nasdaq Composite Index up 78, up by about 0.4%. 10-year on this PPI Wednesday, 4.04% with a 2-year, 3.52%. Spot gold now up $20 the ounce, 36.47, up 0.6%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.8%, 63.73 for a barrel of WTI. The Producer Price Index decreased 0.1% in August from a month earlier. July's number was revised down with the year-over-year number back below 3%. As for the broader economic backdrop, Kim Forrest is founder and chief investment officer at Boca Capital Partners. She was interviewed moments ago here on Bloomberg Intelligence. She told us what this economy needs is lower rates.
Housing has been absent, completely absent. Building new houses, the moving in and out of housing has been non-existent. And I think 4% mortgage rates would certainly get that going. That would boost employment. That would boost a whole lot of spending. And it would just get the economy moving.
Kim Forrest of Boca Capital Partners interviewed right here on Bloomberg Intelligence. Two stock names that we have been talking about extensively and will continue to talk about for much of the day, moving in very different directions. Right now we have got Oracle after earnings last night. Oracle up by 41% and heading in the other direction. Shares of Synopsys, they are plunging after earnings, down 33.3%. Recapping, S&P at a record up 0.5% for on-demand news 24 hours a day. Subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Scarlett Fu and Alexis Christoforous with you here on Bloomberg Intelligence. And we want to focus on the big take story today because it's getting a lot of attention, Alexis. It's about Tesla and the car's dangerous door designs. It caught your eye.
Caught my eye, and it kind of terrified me, actually. You know, when Teslas lose power, excuse me, those crashes can turn into what our authors, our reporters here at Bloomberg called a deadly race against time.
Absolutely. So let's bring in Craig Trudell. He is our global autos editor, joining us from London for Bloomberg News. Craig, this is a little bit of a surprise given that Tesla has built its reputation, certainly Elon Musk has, on the company's groundbreaking design, its engineering excellence, and this incredible safety record. And our reporting shows that that's not the case. Give us a big takeaway here of our reporting.
Yeah, I mean, I think to that point, you know, this is a company that, you know, from the beginning, you've heard Musk talk about, you know, just how safe his vehicles are. And, you know, even just very recently, the company has posted on X, if you love them, put them in a Tesla. That's the kind of language that you see and hear from Tesla and from Musk. I think what happened here with the doors is, you know, sort of from the beginning, an attempt to kind of innovate what I think Tesla's critics would say didn't need innovating. We didn't need to change the way that, you know, a door opens and closes. It's intuitive. Everyone knows how to do it. You sort of know how to do it when you're 3 or 4 years old. And, you know, the company wanted to go to this, you know, new, different sort of path-breaking approach of handles that would be flush to the doors for better aerodynamics, and also, you know, if you think about a battery-powered car, it's very quiet, right? You don't have engine noise to drown out any sort of, you know, whistles or anything like that. So the smoother the surfaces, the flatter everything, the better in terms of not just aerodynamics, but also, you know, this sort of getting rid of any noise. And so while those all, you know, are understandable reasons to sort of make some design changes, what we found in the course of reporting of this story is just, you know, some sort of tragic consequences of those decisions in terms of, you know, how difficult it is both for you as an occupant to get out and also for first responders to get to you, to open the doors and get to you in situations where maybe you're incapacitated or you're having trouble with the doors.
Yeah, I mean, the stories that you highlight, Craig, were really eye-popping and disturbing. I mean, one, a little 18-month-old girl was stuck in the car. Her parents couldn't get her out. And that was one of the better stories. It had a better ending. They were able to get her out. I mean, I'm surprised that the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration isn't really cracking down on Tesla. What are they saying about all of this?
Yeah, I think that was one of the more interesting, issues with this story is that NHTSA, a lot of complaints, a lot of safety concerns come across their proverbial desk, if you will, and at times it will take all of a single complaint or a handful of owner surveys that will sort of get its attention and lead to communication with manufacturers of, hey, you need to take a look at this, and sort of the agency will sort of put its thumb on the scale in terms of a potential recall. In the case of this story, what NHTSA told us is that they are in communication with Tesla to gather additional data and determine whether a, quote, full investigation, unquote, is warranted. That does allude to this idea that there may be some sort of initial investigating going on, but in terms of a formal probe, that has not been initiated, at least as of yet.
Okay, so that's where the regulators stand. What's interesting to me as well is that other EV makers have kind of taken Tesla's design and copied it. They are also doing the same thing. So this now goes beyond Tesla vehicles, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I think what was interesting to us and sort of, kind of trying to get a sense for just how problematic this is for other manufacturers, I think, there was nothing that stood out more for me was, looking at J.D. Power's study that they do every year. It's called the Initial Quality Study, IQS. You might be familiar with car companies, making this, a point of emphasis in their ads or their commercials when they do well in that study. And in 2023, they had a record high number of problems per U.S. vehicle in the U.S. market. And one of the things that they pointed to as a reason for this was doors. And they kind of poked fun a little bit at the industry that they, researched by saying this wasn't something that we needed to change. It was working. We weren't getting complaints from people that we survey for this study. And now this is a percolating problem area was the phrasing that they used. And 7 of the 10 most problematic models in this respect were EVs. So what we're seeing is a lot of sort of, taking after Tesla in terms of door design. And for the most part, what we're seeing is sort of, copycatting or taking after EV for EV, right? Trying to field a Model Y fighter that also has, doors that are similar to the Model Y.
I'm wondering, I don't think your story got into the story got into this, Craig, but what's the legal ramifications here for Tesla? I would imagine the lawsuits are piling up. I mean, if my child was stuck in a Tesla and I couldn't get him out, I might be suing Tesla.
Yeah, a handful of lawsuits. We are aware of a handful of lawsuits, and I think one of the complicating factors here is Tesla pushes its customers into arbitration for these sorts of suits. That this is part of the sort of purchase agreement when you buy a Tesla. That is something that litigants are going to have to sort of overcome because of that sort of policy on the part of the company. I think another sort of complicating factor here is that one of the a couple that we speak with in this story, they had no inclination to sue Tesla immediately after the crash. It took one of the first responders coming to them after the fact and saying, hey, we really had a hard time getting to you, and it was because of your vehicle. That is part of the issue here. You don't necessarily know right off the bat, hey, something wasn't right here. I need to do some investigating.
Craig, really fantastic reporting by your team. Craig Trudell is our global autos editor for Bloomberg News, joining us from London. And Alexis, I'm kind of embarrassed to say this, but maybe it's not so embarrassing now. I did not know how to open a Tesla door the first time I sat in there. I was really bewildered, and I just couldn't figure it out. I was kind of stuck until it was in an Uber, and the driver told me, no, you got to press the button.
Yeah, well, you know what? I don't think I'm going to be jumping into a Tesla anytime soon.
Yeah, this gives me pause.
Bloomberg Intelligence will be right back.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
It's 11:53 on Wall Street. I'm Alexis Christoforous along with Scarlett Fu. Paul Sweeney has the week off, and I am taking a look at Chewy right now because that stock is off 16%. The online pet supply retailer taking it on the chin today. Profit falling in its fiscal second quarter, and that's despite an uptick in sales. The company did add more customers last quarter. Let's break this down, though, with Diana Rosero Pena, Bloomberg Intelligence's consumer staples analyst. So, Diana, tell me, this looks like a mixed quarterly report from Chewy. What has gotten investors so hot and bothered here?
Yes, I think what investors were trying to see in this report was that there was an inflection point in the industry. And I don't necessarily think that they have found it in this report. Sales was higher than the company, the investors expected, but margin guidance, EBITDA guidance was kept. And that was a little bit of bad news for the company and the industry as a whole.
Talk to me about innovating in this industry, because I would think that if you just stop innovating, that's when you start to have the problems. Is that starting to happen with Chewy? I mean, it is a leader in this space, but does it need to still be one step ahead of the curve and innovate here?
Well, yes, and I think that is one of the things that they were trying to communicate during their earnings call, they are actually investing, and that is going to probably offset some margin momentum going forward, at least the second half of the year. They have vet offices now in 4 states.
That's right, I've seen that.
Yes, exactly. They actually launched Chewy Plus, which is a membership program, and apparently has been very successful. And also they have launched private brands with Get Real, which is a fresh frozen dog food brand.
So the company also added a pretty decent amount of active customers, right? 150,000 on a sequential basis. So now its total customer base is nearly 21 million. How much more room is there, do you think, to grow? Because we know people will spend big on their pets.
Yes, and what we're seeing is probably going to see a greater contribution on the pricing side compared to the customer base. And that, again, that's another reason, while they did show positive momentum on customer base, it was still, you know, in the mid-single digits, which is not necessarily significant growth or growth that they had seen before. So, you know, we still see an equal contribution for the customer base, but it's not necessarily as impressive as it was years before.
I'm curious if they talked at all on the post-earnings call about tariffs and how that might be impacting. I would imagine a number of their products are coming from overseas, China in particular, when you're talking about some of these pet toys as well.
Yes, and they did not quantify the hit that it was going to be on cost of goods sold, but they have mentioned the private label, their private brands are significantly affected by tariffs. And that is one of the reasons they probably held margin guidance for the year, because they said that they're going to invest in pricing and be more competitive.
Who does Chewy see as their biggest competitor?
I would say Amazon and also brick and mortar retailers like PetSmart and Petco.
And so what about the horizon? I mean, I don't know how far they went out, but what are projections? What kind of guidance are they offering investors?
So they only have noted the annual guidance. They don't necessarily want to speculate on other things, but you know, they still think that there's a lot of momentum in the industry, and I think investors are not necessarily that they do not agree on the long-term potential, but they're more worried about what the 6 months are going to bring, the next 6 months.
Yeah, and in terms of profit, what was the pressure on profit? They said it was tied to share-based compensation. There were also some related tax issues. Can you just tell us a little bit more about that?
Yes, that was another thing, and you know what they mentioned. There was, I mean, margins grew, and you know, it was gross margin was up 90 basis points year over year, but they mentioned that that was going to be the high point of
so
that
trying
metric.
to manage expectations.
Exactly,
right.
and that is why what the you know, the investor community was honing in.
All right. So, Diana Rosero Pena, great reporting here. Thanks so much for breaking down Chewy's earnings. Taking a look at the stock again, not a great day for Chewy. One of its worst, actually, in the company's history. Down about 16% right now, trading at $35.47. Taking a look at Wall Street, we have ourselves a mixed market at the moment. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is down 216 points, led lower by Visa and Apple. The S&P 500, though, still in record territory. It is now up by about 29 points. We've got the NASDAQ Composite up by 88. And need we remind you that both of those indexes are near record highs. We did see some news on inflation today come in better than expected. Inflation pretty tame last month at the wholesale level, at least, actually down 0.1%. And tomorrow, of course, we get the consumer price index, and we'll see whether or not companies have been passing those tariff costs on to the consumer. And for our listeners in the U.S., a reminder that you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM channel 121. You can access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Stay with us. Your top stories and global business headlines are coming up next. Balance of power still to come. Want to get you a quick check of gold, by the way, still at a record high, now up $4.80.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by ZipRecruiter.
I'm Steve Kathan. Poland calls it an act of aggression as its military shoots down several Russian drones that violated its airspace during an attack targeting Ukraine. President Trump posts, "Here we go." CBS's Olivia Rinaldi.
President Trump is expected to speak with the president of Poland later today, President Nawrocki. Mr. Nawrocki was here in Washington last week, just reaffirming the U.S. security ties to the EU, to NATO, and to Poland. There's also 10,000 U.S. troops that are in Poland. We also heard from the NATO ambassador, Matt Whitaker. He said, "We stand by our NATO allies in the face of these airspace violations, and we will defend every inch of NATO territory."
An American Airlines jet bound for San Francisco returned to Philadelphia this morning after a bird strike during takeoff.
American 2035, multiple bird strikes will need to return.
Audio from liveatc.net. The plane landed safely. It's being inspected. No injuries on board. New debate after some recent high-profile murders in the U.S. have been blamed on repeat offenders.
The suspects in the fatal stabbing of a Ukrainian refugee in Charlotte and the murders of an elderly couple in their New York City home were both out on parole. The man charged with a murder in Alabama had been arrested on weapons charges and released. Former NYPD Chief of Department Rodney Harrison says prosecutors and parole officers need to better track repeat offenders.
And making sure we had sustainable engagements with them to make sure they were headed in a better direction.
But CBS News medical contributor Dr. Celine Gounder says that can be expensive.
You do need to be investing in mental health and stabilization.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
A new finding on Mars is again raising the question, is there or was there life on the red planet? CBS's Christopher Cruz.
Scientists have been examining a rock on Mars for the existence of minerals like those created on Earth by tiny microbes. The New York Times reports they're asking if those minerals are found in the rock, is that evidence that life once existed on Mars? One scientist who's worked on NASA Mars missions for more than 20 years says he's confident they've found biosignatures.
On the Health Watch, what could be an important breakthrough.
I'm Vicki Barker in London, where researchers say they've developed a blood test that can diagnose Alzheimer's disease earlier and faster than current methods, which can sometimes take years. Now they're recruiting patients from memory clinics across the UK for clinical trials. If successful, the test could transform how Alzheimer's is diagnosed and see patients treated much earlier.
Oracle's Larry Ellison has dethroned Elon Musk as the world's richest man, now worth more than $390 billion. This is CBS News. For decades after they were central figures in the Iran-Contra scandal, Oliver North and Fawn Hall are together again.
You know that I've got a beautiful secretary, and the good Lord gave her the gift of beauty.
More than 3 decades after he addressed the rumors,
Ollie North has been loyal to his wife since the day he married her.
The former Reagan-era national security aide and his secretary, Fawn Hall, have tied the knot. It follows the death of North's wife of 56 years, Betsy, in November. North and Hall reportedly connected at her funeral. Their marriage license shows the 81-year-old former Marine and his 66-year-old former secretary got married in a civil ceremony in August in Arlington County, Virginia. Hall was widowed 20 years ago. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
A directive signed by President Trump increases federal scrutiny of TV pharmaceutical ads under existing regulations. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
Lisa Cook stays on the Fed as Stephen Myron moves closer to joining it. Welcome to the Wednesday edition. As a judge temporarily blocks President Trump's efforts to fire Lisa Cook over allegations of mortgage fraud, just hours before the Senate Banking Committee voted to clear Stephen Myron's nomination. We're going to get up to speed coming up with Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall with us here in Washington, and we're going to bring you a special conversation this hour with the governor of New York, Kathy Hochul. Our panel is in place. Rick Davis is with us. Sapphira Yeheskel's going to be here as well from the left and the right. And we start, as always, on Wall Street. Charlie Pellet has the latest on the Wednesday trade. Let's get the stocks and bonds. Charlie, how's it look?
Right now, I got one word for you, Joe Matthew. That word, Oracle. Let's begin with the stock surging 41%. The Dow, however, lower right now. We got the S&P, we got NASDAQ. They are both advancing. S&P, NASDAQ trading at records right to the numbers of the S&P up 28, 65.41. That is a gain of 0.4%. The Dow, as I mentioned, lower by 195, down 0.4. NASDAQ, the composite index, up 64, up by about 0.3%. Our Mag 7 index, little changed, up under just 0.1%. The 10-year on this PPI Wednesday, 4.04%. The 2-year, 3.52%. Gold is up 0.5%. Looking at records there, 36.43. West Texas Intermediate crude just below $64 a barrel, up 2.1%. And Bitcoin also up 2.1%, 113,858 right now on Bitcoin. Oracle shares surged to a record after the company gave an aggressive outlook for its cloud business, stunning Wall Street. As for the broader AI picture and what it means for markets, Nancy Tengler is the CEO and Chief Investment Officer at Laffer Tengler Investments, and she was a guest this morning on Bloomberg Open Interest.
So you had a lot of people coming out and saying nobody's making money on AI, it's not real, we're done. And what you heard yesterday from Oracle's, we're far from done, which is what we've been hearing from all the hyperscalers.
And again, Oracle right now up by 41%. Oracle, by the way, a lot of focus on Larry Ellison and Elon Musk and their respective net wealth. Oracle set the past stocks such as J.P. Morgan Chase to become the 10th most valuable member of the S&P 500 index. Again, Oracle right now up by 41%. The S&P up by 0.5%. Back we go to Washington. Lots to consider. Lots going on. Once again, your host is Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. That is staggering, this move at Oracle. It's incredible. Charlie Cook, I should say Charlie Pellet. Charlie Cook's not with us today. We'll have more on the markets coming up a little bit later on this hour. I'll say 20 minutes from now, but we've got an important interview coming up with the governor of New York that could change our schedules here. And I want to make sure you hear this conversation coming up with Bloomberg's Caroline Hyde. In the meantime, welcome to the Wednesday edition. We're off and running here midweek on Bloomberg Radio, on satellite radio, channel 121. You can watch this on YouTube as well. Get in line in time for the governor's interview. Search Bloomberg Business News Live. You can find us, too, on Bloomberg Originals every day now. As we consider the reshaping of the Federal Reserve, well, I guess some things aren't going to be changing shape. Some are. Stephen Myron, as we told you a little bit early on today, cleared the important hurdle in committee, the Senate Banking Committee. It took place just hours after a judge ruled temporarily to block President Trump's efforts to fire Lisa Cook. So we have a pretty good sense now who's going to be in the room at the Fed meeting next week. Not that Senator Elizabeth Warren is very happy about it. We'll bring in the hearing room from earlier today. Listen.
Mr. Chairman, we should not be voting today on Dr. Myron's nomination to the Federal Reserve's Board of Governors. President Trump is trying to seize personal control of the Fed in an attempt to escape accountability for his own economic failures. Dr. Myron's nomination is just the next phase of President Trump's very public, months-long campaign to stack the Fed with loyalists. Dr. Myron has already spectacularly failed every independence test that we could think of.
Well, He passed the test before the committee. 13-11 the vote here, putting Mr. Myron on track for full confirmation in the Senate on Monday, according to people we're talking with here at Bloomberg. But don't listen to me. Tyler Kendall is with us, Bloomberg's Washington correspondent, as we start things on this Wednesday. Tyler, really interesting that both of these happened within 24 hours of each other. But Stephen Myron's going to be, what, at least 4.5 months on the Fed?
Right, a temporary position, which is part of his justification for one of the criticisms that Democrats, including Senator Warren, has really lobbed against him. This idea that he's going to take an unpaid leave from his role heading the White House's Council of Economic Advisors, because we know that they're calling for him to really step down from the position, resign it altogether in order to assert that central bank independence. But Myron really spent both his public testimony that we heard from him last week, but also in his private conversations with those lawmakers, many of them telling us here on Bloomberg that they sat down with him privately and they asked him about this reassurance that there is going to be Fed independence. Ultimately, it was enough. Of course, not necessarily surprising. You and I actually ran into the head of the Senate Banking Committee, Tim Scott, yesterday.
He was feeling pretty good.
He seemed pretty confident that this was going to happen. You mentioned Monday's the date that we're going to be watching. Worth mentioning that Republicans are going to actually overcome some procedural hurdles to get this done, but it's very clear that this is what they're aiming for because, of course, Monday is one day before Tuesday, which is when that FOMC meeting kicks off.
Yeah, imagine like how Stephen Myron's life has changed here or is about to change in just a matter of days. But it's important that he's going to do this unpaid leave, right? He's going to go back to the White House and work for Donald Trump again, which is why there are questions about who exactly or what exactly he will be loyal to. Then you have the matter of Lisa Cook. She's going to be hanging around for a while now. This is not a final decision, a temporary ruling to block the president from firing her. What happens in the meantime?
Exactly. So this was Lisa Cook asking the judge for her to be able to retain her job while the broader issue of the legal circumstances surrounding her firing plays out in court. But we learned some really interesting things from the judge's writing in this decision. One, saying that she thinks that Lisa Cook is highly likely to prevail in her arguments that President Trump didn't have sufficient cause to fire her. Now, ask the DOJ. We're expecting them to appeal this decision very swiftly. They have repeatedly asserted that it's really up to the president's authority to determine what is sufficient cause. Also really important that I'll point out, the judge said doesn't seem likely that Lisa Cook was given due process here. That's another one of the arguments why she is suing President Trump. But again, the Trump administration has repeatedly said that she was given time to respond to these allegations. They point to the 5 days.
That's exactly right.
Between President Trump posting on Truth Social, calling for her to resign, and then posting her termination letter on Truth Social, firing her.
I remember Peter Navarro sitting in that chair you're in right now said that is due process.
Right.
It's the document she filled out. The court's not going to look at things that way. Now, just imagine what's it going to be like in the break room at the Fed when Lisa Cook bumps into Stephen Myron, like at the coffee maker.
I mean, at this point, it seems like the markets are already pricing in what's going to likely happen next week. So maybe it doesn't necessarily, it means a lot more perhaps for the future of the Fed, the future makeup of the Fed, perhaps the future of the regional Fed presidents. Because we're moving towards next week's meeting at pretty full speed. Something else just important to point out here, this case with Lisa Cook is expected to reach the Supreme Court. And there's a lot of different threads that we could pull on, but really importantly, recently we've seen the Supreme Court actually weaken some of the protections for officials at these independent agencies. But they did signal back in May that the Fed could be a special case.
That's right. And I'm glad you mentioned the Supreme Court because we actually got a really important story. I felt like it came in pretty late in the day yesterday and might not have made the waves that it would have made otherwise. There was a lot in the air yesterday, including Epstein and everything else here in Washington. But the Supreme Court giving the president a bit of a reprieve when it comes to the tariffs.
Right. I mean, they're saying that they're going to take really what's an unusually aggressive schedule. They're going to hear this case in early November, opens the door potentially for a decision by the end of the year, though always worth pointing out their term goes until mid-2026. But it's clear officials really wanted to get this done as soon as possible because we heard from them saying that this case on the tariffs, while the tariffs are still allowed to be in effect, while it works its way through the legal system, officials say it's complicating those ongoing trade negotiations. So they want President Trump to be negotiating from perhaps a firmer legal footing as we wait for some of these critical deals to emerge, because you will know these are for his broad-based tariffs, the so-called reciprocal tariffs, also those tariffs enacted against Mexico, Canada, and part of the tariffs on China. It's when he invoked IEPA, the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, and that's really what this case has to decide, because an appeals court upheld a decision last week that said President Trump overstepped his authority when it came to IEPA. Joe, worth mentioning, historically, there's a lot we can talk about here. Historically, though, the courts have been pretty deferential to presidents and their ability to declare national emergencies and then respond how they see fit. This is the first time we've ever seen IEPA invoked to impose tariffs, and that's really going to be the question here. Is that within the presidential authority to use this legal authority to impose them? Because we know the administration has some other federal authorities up their sleeves, including Section 232.
Way to set the table with Tyler Kendall. Thank you so much, Tyler, our Washington correspondent with us here in our Washington Bureau. We want to send things to New York now. As promised, the governor of New York. This is coming from Primary New York City Summit and Bloomberg's Caroline Hyde with Kathy Hochul live on Bloomberg Radio.
When you think about being at the forefront of transformational change that AI is going to bring, what is your answer for what New York's competitive edge is?
This has taken us to a whole new level. This was important to me. I'm a New Yorker, I'm competitive, I want to be number one. And so we saw the great potential from friends that I'd have in the industry, Tom Secunda and others, brought an idea to me that we could have this incredible, first in the nation, partnership between academia, state government, and the private sector. So literally the idea was talked about over breakfast in October. I had it in my State of the State 3 months later. And was able to secure $400 million from the legislature. We had to persuade them that this was in the public interest. And I will tell you, we now added another $90 million. We're over almost $500 million invested, and has exceeded all expectations. And so it is, I put together an emerging technologies task force that is co-chaired by the CEO of IBM, as well as the CEO of Girls Who Code, because I want to make sure that we're diversifying the workforce. I want to see more women. I want to see people of color. And that's why New York is such an attractive place all across the world. But in our AI space, I wanted those to be the researchers, the thinkers, the innovators of solving some of society's greatest problems. So I literally spent a day on this weekend up in Buffalo, my hometown, saw what they're doing there. And the part that made me so proud was that we're about to announce in a few months our AI beta, which is 11 times more powerful than what I already have now with our alpha. We just launched. So we're already going to next level opportunities in a very short time, but they're also bringing in more people to our state, and this was important to me. More of the brilliant people, the professors we're attracting from other universities. They have so many students who want to become part of this, not just UB, because this is for all of our universities across the state. They all want a piece of this because they can do their research and their PhD work with power that no other student in the country will have.
You're talking about talent there, and you have lent in particular to the labor that's needed. Energy is needed.
Yes.
Do we have to embrace fossil fuels and nuclear if we're going to have the resources for this?
I have an all-the-above approach, but first of all, one of the reasons Empire AI is housed up at the University of Buffalo is that I have an enormous amount of supply of hydroelectric power from the Niagara plant there. That powers about 25% of our energy. Another part, 25% of our upstate energy, is nuclear already. I want to add more nuclear. I'll be the first governor in a generation, and a very rare Democratic governor, who says, I can't assume that we're going to have the power available now. I need sustainability, reliability, and affordability, and I'm going to do that. And we're also looking at, natural gas and other areas, but, we have wind and solar.
You fought for wind.
I saved wind.
Yeah,
I saved
how?
wind.
What did you say to President Trump to keep wind?
I said that you have 1,500 people who just lost their jobs when you shut it down. This will power 500,000 homes with clean energy in Brooklyn. But back to those people who lost their jobs, Mr. President, a lot of them are from Long Island. I think a lot of them voted for you. So why don't you tell them that we'll lift the stop work order, stop this poor company from hemorrhaging $50 million a week, get them back going again, and we were successful. But I also said, I'm looking at an all-the-above approach to energy. So work with me. Find a faster way to get me nuclear too, Mr. President, because 7 of the 10 years that it takes to get nuclear approvals is at the federal government level. Said, I'll look at my streamlined processes, you streamline yours, and let's get this done sooner.
What's interesting is you're putting people first. And you've been very vocal about the safety element of AI. I want to go back to what's on your desk at the moment, the RAISE Act. Are you going to sign it off? Because this is about protecting foundational models and ensuring that they're secure and their security.
Right. I'm looking at it, I have to be honest, our policy is that when there's a bill on my desk, we don't talk about it until I'm ready to sign. I have over 900 bills that are on my desk. They have to be signed or vetoed by the end of the year. So it's, obviously we're looking at that seriously. But we have been leaders in protecting our children in particular from AI chatbots and making sure that when someone starts talking about suicidal thoughts, that the platform will provide them resources and support and just trying to find different ways, because this is the whole new frontier, right? It's hard to know what the challenges and the problems are going to be when you're just starting out, but we have to be that forward thinking. I have to protect New Yorkers as well as our businesses, but let the tech industry know this is the place you want to be. We're innovative, we're smart, we have the talent, and I'll make sure we break down barriers to your success.
Is there a worry from those foundational LLM creators, the likes of OpenAI, about that regulation?
Well, I think people prefer to have a federal regulation. I mean, think about the responsibility of the federal government. I mean, these companies don't know boundaries. I mean, they're all over the planet. So it's hard when one state has a set of rules, another state does, another state. I don't think that's a model for inspiring innovation, but a lot of companies should be adopting these internal controls themselves. That's always one step they can take to assure people in government that they've done what is necessary. But in the absence of that, federal government needs to be looking at these policies as well.
These startups, these foundational LLM model creators and big business also really care, not just about regulation, but about taxation. And with the new bill coming from President Trump, there might be a hole coming in the next year or so. Right. How are you thinking about that landscape for the people who want to come here and build AI for the empire?
Right. I am very sensitive to competitiveness with other states. I've said I don't want to raise income taxes on high net worth people. I want them to know that New York is a place where we want to foster innovation, be open to your success, because your success means you're hiring more people. You're putting more people to work. And to the extent that you're willing to seek out future employees in some of the neighborhoods that have been underserved. Like this is what Micron is doing. As part of our deal to get the largest semiconductor manufacturing facility investment in American history, $100 billion.
That's out of Syracuse, right?
Out of Syracuse. I landed that in my early days as governor. I said, I'm not losing this one. But part of it is they have to have a green energy policy, sustainability, and they're also looking for talent and changing curriculums in the schools around Syracuse. Some of the neighborhoods that the kids would never have a chance to have these jobs. And Micron, because there's a lot of strong sense of social responsibility, they're partnering with us to help that. So companies that show that kind of enlightenment to me will open a lot of doors for them. You take care of my people, we'll take care of you.
And you're thinking about that from a whole state perspective. But some of the founders and CEOs I speak to here in the city, well, they're worried about the next leader of the city. They're thinking about the mayoral candidate. They're thinking about Mamdani in particular. And he's got high tax ideas.
Right.
How are you convincing them to stay here in the States?
Well, they need to know one thing, is that the city of New York, as powerful and mighty as it is, it's still a subdivision of the state. So any tax increase has to come across my desk first. So I will work with whomever the mayor is, as long as they want to help foster my policies, which is pro-growth, pro-business. And if it's Mamdani, I will work closely with him to help him understand that when we want to solve society's problems, and there are many, that we also have the resources to do it. And so that means letting people know that we appreciate you being here, you're building companies, you're creating wealth, you're hiring people, you're supporting our cultures and our philanthropies, and that we welcome you to be here and know that this is your home. So I'll continue on that effort, but we do have a lot of challenges on affordability. I think he hit a nerve. He hit a real nerve, which is why people want, at this point in the polls, are showing an inclination towards supporting him, is because he's talking about what I've been talking about for a long time, is that people feel like they're just not getting ahead.
Yeah. Well, a sensitive question, and I know you say time and time again you don't want to influence the vote, but would you lend him your endorsement?
I'm having conversations about all kinds of issues. There are a lot of very strong philosophical differences. I am a staunch capitalist. And so I need to know that people can have a certain philosophy, but you have to govern in reality. Yeah. And the reality is that this is the financial center of the world. We want to make sure that this is known as the tech center of the world, the innovation capital, and I want to make sure we inspire people to come here. Where I do have a fear is that the policies out of Washington with Donald Trump is going to stymie that, because 47% of new startups in the tech space are founded by people who are foreign-born. So if those students stop coming to our universities and we stop attracting people who are the most brilliant in the world, they don't feel that there's an open door for them to be here in the state of New York. Well, they're here, welcome here, but not in our country, and there's barriers to that. That's something we have to overcome, and I'm really fearful about the long-term effect of that on our ability to remain competitive with the rest of the world when these people are being recruited, people who are already here, to go to other countries upon graduation or not come here in the first place. How do we overcome that? And that's what troubles me greatly.
Very briefly, a way you could drive revenue, casinos. Would you have one in Manhattan?
I am not allowed to have my thumb on the scale on that. The way it's set up, there's all sorts of prohibitions, but it will drive money. I think it's going to be a real boost for tourism as well in the right place, so there'll be 3 of them. And so I'm looking forward very much to welcoming those dollars.
It's about tourism, it's about talent, it's about Empire AI. It's been wonderful having you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Governor Hochul, back to you, Scarlett, in the studio.
All right, thank you so much. Bloomberg Tech co-anchor
Fascinating
Caroline Hyde for that conversation.
From primaries, New York City Summit, Kathy Hochul, the governor of New York, the great Caroline Hyde. Fascinating conversation as we prepare to spend some time with Don Levy, knowing that there is a huge conversation, not only in New York, but here in Washington, D.C., and in political circles around the country about the New York mayoral race. The name Mamdani gets people worked up for better or worse. And when you look at the polling numbers in the mayoral race, there's a reason why. Mamdani is way out ahead in this 4-way contest. According to the latest from Siena, this is the Siena Research Institute at Siena University, and our good friend Don Levy, Mamdani, 46%, a 22-point advantage over Cuomo, 24%. Curtis Sliwa, 15%. Eric Adams, 9%. So you know how this goes. And then you consider what President Trump has been saying about this. Well, guess what? Maybe the president is onto something here. Because if in fact he did get Eric Adams to drop out and Curtis Sliwa to drop out, this becomes a real contest. The big if, as Don writes, is what would happen if both Sliwa and Adams were to drop out of the race. And he's with us right now. Backed by popular demand, the director of the Siena Research Institute at Siena University, America's pollster, Don Levy. Mr. Levy, welcome back. It's great to see you. What do the numbers look like when you get 2 to drop out?
Well, fabulous to be with you, Joe. It's a race. If Kern Mayor Adams and Curtis Sliwa were to drop out, right now, former Governor Cuomo gets about 77% of both of those candidates' votes, if indeed they do drop out. And suddenly we've got a race that's 48 for Mamdani and 44 for Governor Cuomo, if indeed it's a 2-way race. An enormous if, but in that hypothetical race, that's what would happen. So what we're seeing is that voters who currently favor either Adams or Sliwa, they are much more inclined to go with Cuomo than they are to move over to Mamdani, despite the fact that Mamdani currently in that 4-way race, as you point out, has an enormous 22-point lead. He leads with young voters. He leads in the vote-rich boroughs of Manhattan and Brooklyn. Right now, even amongst black voters, a former real bastion of votes for Governor Cuomo, the former governor, does no better than pull even with Mamdani, even amongst black voters in New York City.
Fascinating. Now, you call this the big if scenario for a reason. We don't know that this is going to happen. But, Don, I bet your phone's been ringing. This poll's going to put pressure on Curtis Sliwa and Eric Adams, who was reportedly talking to President Trump about an ambassadorship. What are you hearing in response to these numbers?
Well, absolutely. Those numbers are eye-catching. Certainly, it points out that Mr. Mamdani has a ceiling, if you will. He gets 46% in a four-way. He only gets 48% in a two-way. So that big if is truly a big if. But can it happen? And indeed, even if both of those candidates were to decide to drop out, time is quite short. They could very well still be on the ballot and still pull some votes, even if they say to their voters, please don't vote for me. Currently, both Adams and Sliwa say they're in the race. They're not anywhere near an endorsement of former Governor Cuomo. So it remains certainly something that we're all wanting to talk about, but it doesn't seem to be reality, at least today on September the 10th.
That's okay. That's right. But we've got some time, as you're suggesting. Curtis Sliwa, I mean, look, Eric Adams is one thing, and I know that he's got a complicated relationship with Donald Trump. People can read into that as they want. He did hold an event last week saying, no, we're staying in the race, and that's what you say until you drop out of the race. Curtis Sliwa is a different factor here, though, isn't he? I mean, he's the perpetual candidate for mayor. He's got a whole makeover. He's dropped the beret. He doesn't look like somebody who wants to end this fight. What do you think?
Yeah, he's the Republican nominee, and I think he takes a great deal of pride in that. He's getting the lion's share of Republican vote in New York City, albeit that's a small percentage across the Big Apple. But right now, there really isn't any noise about Sliwa dropping out. Even, some of the few influencers who do have Sliwa's ear, John Catsimatidis being one of them, a grocery store tycoon. He is even saying that he's not personally trying to push Sliwa out of the race. And remember, this hypothetical two race has got two ifs. Even if current Mayor Adams were to drop out, that's not enough votes, according to our poll, to move Cuomo into a competitive position. He needs both. If simply Adams drops out, and if he continues, and if Cuomo does garner 77% of the Adams vote, that doesn't even get him halfway to making up this 22-point gap that he currently suffers.
Well, so you just answered my next question. They both got to drop to make this work, unless, of course, things change on the ground. Really interesting story in the New York Times, Don Levy. Some of New York's biggest business leaders convened a Tuesday morning event for an urgent gathering in support of Andrew Cuomo, saying the time to act is now. Some of the richest landlords in the city got together in the Seagram building at the pool room. I don't know if you hang out in the pool room, Don. You can tell us. It's pretty exclusive, I understand, to plot the path to City Hall. What role will money play in closing a 4-point gap if these two drop out?
Well, certainly I didn't get an invitation to that meeting. The one thing that our poll is telling us is that there are a lot of New Yorkers, a majority of New Yorkers, who feel as though Andrew Cuomo would be an effective mayor. Everybody knows who Andrew Cuomo is. Everybody saw him as a longtime governor of the state of New York. And actually, more voters feel as though he would be effective than do Mr. Mondani. A small gap, but that's where Cuomo's strength is. The second place where Cuomo has some strength is of those voters who feel as though crime is the #1 issue. There, Cuomo does particularly well. But when you turn the table on affordability, as our current governor was discussing a few minutes ago, that's where Mondani has tremendous strength. Of those voters who feel that affordability, the cost of living, is the #1 issue, that's where Mondani does extremely well. And it's I don't really see right now how additional money flowing to Cuomo, additional ads that would be generated by by those dollars, is going to bridge that gap right now. Currently, Mr. Mondani has a positive favorability with voters, but Andrew Cuomo has a negative favorability. Mondani is seen as inspirational. He's seen as someone who cares about people like you. He's seen as having good character. Despite the New Yorkers' belief that Andrew Cuomo would be effective, he trails Mondani, and he trails by quite a bit on issues like character, empathy, and inspirational qualities.
Wow, this is really interesting. We've only got about 30 seconds left here, Don, but to your point, and you put numbers on this, overall support for some of the things that Republicans and even Democrats criticize Mondani for. Rent freeze, rent stabilized apartments, 70% support. Free buses, there we go, 60%. Increasing taxes on the wealthy, 68%. If Andrew Cuomo found himself in a head-to-head here, he'd have to move to the left, no?
he would have to move to the left, and he'd have to try to do pop the balloon that is Mamdani's support. There is a weakness there. 2/3 of New Yorkers feel as though it's unlikely that Mamdani, if elected, will get all those programs across the finish line. So I think that Cuomo's going to run on effectiveness, realism. I can get things done. I can keep you safe, and I can accomplish things that actually can be done rather than just promising things that can't be done. There's a bit of an opening for him there, but right
Don
now...
Levy, Siena Research Institute. We missed you, Don. This is Bloomberg.
6:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We begin with a developing story, and the U.S. Justice Department is asking a federal appeals court to reverse an order that temporarily blocks President Trump from ousting Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook over allegations of mortgage fraud. Stocks are trading mixed. We do have the Dow Jones Industrial Average lower, but both the S&P 500 index and NASDAQ, they continue to trade at records. The S&P up 21 right now, up 0.3%, 65.33. Stocks and bonds climbing on Fed-friendly inflation data this morning. Right now, the Dow is down 296, down 0.6. NASDAQ, the composite index, up 0.2%. The Russell 2000 index of small cap shares slumping by 0.1%. The 10-year 4.04%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.52%. Gold up $14 the ounce, up by about 0.4%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil WTI up 2.1%, 63.97 a barrel. Oracle surging now by 40% at a record after the company last night gave an aggressive outlook for its cloud business. Joanne Feeney is a partner at Advisors Capital Management, and on Bloomberg Open Interest this morning, she was asked about the broader implication for AI and the markets.
The fact that, the other hyperscalers look like they are offloading some of the demand for their capacity over to Oracle, and not just temporarily, but for the longer term, tells us, perhaps resolves an outstanding question, which is AI really being used? Is there sufficient demand to keep the infrastructure spend going?
Joanne Feeney of Advisors Capital Management interviewed on Bloomberg Open Interest. So again, we've got Oracle up by 40% right now, heading in a very different direction. Also after earnings last night, shares of Synopsys, they are trading lower by 34.9%. And briefly, the Senate Banking Committee this morning voted along party lines to back the nomination of Donald Trump advisor Stephen Miram to a short-term post as a Fed governor. Recapping, S&P up 34, Oracle up by 40%, and for on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, many thanks to Charlie Pellet. As ever, we'll get back to Charlie at the top of the hour for more on the Wednesday trade here, watching Wall Street with a lot to talk about in this remarkable move with Oracle, tracing back to the visit that Larry Ellison made to the White House. He stood there with President Trump and Sam Altman. Remember, this was the whole Stargate project, or whatever the heck we call it. This was just a couple of months ago, and it completely changed the way we look at Oracle. A crab on the menu last night for President Trump, and most of the cabinet was there. They packed up in the motorcade. Imagine if you were going to your neighbor's house, literally your next door neighbor's house, and you got in the car and drove there for dinner. That's what they did last evening, despite the fact that the president says there is literally no crime left in Washington, D.C. The quote, "I wouldn't have done this 3 months ago. Now it's as safe as there is." Joe's Stone Crab. Maybe you've been there if you visited Washington, D.C. They've got the original was in Miami. I think there are a couple around the country. But the one here in Washington is like a block away from the White House, and it's become a big MAGA hangout. It's a big place to see and be seen and spend a lot of money, a lot of bucks on expensive wine, steak, and crab. They all rolled out last night. The president was there, the Secretary of Defense, the Vice President, the Secretary of State, to make a point that you could walk outside freely and go spend a lot of money at an expensive restaurant 1 block away from the White House. Here's the president on his way in.
I wouldn't have done this 3 months ago, 4 months ago. I certainly wouldn't have done it a year ago. This was one of the most unsafe cities in the country. Now it's as safe as there is in the country. So we're here with cabinet members having dinner, and everybody should go out. The restaurants now are booming. People are going out to dinner where they didn't go out for years, and it's a safe city, and I just want to thank the National Guard.
Okay. I just got to say this because I actually live here. Washington, D.C. is one of the best restaurant cities in the country. Wasn't always like that, but it is now. People go out, you can't even get a seat in a restaurant. That's been the case since I came back to town 5 years ago. Just want to be clear about that. And yeah, sometimes the wife and I go to Joe's Stone Crab. Never had to worry too much about security because, again, it's a block from the White House. And there's a big question right now about what comes next, because, by the way, today is the day that the 30-day federalization, or whatever we're calling it, the federal takeover of law enforcement here in the District of Columbia expires. And the president promised last evening to announce the next city. It won't be Chicago, he said. He's likely going to go to a red state where he feels the presence of federal law enforcement and National Guard troops are more welcome. So let's get to the panel. Hear about this a little bit. Rick Davis is with us, Bloomberg Politics contributor, of course, Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital. And we add the voice of Ophira Yeheskel, Director of External Affairs at the Democratic Governors Association. Ophira, welcome to our conversation. Rick, it's great to have you. I bet, Rick, you've been to Joe's a couple of times here in Washington, D.C. Was that progress for the president to be able to dine there last evening?
Well, I think for the president to go out to any restaurant in Washington, D.C. is progress. I mean, other than the restaurant steak joint in his old hotel, the Trump Hotel, in his first term, this is the first time he's been out to a restaurant in Washington. So, you know, I guess he was afraid of the high crime, even though he has the biggest security detail on the face of the earth. And but he felt safe enough to go to Joe's. Glad he was there. It's good for the restaurant business in Washington. It has been relatively slow to recover from COVID, but as you point out, now it's thriving, and we want to continue to thrive because we think people would benefit themselves by coming and visiting Washington and going to places like Joe's. I would say Joe's in Miami has better stone crabs, but there's plenty to eat on the menu.
That's for sure. You know, we've come a long way from McDonald's. Remember on the campaign trail, the president had the apron on. He was hanging out the takeout window there, the drive-through. He was making fries he had a blast that day. You get a large stone crab. I'm just looking at the market card here. It was $94.95 last night. Pound and a half Alaskan red king crab is $175. And they got everything. So pull me in off the ledge here, Ophira. I don't know if you dare go out to eat in Washington, but it does kind of make you wonder. Rick's right. That was the first time this president has ever gone out to eat anywhere other than his own hotel in Washington. Would he feel differently if he went out more?
Well, I think you said that he had crab on the menu, but I think there was egg on his face, the reception that he got.
Oh, you did that
yesterday.
in the shower.
I had to.
That's
and
good.
there was no love for him at the U.S. Open either, to make another pun. I think the reception he's getting when he goes out in public has not been great and kind of been a reflection of how people are feeling about his agenda. But to your point as well, I was going out to restaurants in D.C. This is a great food city. But I know restaurant owners in this town have been saying, actually, the presence of the National Guard here has been a decrease on people feeling the ability to go out. And so, you know, the mission's over, according to him, but I think there obviously is work to do on public safety, but I think the manner in which he's going about it has proved a little unpopular.
Well, the mission is over, and so is the 30-day period here. There appears to be no appetite in Congress to extend this. It would take an act of Congress and some form of legislation. The Speaker says he doesn't want to do that. But Muriel Bowser, the mayor of the city, is in a peculiar position here, and she says that she'll continue to work with the White House. What's this going to look like months from now?
Well, I think collaboration is always a good thing. We want to see people working together, and that includes with the president. I think governors also would welcome working in tandem with the president. I think the difference here is the president's taking a lot of this action without collaborating and working together with folks, state and local leaders who know the places best. And I think that is really what's proved unpopular. I think state and local leaders know exactly what they need to keep people safe, know what kind of resources are necessary, and I think the way he's been deploying the National Guard has kind of gone against that.
Well, it looks like we're going to be going somewhere, Rick, and we might find out today. The president told reporters last evening he's finalizing negotiations with a Republican-run state instead of going to Illinois. A lot of folks think that might be Louisiana, where we would find New Orleans, of course, for a crackdown. The Attorney General, Pam Bondi, told Fox News last night they are a progressive city, referring to Chicago, and they don't want the president's help. That's on them. So we're going to a city who wants us there. What's going to happen next here with Donald Trump following the D.C. experiment, Rick?
Yeah, look, I mean, it's as you described. We'll wait and see. I doubt if it's going to be too much of a surprise. I know the governor of Louisiana has been actually soliciting the president. Please come down here. I mean, bring your troops. We'll have a gay old time. We'll go to Commander's Palace. Maybe Donald Trump will dine out one more time. And yet, yeah, I mean, look, the experiment worked in D.C., right? Muriel Bowser, I think, is the one to watch here, not Donald Trump. She actually figured out how to handle Donald Trump coming in, you know, and sort of mowing down the standards under which we thought the government was going to interact with the D.C. Community, and now it's over. I mean, ostensibly, the speaker has said, we're out of here, no more reason to have an emergency. And in a Republican administration in a state like Louisiana, these troops who are America's best should be welcomed with open arms, and hopefully they'll have a nice impact on the New Orleans crime scene or anywhere else they go, right? And I think that the Bowers are example of not making it, you know, a battle line in politics is a much better approach to dealing with what is a very, very intrusive federal government.
Yeah, I wonder if the National Guard troops we're seeing right now patrolling the streets of Washington will still be there tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see how this unfolds. A lot of them have been spending time picking up trash and directing traffic from what we've seen. By the way, Brendan and I agree. If the president's going to New Orleans, he's got to go to Friday lunch at Galatoire's. This has really become a very hungry program. Ophira, if it's not Illinois, you're, of course, coming to us from your perch at the Democratic Governors Association. Is this a huge win for J.B. Pritzker? Is this another model of how to approach Donald Trump?
Well, I think J.B. Pritzker used his voice and platform to do what he said, which was protect the people of Illinois. And I would remind people watching at home, the commander-in-chief of the National Guard is the governor, not the president of the United States, which is why I keep harping on this. If Governor Pritzker saw the need to deploy the National Guard in Illinois, I think that's one thing. But he was very clear that he in no way made that request and did not want that from the president. And so I think, yeah, victory for him. And frankly, I think the president of the United States should continue respecting the authority of all governors and how they choose to utilize their National Guards.
Yeah, you wonder, Rick, if we could get to a position where you've got a governor with his National Guard standing off against troops that the president sent into a state. The different cities, or any city, is different than Washington, D.C. when it comes to this. Then again, we saw what happened in L.A. So how would that direct the president from choosing the next spot to deploy these troops?
Well, I think Ophir is right. I mean, I think you want to respect the governor's rights. And, you know, it's nice to be on a program with a Democrat who thinks states' rights are a big issue. I think they are too. And I applaud that approach. And again, I think that the last thing you want to do, and maybe the Pritzker example is the way to go, but it didn't work for California. And Gavin Newsom basically took the same approach. Don't come here. These are my troops. And he got bowled over and he lost in court. And so rather than fight that fight, you know, I think Donald Trump, who wants to use crime as an issue politically, right? That's what this is all about. And he's found a mechanism to do that with government resources that ultimately he can control. And I think that Democrats have to find a better way than to just, you know, look like they're getting in this trap on crime again, where it's like, no, we're fine here, you know, in Chicago, where 54 gun violations were counted last weekend. Nobody's going to buy that at the ballot box. So don't give Donald Trump too much room on crime, because he's going to take it, and he's taking it right now.
We'll announce it probably tomorrow, he said, when he came out of Joe's Stone Crab last night. We're working it out with the governor of a certain state that would love us to be there. It's New Orleans, right? Is that what you're expecting?
You'd know better than me, Joe.
Yeah? Well, if you've got a red state in a city with a crime issue, it seems like that might be the one. As Rick mentioned, the governor of Louisiana has actually been asking for it. That's the path of least resistance, it seems to me, if we're going to keep doing this.
Right, and I remember there was CNN reporting about this, that there are several cities in red states that have higher crime rates than Washington, D.C., where maybe this approach would be welcomed.
Does that give the president credibility to go into a city in a red state or a city with a Republican mayor and make a stand here?
Well, again, I think this is up to local leaders. So if the governor of Louisiana says he'd like to work with the president in this manner, great. But I would also go back to what Rich said. Governor Newsom was actually successful in court suing President Trump over his deployment of the National Guard into California. I think the court system did agree with him that that was an overreach.
Really interesting conversation. Ophelia Heskell and Rick Davis will be back in our second hour with a lot more to talk about with our great panel. We'll welcome our global television audience to the conversation, and Kriti Gupta will be with us here as well. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Thank you for being with us on the fastest show in politics. We'll get back to the reshaping of the Fed coming up, only on Bloomberg.
From Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
President Trump has already filed the appeal. Welcome to the Wednesday edition as the president responds to a judge temporarily blocking his attempt to fire Fed Governor Lisa Cook within hours of the Senate committee, the banking committee, advancing Stephen Miron's nomination to the Fed. I'm Joe Matthew, alongside Kriti Gupta, in for Kaylee Lyons today in Washington. Thanks for being with us on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Kriti, reshaping the Fed is the backdrop today, as we now understand, to this new PPI data. We've got a lot to talk about.
We've got a lot to talk about. We're, I want to say, 8 days away from the Federal Reserve meeting this month, and we still don't know who's going to be in that meeting.
Well, that's true. We have a better sense, though, of who might be there as Stephen Myron's nomination advances. We expect a full floor vote on Monday, so he could presumably, if they pull this off timing-wise, make it to the meeting. And Lisa Cook, as for now, maintains her job. This new appeal is pretty interesting timing, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fascinating. But still, at the end of the day, from a market's perspective, these are still two doves that are going to be in the room. Does it really move the dial that much from a policy perspective?
When it comes to outcomes, probably not, which is why Wall Street seems to be not terribly bothered by all of this. And that's where we start our conversation. We'll get an update from Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall on the way. Charlie Pellet is first, though, with his eyes on the markets in the Wednesday trade. He's live at World Headquarters in New York. Charlie, how's it look?
Good day. We are looking at a record right now on the S&P 500 index. Do want to begin with Klarna, though. That IPO, indeed, the largest IPO of 2025. Klarna now indicated to open at $52 to $53. The IPO priced at $40. It is a buy now, pay later company, and indeed, we will be keeping you updated once we see Klarna shares up and running. I mentioned that record. S&P right now, right to the numbers, at 65.39. We're up 26 on the S&P. That is a gain of 0.4%. On track for another record close here. The Dow, though, retreating. Dow Industrials down 231 right now, down 0.5%. NASDAQ up 63, up 0.3%. The NASDAQ 100 index up 0.2%. One big stock making a big move today, and that is Oracle, surging 39.4% after earnings. Right now, we have got the 10-year on this PPI Wednesday, 4.03%. The 2-year, 3.52%. Spot gold up $16 the ounce, up by about 0.4%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up by 2.1%, 63.94 for a barrel of WTI. So bottom line here, traders driving stocks higher, bond yields lower. There's an unexpected decline in inflation, reinforces bets that the Fed will resume cutting interest rates in September. Tomorrow morning, of course, 8:30 a.m. Wall Street time, we get the Consumer Price Index. So again, we are awaiting Klarna to start trading, keeping an eye on Oracle. That stock up by 39.5%. Balance of Power continues right now. Back, we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Kriti Gupta and Joe Matthew.
Appreciate that, Charlie Pellet. We'll be back with Charlie in about 20 minutes to update markets as we watch Oracle go to the moon. And yes, we wait for an IPO to start trading here. It's going to be a really interesting story once Klarna starts trading with a lot of interest, Kriti, in this new issue. It's been quite the pop for IPOs lately, specifically those geared toward AI, or in this case, pay as you go. What's the word I'm looking for?
Buy now, pay
later.
later.
Buy now, pay later. Yeah, exactly.
Klarna's fascinating because the CEO, Sebastian, made a really big splash about saying AI is the future of the workforce, to the point that he laid off a bunch of people to prove that point. So is this a stock that is ultimately AI? Is this a fintech? Is this a financial services? It kind of wears multiple hats. We'll see if it doesn't even matter.
They like to be called a digital bank, which is interesting when we talk about this. But when you're competing with a firm, you get a lot of attention on Wall Street, and something that we'll be talking about. As soon as it starts trading, we'll have that for you. With our eyes, of course, on the White House as well, and the Federal Reserve. Kriti and I were just discussing this. The reshaping of the Fed might actually come to fruition in time for next week's meeting, with Lisa Cook staying, Stephen Myron coming. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall, our Washington correspondent, is with us here in our D.C. bureau. Tyler, it looks like both of these are likely, though. We just got an appeal filed here. Could the president change this yet?
Right. Well, I mean, this appeal was widely expected, right, after we had seen that this judge said that Lisa Cook could retain her job while the broader legal issue of her firing plays out in court. Now, of course, we know that the Department of Justice has been arguing here that President Trump has sufficient cause to fire Lisa Cook. In fact, this White House says that really the court should defer to the presidency to determine what counts as sufficient cause in order to remove a Fed official. But there's a few different things that I wanted to pull from the decision that we heard from the judge yesterday. One is that she said that she thinks Cook will be very likely to succeed in her case, that President Trump overstepped his authority when it came to the Federal Reserve Act. And the judge also said that she thinks that Cook wasn't entitled to to due process. She wasn't given the due process. Her rights were violated in that way. Of course, as you well know, this White House has repeatedly argued that Cook was given due process because there were 5 days between President Trump posting that she should resign and then ultimately posting her termination letter.
So what happens now from a time frame perspective? I mean, again, 7 days away to the next Federal Reserve meeting or Federal Reserve decision. The meeting's on the 16th, so 6 days away. There's a weekend in between that. When do we get an answer of who's actually in the room?
So at this point, it is unclear how quickly this appeals court would rule. As of now, Lisa Cook is able to retain her seat, but that could switch if this court takes it up faster than that. Ultimately, though, we're watching for this to really go to the Supreme Court, right? This is going to get appealed again, no matter how it shakes out on the next level. And that's really what we're going to be watching for. It's worth noting, of course, that the courts recently have been perhaps weakening the protections of these officials in these independent agencies. But then back in May, we did get that really important carve-out, that ruling where the court essentially signaled that they would shield Fed officials, that the Fed is a special case, a unique case, in their words.
Well, yeah, indeed. The president may not see it that way. However, but I think Creedy's made the point that regardless, it's not going to change the outcome likely of this Federal Reserve meeting. There will still be persistent questions about Stephen Miron returning to work at the White House, though. This is only a 4.5-month stint. He'll be on unpaid leave, according to the advice of counsel. That's what he's going to do. But in the end here, President Trump's still going to be his boss, right? Doesn't he have to consider what he does in the next 4 months?
Well, this has been one of the arguments really brought up against him. We saw it really highlighted, come to the forefront of the conversation last week when he was giving his public testimony on Capitol Hill, because our understanding is Stephen Miron is going to take this unpaid leave from his job heading the White House's Council of Economic Advisors, because this role, as you're saying, only goes until January. Ultimately, though, he was able to convince enough Republicans to get over the finish line today. This vote was widely expected to go in Miron's favor. We had all caught up with the Senate Banking Chair, Tim Scott, yesterday. He seemed pretty confident. And now we're expecting a vote on Monday, and that would lead to the final floor vote. Really important to note, Republicans are going to have to overcome a few different procedural hurdles here in order to actually get this over the finish line. But at this point, it's looking pretty likely. Monday, of course, one day before the FOMC meeting starts. He can only lose 4 Republicans. At this point, we haven't gotten any indications that any of them are going to vote against him.
Fascinating. Boy, there's a lot to talk about with Tyler today. Tyler Kendall, thank you so much. We'll be looking for that Monday vote, of course. It was a squeaker in committee. It was cleared by 2 votes. The ranking member, the top Democrat on the Senate Banking Committee, Elizabeth Warren, was not in favor, as you might expect, of this passage. She made that clear during his confirmation hearing and just before the vote earlier today. Listen.
Mr. Chairman, we should not be voting today on Dr. Miron's nomination to the Federal Reserve's Board of Governors. President Trump is trying to seize personal control of the Fed in an attempt to escape accountability for his own economic failures. Dr. Miron's nomination is just the next phase of President Trump's very public, months-long campaign to stack the Fed with loyalists. Dr. Miron has already spectacularly failed every independence test that we could think of.
Senator Warren from earlier today. Again, Stephen Miron's nomination advances, and we expect a vote on Monday. Klarna is open. The IPO that we were talking about, Creedy, has just opened for trading and moving higher. We're above $52, up about 32% already in the first moment or two of trading. This is the company we were just talking to, framing itself as a digital bank, and the latest new issue on Wall Street to take off with high volume and high interest here, Creedy. This is really doing something.
Yeah, an almost 30% jump right out of the gates. Is the IPO market back after being kind of dormant for a little bit? Klarna is really the test of that. If an AI-esque tech payments company can't do it, can anyone else?
Well, great question. This is a rival of Affirm, which of course has been a darling on Wall Street. The buy now, pay later market had priced its initial public offering above the expected range at 34.3 million shares. $40 a share is where we came in here. KLAR, the ticker on the New York Stock Exchange. and watching the advance here before our eyes, up holding pretty steady at up 30% or so above $52. We're going to talk to a couple of experts about this in just a moment at World Headquarters in New York. Christina Kino, our managing editor for Bloomberg Markets Live, will be with us alongside Bailey Lipschultz, Bloomberg News equities reporter. It's a busy day for them.
It absolutely is. Klarna, I think, is just worth taking a beat here because Klarna, yes, it's a buy now, pay later firm.
Yeah.
Yes, it already has a competitor in the works. It's an AI firm a little bit as well. I really think the labor story is such a key one with Klarna. It's the one that the CEO, Sebastian, has really been known for in terms of leaning into AI. Earlier, I was telling Bloomberg Television that their headcount, get this, has dropped from 7,400 people to just 3,000. That's how much she believes in that rhetoric.
Is that in advance of AI improving the level of productivity, or is it because of the implementation of AI?
I think he's been saying it's because of, but it's in real preparation for the idea that that this is the future, that AI can do more than an average human can.
Pretty incredible. Keeping in mind that Klarna operates largely in Europe, while its chief rival that we've already identified as a firm has its main market here in the U.S. We're up about 28% now, just above $51 here. Klarna shares up in its trading debut here, a $1.37 billion IPO. And a remarkable move here in the opening moments of trading. As you mentioned, if it's in the AI world, you're probably going to get a lot of attention on Wall Street. And look no further than Oracle today. It's lifting the entire sector following its earnings last night.
Oh my gosh, massive. But Joe, as you know, I'm here on assignment from London and from Europe, where we've been covering Klarna quite significantly. And there's a scandal in Europe right now that Klarna chose to IPO in New York instead of in London or instead of in Frankfurt, when they're really trying to see a little bit of love there. So Klarna making waves in the U.S.,
yes, right.
But perhaps turning a cold shoulder to Europe at the moment.
Well, let's bring in Christina Kino, as I mentioned, managing editor for Bloomberg Markets Live, watching all this unfold before our eyes. Christina, it's great to have you with us at World Headquarters in New York. We were just remarking on the string of successful IPOs against the backdrop of AI that this market has seen. Where's the money coming from, and what do you make of this advance?
Yeah, Joe, I mean, seems like the money is coming from just about everywhere. And that really attests to the fact that the AI trade in general is still going strong. And a lot of investors still want to get into it, right? You have everything from private equity, retail investors really trying to get into this. And, you know, just speaking about Klarna specifically, there was a lot of interest, again, from private equity investors kind of wanting to get into that buy now, pay later space. And also just in general, this sort of alternative banking space that Klarna is also trying to branch out into beyond its buy now, pay later business. And yeah, because of this whole interest in technologically aligned companies, seems like that's what Klarna is enjoying the success of at the moment.
Well, Christine, take a step back for us here, if you will. As I was talking about earlier, the IPO market's been dormant for a little bit. Maybe dormant is a strong term, but definitely not the kind of excitement of 2021, perhaps, that we saw in the IPO market. Is this the canary in the coal mine? Is this basically a corporate dipping their toe into the water? Could this open the floodgates for others?
Yeah, interesting, Kriti. I mean, it is certainly an environment that is potentially more supportive for deals like Klarna coming to market, particularly from a regulatory standpoint, right? I think the sense on Wall Street and just corporates in general, since President Trump was elected into a second term, is that regulation for a lot of these sort of deal activities, whether it's M&A or companies becoming public, it's going to be a lot easier, and there are lower barriers to entry, and that's definitely something that we've seen just in terms of the amount of IPOs that we've seen this year, and also the amount of deals generally that we've seen in that space. And so, you know, in terms of whether it's a canary in the coal mine, it remains to be seen. I'm sure that the environment for expectations for lower interest rates definitely helping here as well. But of course, you know, the naysayers will say, well, you know, there's always kind of the flip side, negative of lower interest rates kind of lulling people into a false sense of security. But for now, it seems like there's a lot of enthusiasm.
Christine, I just want to ask you lastly about how much cash is on the sidelines right now, because we're seeing a lot of stocks move higher today, and specifically in this space. It's not like people are selling NVIDIA to buy this IPO. Does it suggest that we're still keeping powder dry?
Yeah, I mean, Joe, I think there certainly seems to be more money to be deployed. Very interestingly, actually, based on some measures, there are some indications that perhaps some investors have actually offloaded on equities over the last few months, just given all the uncertainty surrounding tariff policy and whatnot. And so, you know, there is a sense that, oh, they're coming back because we're once again seeing the S&P 500 hitting records after taking a bit of a pullback in the second quarter. And so there's definitely that perspective as well. And, you know, a lot of expectations, once again, that this rally could have legs into year end because now we have Fed policy that's more supportive coming into the equation. And so, yeah, certainly the winds seem to be blowing towards a more optimistic end to 2025, at least for stocks.
Well, I'm glad you could join us, Christina, as ever. Christina Kino, and I hope I didn't pull you away from the blog for too long, managing editor for Bloomberg Markets Live, punching this up right now with the IPO, Creedy, that keeps on rising, although we're pulling back a bit from our highs. I just looked down after about a moment, up 19% now to trade just above $47. Still likely successful, but not at our highs of the day, at least. Got a lot more to talk about as we keep our eyes on the IPO, and we'll get back to this a little bit later on this hour. It's PPI day, of course. One of the bigger stories that we've been following is wholesale inflation declines unexpectedly in August for the first time in 4 months, and Ernie Tedeschi is with us right now to talk about this and a lot more. Director of Economics at the Yale Budget Lab, former Chief Economist at the Council of Economic Advisors. Ernie, it's great to have you back. The president was on Truth Social talking about the PPI data. He says, just out, no inflation, 3 exclamation points. Too late, referring to Jay Powell must lower the rate big right now. Is he right? No inflation?
So, you know, the PPI was softer and weaker than expected. That is absolutely true. I think that, you know, when you open up the hood, there's a little bit more to be concerned with here, right? So a lot of the weakness was because of retail and wholesale margins being weak, which are, look, valuable data in PPI, but, you know, it's an incomplete measure of margins. It's not, you know, sort of the gospel truth about what's happening with profits right now. When you look at things like intermediate goods, so the input costs into business, which is not what headline PPI tells us about, but there is a sub-index that tells us about this. Those prices have been accelerating. So intermediate input costs for goods that are about to be sold to the final consumer grew 3.1% over the last 12 months, which, if you ignore the pandemic, is the highest since 2018. So there's some signs of acceleration there. There is also some signs of acceleration in final goods prices for consumer goods as well, which may be in part driven by tariff costs.
Well, Ernie, that's exactly where I was going to go next. Last month's figures on the PPI story was really that felt like the first sign, or at least from a Wall Street perspective, that the tariff policy was finally showing up in the data after a couple of months of not doing so. How does this now feed into the PCE data that the Fed more closely watches?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So look, PPI is a complicated jumble. It's a great data source. But one thing that everybody needs to keep in mind is that PPI does not include direct imports. So, you know, direct to consumer imports, you know, like made in Japan, made in China goods are not counted in PPI. They do affect, you know, seller prices in the sense that, like, if input costs go up, like that can affect PPI down the line, but it's only a partial sense of, you know, how tariffs are affecting things. I think CPI and PCE overall are much better measures, at least to look at the consumer impact of tariffs. And there we see very clear signs, especially among durable goods, appliances, electronics, furniture, that durable goods have been, that their prices have been rising faster than they did last year. They're up more than 2% against pre-2025 trend, whereas durable goods prices fell over the same period in 2024 by this point. So there's clearly some consumer pass-through happening as a result of tariffs. You know, it's mainly affecting durable goods prices, obviously not services.
You know, Ernie, we were talking to Liz Pancotti about this just the other day. The fact, she said that all the front loading that we saw before tariffs took effect are still the goods largely that we're buying, that starting shortly, all tariffed goods will begin hitting shelves, and it could have a real impact on the holiday shopping season. Do you have that same expectation for, say, the next 3 months?
Yeah, there are all sorts of factors that are sort of delaying and shifting when we see tariffs fully biting. One of which is the inventory issue, especially with apparel. Apparel ought to be one of the most sensitive categories of goods, the tariffs, but we haven't seen, outsized price increases in apparel so far. I think that's because retailers and manufacturers stocked up on apparel beforehand, but eventually that's going to run out as we burn through inventories. We could see some effects as soon as tomorrow's CPI report with August, because when you think about the goods that are the most affected by tariffs, you think electronics, household supplies, and apparel, which are back to school items, right? And, which is what, the period that we just went through in August. But if we don't see much of an effect, I have the same worry that as we get closer to the holiday shopping season in November and December, there won't be any more sort of cushion for companies to absorb these tariffs anymore.
Ernie, you mentioned it there, the CPI report tomorrow. Let's push forward to that. In the last report, we saw shelter prices really feeding in a big, big way. Talk to us about the housing story in America right now, because on the one hand, you hear just monumental increases in New York, LA, Miami even, but then you look at your second-tier cities and they're starting to come down. What do you make of that widening gap?
Yeah, first thing to keep in mind is that when it comes to CPI or PCE, there's just a lag between, the rents that you see in these cities or the housing prices that you see in these cities and their effect on the published CPI and PCE data. There's a lag of about 12 months. So that's, number one. Number two, we have a housing shortage in America, and it's particularly severe in large coastal cities right now. At the same time, there's less churn in the housing market than there has been in the past, in part because of high interest rates. They're still weighing on housing churn. I think that next year, in terms of CPI and PCE, we could start seeing more upward pressure on that component, of CPI and PCE, which is, potentially going to be concerning for the Fed. Right now, the housing component of CPI and PCE, at least as of last month, we'll see what happens tomorrow, has been relatively tame. And in fact, in the July CPI, the housing component of CPI was basically back at pre-pandemic levels, whereas housing had been a much more top-tier driver of, the inflation overshoot that we had seen in 2022 and 2023.
Yeah, interesting, Ernie. We're talking right now about the potential for a government shutdown at the end of this month, and that wouldn't typically have a real impact on the economy. But I wonder if we had a record shutdown, and they're talking about the possibility of something going months, not weeks, into potentially the new year, because there would be no off-ramp, for instance, and the president, the administration would have a lot of leeway over the amount of money that was spent, the number of workers who would be allowed to come in each day. Would a protracted shutdown measured by months have an economic impact, or would it dampen consumer spending?
I think it would have a non-zero impact on the economy. I distinguish between two different things: a government shutdown and a debt ceiling crisis, right? In terms of political shocks. Debt ceiling crisis is just on a whole other tier in terms of its impact on markets, impact on the economy. We've looked at government shutdowns in the past, both us and, lots of different economists. And it's really hard to see a discernible impact. And what impact there is quickly reverses itself once the shutdown ends. And that's particularly true of recent shutdowns, because it used to be that government workers weren't necessarily guaranteed back pay. And that law has changed where now they are guaranteed back pay. And so now it's just a matter of you're waiting it out, and then, they're made whole when the shutdown ends. That doesn't mean that there's no impact. If I had to put it in GDP terms, I might put it at, the equivalent of 0.3 percentage points off of growth for every month that a shutdown goes on, right? Which is, again, non-zero, but then that quickly corrects itself when the shutdown ends. So, if I'm in very short run markets, it should affect my strategy. But if I'm in any sort of medium term market, it's irrelevant.
Got it. Ernie, it's great to have you back. Ernie Tedeschi's Director of Economics at the Yale Budget Lab, where they do great work, and everybody's in love with the dinosaur. Ernie, come back and see us soon. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington alongside Kriti Gupta. Let's see how markets are doing. We've got an IPO on our hands, just started trading at the top of the hour. And of course, BAFO earnings from Oracle has a lot of tech stocks on fire. And Charlie Pellet has the whole view from his perch at World Headquarters in New York. Charlie,
thank you very much, Joe Matthew. You nailed it. That's the business report. Two companies, Oracle, Klarna. We begin with the IPO today. Closely watched. Right now, we've got Klarna shares. They are trading at $48.23. It is a buy now, pay later firm. Shares advancing roughly 19% right now after the company and some of its backers raised $1.37 billion in an IPO that signals the market for new listings does have room to run. Klarna right now up by 21%. Company shares opened at $52 each in New York, above the IPO price of $40 a piece. We did see an initial pop of 43%, but right now up by 22%. Klarna, of course, rose to prominence during the pandemic era jump in e-commerce. It's recently been more making a push into offering other banking products like savings, checking accounts, and credit cards. But again, Klarna right now, first day out, it is up by 21%. You alluded to the other big stock story, Oracle after earnings. It is surging now by 38.8%, giving a lift to much of the broader market, specifically tech names. S&P up 23 right now, trading at a record 65.35, up by about 0.4%. We've got NASDAQ up 35, NASDAQ Composite Index higher by 0.2%. The Dow, however, in the red. Dow Industrials are slumping by 0.5%. 10-year at 4.03%, with a 2-year 3.52%. Gold is up $15 the ounce, up 0.4%. And West Texas Intermediate crude 63.82 a barrel, up 1.9%. And briefly, Bitcoin 2% rally right there, 113,723. So again, recapping here, first day out for Klarna, and we are looking at shares of Klarna up now by just about 21.94%. Recapping, S&P higher by 0.3. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington, and once again, your hosts, Kriti Gupta and Joe Matthew.
Thank you, Charlie. We'll get back to Charlie Pellet shortly with more on Wall Street. We've got an IPO in the mix here. Of course, the reaction to Oracle earnings has been remarkable to witness today, and we're keeping our eyes as well on the clock, because pretty soon you're going to start seeing the countdown clocks on cable news channels, countdown to a shutdown or whatever they're going to call it. Here we are again, September 30th, the government would presumably run out of money. Well, it would run out of money unless we have a deal to fund the government, and it's not getting easier. It's actually getting worse. The Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, now pouring cold water on the idea of the one potential chip it looked like they had to throw to Democrats here, extending enhanced Obamacare premium tax credits set to expire at the end of the year. We've been talking to lawmakers about this every day lately, and most Republicans seemed like they were on board with some kind of conversation here, at least. John Thune wants Democrats to accept a clean CR, he says. And Hakeem Jeffries says, no thanks. We heard from the Democratic leader in the House a short time ago. Let's listen.
In March, House Democrats strongly opposed the partisan Republican spending bill that hurt everyday Americans in a variety of ways, including making their health care more expensive. A continuing resolution that continues the failed policies of the Republican Party that we voted against is not the type of policy that actually meets the needs of the American people.
So we're not getting closer to a deal. We may be getting further away from one, and we all remember how that went in March for Chuck Schumer. He may not be prepared to do that again and split with the Democrats in the House. Let's assemble our political panel for their take on this and a lot more. Rick Davis is with us, Bloomberg Politics contributor, Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital, as we add the voice today of Ophira Yeheskel, Director of External Affairs at the Democratic Governors Association. Great to have both of you here. Ophira, where's your heart on this one? Democrats say another rescission, we're not going to play ball, we can't trust those who are working on the other side of the aisle, and it's not going to be a clean CR. If it's not the Obamacare extension, what is it? Or are you really bracing for a shutdown?
Well, I think Republicans seem dead set on running on the fact that they're going to raise people's health care costs, and far be it from me to stop them. And we're seeing that too with the One Big Beautiful Bill already taking a role in the Virginia governor election that's less than 60 days away, where we're already starting to see rural healthcare clinics in Virginia stand up and say, we're going to have to close our doors, specifically citing the One Big Beautiful Bill. And Trump's day one promise, as we all remember, was that he was going to lower costs for the American people. Every single action I see the Trump administration taking, and Republicans in Congress, seems designed to do the opposite, to send healthcare costs skyrocketing. These tariffs have been a mess. And so I think there's really a hard case for Republicans to make that they're going to lower costs for people and do daily work for them in their everyday lives.
Rick, weigh in here. If they don't have the Democrats on board, how do the Republicans fund the government?
Well, without Democrat support in the United States Senate, you can't fund the government. You've got to have 60 votes overall. Republicans got 52. They're going to need some supplements. And in the past, they've been able to cut deals with Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer cut a deal last time there was going to be a government shutdown, and his party beat him up pretty hard. And I would guess right now there is almost no way after Leader Thune closed the door on an ACA insurance extension to get Schumer in. And so I think Republicans are pretty sanguine about it. They're not in sell mode. They're out selling the big beautiful bill or whatever it's being called this week. And I think their attitude is we can say that Democrats are the reason that we are going to have a government shutdown, so we're just going to blame it on them. And I must admit, I mean, like, I just think Democrats are missing an opportunity here. They should be out just campaigning hard on this. Why is it a bad thing to shut down government? I mean, the Democratic leader in the House, Hakeem Jeffries, that press conference was about as boring as watching mud flow down the side of a creek. I mean, like, it's unbelievable that they are out there thinking somehow they can sleepwalk into a shutdown and it not be their fault. I mean, it's always going to be the fault of the opposition party. But if they're going to do it anyway, go out there and make hay about it and talk about how it's important and on the policies that they want to depend upon. I don't get it.
Fury, you ready to strike up the band?
Well, I mean, Republicans have full control of Washington. Let's not forget that. And they were actually interested in a common sense solution. They would reach across the aisle and talk to Democrats. I know we're forgetting that we can talk to people on the other side of the aisle about how to work together and get things done for the American people.
Not so much these days.
That's a reminder.
There's going to be a blame game, though, right? Not everybody's in the cycle like we are talking about. Well, you had the pocket rescissions. Most people don't even know what the heck that is. Do Democrats need to start kind of laying the groundwork, I think, as Rick is suggesting, to start pointing fingers here and let people know what the score is today?
Well, I think Republicans are already going to start feeling this blowback sooner than later, whether it is on the One Big Beautiful Bill or whatever they decide to do here on the funding measure. And again, in Virginia, people are already bracing for the fact that they're going to lose their health care through these Medicaid cuts. And once again, I think people are starting to understand that who your governor is really does matter, because Winsome Sears, who's a Republican nominee, has not said a word. She's been very silent on this. So I think if we're calling in the question of who leaders are right now and who's actually fighting for people, I think Democrats up and down at every level are the ones who are doing that.
So if not the subsidies, then what gets us across the finish line from a Democratic point of view?
I would hope the subsidies are on the table. We're talking about people losing their health care, and health care costs are going up. And I think that's a fact of life. We're seeing that not just on health care. Like I said, the cost of living is going up every day. I don't think Republicans have shown in any way that they're dedicated to addressing that. And we're seeing that again with the One Big Beautiful Bill. And I would remind everybody, they ripped away Medicaid coverage so they could fund a tax cut for billionaires in this country. That's something I will be saying every single day between now and up until the midterms. And I think that's a really strong message for Democrats to run with.
Just want to mention a breaking news headline on the terminal here. Mexico seeking to raise the tariff on cars from China. Yes, and Asia to 50%, something that the president had asked for, and a story that we'll keep our eyes on here. Rick, I have to ask you about your home state of Virginia before we're done here, because it's come up a couple of times. Afira has mentioned the governor's race. There was a special election just yesterday, a congressional seat once held by Jerry Conley, and his former staffer, James Walkinshaw, took a 50-point victory in this district. This is not a bellwether, though, right? Should we read into this on a national level, or was that a slam dunk no matter what for a Democrat?
It's been almost 2 decades since a Republican won in that district. My old friend, Tom Davis, no relation whatsoever. But at the end of the day, it does show that Democrats are able to create some excitement in a district that is pretty lopsided. And I would say candidates matter in this case. Walkinshaw is a very popular Fairfax County supervisor. That's a great platform to run for Congress on. And I would say, that same rule applies to the governor's race. I mean, Abigail Spanberger is a great get. I would say right now, Democrats are getting the candidates they want, and Republicans are getting the candidates that they can get. And as Mitch McConnell said over and over, you can run all the best campaigns you want, but the candidate matters the most, and I totally agree with that.
Candidate quality, what a concept. Rick Davis, great to have you as always. Bloomberg Politics contributor. Ophir Yeheskel from the Democratic Governors Association. Thank you so much for the insights and joining our conversation here on Balance of Power. Alongside Kriti Gupta, I'm Joe Matthew. We turn to geopolitics next. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow Jones Industrial Average lower, S&P, NASDAQ. They are both advancing right now, but got to begin with Klarna. First day out, up now by roughly 23%. The buy now, pay later company out the gate this morning at $40 a share. And right now, looking at Klarna, KLAR on the ticker, it is at $48.80. Our Bailey Lipschultz is going to have a whole lot more on Klarna coming up for you in just a moment. The Dow lower by 234 now, down 0.5%. We've got the S&P up 21 at a record up 0.3. NASDAQ also at a record up 0.1%. 10-year PPI Wednesday, 4.03%. The 2-year ahead of the CPI report tomorrow morning, 3.52%. Gold up 0.5%, 36.46 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.9%, 63.80 right now for a barrel of WTI. Oracle, the big earnings story, surging now by 38%. Again, recapping, stocks higher, S&P up by 0.4%. Back we go to Washington. Balance of power continues right now. Once again, your hosts, Kriti Gupta and Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thanks as ever. We'll get back to Charlie again, top of the hour, with his view on Wall Street. But I want to keep it with the markets for a moment and this IPO that you were just hearing Charlie talk about. You heard the debut at the top of the hour. Klarna off its highs of the session, but still up about 19% at the moment. Bailey Lipschultz is watching it with us as well from world headquarters in New York, Bloomberg News equities reporter. Bailey, we're still holding positive here, and the IPO did start trading above the price last evening. How do we qualify this up 20% in a world of core weaves and other IPOs we've seen recently?
I think so far it's a success. The big question is, where does it close, and then where does it trade a week from now? As you mentioned, we have a number of stocks like Figma and Circle that have opened up tremendously higher. Even Bullish opened up 143% above its IPO price, but have pulled back from those peaks. So keeping an eye on, is there going to be a floor right now around $48? What does this look like come 4 p.m.? And then what does it look like when we have 5 more deals pricing and trading in the next 2 days?
Sure.
Bailey, is this if Klarna is a success story, does this mean that IPOs are officially back? What does that IPO market look like, and what does Klarna say about it?
Klarna is a deal, Kriti, that we've been waiting for. So they were supposed to go back in April, then Trump's tariffs kind of threw that into the trash. The big thing is this is the first of what is a big post-Labor Day window. So we have figure pricing tonight there in the blockchain space. Tomorrow we'll have 4 different deals in kind of a scatter shot of industries pricing. And then next week, the big one will be Netscope, followed by StubHub. So we're seeing kind of a broadening out of deals. The big thing when I talk to bankers, though, we saw the 25 times oversubscription numbers on Klarna. How much of those orders are real, and how much momentum can be able to be showing up in the aftermarket performance and really going forward? Again, as Joe mentioned, this thing opened at 52, traded to 57.20, and is now back near 48. So a little bit volatile, but really the days after the day one trade are what really matters the most.
Bailey, Goldman Sachs has been on a tear lately. We had a big move yesterday, speaking to the trend that you're talking about. If this pipeline continues to be stuffed with new issues, what does it mean for these investment banks?
It's money in the bank, Joe. And the big thing, though, is you want to orchestrate these deals. So Goldman Sachs, I believe, is leading 4 or 5 of these deals. So they're having a front and center kind of role in this window of new issuance. The big question is, what banks show up and how much are they going to want to push on price potentially? We've seen a number of these deals start with a lower valuation, a lower share price, and walk investors through that pricing dynamic. So it'll be key to watch that.
Bailey, I love that we've been watching Klarna for such a long time, because I know the dynamic in Europe has really been a lot of scrutiny on Klarna to list within Europe, given it's a Swedish company. Do you see this trend of more European companies flocking to New York rather than staying on the other side of the Atlantic?
Yeah, we've been seeing this really for, call it 2 years at this point. And when you talk to bankers and investors, the U.S. is deeper, it's more liquid. And for most of these companies, they're willing to, U.S. investors or investors that are investing in U.S. markets are willing to ascribe a greater valuation in terms of price to earnings, price to sales, EV to EBITDA, whatever multiple you're using. It continues to play out when you really look at some of the deal flow. We've been seeing boom times in Hong Kong and other parts of Asia. U.S. is coming back. Europe really is being left behind. So the big question is, how are they going to, A, get more companies out the door, and B, to your point, are they going to be able to be successful in keeping some of these darlings, some of these bigger companies in the tech space listing on their bourses?
Well, it's great to have you with us here, Bailey, as the trading gets underway just this hour. Bailey Lipschall's live from World Headquarters in New York. We'll keep tabs on Klarna for you as we make our way through the afternoon. Bloomberg Business Week Daily will have much more after the top of the hour at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, and Charlie Pellet will be hitting this, of course, in his newscasts over the next couple of hours here. Remarkable story overseas breaking out in Poland. This emerged late yesterday as NATO fighter jets were forced to shut down Russian drones, a swarm of Russian drones that violated Poland's airspace, just as Russia was attacking targets in Ukraine. NATO officials, Poland's military, reporting this Wednesday a rare clash, realizing these were unmanned drones between Moscow and militaries from NATO. We did hear from NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte on the Poland attack. Let's listen to what he said.
The North Atlantic Council met this morning and discussed the situation in light of Poland's request for consultations under Article 4 of the Washington Treaty. Allies expressed solidarity with Poland and denounced Russia's reckless behavior. A full assessment of the incident is ongoing. What is clear is that the violation last night is not an isolated incident.
Rutte said Polish F-16s, Dutch F-35s, Italian AWACS surveillance aircraft were all involved in responding to the breach of Polish airspace. With us now to talk about this and other hotspots in the world is Michael Allen, Managing Director at Beacon Global Strategies, former Special Assistant to President George W. Bush in the national security sector. Michael, it's great to have you. Here we go again with a new area of concern and realizing that Vladimir Putin likes to push the line here a little bit, but we're invoking in Article 4. What does that mean for the state of NATO, and what did Vladimir Putin just do?
Well, this is a very serious incursion by the Russians. I think it is designed to test NATO's resolve. And we also have to look at the context that we're in. We are, and seemingly Trump is more frustrated with the Russians of late, we're looking at what do security guarantees look like. Does that include a Western tripwire force inside of Ukraine, something that Vladimir Putin has warned us against doing? And we're also apparently getting more serious about sanctions. So I think what they're trying to do, Putin in particular, is to warn us of the dangers of confrontation, to intimidate us, and to fracture our resolve. That's got to be what he's after right now, because I think he feels rather defensive because he sees Trump seemingly realizing that they're disrespecting the United States and turning on us.
The United States is part of NATO, in theory. There is a question lately as the U.S. starts to pull some of the security aid in Eastern European countries that border Russia about just how tight that resolve is. What does Donald Trump do next?
I think this is where the rubber's going to meet the road. You've heard Trump in years past insist that NATO begin to pay their fair share. Trump won that at the beginning of his term, so I think he's flipped a little bit. I don't think he wants to get out of NATO. I think he wants to see the Europeans step up. He feels like this is something he's achieved already as part of his national security foreign policy. But this is just the type of exigency that the Russians are trying to test us with, which is, do faraway items or incursions or attacks, does that implicate U.S. national security? Should it? Should American soldiers be involved in this type of work? That's the type of debate he wants to provoke here within the United States, because he knows we have sort of neo-isolationist sentiment right now, doubting about America's role in the world.
The reaction from at least one Republican on Capitol Hill, Joe Wilson of South Carolina, posted on X, Russia is attacking NATO ally Poland with Iranian drones less than a week after the president hosted the Polish president at the White House. This is an act of war. Is that how you see this?
No, I don't want. We need to see if this continues, and we need to. I mean, obviously, we need to take it seriously. But calling it an act of war, I think, goes way too far.
It's hard to back up from that, isn't it?
It's hard to. There's no other place to go. That suggests that we need to hit back militarily immediately. I don't think that's right at all. Let's see if this is part of a larger aggressive pattern. They have had minor incursions in the past. I think this is the most major of them. Let's see where this goes. There's no doubt that people are signaling to the Russians today, easy, be careful, don't provoke us, you can't win this, but let's see if this continues.
Where do the Europeans go from this? Emmanuel Macron, Giorgia Meloni, Friedrich Merz, I should say. What are they thinking right now?
I think they're thinking this renews the spirit and the conviction that we developed at the beginning of the second Trump administration, that we really need to spend more, revitalize our defense industrial base, and have greater agency over our own security within Europe, because Russia is aggressive, even if the United States isn't trying to back away from Europe, which I think we are, even under Trump, if not getting out of NATO. I think they're thinking to themselves, this is a serious situation, this is going to continue, and we have got to pay more and do more in service of our own security.
It sounds like the president is wondering exactly what this means as well. He posted on Truth Social, "What's with Russia violating Poland's airspace with drones? Here we go, exclamation point." I don't know where we're going there, Michael, but there are questions about where we're going with Israel as well.
Yeah.
After striking targets in Doha yesterday, where the actual negotiators were, and the largest U.S. base in the Middle East is located. The president has made clear that he's angry about it. He posted on Truth Social, "Not a decision made by me." What does he do with Benjamin Netanyahu on this one?
Well, I think he's frustrated with Netanyahu because Trump feels like he's getting closer to a hostage deal. He had just put out a big tweet on Sunday afternoon saying Israel's agreed to a certain set of criteria. Now it's Hamas's turn. And I think he sees what Netanyahu is doing is boat rocking. It's not that it should be completely surprising that the Israelis are engaging in yet another decapitation strike of a leadership target in a terrorist organization. But this was a little bit surprising, the timing of it all. Yeah. The United States is in the harness trying to negotiate a good deal. I understand we had a terrorist attack in Jerusalem authored by Hamas the day before the attack, but still, this just feels like it's something that's testing the president's patience at a moment when Israel ought to be looking of how are we going to settle this down, but they're clearly not. At least Netanyahu's clearly not in that frame of mind.
There are very few places in the Middle East where ceasefire negotiations can actually happen with actual representatives of Hamas. Doha is one of the very few places where that can occur. Is this a message that a ceasefire is ultimately off the table or not doable?
Possibly, but there's another way to look at it too, which is I think that the Israelis have been frustrated throughout that they're negotiating with people who are in luxury hotels in a faraway city from Hamas. I think they have felt that if they were negotiating with someone inside of Gaza who was suffering, who was under pressure, who was dodging bullets and bombs, that they may be more conditioned to compromise sooner than the political leadership who have nothing to do with the wartime instruments inside of Gaza. So maybe there's an argument in the medium term that as long as you're taking hardliners off the chessboard, maybe this will be easier to get from A to B.
What do you make of the lack of notification? The reporting from Axios makes you wonder that the U.S. actually saw Israeli aircraft on the move, inquired, and we were told the missiles had already been launched. That's not the way this is supposed to work, is it?
You would think that we would have moved more in concert on this. The Israelis must have known that Trump wasn't going to like this very much. Yeah. Even if we don't like it, I didn't like the suggestion of the United States saying, we're going to call Qatar and warn them this is coming. To me, that's not what was appropriate in this type of situation.
So we shouldn't have expected that call.
I think now the Israelis are thinking it's smart that we didn't do that call because we can't necessarily trust the White House to keep it to ourselves. I mean, if they're telling us something in confidence and we're saying we'll go call the targets of the bomb, I don't know. That doesn't feel right to me.
Should we be bracing for fallout from Iran, from the Houthis, from Lebanon? What are the ripple effects here?
So Iran, I think, is still trying to figure out what weapons they do have. I know they're going to bounce back sooner or later with their proxy forces. I don't know that they're ready yet. I still think Hezbollah is on its back foot. If anything happens, I think it would come from the Houthi. There might be a longer-term implication for bombing Doha that the Israelis will have to press. But, you know, as the Israelis are fond of saying, they have 7 fronts ongoing in their wars within the Middle East. And they have to keep their enemies sort of on their back foot.
Yeah, it's great to have you back, Michael. Don't be a stranger. Michael Allen, always with interesting thoughts from Beacon Global Strategies. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We'll point you to the late edition of Balance of Power. Senator Mike Rounds will be joining Creedy and I. That starts at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll distill what else has happened today in the Capitol. Alongside Creedy Gupta, I'm Joe Matthew. We'll see you back here a couple hours, only on Bloomberg TV and radio.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
And a very good afternoon, everyone, live on Bloomberg TV Radio, streaming on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals. I'm Jess Mitten, and with Lisa Mateo from Bloomberg. Of course, Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek do have the day off, but not to worry, we're both here. We're going to have fun the next hour on Bloomberg Television.
Folks, buckle in.
Because we have a lot to talk about, especially looking at the setup today in the U.S. stock market, trading around records. On the back of what was going on, Lisa, of course, with those producer prices coming in, obviously lower than expected, especially when you're thinking about what that means for the inflation story, the Federal Reserve, but not too shabby ahead of CPI data tomorrow morning.
Yeah, declining in August for the first time in 4 months. So that was huge news.
It was. And then plus, we're going to have Bloomberg News equity reporter Bailey Lipschultz talking about Klarna. So this is the big IPO coming public today, the Swedish fintech company, buy now, pay later. So we're going to have an update on that. And then also we'll have other people coming in like Fred Thiel. He's chairman and CEO of Mara Holdings, on the regulatory outlook for Bitcoin and the company's recent progress with Bitcoin mining, Lisa.
A lot going on.
There's a lot going on. So first up, before we get to all of that, let's get a check on today's trade and top business stories with none other than Charlie Pell.
Hi, thank you very much. And lots of moving parts to this market today, but two very big ones. Klarna, you touched on Oracle as well. Let us begin with the Klarna IPO. Right now, we do have Klarna up by just about 20% right now. Went out the gate at $40 a share on Klarna, $46.80 right now. Last quote I'm looking at on Klarna. Oracle, the other big earnings story today, up 38.4%. After last night's earnings report, we've got the Dow lower, the S&P, NASDAQ, both at records. And of course, we'll keep you covered on this throughout the day. Could see a record close on the S&P, up right now by 20 points. That is a gain of 0.3%. If you're keeping score, the S&P now at 65.32. NASDAQ, by the way, also at a record, up 29 points, up 0.1%. The Dow, though, in the red, down 0.6%. PPI Wednesday, we've got the 10-year yielding 4.03%. 2-year ahead of the CPI tomorrow, 3.52%. Gold up $20 the ounce, 36.46, up 0.5%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 1.8%, 63.77 a barrel. And Bitcoin right now higher by 2%, 113,760 on Bitcoin. So again, recapping here, we do have Klarna trading at 46.94 and Oracle after earnings surging 38.6%. And for on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right. Thank you, Charlie Pellet. So, Jess, you were breaking down all the things we have going on for today.
Right.
There have been a few more headlines, too, on top of it. Okay, so this is a day after the BLS. They published a preliminary revision to annual payrolls data. Now we're getting word that the Labor Inspector General initiating a review of challenges at the BLS. On top of that, we have another legal move in the president's quest to remove Fed Governor Lisa Cook. A lot going on. We want to bring in Michael McKee, who's international economics and policy correspondent for Bloomberg TV and radio. So I want to start with Lisa Cook because there's been so much back and forth. It's hard to keep up with it, Michael McKee. So does this latest move, does it remove Cook from her position before a Fed decision in a week from today? Or what does it mean?
No, it keeps her in that position.
In the position.
In the position. But what the administration has filed a notice of appeal this afternoon, so they're going to go to the Circuit Court of Appeals in D.C. We don't know the speed with which they are going to file their documents and ask for a hearing, but if they move very quickly, they could, in theory, if the court agrees, block her before we get to that meeting. But it's getting very tight for something like that. So I suspect she'll probably be there.
Walk us through any sort of precedent when it comes to something like this with a Federal Reserve governor, but then also, is there just cause there when it comes to the president?
Well, it's funny because you mentioned those two things. This is the point that the judge made, is that nobody has ever tried to fire someone at the Fed for cause. And so she had to decide what cause means and whether or not the president's accusations rise to cause. And basically, she said that the historical record shows that cause basically relates to things that happen in your job while you're doing it. And that if she did something that she shouldn't have done before she came to office, and that was years ago, and people knew about it, then it wouldn't rise to cause. And that's one of the reasons that she said that Cook could stay in her office for now.
So what does it mean for time-wise? I mean, we're today a week away from a Fed decision.
Yeah.
What does this mean?
Well, the administration is going to have to move fast to get filed, and they will have to get a 3-judge panel that would hear it quickly enough. And they'd have to make the case that there would be some sort of harm to the government if she were allowed to vote at this meeting, because they can make the case that there's harm to the government if she remains on the job without a determined time frame. They could, this could play out over a week or so, and we've seen that with other people that the president has tried to fire. But to get her out before the meeting would take a lot, because it doesn't seem to rise to the necessity of having judges work through the weekend.
Is there an indication about a timetable when you're talking about over the next week or so? How long could this possibly drag out?
Oh, it's going to drag out for quite some time, because whatever happens in the appeals court, it will probably go to the Supreme Court. And because this is a unique case, nobody has ever tried to fire somebody for cause and the definition of cause, et cetera. So the Supreme Court is starting to back up with Trump problem cases. They just took on the tariff case on an expedited basis, so they would have to have a hearing for that in November and then try to make a decision maybe by the first of the year. If it goes to the Supreme Court, and in this case, it doesn't seem to be the kind of thing that's going to set the world afire, so we could go on the regular docket and then we don't get a decision till next June. So then the question becomes, does she stay on the Fed until that time? And that'll depend both on the appeals court, and then the Supreme Court could also issue a stay and kick her out, as they did with other people that Trump tried to fire. But again, this is an unusual case because the Supreme Court's given them something of a carve-out.
Now, if we can we get into the Labor Inspector General and this report that they're apparently doing, review of the challenges at the BLS? What are these challenges?
Interesting language that they used, because one is tempted to read it after everything that the administration has done as, we're going to look at ways to find that you guys did something wrong and get rid of you. But it could be that, let me put it this way. I have said that if you were a normal administration, what you would say is, there seem to be issues with getting the data as accurate as it can be because you're short of money and short of personnel. So let's sit down and figure out how we can address those challenges, which is not what they did. But one could read the Inspector General as stepping in and saying, well, maybe I'll prepare a report that says you can't do all this with the resources that you've been given. I suspect, though, that it is probably an effort to, because Trump had fired all the inspectors general and appointed new ones, is an effort to find out something that they are doing wrong and make a case for further dismissals, which would only put them farther behind the 8 ball. Now, this is not the kind of thing that's going to get a lot of attention right away, and it may take some time. And so it's not an imminent threat to the BLS, but it is another cloud on the horizon.
So how does Stephen Miron ultimately fit into all of this?
Well, he fits into it because we're reporting, based on people familiar, that he will get a vote on the floor on Monday. It's not easy, given the Senate rules, to do something that fast, but the president said do it, so they are going to do it. And then he can walk in the next day and, somewhere in between the vote and the time the meeting starts, somebody will swear him in, and he'll participate in the meeting. It'll be an unusual situation. He would have had no preparation other than what he can do at the CEA, but he wouldn't have access to the Fed staff or anything to prepare for the meeting. So other than advocating for maybe a 50 basis point cut, if we assume the Fed's going to do 25, it's hard to see how much he would contribute. But there's a good chance that he will be there. He and Lisa Cook will probably be there.
Then what's a chance that he would be nominated for a full term? That hasn't been...
Well, that's an open question. The president has sort of left that open in whether it's a tryout for the job or whether he's just keeping the seat warm so he could appoint someone else to be chairman if another seat doesn't open up. If Cook isn't gone or if Jay Powell decides to stay on, then whoever he wants as chairman, unless it's somebody who's already on the board, he would have to have an open seat. So then Steve Myron would go back to the CEA, it seems.
All right, Michael McKee, always a pleasure when you're joining us on Bloomberg Television and Radio, international economics and policy correspondent at Bloomberg Television and Radio. Of course, getting a quick check here on the markets with the S&P 500 still trading around those records on the back of obviously the producer prices that we saw fall to the lowest levels since April. And then looking at technology stocks up more than 1.5% in the S&P 500. Of course, we want to get to our next guest, Lisa. So Jennifer Lee, our senior economist and managing director of economics at BMO Capital Markets, joining us from Toronto. Always great speaking with you, Jennifer. Thanks for joining us again. And to really unpack some of this latest data on the inflation print, break us down how you view when it comes to producer prices and what that could mean as a telltale sign for wholesale inventories before we end up getting another reading on consumer prices tomorrow morning.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me on this afternoon. And by the way, I don't know how Michael McKee is staying on top of all this. I'm getting stressed just thinking about all the ins and outs of the Fed. But in terms of the producer price report, I mean, I remember a time just like not too long ago then when nobody really cared too much about the PPI. But now, you know, it was all about the PPI. And it's interesting how volatile that report can be. So I'll tell you this, I had the same reaction when I saw it last month as I saw it this month. And my first word out of my mouth was, what? You know, we saw that huge 0.9% last month, and then it dropped, and then it came down as a 0.1% drop in the month of August. So if anything, I think we sort of have to average the 2 months out just to get a better idea of what producers are feeling on the pricing front, but they don't always go hand in hand with what you see on the CPI. So as interesting as this was, you know, again, they don't relate completely to CPI all the time. So I think it's going to be all down to whatever we see tomorrow.
So seeing what you've seen so far, are we on track, let's say, for the Fed to cut next week? I mean, should they consider a bigger cut than 25 basis points?
I think base case scenario, 25 basis points is a very reasonable move at this stage. You know, we are seeing economic growth slowing, but we're not slamming on the brakes anytime just yet. 50 basis points now, I've been saying this, I would not completely take it off the table just yet, only because we all know that there are at least two policymakers that have been chomping at the bit to have cut already. So they're probably going to be pushing for something more aggressive, and whatever happens with if Mr. Moran makes it on the committee as well, if his vote counts as well or not, we'll have to see. But I think 25 basis points, I think, is a pretty good bet for next week. I think it's more important or more interesting to see what they actually says, or what Fed Chair Powell says during the press conference about things going forward, how he sees inflation playing forward, what he says about the jobs report, if that changes his mind about anything, and of course the dot plot. Everyone's going to be counting the dots to see who did what, and see whether or not that changes for the next few meetings or so.
I want to just get a quick check here on the markets with Oracle OpenAI signing a $300 billion computing deal. That's according to the Wall Street Journal latest report. If you look at Oracle stock, ticker is ORCL. That's up almost 38% right now, on pace for its best one-day gain since December 1992, Lisa. But Jennifer, moving back to your thoughts ahead of the Federal Reserve decision, you just brought up the dot plots. Obviously, we get those quarterly, so we didn't see these the last time at the July meeting. We actually saw them in June. How are you expecting those plots to shift over the next few years here?
I wouldn't be shocked to see more dots moving towards more rate cuts, if not sooner rather than later. Further out, they'll probably stay the same, like the long term. But I think over the next, year and a half or so, I wouldn't be shocked to see a few more people moving over to see more cuts. If not this year, then maybe a little bit more next year. But again, so much is so uncertain right now. I mean, who the voters are going to be, what the data are going to show. I mean, even right now, even though CPI has not shown that huge increase that that many of us had expected, including yours truly here, but right now we're in that little pause, right? I believe that we're in that pause right now, with that 90-day pause with China. That brings us to roughly mid-November or November 10th or so. So that has helped sort of keep prices in check right now. We've had deals with Japan and with the EU. The tariffs were not as high as many had feared, which is good news, but still we're going to see overall prices rise. But how much of that is going to be pushed on to the consumer, when that's going to happen, whether or not they're legal, that's another thing. I mean, this is another that's another intriguing story, whether or not the court is going to rule that these tariffs are legal or not. And if they're not, what's going to happen? Are we going to take the money and give them back to all the consumers? Probably not. So all that is going to have a play on what, or say in what happens with inflation in the coming months. So I think, we cannot, unfortunately, we can only do this on a meeting by meeting basis, and everything is going to be data dependent.
Jennifer, I have to ask you about the revisions to the BLS, the jobs data. It gave us this confirmation, right, of slower job growth. So my question to you is would the Fed be cutting into an economic slowdown, and would it be able to sustain the stock rally?
So the numbers, first of all, it was worse than many expected at 911,000, but that only goes up to March. And we know that the data so far, of course, until recently, have also been slowing as well. Whether or not we're going to see revisions on that front is another story. But right now, I'm not completely convinced that that we're completely heading into a recession or a sharp slowdown, just given some of the other data. Looking at wages, for example, when you're looking at the latest personal income and spending data, the wages were actually up quite strongly in the latest month, which doesn't completely jive with what we saw in payroll. So if payrolls were seriously that weak, meanwhile, we're seeing wages still rising strongly, that will also help support the consumer, even though I'm sure the consumer is going to be quite concerned about what they saw with the headlines this week on the jobs front. I think I'm rambling. I can't remember what the question was.
I actually had something else I was curious about picking your brain about when it came to those BLS revisions, because Goldman Sachs economists actually sent a note out to their clients yesterday, and they were highlighting how when you're looking at those types of revisions, that they thought it excludes many unauthorized immigrants who were initially accurately captured in payrolls. So do you feel like the data is actually stronger than anticipated with those revisions, because maybe it might be included those undocumented workers?
I don't know how much of that will have a huge impact. That's a great comment. I mean, that also, again, brings us to the question how accurate these revisions are, and whether or not, they're still facing challenges that the Labor Department is highlighting at this point. I also want to mention, by the way, that last year, this is during that period where we're seeing all these revisions, the Conference Board survey, and this is, by the way, why I always say, we can never look at one single report on its own. We have to look at all of them to make sure that they're all telling the same story, or, the same narrative. But the Conference Board survey, when they asked people, are jobs plentiful? Are jobs hard to come by? It was still that gap, that labor differential was still fairly strong over that time period. So I still have to, again, question whether or not this is the most accurate revision, not wanting to doubt the BLS, the fine people at the BLS. But, I think the overall narrative is that, yes, we know that the economy has been slowing. Maybe the labor market was slowing more than we expected, but still we're not that close to slamming on the brakes just yet.
All right, Jennifer Lee, always a pleasure having you here on Bloomberg Television. Thanks for joining us. Jennifer is a senior economist and managing director of economics at BMO Capital Markets. And Lisa, doing another check here on the markets here, and obviously looking at Oracle. I just did mention this earlier, but Oracle OpenAI signing a $300 billion computing deal, according to the latest report from the Wall Street Journal. Getting a check on that stock, ORCL, the ticker, up about 36% right now, on pace for its best day since December 1992.
And of course, Klarna, this ticker KLAR, made its trading debut. So we have to keep an eye on that on the New York Stock Exchange. The stock opened at $52, 30% above the $40 a share of Klarna's underwriter's priced on Tuesday evening. So a lot to consider today on a day where we have stocks kind of mixed. We have the S&P 500 up 0.2% and the Dow down about 0.5%.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Oracle and OpenAI have signed a $300 billion computing deal. That, according to the Wall Street Journal. We got more on the Oracle story, including reaction to earnings, coming up in just a moment with our Caroline Hyde. Oracle right now surging 35.2% after last night's earnings report. The Dow negative, down 251, drop there of 0.5%. S&P holding on to a gain of 13 points, up by 0.2%. But since our last update, NASDAQ now in the red. Little change, but down by 1 point. 10-year yield 4.02% on this PPI Wednesday. CPI report tomorrow morning, 8:30 a.m. Wall Street time, with a 2-year currently yielding 3.52%. Spot gold up $22 the ounce, higher now by 0.6%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.8%, and Bitcoin up 1.9%, 113,614. Klarna, we're watching the IPO. Klarna shares, they are advancing now by 17.4%. Again, recapping, S&P now little changed, up 0.2%. Oracle up 35%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you, Charlie. We appreciate it, Jessman. And Lisa Mateo here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. And we're going to speak with Caroline Hyde, Bloomberg Technology co-host, about what's going on with the latest news Charlie was just talking about with Oracle and OpenAI. And Caroline, of course, you're the best one to come in and break this down for us, because most of this we already knew. But from this latest Wall Street Journal report about Oracle and OpenAI signing this $300 billion computing deal, what's new here? What did we not know, and what did we learn now?
I think the nice big flashy number of $300 billion is what catches the attention. Look, we knew back in July that this extraordinary 4.5 gigawatt deal between OpenAI and Oracle had been signed. Just to put that in perspective, that's the same amount of energy that's from 2 Hoover dams. That is about 4 million homes. That is an extraordinary amount of compute. No wonder Charlie Pellet put it so eloquently about the share price up and to the right, because this sort of order backlog is extraordinary. And Safra Catz herself, when announcing these earnings, said that it had been a totally extraordinary quarter. And this is one of the deals they signed. I think more of the glaringly obvious concern is similar to a CoreWeave, similar to other compute providers. They are very exposed to a few clients. And so Oracle is making up basically, what, $300 billion worth of a $450 billion backlog? That's an awful lot of focus on one particular client. But they do say that they'd won some other multi-billion-dollar deals from other cloud compute needers. And this is all about the pivot that Oracle made. This was a data software company. It is now one of the impactful compute providers in the United States. Basically, their growth rate is probably bigger than Google right now. Their backlog is bigger than that of Google's.
So what does it say about spending on AI data centers? you threw out all these numbers at us.
I mean, this is what's propping up the U.S. economy. I mean, just to put it flatly, when you go back to Bloomberg Intelligence's own reporting and analysis, 1 percentage point of GDP growth so far this year is entirely down to the AI crescendo and the need for data center spend and the amount of capital expenditure we're getting from these hyperscalers that need to build data centers, Oracle that needs to build data centers. These are the neo clouds that are coming in as well. All of this just means that we're managing to support an economy that in other ways, other places are feeling strange. You've got a labor market that's falling a little bit low. We've got inflationary pressures. What is supporting this economy? It is data center spend. And I think that is like your key takeaway here. And who are the key beneficiaries? Yes, you've seen significant money going into the startups such as OpenAI. You've got valuations just eye-crushing in many ways. But then Oracle to now be up 40% on a day when it already added $200 billion worth of market cap running up to these earnings, and now they've added another set of that amount in one day. It's an extraordinary feat that Larry Ellison and his team, Safra Catz, have made.
Caroline, my last question is more as far as what does this mean also for its peers? Looking over at CoreWeave, you had mentioned that earlier. Ticker is CRWV, up 15% right now.
And it's one of the IPOs that did really well leading up today on Klarna's, for example, CoreWeave. Many people struggled with CoreWeave's business model, ultimately. They're a very new neo cloud, as it's now called, this provider of ultimate GPUs of NVIDIA. And people were like, well, we don't understand. They've got great exposure to just Microsoft as a key client. People are now understanding there are only a few companies out there that are going to be able to foster this sort of data center spend. And no wonder you have to be over-focused on a few key clients. And no wonder we're starting to depend on more and more of innovative styles of getting compute. But for me, the thing that you're hearing time and time again, and actually I was just sat with Kathy Hochul, she's the governor of New York, she's all in on making this the empire AI state. energy is the other resource that we lack. And so where are you going to get 4.5 gigawatts of power from to be able to power these data centers? That's why in the state of New York, they're up in Syracuse, or you're looking up in other areas where you can get hydroelectricity. No wonder we're turning to nuclear. This is the sort of scale of investment opportunities that everyone's been looking at. It's not just CoreWeave, it's not just Oracle, but it's also the energy, the resources all around it.
Caroline Hyde, I don't know where we pulled you from. It might have been from your desk and just grabbed
I love
you,
that
but
she has all the stats at hand.
She just, thank you so
I
much.
talk about this for a living, and it's a lot of fun.
We appreciate it. It's Caroline Hyde, Bloomberg Technology co-host with us, talking about that. Yeah, Oracle OpenAI signing that $300 billion computing deal. Okay, so we're going to kind of stick with Oracle in that same tone. We're going to bring in our next guest because Elon Musk, no longer the world's richest person. He's been bumped by Oracle's Larry Ellison. That's after the company's reported quarterly results. And now we're hearing this news. So Christine Oram, Wealth America's team leader for Bloomberg News, thank you for joining us. So you're sitting here listening to us talk about this, and then we had earnings. So how much did the Ellison's fortune soar after that?
Yeah, so this has been quite the day for Oracle, as Caroline was just saying. So Ellison, earlier today when the stock was at its peak, it's pared some of those gains now, but he was up more than $100 billion, and that was the increase to his fortune, not his total fortune. That got him close to $400 billion. At one point, he was at about $394 billion, putting him in first place on the Bloomberg Billionaires Index for the first time, also putting him ahead of Elon Musk for the first time. So this is very notable. Musk has been in first place for almost a year. And of course, we had the news last week of Musk getting his $1 trillion pay package. So this may be a short-lived first place for Ellison. Musk stands to make a lot of money over the coming years that could potentially make him the first trillionaire. But for now, Larry Ellison is in first place.
And then looking at Tesla's stock being down over 10% this year. And obviously there's different dynamics where we've seen it pop and then pull back. But how does that fit in when it comes to Ellison versus what's going on with you were just talking about with Elon Musk versus also Jeff Bezos? Obviously, the poster child when it comes to Amazon.
Yeah, no, it's a very good question because I think what you're seeing here is the divergence between the companies that are exposed to AI, as Caroline was just saying, and those that are struggling a little bit in that space. And of course, Musk has made a big deal about all of the inroads that Tesla is making in AI and how he wants that to be kind of like one of the main drivers of the company going forward. But so far, the market doesn't really seem to be buying that. So Tesla hasn't been performing super well. And of course, there have been a lot of other issues there around his political involvement and other things too that have weighed on the stock. But despite that fact, Musk had clung tenaciously to the #1 spot for quite a while, just largely actually not because of Tesla, because of all of his other ventures, SpaceX, super valuable company, XAI, X, formerly Twitter, all bolster his fortune. But it seems like as of right now, that isn't enough. But again, with that massive pay package that the board has promised him, if that passes muster, that could change very quickly.
Before you go, quick question. So can you break down that battle back and forth for that top spot? I mean, not just Bezos, but other, folks have been up at that top spot.
Yeah, actually, so Ellison just surpassed Mark Zuckerberg in July, so only a couple of months ago, to move into second place. Zuckerberg has fallen a little bit with Meta. Bezos and Zuckerberg have kind of been jockeying back and forth. But I think what this reflects, because, earlier this year, I think Ellison was in fourth or maybe even fifth place, and how quickly he's climbed the ranks just reflects how much Oracle has been able to sort of glom onto that AI narrative, how successful it's been in selling that narrative to shareholders, and we're seeing that in the 35% share jump today.
All right, Christine, always great having you with us. Christine Oram, obviously Bloomberg News, Wealth America's team leader, joining us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio on Larry Ellison surpassing Elon Musk. So we want to switch it up and get to Klarna with none other than Bailey Lipschultz. He's our Bloomberg News Equities senior reporter and also one of our deputies on our team. So what's going on with the buy now, pay now? Walk us through the IPO.
Yeah, Klarna pricing its IPO overnight at $40, opened higher by about 30%. Now down closer to 15%, cutting those gains in half. This comes, as you mentioned, after the buy now, pay later company raised about $1.4 billion in its IPO, fifth largest deal in the U.S. for first-time share sale so far this year. Not quite the pops that we saw for Circle, which opened up 123%, or Bullish, which opened up 143%, Figma, which closed up 250%. So not the mania that we saw during the summer, but still a really strong open. The big question is, can it maintain that momentum? As I mentioned, it's closer to up 16%, so giving back about half of those gains.
Sequoia Capital expected to reap the benefits from this IPO big time. I mean, how much have they invested in the company, and how much is their stake worth?
Yeah, so according to our reporting, so they basically reaped $2.7 billion gain on the IPO. They've been a long-time investor. They've been one of the big backers for this company. It really is an interesting kind of process and product that we've seen, just because Klarna is 20 years old. So it's an older company. This is a company that people expected to go public earlier this year. This is a company that at one point in the private markets, I know it's a little weird, but was valued north of $45 billion. So not quite the paper return that many were expecting, but Sequoia, one of the big beneficiaries from this IPO. The big question with all deals is, what does the exit path look like? So 6 months from now, we'll get that first lockup expiration. Will we see older, longer-term holders, the Sequoia Capitals of the world, some of those partners look to sell? Will the CEO sell? That's really kind of going to be the long-term question. But when we're looking at the immediate trade right now, it's a big win on paper for a number of these investors, but the follow-through is really what matters.
So what does the outlook for the IPO market look for 2026?
2026 is going to be an interesting year. We are finally getting the deals that people were talking about in April. So next week, we'll have StubHub finally go public. Netscope is in the cybersecurity space. They're pricing early next week as well. We have a busy kind of slate with one deal tonight, 4 deals tomorrow. Building momentum. When I talk to bankers, the big question, though, is how can you bake in retail investor demand? We see these crazy share moves. Gemini, the Winklevi crypto company, has opened up their allocation to retail up to 30%. So you're seeing newer investors, you're seeing a lot of volatility. If we see the market continue to trade higher, broadly speaking, that bodes well for this window. But just to your point, 2026 is going to be a big one, because that's when we should see private equity get more active.
And in the last 30 seconds or so we have left, how is Klarna expanding beyond where they are now, beyond, buy now, pay later? What are they doing?
Yeah, their pitch is really becoming more of a neobank. It's interesting when you meet with management, everyone wants to comp it to Affirm, the other main buy now, pay later company that caters to U.S. consumers, but they want to see themselves more as a SoFi or a new bank. So trying to expand their offerings, expanding their portfolio, wanting to compete more with credit card companies. It's an interesting strategy, but again, when I talk to buy-siders, they're kind of saying that's all fine and dandy, but we're really comparing them to Affirm, because the bread and butter is buy now, pay later, and what that vision looks like here in the U.S.
All right, Bailey Lipschultz, senior reporter on our U.S. equity team, also a deputy. Always a pleasure having you break down all things when it comes to the IPO market on such a big day, Lisa, especially looking at these markets. Just looking at the S&P 500, still trading above 6,500 around records, on pace to close. That's around close to 24 records so far this year for the S&P 500, obviously rebounding close to around 30% from those April lows. Lisa.
Yeah, and we've got so much coming up here on Bloomberg Business Week. So stay tuned. We have Fred Thiel. He's chairman and CEO of Mara. He's going to be talking about the regulatory outlook for Bitcoin, also the company's progress with Bitcoin mining. So a lot to break down with him. You don't want to miss it. Stick around. We have more of Bloomberg Business Week coming right up.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. First day out for Klarna. Right now, the stock up by 15%. The other big name in the news, Oracle, after earnings. Stock right now pushing higher by 35%. Keep it locked into Bloomberg Television and Radio for the latest on both the IPO and also the move today for Oracle shares. Big question, we going to see a record close? Right now, we got the S&P up 16. Yes, trading at a record up 0.3% at 65.29. The Dow does remain lower, down 223, now down 0.5%. NASDAQ Composite Index was negative just a couple of moments ago, higher now by 8, little changed, up under 0.1%. The 2-year yield, 3.52%, with a 10-year currently yielding 4.03%. PPI Wednesday, the CPI report drops tomorrow morning, 8:30 a.m. Wall Street time. Spot gold up $19 the ounce, up another 0.5%, 36.45. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.9%, 63.80 on WTI, and Bitcoin at 113,550 right now on Bitcoin, up by 1.8%. Your next Uber could be a helicopter or a seaplane. Uber customers will be able to book Blade's helicopter and seaplane services directly within the Uber app as early as next year. The booking shortcut will help Joby Aviation and Blade reach the millions of consumers who've already downloaded the Uber app on their phones. Joby, by the way, is developing an air taxi service. Joby shares down 0.1%, Uber down 1.2%, and rival Lyft higher by 3.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you, Charlie. We appreciate it. Jess Minton and Lisa Mateo here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio, continuing what we're talking about, especially when it comes to the regulatory outlook, Lisa, when it comes to Bitcoin and the recent progress with a particular company, so Mara Holdings. So we had Fred Thiel, Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of Mara Holdings, who's going to be breaking down kind of the latest here, especially in the midst of the Trump administration being more pro-crypto. And he is joining us from London. Fred, thanks so much for being here. Always a pleasure speaking with you. For our listeners who haven't heard about your company, talk to us more about specifically Mara and what it is that y'all do and how it relates to the crypto space.
Sure. So we are one of the largest Bitcoin miners in the world. We operate 16 data centers across 4 continents, across a variety of energy sources and sizes and scales. We are one of the most advanced in the use of liquid immersion technology, which is a cooling technology that doesn't use water, that keeps our miners cool. And we are also the second largest public holder of Bitcoin in the world today, with over 50,000 Bitcoin in our balance sheet. So you can consider us as a kind of company that takes stranded energy and converts it into value by converting it into Bitcoin. We also own and operate our own wind farm. We mitigate methane gas in oil fields by burning the flare gas and generating electricity from it. And in Finland, for example, we heat 80,000 homes with the heat from our data centers. So we're very environmentally focused and have a sustainability focus, and that over 50% of our energy is from renewable sources.
Yeah, so speaking of energy, Fred, I guess I'll go there since you mentioned it. It's an energy-intensive process, right? So how is it different from the energy used to power, let's say, data centers for AI? What does that mean for, you know, the industry as far as that's concerned? AI, you know, versus Bitcoin and the amount of energy that it takes.
Sure. So the primary difference between the two, we're both what are called high-intensity compute, meaning compute that uses a lot of energy. The differences between Bitcoin mining and AI is that AI data centers need to have high availability. They need to operate at 99.999% uptime, which means that they have to constantly be consuming energy and they have to have a constant amount of energy allocated to them. Bitcoin miners are a flexible load. What that means is that we can move our demand, if you would, of energy up and down in relation to the amount of energy the utility has available. So we essentially use stranded energy, or every electron that can't be sold to other places, basically. So if you think about what we do in the world of renewables, for example, with wind farms and solar, is a lot of times these wind farms can't sell 100% of the energy they produce because there are problems around congestion. What do I mean by that? Well, demand for electricity is not constant, meaning it's not X number of watts 24 hours a day. It varies depending on the time of day, the temperature outside. Are people heating their homes? Are they not? Are they doing laundry? You think of all the different things that you use electricity for. Do they have EVs? Have they plugged them in to charge at night? And so the demand for electricity varies a lot during the day. The problem is when you add a lot of wind and solar energy to grids, those power sources generate electricity at specific times of day only. The wind typically only blows during certain hours, primarily afternoon or early evening, and the sun basically shines from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. from a solar energy perspective. And so if you don't have high energy demand during those times, those energy sources don't contribute a lot to the grid, and the grid is running its traditional, it may be nuclear, it may be other forms of natural gas, things like that, that it runs as baseload. And so a lot of times this renewable energy is wasted, it's not used. And so we can come in to these renewable energy sites, consume all the electrons they can't sell into the grid, which helps them become more profitable, which allows them to compete by lowering their price of electricity to the grid and to consumers, which has a benefit to consumers.
Right.
And it also means these projects pay off faster. So we're actually a huge financial windfall for these guys.
And for those just joining us, we're with Fred Thiel, Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of Mara Holdings, talking to us about Bitcoin mining here. And of course, you were just talking about the energy aspect of it. What is it like competing for AI power specifically? Because big tech does have a lot more money to spend on electricity. So how does that end up affecting and changing your strategy?
So there are some other subtle differences. Because the fact we can use we're a flexible load, and so we can change our demand depending upon availability. We can put our systems in places where AI companies can't, because they need constant load to operate their data centers. Another thing that AI data centers need is access to high-speed fiber connectivity, because they obviously need to be able to share data with their customers. Bitcoin miners don't need that high-speed connectivity. And so again, we can locate in places where AI companies can't. So while there is a large overlap in the potential sites that we could both use, in reality, we tend to go places where they can't, and they tend to go places where the electricity is too expensive for us. Because what's most important for AI companies is low latency network speed, meaning fast network connections, and also constant availability of electricity. And because we don't need those things, we tend to go after lower cost sources of energy.
And Fred, before you go, I'm going to squeeze one more in because we have about a minute or so left with you. There's been a lot of regulatory changes when it comes to Bitcoin. So describe how Bitcoin looks differently under this new administration, and what does it mean for the sector moving forward?
Sure. So the big kind of watershed event was in January of last year when the first Bitcoin ETFs really were approved, and you saw this large amount of capital flow into the ETFs. The Biden administration had really been focused on trying to restrict Bitcoin and crypto in general. The challenge for the Biden administration was that Bitcoin had already been deemed a commodity and therefore wasn't governed by the SEC, but rather by the CFTC. That being said, the FDIC, the OCC, and the other regulators were effectively keeping any crypto-related companies from having access to the banking system and other things. Under the Trump administration, all of those regulatory advisory notices to banks regarding working with crypto companies were essentially torn up and repealed or reversed. The SEC changed its position. You're now seeing institutions building all sorts of institutional products for Bitcoin. So it's a very different world today.
You can say that again. This is Fred Thiel. We're talking with Chairman and CEO of Mara. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. We've got a lot more. Stay tuned, including your stock movers. What's up and what's down? We'll tell you.